evening, you sick individual who's most likely procrastinating from doing something actually productive right now, and instead you're going to be watching this 2 to 3 hour video whilst you, I don't know, clean the dishes, do something which human beings like to do, which in this case is watch a YouTube video which doesn't impact your life in any shape or way or form. But either way, welcome back. Let's get into things. 2020. Yes, the worst year on planet... Okay, there's probably some worse years out there, but 2020 was a very bad year, especially for YouTubers. In 2020, multiple content creators like Jeffree Star, Shane Dawson, James Charles, please keep your cats away from these people. Well, one person. These people faced a lot of controversy. There are 3 content creators here who never seem to recover from the situations and controversies and exposés that they were involved in that year. As somebody that makes analytical commentary videos for a living, well, it's never a good thing to say out loud, but as somebody that does that, I usually notice with a situation where somebody gets cancelled as, yeah, it blows up, somebody gets in a lot of drama, they probably put out a terrible apology video, and then they eventually move away from that controversy. But with 2020, it was a very different year. With the content creators that I just mentioned, they seem to have a permanently stained reputation from everything that happened that year, and the same can be said for a lot of other content creators that were exposed that year. It seemed that pretty much everybody that faced controversy in 2020 never really recovered from it, except for one. Because in a deep dark land of Mordor, there was a certain content creator which was... Well, I'd say they were like brewing up a masterclass of an apology, a masterclass of response to get out of the controversy and drama, but the reality is this person was like an anomaly, and I'm really proud that I actually managed to pronounce that word correctly. I usually struggle at speaking the English language, but this person that we're going to be discussing in this historic, long, massive story today was somebody that somehow managed to recover from, honestly, in my opinion, one of the more terrible situations involving a content creator and their fans. And usually when you hear the phrase content creator, controversy, and fans, it can lead you to a pathway of thinking, oh, something extremely dodgy is going to happen here. And, well, in this situation, you'd be exactly correct saying that.
We walked up, and whenever I was hugging her, she said, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie." Yeah, because in her live stream, she said she wanted to send me her lingerie. I'm not lying, she did. Trust me. She hugged me, and we were talking, and she was like, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie." My parents were right behind me, so thanks for that, Colleen. So I did get sent the lingerie, and immediately, whenever it arrived, my parents were furious. They were so angry, and they took it away.
Okay, so I understand that clip without all the context of everything that we're going to be speaking about today is obviously, it's quite a lot. As you see here, we have a 13-year-old child speaking about content creator Colleen Ballinger, also known as Miranda Sings. And ladies and gentlemen, I will just preface this by saying this topic and subject, as you can probably tell, is going to get extremely dark, because I feel like a lot of you probably have the understandable question of, why is a 13-year-old being sent underwear by a 30-year-old content creator? Why is that happening? And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be exploring all of that, because this is a situation which has been going on for 3+ years at this point. So this video is going to be extremely long. This is a situation of exposés, cancellations, apologies, manipulation, lies, like any other YouTube scenario, but in this case, it is on such a grand scale that it is genuinely shocking, because Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings, is somebody that has dominated YouTube for years now, garnering billions of views, millions of followers on every single platform. This is a content creator who for years has been extremely loved throughout the YouTube community. So to find out that there is an extremely dark past behind all of that is naturally going to be shocking to a lot of people. Now, this situation has been going on for longer than 7 years at this point, but in 2020, Colleen Ballinger was exposed for everything that we're going to be speaking about today, but you really wouldn't think that up until a month ago. The fact that there are videos from 3 years ago with millions upon millions of views, where it's an expose speaking about Colleen's inappropriate behavior with fans, or drama videos with millions of views speaking about these things, the fact that these things exist but are never spoken about anymore, but people like Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star, and James Charles are discussed still to this day, genuinely confuses me. Like, honestly, I don't really know what's going on and how this, well, I do know, and that's why I'm here to narrate this entire story today. But let me give you guys a little bit of an understanding of everything that we're going to be going through today. Because yes, Colleen Ballinger recently has been again exposed by multiple fans for her incredibly inappropriate interactions with countless amounts of superfans. From Colleen Ballinger discussing her divorce with children, to allegedly gossiping about other young fans, to sending underwear to fans like I showed you previously, to Colleen asking for pics in fan group chats, asking about people's favourite positions, and asking about periods with fans in group chats. There is a lot to get through in this situation. So if you're watching this video right now thinking, wow, this is a big waffling mess, I can understand, and that's because there is just so many pieces of the puzzle to put together. So what we're going to do from part one in this video, because this isn't actually part one, this is the introduction, is we're going to go through everything chronologically. We're going to kind of tackle each part of the story like it's happening right now. Now, yes, we will jump back and forth throughout a few things to kind of get a few better understandings here and there for you guys personally to understand the situation, but I did this in my Illuminati video where we went through everything chronologically to kind of just give a better understanding and explanation of what is going on here. Because yeah, this is going to be very, 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 very confusing. So I think the best part we can do here is to go straight to the beginning. Okay, sorry, not that beginning. I mean, this part of the beginning. So ladies and gentlemen, imagine it's 2020, in particular, April 2020. Yes, the pandemic is here and it is ruining all of our lives, but not the pandemic that you traditionally think about, but the pandemic of YouTubers that we actually kind of liked at one point being exposed for, well, atrocities. On April the 28th, 2020, Adam McIntyre uploaded a video titled Colleen Ballinger, Stop Lying. And pretty much this is the beginning of the story. Whilst there are plenty of things that span back years before this is pretty much when the whole topic and situation of Colleen started to get some serious gravitational pull. The video has 1.8 million views, 64,000 likes. This video was going absolutely viral in 2020, but there is one thing to notice here. It obviously has 39,000 dislikes. And now naturally, ladies and gentlemen, when a content creator gets called out, especially a particular popular content creator, you're usually going to get, well, a few people that I like to describe as nut jobs. People who are just insane, pretty much. People that are so dedicated to a content creator that they genuinely believe that they are friends with this person and they are willing to do anything to defend this person. Now, this could possibly spring up some content creators in your mind that we're going to not necessarily name today, but this is an issue that is plaguing YouTube to this day. Content creators that do something bad, get exposed for something bad, but their fans, only a minute amount of fans, but a very vocal amount of fans, simply cannot handle it, so they will do everything they can to defend their beloved content creator. And as you can see here, with 39,000 dislikes, it really was no difference. But this video from Adam pretty much is a detailing of Adam giving his experiences with Colleen Ballinger, because pretty much Adam from the ages of 13 or perhaps even younger was an absolute super fan of Colleen Ballinger, and it even led to him having a lot of interactions with Colleen. But not just that, but even an actual friendship with Colleen, who, may I reiterate, is a 30-year-old woman. Yes, Adam at 13 years old and 14 years old and 15 years old was regularly speaking to Colleen about things such as his divorce, but also a lot of other sus things. Recently, it's gone even further, with screenshots of group chats coming out where people who weren't just Adam, but other fans, were detailing that Colleen was asking them extremely disturbing things such as this, and this. Yes, even asking for pics in group chats, and this is why recently the situation has absolutely blown up again. And ladies and gentlemen, we will go into absolutely all of that throughout this video, but as I said, we're going to go through everything chronologically today because I think it's a good way to kind of understand literally everything in this situation and why we are at the place we are at in 2023. So yeah, let's get into Adam's video. So in the description of the video, it reads, "This is a video I never thought I would have to make, and my heart breaks making it. My intentions are to tell my side of the story and disassociate myself, as I am seeing online theories about what is happening and what I have or have not done. So I think the only thing we can really do here is actually get into what Adam says in this video, but before we do that, I do want to add for a third time the context of Adam, when he was in this situation that he's speaking about in this video, was 13 years old, and Colleen Ballinger was 30 years old. Hold that context into your mind, and yeah, let's get into this video.
This is a video that I never thought I would ever have to make. My intentions behind doing so are that I can disassociate myself from the situation, but also not continuously get asked in future about Colleen and Corey and what happened. Or also hearing things that apparently came from me but I've never said out of my mouth. The purpose behind doing this video is to get my side across and defend myself. As you all know, I was a good friend of Colleen and Corey, and I discovered Miranda Sings in 2012, and I found Colleen through this. I ran a fan page on Instagram that I created in 2014 and a fan page on Twitter that I created in 2013, which I dedicated all of my time to. It was just me supporting the Ballinger family. It was simple. And I've been supporting them all up until recently. I've went to 2 of her shows, 2016 and 2018, and met her both times. After 2016, during a live stream that I'll discuss later, me and Colleen started talking on a more personal level. And by 2017, we were good friends. Or what I would have called good friends. Very quickly, we started talking a lot, and my parents were really happy to see the fact that someone like Colleen Ballinger was so dedicated to talking to all of her fans. This slowly turned into me getting private details about her divorce and what was happening with the relationship with her ex-husband. Around this time though was whenever my parents started getting a little bit more cautious and were wondering why a 30-year-old was talking to, at this time, a 13-year-old about her divorce. So from this point on, my parents really observed the conversations that I took part in with Colleen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that there are red flags here, but red flags are usually indicators that there could subtly be something bad going on. But it's not that. It's just outright bad. Regardless of age, in terms of the context here, I still think it would be weird if Colleen Ballinger was saying this to a fan who was 24 or 25 years old. There is no real reason for Colleen Ballinger to be confiding the information that Adam described to any fan out there that she doesn't have a personal connection with. Because let's be real here for a second, when somebody is a super fan, there is going to be what is described obviously as a power dynamic. Now, this is a phrase which is just thrown around left, right, and center, and I think a lot of people out there truly don't understand what an actual power dynamic is. But ladies and gentlemen, what a power dynamic is what we've got right here. A 13-year-old super fan speaking to a super popular YouTuber. What business does Colleen Ballinger have speaking to this person on the regular? And the reason that this is weird, regardless of the context of the age in this situation, is because when you're a super fan of somebody, you're going to do anything you can to impress that person. I know you may say, oh, I wouldn't do that. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but there must be somebody that we're all a big fan of, you know, and if they were in the room with you, you want to say the right things to them. And the reason that this is a problem is because Colleen Ballinger was clearly confiding very personal bits of information to Adam McIntyre, and I think the reason that she was doing that is because he was a super fan, and probably as a super fan validating everything that she said to him, regardless of if that was wrong or not. He was just an innocent fan trying to impress a YouTuber that he desperately wanted to be friends with. And then you add in the context of this person being 13, and it obviously gets oh so much worse. And I don't think this should be a controversial statement to make, but newsflash, 30-year-olds should not be speaking to 13-year-olds if they're not a family member, or, I don't know, maybe like they're a teacher to them or a music tutor. You shouldn't just be befriending random kids on the internet. You shouldn't do that, alright? Just... I know a lot of YouTubers need to know this information because it seems that a lot of them can't follow that rule. But you shouldn't be 30 years old and becoming friends with 13-year-old superfans. I know, it's a groundbreaking discovery, but yeah, it's clear the only reason that Colleen was doing this was probably because she was using Adam, as he mentioned, to do with garnering gossip. That was a weird part to this, but also he goes on to further explain their friendship in this video, and let's just get into that now.
At the time, I saw this as harmless, and I was just really excited that my favorite person in the entire world wanted to talk to me. Now looking back though, I can see that it was just a way of baiting me to constantly get me to get her the information. And in 2016 to 2018, I was always asked to follow along gossip sites, Now, the gossip sites were talking about her ex-husband and her relationship and the divorce. And I was very much so made to follow along with that and then feed back that information and what they were talking about. Now, me doing this, it led to my name getting thrown into the mix in these gossip sites, and Adam, the character, the person, whatever you want to call it, started getting really attacked on these sites too. Now, keep in mind I was only 14 at this time. So then I was getting targeted on these gossip sites, and I was getting called a pick-me, manipulative, and other words I won't say just because my extended family are watching this video, and I really can't. Once my parents saw all this, they asked me to distance myself from Colleen and all the Ballinger family. So it was at this point that I stopped really giving that much information, or as much as I did, to Colleen. But I would always be baited and dragged along again. Whether it was subscribing to my YouTube channel, which made me really happy, and then I would be asked again to get information, or a time where I was really upset because my name was getting thrown into the mix of a lot of things, and then I got a YouTube comment on one of my videos, and then I was asked again. Or in one case, making me believe that I would be flown out to America to go to VidCon. Me and my brother would be, along with someone else in the fandom. There's no need to mention their name. And that was strung along for ages as well, to the point where me and my brother actually bought an external, one of them wall plugs for America, and then that just never happened. The reasoning for this was the year before she did a competition where she flew out 2 fans. She said this year she was going to fly me and this other person from the fandom out, and then 2 other fans, and then that just never happened.
Now, firstly, before we say anything here, I've seen a big criticism of Adam's videos, and in particular criticism of Adam's actions, of people saying, oh, you chose to do these things, you just clearly wanted her attention, you're so immature. And I completely agree with you, and I think Adam does too. Adam was immature. By age definition, he was immature. As I said previously, he was 13 years old, and in this video exposing Colleen, he was still only 17 years old. Of course he was immature, and surely the 30-year-old should have took some observations here and thought, oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't become friends with immature children on the internet that are super fans of me. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But obviously, I mean, we know that she very much didn't do that. And another criticism people made of Adam's claims here and just the video in general was, I guess, the lack of screenshots. And whilst things are shown in this video, there are obviously things here that people can't believe without evidence to. And maybe in hindsight, I can kind of understand why people were a little bit skeptical about all of the claims. But as I showed you previously, in 2023, there have been plenty of screenshots that have come out about Colleen in group chats with young fans. And oh, I can't even laugh at it. It's just disturbing. Why? So yes, in terms of the criticisms, one of them, I mean, I can kind of get, but at the same time, Adam does prove a lot of things in the video and show a lot of weird things. And as we showed previously with the underwear thing, which we will get into, there's really no defense of any of this. But in terms of the immaturity claim as well, I think that's absolute bollocks. And in a way, it seems like victim blaming to me. But the thing is, Adam agrees as well. He was immature.
Because I was dumb, impressionable, young, naive, whatever I want to call it, I have so many names for what I believe I was.
A child. You were a child, Adam, and Colleen should have had her adult perspective thinking, oh, yes, don't be friends with the child who I don't know on the internet, but clearly is a massive fan. I've said this 50 times, but I've got to say it 50 million times for content creators to understand. Don't be friends with kids. Just don't do it. You're 30. Go to I don't know, what do 30-year-olds do? Go to a comedy club, something, I don't know, something where adults go and kids don't really venture to. Please, for the love of God, please, just listen to my advice. Like, seriously, I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, but am I the only one confused why there are grown adults that genuinely want to be friends with children? To me, it's just the ultimate red flag. To me, it indicates that you cannot make friends with people your age, probably because you are a massive bellend, to be honest with you. I'd say you're a horrible person, but you're probably just a bellend, so what you've got to do is go and speak to a load of kids and become friends with them because they look up to you and think, oh, you're an adult, you must be so cool, and you've got money and you've got life experience. And kids will become friends with the adults, but when they get a little bit older, like Adam did, they'll start to realize, it was a little bit weird when that 30-year-old spoke to me when I was 14 years old. That was a little bit weird. really weird. And people have said, oh, well, it's not a crime. It's okay. Okay. I don't care if it's not a crime or if it is a crime. The criminal justice system does not dictate if everything is immoral or moral. In fact, the justice system is an incredibly skewed and flawed system, and I don't think we should use it as our identification if something is immoral or not. In my opinion, if you have to use the justice system to ask and answer the question of, is it immoral for a 30-year-old to be friends with a 13-year-old superfan? I mean, maybe just log off the internet and go and actually get some life experience, because you should have a very easy answer in your brain for that. But also, a 13-year-old being friends with a 30-year-old isn't just weird, it's also going to impact that 13-year-old's life and upbringing, because they're now speaking to somebody who isn't a parent or a teacher, who is also an adult, and that adult has so many experiences. That adult has already grown up, and they're going to directly influence this child with their own adult perspective on things. So this is naturally going to impact kids in possible very negative ways, and Adam himself actually clarifies on that when he speaks about the fact that Colleen would confide with Adam about things like divorce, and I'm like, what? Why? Just get a therapist. I mean, we know why. We know, and I will discuss why, but let's get into this.
I'm still really young now. I'm only 17, but looking back, it's hard to not get, like, fix yourself. You know, stop engaging in that. You're being used. I've been told so much private information about the divorce, but I won't get into that in this video because I feel it's unnecessary, but all the parties involved know that I have it. This information was always really hard to hear and digest as a 13 to 14-year-old because I was always led to believe that Josh and Lean were the couple that I should have looked up to. In the vlogs, they were always really happy, so going from a sudden shift of idolizing Joshleen, I had Joshleen merch, from that to them being told all this really shit information about the ex-husband really just, it affected me back then, and I'm not gonna lie. And it affected me way more than it should have. It just made me really confused.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would say to you, it confuses me why a 30-year-old is trying to confide in a child in their relationship issues, but it doesn't. As I said earlier, I have my beliefs and reasonings to why I think this has actually happened, but on a YouTube perspective, this is where it confuses me. Because why would the world-famous Miranda Sings think, oh, it's a really good idea to speak to these kids about my divorce? Why would she think that would not eventually be exposed when the kid grows up a little bit, like it has? Why would she not think, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this? Now, a lot of people, when they say this sort of thing, think, oh, well, what, so you're saying they should just carry on with their bad behavior but just hide it better? I'm not saying that, but sometimes you've got to look at this from a villain's perspective and think, as a supervillain, if you're laying out these, not just tracks, but like, it's like you've driven through mud in a massive tractor, and it's very obvious what's happening. That's a terrible analogy, but pretty much, if I'm a villain, I'm going to cover my tracks better than Colleen is. And Colleen, in this situation, isn't hiding it. She's got the messages readily available. She's been exposed for going into fan group chats, and I'm just confused to why she would think that none of this would ever come out. It's unbelievably idiotic, in my opinion, and it just kind of confuses me to a manner where I just don't really understand how somebody could be this dense. But let's actually get into the reason to why Colleen is speaking to these. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I think the main reason that she's gone to speak to children rather than adults is because these kids will enable her opinions and thoughts. As I mentioned earlier, Adam was a superfan, and what do superfans want to do? They want to impress the person that they're superfans of, especially when they are impressionable young children that don't exactly have life experience. So when you've got this millionaire 30-year-old coming to this superfan being like, oh, my husband's a bellend guy, they're this thing and that thing, I've got drama with this person and stuff like that. The kid's going to be sat there being like, oh, you're so in the right, you're so completely right about everything, because that's just what a kid would do when they are super fans of somebody. And Colleen clearly loved that and only would confide in the kids because she knows that every time she speaks to them, they're going to say, wow, Miranda Sings, you're definitely right and your videos definitely aren't extremely cringy. It's extremely weird and manipulative behavior. But ladies and gentlemen, that's just the tip of the iceberg. This goes so unbelievably dark and spooky and scary to a place of where I'm starting to think, do I even want to make this video? But we're here now, so I guess we're going to have to do that. And this leads us into the story that I brought into the beginning of this video with the whole underwear saga. Yes, this is a real thing.
In 2016, Colleen and Corey were doing a live stream and they stumbled across my Twitter account. They found my tweets really funny, and this was the day before we officially started really talking. They found my Twitter so funny that they said they needed to send me bra and panties that Corey was wearing during the live stream. Now, looking back at that, I'm still a minor. I'm still 17, but looking back on that, I just... You know yourself.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, since this very moment of Adam revealing the information that Colleen Ballinger sent him underwear, there have been a lot of people being like, what about the context? Is there context here? Are you missing out information? And ladies and gentlemen, can I just ask the question of what possible context is going to make sending underwear to a 30... I'm shouting this out loud and it makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. So just think about the actual action. Sending underwear to a 13-year-old superfan who you don't know, you've never met, you just know them through the internet because they love your video. How is there context which is going to make that any better? It's not like she's the walking human embodiment of ASOS. She is Miranda Sings sending underwear to an underage fan. There is no context, in my opinion, which is going to validate this or make this better. So, for once in our lives, we're going to have to remove the argument of context here, because in my opinion, no context makes this better. But also, the context even in this situation is no better. It doesn't make anything better, shockingly enough, but even if we are going to go down that route, it doesn't improve this situation. And we will get into that when we go through a certain person's response. But then Adam starts to speak about his parent. I don't know what just happened. My throat just closed up. Maybe I'm dying, but Adam isn't dead because he gave his response and he spoke about what his parents said after this.
And also, minutes later, they made fun of how my parents would react to the fact of like two 30-year-olds sending me bra and panties, lingerie, to name it properly, on this live stream. So again, looking back as a 17-year-old, I'm just really disgusted at the situation and confused, honestly. They went on my Twitter because they thought it was funny, and then they said they had to send me the bra and panties. Here are some clips from that live stream.
Ew! That outfit! Screaming homeschooled Christian University realness.
Adam, Cookie Ballinger said, "Hi, you are such a fashion icon," and tweeted the ugliest picture of me. This is honestly the worst outfit. He's so rude. What made you order these ugly clothes?
Adam!
Those clothes are nasty. He's so rude. Oh my god, he's so sassy. Your Twitter account is making me laugh so much. Oh my god, that makes me laugh. I want to send him something. Do you want the bra, Adam?
Adam, do you want the bra and panties? Tweet right now.
Oh my god. Yeah, Adam, let me know what you want. He's in Ireland. Hi, Adam, I love you. Okay. I'm sending him something. Okay, maybe he'll want the panties. Although then his parents will be like, "You're not allowed to watch who is sending you panties." He'll be like, "Mom, don't worry. I watched a boy wear them online first."
Here also, I've included a video that is now on private on my channel, but it is me talking about what happened whenever I met Colleen back in 2016. We had a conversation. Oh, no. I remember what happened. We walked up, and whenever I was hugging her, she said, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie." Yeah, because in her live stream, she said she wanted to send me her lingerie. I'm not lying, she did. Trust me. She hugged me, and we were talking, and she was like, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie." My parents were right behind me, so thanks for that, Colleen.
You know what I find the most disturbing about this is that Adam, as a teenager, a young teenager, not just about to become 18-year-old, even that's still young, but a 13-year-old Adam realized that what was going on here was wrong. It was inappropriate, and he knew that this was best kept away from his parents. If a 13-year-old knows that, why is a 30-year-old still complying in this? By acknowledging that his parents were there, he clearly knew that this was weird, and he didn't want other grown adults to know about this because he probably knew that those grown adults would stop this and stop him interacting with the person that he is a superfan with, and that plays into what I was speaking about earlier. It's very obvious that Adam was enabling Colleen because he was an immature superfan. He didn't know better. I'm not pinning any blame here, but this is an observation you need to make about superfans, and it's something Adam has said. And when you are that person with all those fans, you need to acknowledge that there is a power dynamic there and a very likely chance that you are going to have an inappropriate connection with somebody if you engage in a conversation with somebody in the context of Adam McIntyre and Colleen Ballinger. But ladies and gentlemen, when I was doing the research for this video, I kind of knew about a few things here and there. I briefly knew about the underwear story, and I hadn't looked into it up until a few weeks ago, and when I heard about this, I thought, oh, maybe it was like a little thing on a video where she said she was going to send underwear to this person, and then she realized it was wrong, and surely she, surely she didn't actually send him underwear. Surely she didn't pay for international postage from the US of A to Ireland. Surely she didn't do that. Right? Right?
So I did get sent the lingerie, and immediately whenever it arrived, my parents were furious. They were so angry, and they took it away, and I didn't know if they still had it, and I asked my mom, did she have it, because she knew I was making this video. So she was looking all morning, but she did find it. So I still have this. My mom kept it. I didn't even see these because my mom had just taken them away because she was so shocked. So this was what I was sent. I don't even know, sorry, I don't know which way this goes. This is what I was sent, okay. Am I doing like a haul for you? I don't know. And then, I hate touching it. Then, these. I don't know which way they go, but these as well. So, I was genuinely still surprised that my mum had these, but so that was a big warning sign, but because I was so young, I didn't take it.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think this is a red flag. I feel like this is somebody holding up a sign saying, I probably need to be watched by authorities. Don't take that out of context. And the fact that Adam's video has 39,000 dislikes is actually wild to me, and it is because of the response video that Colleen uploaded, which we will get into, but I don't think any response, or as I said previously, any context can fix or change or alter what is being said by Adam with the situation involving underwear. And yeah, I guess no law has technically been broken here, but again, it comes down to the thing that I mentioned earlier of legalities and the law justice system doesn't necessarily reflect morality. But then the thing is this is only the beginning of the story. The underwear is actually where everything begins. What's happening? I'm dying. I am actually dying. But yes, after this underwear interaction between Adam and Colleen, this is where they actually started to become friends, and it even led to Colleen going to Ireland for one of her shows, and during this time she actually met up with Adam and went for lunch, and after this they continued being close, and Adam basically had seemingly a long-term friendship with this person that lasted for around 4 years. And with this friendship, it seemingly then transformed into almost a business partnership of where Adam actually started to run the Miranda Sings Twitter accounts.
Colleen had been coming to me for video ideas, tweet ideas, Instagram ideas, anything for the Miranda Sings character, but also some for herself too. It was mainly focusing on helping her in the Miranda account from 2017 on, but there was a little part of helping her own channel out with ideas as well in 2017 to 2018. So I just helped give ideas. She was aware that the Miranda character had passed its time and that she didn't really enjoy doing it anymore because she couldn't really be problematic as the character anymore. So in December of 2017, I proper started giving tweets for the Miranda account. This included tweets on iCarly, Brazil, and a number of other things. I'm pretty sure she was in Hawaii at this stage. Yeah, she was. And whenever we talked about how Miranda wasn't really doing well anymore, she messaged me and then said, well, help me. And that's then whenever I started giving the tweet ideas. So on the 25th of March of this year, I started giving more ideas again because Colleen was aware that the Miranda character was becoming very stale and inactive on social media. And on the 26th of March again, she started tweeting my ideas, which included Animal Crossing stuff. So on the 25th and 26th, I presented her with about 15 different tweet ideas. So then came a tweet about Miranda Sings coming out as a Meghan Trainor fan, which she was initially confused about. And she says, I don't know what you're saying about Meghan. So then I explained it again, and Colleen was fully going to go ahead posting it herself, as you can see here. So I helped give her the photos and the concept, and she said, when should I do that? Should I do that today or tomorrow before I post the video? And I said, what are you waiting for today? And she says, okay, cool. Showing that she had every single intention to post this tweet on her own behalf. And then on the 26th of March at 12 minutes past 10 p.m, she messaged me and said, I have a present for you today. I've never done this with anyone, but I'm trusting you. And then she proceeded to tell me about how she was planning on making me her social media intern. Right now, I'm considering you my social media intern, but if things go well, we can talk about me hiring you part-time for an hourly rate. I don't like using your creativity and insight for free.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, running somebody's Twitter account isn't exactly a criminal thing here, but I guess in the context of everything, it is still a bit weird. Given some of the details that Adam has provided during this video, such as him speaking to Colleen about her divorce, and just in general, their inappropriate friendship, whatever you want to call it, I don't know if I really vibe with the fact that he's now going to be working with her, especially when it involves running her social media. To me personally, it just seems a little bit weird, albeit it's not a criminal action in no way, shape or form. It is a little bit weird given the context of everything that we've gone through today. But despite this being a controversial move for Colleen Ballinger, it seems that this was a situation or position that only lasted around a day because of a few tweets that she received calling out Colleen for queerbaiting. And bear in mind here, these tweets at the time had 0 likes. So I think one thing to take into context here is Colleen is clearly hypersensitive about any forms of criticism, and I think that's something we should keep on our minds throughout this video, because it does kind of play into why she is friends with so many of her young fans, because I feel like she kind of wanted to control the fandom from criticizing her. This is something that a lot of content creators like to do, where they have these parasocial relationships with their audience, not because they necessarily care or love their audience, but because they want to control pretty much everything. They're so frightened of any form of criticism that they have to spend their days just like a puppeteer dictating what goes on in their community. When the reality is, no normal human being does that. You should be able to accept criticism or at least ignore it, but in this case it seemed that Colleen very much could not handle that, and that led to her DMing Adam pretty much getting very upset about this situation of her being called a queerbaiter. She said things such as people are very sensitive these days, and then goes on to say that's the reason that it's hard to do Miranda Sings nowadays, because people have a difficulty of understanding satire. I don't think this is a thing of people having difficulty of understanding satire. I think it's more of a, well, how do I say it? It's more of a thing of the Miranda Sings YouTube channel persona, whatever you want to call it. It's just chronically and utterly unfunny. The Miranda Sings YouTube persona is just something that belongs in 2013, and we need to leave it there. But it's clear that this was her main shtick, and she found it very difficult to move on from that, probably because it brought her lots of money in the past, and I think that she was desperate to latch onto it. But the reality is, Colleen, you need to understand, it's not a thing of people not understanding satire. It's just, it's not very funny anymore, and the audience grew up out of it. But the reason Adam was bringing this up in his video is because Colleen started to seemingly actually get upset at Adam. Now, she didn't necessarily say anything directly, but when you look at these messages, it almost seems that she is pinning the blame on Adam for these tweets. And to be honest with you, I don't really understand what she was expecting here. You hired a 17-year-old. Just go and pay for an actual social media team ran by professionals. Go get somebody who does this for a living something and maybe don't hire a 17-year-old superfan. Because usually when you hire a child, it's not always going to go down the way you like it, because they are 17 years old. But yeah, because of a few people calling out Colleen for queerbaiting, which is a phrase which is overused by absolutely everybody at this point of time, but because of that, she then said, Adam, you can still run the account, but I need to monitor every single tweet that you post. So why at that point just not post them yourself?
So even though she was saying this, she was slowly starting to put the blame and guilt onto me for stuff that she had already approved and was going to tweet on her own, whether she had given me the password or not. Now keep in mind, she texted me and said go crazy in relation to on the account, yet I only tweeted stuff that she had approved, including talking to fans and keeping updated in group chats. And at 8:51 on the 27th of March, she sent a message saying, don't forget, don't post anything without my approval for now. Now taking back what she had initially said because she saw the fault that she had shown. The next morning and day were really rough for me. I just want to say thanks to my friends and my parents and my family, because that was a rough day. It was such a bad day. I saw someone I called a best friend turn her back on me, and that really hurts. So at 6:05 p.m. on the 27th of March, she sent me a message saying, I'm getting an overwhelming amount of hate for the coming out stuff. I don't know what to do. It's like every other tweet I'm getting right now on my Colleen Twitter. I haven't even looked at the Miranda, yet I'm scared to. So 10 minutes later, it turned into her saying how she apologised to one person. And she said, the thing is, I agree with them. Queerbaiting is not a joke. I'm super sad I've upset so many people. I'm telling you, girl, I'm super sensitive, like near tears. Again, trying to guilt me and make me feel really bad for something that she had already approved and found funny. And she didn't see any problems with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just absolutely bizarre behaviour. As I said previously, maybe just don't hire a 17-year-old superfan, and maybe just spend some of your millions on hiring a team ran by professionals. And the whole thing of where Colleen's like, oh, I'm so sensitive, and is basically saying that she's crying and stuff, is just utterly pathetic to me. She knows who she's speaking to here. She knows that this is obviously going to make Adam feel terrible. Because for one, he is a kid, and kids will take it like they're being blamed with how Colleen was speaking there, by her being like, oh, I actually agree with the criticism I'm getting, despite the fact she approved these posts. The only reason that she is saying this to Adam is to kind of convey her own personal guilt onto him, so he can take responsibility for the actions of what was posted on the account, despite Colleen approving the stuff. Now, obviously, this isn't the most criminal thing that we've ever witnessed on this channel, but obviously it is still weird, it is still bad, and I think, Colleen, you just need to learn to, as I've said 4 times now, hire a social media team rather than your young fans. But it gets even better, because apparently people thought that Colleen was homophobic because of some of the things that Adam was posting on her Twitter account.
It's all anyone is talking about. I'm really upset. I would never post something like that, and now everyone thinks I'm homophobic.
Maybe it's because you are homophobe. Okay, I can't say that, but this whole thing is very minute in comparison to the things that were mentioned earlier, and I feel like this is a big reason to why Colleen actually got away with this situation. And I'm not blaming Adam for just speaking his story here, but I think whenever there's a situation where somebody speaks about multiple stories, it can kind of mix up everything and allow somebody to kind of hyper focus on only one part, and then kind of use that as a way to wash away everything else. Because obviously in this story, the underwear part, and just speaking to a 13-year-old about some of the details that Adam described, is obviously extremely inappropriate, but in comparison to hiring a 17-year-old to run your Twitter account, that part is obviously not as bad. But I think the problem is here is a lot of people are just outright ignoring the context of why Adam particularly spoke about this one individual story, and this is because this seemingly was actually his last proper interaction with Colleen as a friend. because this situation seemingly caused Adam to crack. Because obviously at this point of time, Adam was 17 years old, and obviously a 17-year-old is more mature than a 13-year-old. He has more life experience, and I think Adam started to realize that with this situation with the social media management of Miranda Sings, this friendship, or whatever you can call it, with Colleen Ballinger wasn't appropriate, and how he was being treated here wasn't very nice whatsoever, and this led to Adam leaving the social media position in a very mature way, where he clearly states that he still has love for Miranda, or Colleen Ballinger, whatever you want to call them, and just in general, this is where things started to go downhill, despite Adam leaving the position in a very mature manner. And obviously Adam was very upset here, because it seemed that he was in a position which he had dreamed about for years, working for the person that he'd been a superfan for absolutely years now. That's something that a lot of people can only dream about, working for the person that they idolize. So naturally, when that thing failed, he was going to be very upset, as you can kind of see in his DM here. But I guess the question is well, how did Colleen respond to this? How did she respond to her very upset superfan that wasn't just a fan, but seemingly a friend, who had not only given her advice, but also clearly done a lot of work for her? How did Colleen respond?
I got left unread and I was ignored from this point on. Yep. Also to add that even though she found all the tweets funny and she loved everything I did with the account, she deleted all my tweets after I logged out of the account. So, yeah. So 3 or 4 weeks passed and I heard nothing. Nothing. On vlogs for days after, she milked how sad she was, crying but never saying what it was, which again was just another big F you to me. And I'd also been aware that Corey DeSoto, her best friend, had been shit-talking me in fan DMs during this time. He blocked me on Twitter and I called him out for it. Then recently I was showed DMs of what Corey had been saying about me in these group chats and what he had been saying that Colleen had said about me in these group chats. So there's a Twitter account, there's no need saying the at because it's just free promo, but it was basically just sending hate and targeting and harassing Colleen Ballinger fans. And the DM from Corey read, Colleen thinks, and then the at is Adam. In this group chat with a bunch of other people.
This is genuinely a horrible thing to hear. Again, I know I will keep mentioning ages, but I think it's very important to keep remembering the context of Adam was only 17 years old at this point. He was clearly very upset. And I think the least that Colleen could have done in this situation is just say, hey, I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Just a nice little message. It didn't even need to be a big paragraph. It could have just been a short sentence, something. And again, this isn't a criminal action. It is just her being a bellend here. But I think it is a reflection of what their friendship actually was. It wasn't a real friendship. It was a grown adult clearly taking advantage of the admiration of a young fan who just in general wanted to be buddies with somebody that they had idolized for years. I think this is something that everybody in one point of their life has wanted to have, a connection with somebody that they idolize, a famous person, a celebrity, a YouTuber, whoever. We've all had people, particularly when we were younger, that we wanted to interact with, and Adam managed to get that, but it turned out the person that he had idolized was not who he thought they actually were. This is something that does happen regularly, but it doesn't make it any less tragic. I genuinely do feel bad for Adam, and honestly, I think his video is genuinely good. I don't actually see any real malice when it came to Adam in this video. It's clearly he was upset. It was clear that he was hurt, but to me personally, this didn't seem like he was branding Colleen as an absolute criminal. It was just him saying, yeah, this was an inappropriate friendship and I cannot keep dealing with this in private, and I can completely understand where he was coming from in this video. But then we go in to the community response to this, because as I mentioned previously, there were multiple things spoken about in this video which in the future have now been kind of used as a way to wash out the real inappropriate things being mentioned. With the whole Twitter account aspect of things, it seems that the community's response to this wasn't what Adam was expecting, because Colleen Ballinger did respond to the situation in this video right here, and this response to me is genuinely one of the worst responses I have ever seen. But the weird thing about this is that the community reception to this was amazing. People were saying, wow, this was an articulate and great response which just disproves everything. She was owning up to her wrongs, and isn't that absolutely amazing? But I'm sat here in 2023 just absolutely absolutely outstanded by this. And the problem is that I heard about Colleen's response. I heard people say, wow, it was an amazing response. And because of that, I just chose not to look into it because I thought, oh, it's another situation of a YouTuber disproving things. But it really wasn't that. It was a response of nothing but pure, utter manipulation and deceit. Now, my friends, whenever there's a situation on the internet where somebody is involved in a big old expose, the person who you'd watched for your entire childhood gets exposed for something absolutely horrific. It's a thing which, sadly happens quite a lot. I always say in these situations, the most important thing isn't the original expose, but it's actually how the person who is exposing that expose responds to the expose. For example, if they put out an actually, decent response in the eyes of the social norms of the world, then yeah, they may actually be able to move on from this response and continue to build their career and just in general grow and, change whatever the words are for these situations away from these exposes and situations. Maybe they prove themselves to be innocent, or maybe they just, make the world understand that they were wrong, but they can move on and become a better person. But that's the good ending. That isn't most cases. That's a usually quite rare thing to happen in the eyes of YouTube. And the main reason for that being is, well, influencers are very, very stupid, and if an influencer puts out a response which is just, in the views of society and the internet, absolutely terrible, then there's a good chance that their whole career is going to be in the mud. Usually with an expose, things will look bad, but if you then respond badly, it's going to be a million times worse. So yeah, the response is very important, because whether you're even innocent or guilty, it doesn't really matter. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but in the eyes of the public, they just want a good response. You could lie through your teeth, but if you lie well, you are going to be accepted back into the community, because those people watching don't know that it's lies and they think this is, wow, a really good and honest response. You can be deceptive, manipulative, but if you do it in a good way, then things might actually be okay for these content creators. But if you do it in a bad way, well, it's over. But what's interesting is with Colleen Ballinger, this theory completely just goes out of the window. Like, I know I said lying and being manipulative and deceptive is something that you can do in your apology, and if you do it well, I get that. And Colleen is... I'm getting ahead of myself. Basically, on the 13th of May 2020, Colleen uploaded a video titled Addressing Everything, and this video has 3.7 million views and 229,000 likes, and this is an incredibly good view to like ratio. And by the logic of that, you'd probably be thinking to yourself, it's either a good apology where she tells the truth, or it's a good apology in the essence of where she lies and is very deceitful in a very convincing way. But either one of those scenarios aren't true here. This response is utterly garbage. It's terrible. It's one of the worst responses I have ever seen. And yet, it destroys my theory, because the community clearly accepted this as some form of masterpiece. And the thing is, with this response, the majority of the video is not even her apologizing for the Adam stuff, but it's actually her apologizing due to other scenarios, such as being exposed for things such as using racial stereotypes in the name of comedy, but also other things such as apologizing for getting her dog put down, which she joked about in the past. And when I was going through this apology originally doing my research of this video, I thought to myself, okay, the reason that she's doing this is because she wants to put some genuine authenticity out there before she gets into the bollocks, because realistically there's no way to deflect from the stuff that happened with Adam. But the thing is well, that's not even true, because when she was speaking and apologizing about the story to do with her getting her dog apparently put down, it involved, in my opinion, lies.
Something else I want to talk about that has been brought up is that when I was 3 years old, I was bit by a dog. I needed to go to the hospital, and when my mom told the doctor that a dog had bit me, the doctor said that legally the dog needed to be put down. Now, the clip of me that is circulating from 7 years ago is me talking about this situation in a very insensitive way, when in reality, when our dog was put down, I was really upset, and over the years I have addressed this a few times in videos talking about how guilty I feel, how upset I am that this happened. Still to this day, as a 33-year-old woman, I feel guilty that our dog had to be put down for biting me. But in this clip, I talk about the story in a very dramatic, silly way, because sometimes, unfortunately, I use humor to talk about things that are actually extremely painful for me. And this is an example of that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, usually in these sort of scenarios, I would tend to agree that yes, people do use dramatizations to deal with trauma and to cope with just things which are negatively impacting them in their day-to-day lives. But the thing is the story that Colleen is referring to here isn't a dramatization, in my opinion. It isn't her doing it for comedic effect. It's just more her, well, just telling the story. And yes, this story originates from Colleen years ago speaking about where she apparently got a dog put down. And as Colleen presented in her apology response video in 2020, this was just a joke. Yes, the situation happened, but how she originally presented it was not how she presented it in that video. But I'm gonna play now the original video of where she told this story, and I just don't think it lines up with what she's saying in her 2020 video.
I used to actually rip things up or get angry. So I grabbed my dog for no reason, just grabbed the dog and pinched its skin and dug my nails into it. The dog yelps, turns around to protect itself and bites me in the face. And I got stitches, I went to the hospital, and they were like, what happened? And I was like, the dog just bit me. And then they had to put the dog to sleep because the dog was dangerous to be around. So I murdered a dog.
Hey, yo, what the f?
Yes, maybe there is some form of dramatization here. Maybe this could be seen as a joke. But to me personally, it doesn't line up with what she was saying in her video in 2020. There is no good reason for me to, when I would be originally watching this video that I just played, to take that as some form of a joke. When I see that, I hear Colleen Ballinger saying that, well, she got her dog put down. And you know, I wasn't even originally going to go into the situation. I'd seen tweets about it during my research, but the reason I'm mentioning it now is because I feel like this is a perfect example of how Colleen is willing to change the context of specific situations in order to make herself look better in the public eye. And this is something that you're going to discover throughout this entire video that she does in pretty much every single scenario that she's involved in, whether it's public or whether it's with her fans in private, where she's trying to kind of militarize them against people speaking against Colleen. This is just something that she loves to do, and this moves us into when she finally gets into speaking about Adam in this video.
These things are being brought to light because some people are upset with me for not addressing something that happened a few weeks ago. Someone had made a video saying some shocking and hurtful things about me, and a lot of you wanted me to address it, and I didn't. I didn't address it not because I was just ignoring it and hoping it would go away, but because when this person messaged me letting me know they were upset, I responded immediately. I was very shocked and confused. I expressed I didn't know what they were talking about, and I also expressed frustration that they were trying to bring my son's name into their drama.
Now, this immediately starts off with the narrative that I previously mentioned of Colleen likes to change the context of situations to make herself look better in the eyes of her fans and just in general the public. I didn't like that you were bringing my son into the drama. Now, you may be wondering what Colleen is actually referring to here, because pretty much up until this point, there hasn't really been a mention of Colleen's children. Well, it does refer to one message that Adam sent to Colleen in 2020, which said this: being told by multiple people how you and Corey have been running accounts saying I run a hate account for people who support you, which is extremely disappointing that your mind goes to that place. I'm aware, and so are my parents, and have screenshots of everything from the past few weeks that Corey has said about me in relations to you in these group chats, and also everything else before, but never thought you'd stoop to that level, especially due to the 17-year age gap. Talk to me in 16 years if a 33-year-old takes advantage of Flynn for years, then runs talking him on Twitter. And if you didn't know, Flynn is apparently Colleen's son, who is significantly younger than Adam, but the point he is trying to make here is if her son was 16 years old and speaking to a 30-year-old internet celebrity, Colleen would not be comfortable with that, like any other parent around the world would not be comfortable with any 30 or 33-year-old speaking to to their child, because the context being they are a child speaking to a grown adult from across the world who they do not know, have never met, and have really no business speaking to. And the thing is here, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the context has been changed. This is not Adam bringing the son into the drama. This is Adam simply making an extremely valid point. After this message was sent, the son has never really been mentioned until this point of time, because the son is not involved in the drama. It just is an extremely valid thing to say. Why would a mother of a child speak to another child across the world? It makes no sense, and it is quite disturbing. So I can completely understand what Adam is saying, but obviously Colleen is only bringing this up so she can pretty much just villainize Adam and make him seem as the bad guy, the villain in the situation, the person bringing the son into it, the 1-year-old child who is innocent in all of this. Why are you bringing the son into this, Adam? I can't believe it. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can probably guess from the like ratio, this worked wonders for Colleen. But honestly, I don't really understand why. Because as I said earlier, when somebody responds to a situation where they're lying and being deceitful and manipulating things, but in a very smart way where the audience can't see past it, I can completely understand why an audience would be hoodwinked like that. But in this situation with Colleen, this lie or change of context is so unbelievably obvious. It's so obvious what she is doing here. Yet in 2020, people just ate this up. And look, I understand some of you watching this right now are going to be like, oh, I was one of those people. Okay, I'm not really blaming you, but I'm just more confused to how anybody thought that this was some form of good excuse. But alas, this is only the beginning of the video, and it's immediately absolutely awful. Well, I say it's the beginning of the video. It's actually like halfway through, and the reason for that is because, as I said earlier, she wanted to go through the bullshit to kind of make herself seem like the good person, but actually it only made herself like even bigger of a liar. But, well, let's continue.
Then I received a message from this person's mother asking me to not speak his name. So I was trying to respect the mother's wishes and the parents' wishes of this 17-year-old. But it has gotten to a point where there are so many rumors and lies and speculations going around, I feel like I need to address it.
Okay, let's actually do what Colleen didn't do here. Completely on purpose, may I add. And actually take a look at the DMs that she was showing on screen and just quickly flicking through like anybody would actually have the time to read them. When you look at these DMs, it's quite obviously a mother explaining why Adam mentioned her son, and then she pretty much just goes on to say, keep my son's name out of your mouth. And I'm only reading this slowly so you yourself can actually have a chance to read these DMs, which, as I said earlier, is something that Colleen deliberately did not want you to do, because if you did read these DMs, you'd probably realize that Colleen's point is, well, completely invalid. In the DMs, she doesn't say that she can't address the situation, and to be honest, it's not like these DMs were a binding contract. Colleen is only acting this way and saying this is like some form of special request from Adam's mum, because Colleen doesn't actually have any valid points to make, so instead Colleen has to frame herself like she's this wonderful, respectful, and nice person who's gonna respect the wishes of Adam's mother. But to you 10 plus people that remain as Colleen Ballinger fans, you may be saddened to hear that the main reason that Colleen didn't actually respond immediately to Adam's video wasn't because she was respecting the mother's wishes, but it was actually because, well, she was hoping the situation was going to die down. She was hoping the situation was going to go away, because there is no real defense to what she had done, and the best possible way that she could defend herself was by not saying anything and hoping that everybody would forget and she could just move on. But obviously, that didn't happen, and that's why she is now responding. But of course, this is just Colleen, once again, trying to change the context of certain situations. To take the message of keep my son's name out of your mouth as some form of binding contract, as some form of defense, it's just complete bollocks, given the nature of what Adam said in his video. Colleen had to respond. If there was any possible defense or any, I don't know, context missing from this situation, ironically, she should come out and defend herself. But the reality is, as I keep saying, there is no context which changes anything. And the real context is only bad. She shouldn't have been interacting how she was interacting with fans, and there is no justification, but instead, she can't admit that, so she's just gotta be like, oh, I was just respecting the mother's wishes, which is bollocks, of course, and the bollocks doesn't really end there. In fact, it doesn't end for another 2 to 3 hours. I don't know how long this video is going to be, but it's going to be long.
That's what she said.
I do have receipts proving the things that I'm about to tell you. However, I feel uncomfortable sharing them because he is a minor. So I'm only going to be showing you the things that were between adults or things that were already public.
Now this is just insane. This is insane. Like this misshaping of context once again is just absolutely embarrassing.
Oh, I felt uncomfortable sharing his DMs because he's a minor.
Yet you felt pretty comfortable confiding in this guy, confiding in multiple minors for years about your divorce, about very uncomfortable things. You were very comfortable for 4 or maybe even more years to speak to minors on the internet as a grown woman. But now you've got some level of moral compass about inappropriately interacting with minors on the internet. Colleen, I don't think you can pull that card on us, but obviously, for some reason, the internet bought that. Why? Like, can anyone answer the question of why? Because this whole video is about her inappropriately messaging minors, but showing the messages is now inappropriate. There's no logic. It makes no sense. The reality is, her conversations and her interactions with Adam, but also other fans, were inappropriate. And what she is saying here is a very good way of burying these messages and making sure that the public don't demand to see them, out of the whole mantra of, think about the children! The same children that you were saying this to! Think about them, Colleen!
I don't know. I think that's a bit dodgy, mate.
And all of this just continues throughout this response, and I just don't know how anybody fell for it. But yeah, it is just an entire video of her changing context on every single point that she made, and it eventually, finally, leads us into her speaking about the entire underwear saga.
The biggest issue that came from his video is that I sent a child underwear, and wow, anyone who heard this out of context and was offended, I completely understand because I would be too. But in this situation, context is everything. So I would like to give you some context to this situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the little question here of, can somebody explain to me what certain piece of context can actually change the uncomfortable feeling that I get from a 30-year-old celebrity sending their underwear to a 13-year-old child, what was just a child on the internet, sending the underwear over international postage, expensive by the way, cost of living crisis and all, sending it all the way to another continent. What context changes the uncomfortability that I feel from that? Because I would absolutely love to know. And I think what's most ironic about what Colleen is saying here is now she's not even hiding about the changing of context of every single scenario. Now she's like, no, we've got to change the context in this scenario. I'm going to make it actually seem like a good thing that I sent my underwear to a child. I have neighbors, and I hope they didn't just hear what I said. They're working, hopefully. Somebody's got it, I'm clearly not. So yeah, apparently Colleen has a story which is going to change this, and unless the story kind of exposes how in her origin story of becoming a human being that she was originally the human embodiment of ASOS, I don't think that there's anything that's going to change my mind here. But let's give her a chance. Let's see what she's got to say.
4 years ago, I did a live stream, and in this live stream, I did a giveaway. I was giving away clothes that were unused, tags still on, brand new, that I had just bought that I did not want. One of the items that was in this box was a really ugly pair of underwear. As soon as we pulled them out, Corey and I started laughing and joking around about how ugly they were. Why did I buy these ridiculous underwear? It was so stupid.
I just got big old box from Forever 21 and I want to open it up in front of you guys. Maybe I'll send the ones I don't want to you guys. I got a bunch of crop tops. The panties from
and people started asking for them in the live stream.
Who wants that bra?
You want the bra?
Everyone wants the bra.
At the end of the live stream, I was done giving away clothes, and then this boy who made this video about me recently, he asked for the underwear.
Yay, we picked people. I think that's enough.
Did that boy win these or not?
I don't know. He has to tell me what he wants.
What do you say? Is he being mean?
He said, hi, you have ugly clothes, but I want those ratchet panties and bras signed by Corey because he modeled them well.
Yeah!
It was so ridiculous and funny, we laughed about it, and I forgot to send them to him.
This is an absolute manipulation of the truth. This isn't just changing context. In my opinion, this is just outright lying about the original situation which she is speaking about here. I don't know if you noticed it then, but in that clip that Colleen played, it was very spliced up. It's not like she played the full raw footage. No. She made sure to splice it up in a way that makes her look in the right. But ladies and gentlemen, like we like to do on this channel, we spend way too much time looking into things which do not impact my day on a day-to-day basis. And that is, I actually did some research, and the research was, I found the original live stream. And in that live stream, I can tell you now, the context of which she presented it just now is different, and I'm going to go through the timestamps right now. So ladies and gentlemen, let's firstly get into slice number 1, which Colleen presents. And this is going to be a bit confusing, but eventually it'll all kind of glue and mesh up into a big, puzzle photo, something, I don't know, it's gonna make sense is what I'm saying here. So slice number 1.
I just got a big old box from Forever 21 and I want to open it up in front of you guys.
This slice number 1, was from 1 minute and 29 seconds in the video. And then strangely enough, we jump ahead into slice number 2.
Maybe I'll send the ones I don't want to you guys.
Now the reason I said this is strangely enough is because this splice right here is from 6 minutes and 40 seconds. That is quite the jump in time. But then after this, it actually gets even worse of where we move into splice number 3 and 4.
I got a bunch of crop tops. The panties from...
Now these splices were from around 12 minutes in the video, but as you can see so far, we're kind of jumping quite a lot through this. This was a 30+ minute live stream, and randomly we've jumped through multiple segments which you have not seen the full context for. But then we get into the mentioning of people wanting the bra, and this splice is an even bigger jump.
Everyone wants that bra.
You want the bra?
Everyone wants the bra.
So yeah, that was from 33 minutes in, as I just said, but then we move into the real kicker, where the next splices after this, the next 2, are from around 40 minutes into this live stream. And again, we have jumped 10 minutes ahead. We're ignoring all the context of what was said in those 10 minutes, and I'm just going to play them again right now.
This boy who made this video about me recently, he asked for the underwear.
Yay, we picked people. I think that's enough.
Did that boy win these or not?
I don't know. He has to tell me what he wants.
What do you say? Is he being mean?
He said, hi, you have ugly clothes, but I want those ratchet panties and bras signed by Corey because he modeled them well.
Yeah!
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're probably wondering, well, Fraser, why are you showing me these timestamps? Why are we going through these splices that Colleen put in her response video? Well, the reason for that is that in these splices, you can see that individual things have been picked out to present a certain argument that Colleen wants you to believe. She wants you to believe that Adam was pretty much begging throughout the entire live stream for the underwear. She wants you to think that Adam was pretty much being a pest because he wanted the underwear, and he was pretty much demanding it from the very beginning of the stream, but that is not the truth. Because the first time that any mention of underwear in this stream came was from 12 minutes in, but not from Adam, from Colleen.
The bottom half of the panties from... Ew. These are gross looking.
Did you just think it was like a cute underwear
Yeah,
set?
I thought it was a cute underwear set. I need you to put it on
Okay.
so bad. And we'll give it away. I'm not using that.
So firstly, as you can see here, there has already been a changing of context of where Colleen was pretty much presenting it like Adam was begging for the bra throughout the entire video and pretty much being the main one to keep bringing it up.
People started asking for them in the live stream. He asked for the underwear.
But as you just saw, Colleen was the one to first bring it up.
And we'll give it away.
But the thing is throughout the entire live stream, Corey, her friend, was sat next to her, posing in the bra throughout the entire stream, and they kept on referencing it ever since Colleen brought it up in the 12th minute. It wasn't like Adam randomly just brought up the bra and was like, oh, give me that right now, give it to me. And he was spamming the chat the entire live stream. It wasn't like he was doing that. It was pretty much a joke throughout the entire stream. And I think what makes this even more insane is when you're watching Colleen's video from 2020, you would get the impression that Adam was being regularly brought up throughout the entire stream and he was pretty much dominating everything by begging for the underwear. But the reality is, even up to the 33 minutes, Adam was not mentioned, but Colleen and Corey kept on bringing up giving away the underwear.
It's because I'm modeling it. Should I model the other things? I think I'll stretch them out.
They don't want the other things. They want us to donate it.
Oh.
Everyone wants the bra.
Nobody wants the panty? Proby?
Again, there was no mention of Adam here, but also they clearly were entertaining the aspect of giving away the underwear. This was something that they were doing regularly throughout the entire stream, hence Corey was posing with it. And in fact, Adam wasn't actually mentioned until the very ending of the live stream, 40 minutes in, contrary to what you would believe if you just watched Colleen's video.
What made you order these ugly clothes?
Adam!
Oh my god.
Super cute.
Please give me the dress. Oh my god. Those clothes are nasty. He's so rude. Oh my god. You guys, you're killing me. Okay. Oh my god, he's so sassy. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Your Twitter account is making me laugh so much. Clean boobs are bursting out of every outfit I approve. Corey is still chilling with lingerie on. Ew, that's an ugly shirt. No, put that shirt in the bin. Oh my god, that makes me laugh. I want to send him something. Do you want the bra, Adam?
Adam, do you want the bra and panties? Tweet right now.
Oh my god. Yeah. Adam, let me know what you want.
So here right there, you can clearly see that Colleen Ballinger was so obviously splicing up clips to manipulate the context to pretty much just lie to her entire audience. Reminder, this is how she presented it.
People started asking for them in the live stream. He asked for the underwear.
Now obviously we know that's a complete and utter lie.
He's in Ireland. Hi, Adam. I love you. Okay. I'm sending him something. Oh my god, that made me laugh so hard. The shade. You said you shaded me so hard. Okay, maybe he'll want the panties. Although then his parents will be like, "You're not allowed to watch who is sending you panties." He'd be like, "Mom, don't worry. I watched the boy wear them online first."
And as you can see, she once again brought up the idea of sending the underwear to Adam, despite in her video in 2020 portraying it as, oh, Adam kept asking for it, Adam wanted them. She put the idea out there, she kept presenting it in her stream, and even if Adam was in her chat saying things, she did not need to make the idea become even bigger than Adam spamming the chat or saying things in the chat. She could have just ignored it, but no, she clearly wanted to send this underwear. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very clear what is going on here. Colleen was the one to mention the underwear in the first place. She was the one to first bring up sending the underwear to Adam in the first place, but when you were to originally watch the Colleen response video in 2020, given the spliced up clips that she presented, you would not think that. You would think that Adam was being a pest throughout the entire live stream. But ladies and gentlemen, even if he was doing that, I hate to say it, but that's still not a justification for sending underwear to a 13-year-old over the internet. You shouldn't do that even if they are pesting you, because 13-year-olds are immature, they are children, and you have the moral responsibility as an adult to recognize that and avoid that, to just not even bring it up in the first place. But the worst part is we're not even at the final clip shown in the splices that Colleen showed in her 2020 video. With all of this extra stuff that she didn't include, it makes the story oh so much worse, but now we finally get in to the final splice.
Yay, we picked people. I think that's enough.
Did that boy win these or not?
I don't know. He has to tell me what he wants. What was his name again?
Oh,
shoot.
Adam?
Oh, yeah. It was Adam. Yeah, it was Adam.
What do you say? Is he being mean?
He said, hi, you have ugly clothes, but I want those ratchet panties and bra signed by Corey because he modeled them well.
Yeah!
Now this is at the very ending of the live stream. This is pretty much the last minute, and even towards that moment of time, they were still asking what Adam wants, and they were still mentioning the underwear. And even when Adam says that he wants the underwear, he mentions it's because of Corey's modeling. So clearly, it's because of those two going on about it throughout the entire live stream. What Colleen said in her video in 2020 was a complete and utter lie, and it's genuinely disgusting that that lie has been used to slander and victim blame Adam for 3 years straight.
He asked for the underwear.
But naturally, ladies and gentlemen, not everybody is going to find the stream that I found and work everything out. And honestly, I completely get that. This is one bit of manipulation from Colleen, which you could consider actually to be quite smart, even if it is an absolutely terrible thing to do, because no one really is gonna want to go through an entire live stream and work out the context of specific orders of splices of footage. That's just not something that the regular human being has the time to do on a day-to-day basis. Fortunately though, I am here, I don't really have much of a life, and I have just done that and proven that yes, basically everything up until this point of the response that we're at with Colleen is just an outright manipulation of the truth. And how much manipulation of the truth does it have to be until it becomes an outright lie?
It was so ridiculous and funny, we laughed about it, and I forgot to send them to him. And eventually he tweeted me asking me for them again. I sent them to him. He put them on over his clothes and posted about them. It was like a big joke within the fandom. I did this publicly. That live stream is still up right now. And I've always given out weird random things in live streams. I've given out a taco costume. I've given out old bobby pins, dirty shoes. A few weeks ago, I sent a fan like a single piece of toilet paper. I've always given away weird stuff. And so in my mind, at the time, this was no different than all the other weird stuff I send to my fans as a joke. Now, in hindsight, I see how completely stupid of me. I should have never sent that. I don't know what part of my brain was missing at the time that I thought, oh, this is a normal, silly thing to do. I should have realized and recognized how dumb that was and never sent it to him, no matter how much he asked. But it was never a sneaky, creepy, gross thing that I was doing in secret. It was a silly, stupid mistake that now is being blown way out of proportion.
If you personally view something as not sneaky or not something that you've intended to be malicious, that necessarily doesn't really justify your actions. That doesn't mean that what you have possibly done is in the right. That is just your personal perspective. But in the eyes of society, especially in the eyes of 2023 society, is what Colleen Ballinger did was gross and it was wrong. But what she is doing here is trying to downplay the situation, to manipulate everybody into thinking, oh, she clearly admits her faults and she's clearly, knowing that she's wrong about this situation, but she's growing and she's changing and she's moving on, as some of the comments seem to say in the comment section of this video. But that's no further from the truth. The fact she is willing to try and manipulate everybody into believing that is even worse. It shows me that she isn't sorry. It shows me that she is actually worse than we originally thought. It's being blown out of proportion. This quote is another example of, again, her just downplaying everything. Nothing is being blown out of proportion here. In fact, I think in regards to how this was responded to and reacted to in 2020, I don't think this was blown into proportion enough. And I think this is just genuinely quite a disrespectful thing to say, given what she is speaking about in this video. But talking about disrespect, Colleen gets even more disrespectful after this, after she seems to pin the blame on Adam's parents. And you're probably noticing the familiar trend throughout this video of Colleen simply being unable to take any responsibility. She'll be like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done this thing, but what about this guy? Every single time.
He also mentioned in his video that his mom was uncomfortable with me, which was surprising and shocking for me to hear, because I was always under the impression, due to the things he told me and the things that I saw on the internet, that she not only was aware of our interactions, but she was very supportive of him being a fan of mine. She commented on a photo of him this year at my show, saying how it was such a fun night. She gave him a birthday card when he was 16 with me on it, and he let me know multiple times how much his parents loved me and watched my videos. So this was surprising for me to hear, because if I had known that, I would have stopped all interactions with him if I ever knew his parents were uncomfortable.
Now, the reason I think that Colleen is bringing up the parents and kind of being like, oh, I didn't realize that they were uncomfortable, is because, again, she wants to pin the blame on others rather than herself. Now, in regards to Adam's parents being uncomfortable, I'm pretty sure in his recent videos about this situation, he said that Colleen, and also in his original video, that his parents were uncomfortable, in particular in the panty situation, hence they took them away. But I think what Adam did there was calm his parents down, as he was at the time an impressionable superfan who probably didn't want his parents to stop him speaking to somebody who he was a massive fan of. But also, ladies and gentlemen, Adam has clarified that his parents at the time weren't necessarily aware of the extent of the things being discussed between Adam and Colleen, and just in general the extent of his friendship with Colleen.
She basically says that it was my mother's fault for not telling her that she was uncomfortable. And I'm not going to reiterate this story, but if you watch my last video, my relationship with Colleen Ballinger, I talk about how basically my mom didn't know about anything because Colleen Ballinger told me not to tell my parents about anything because she was trauma dumping to me and she knew that my parents would make it stop. And I thought I was so stupid that I thought I was protecting my friend for not telling my parents everything.
And yeah, when you go and watch the video that Adam was referencing there, you can see that there were a lot of screenshots shown. And in these screenshots, I believe Adam is 15 years old, and it's him and Colleen meeting up in Dublin to go for lunch. And in these messages, Colleen is clearly very shocked that Adam's parents are coming to this meetup, and Adam gives his reasoning for why this was.
My mom knew that they had been there for a while and they weren't going to hang out with me. I think my mom was starting to catch on at that stage, so she stays on the street. I did not know that my mom was staying on the street, so it was news to me. And then I go, my parents are so mad, and she goes, wait, are your parents coming? What's happening? I'm confused. Because the worst thing for Colleen is for my parents to be there because she can't talk to me inappropriately.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very obvious to what was going on here. Colleen deliberately did not want Adam's parents knowing about the extent of what they were speaking about, just in general, their friendship, whatever relationship dynamic that they had. Colleen did not want the parents knowing, and that's why she reacted like this in these messages. So the fact that she has tried to pin the blame on Adam's parents is just absolutely insane to me, because the reality is the only reason that she's trying to do this is just because she's trying to push the blame onto others. But Colleen, you have the moral responsibility as an adult, as I keep saying, to not speak to children. From how it was described, Adam was keeping a lot from his parents, so I don't think that his parents genuinely thought that, oh, their 13, 14-year-old son was besties with some 33-year-old famous person on the internet. They probably just thought that, I don't know, maybe there was like a fan group chat or fan forum that Adam was involved in. But either way, that isn't a justification for any of Colleen's actions, and she's only saying this to make it look less bad on her and more bad on Adam's parents, when the reality is the only person that should be blamed here is Colleen Ballinger. And again, I do want to bring up the fact that this video was viewed as a wonderful response from Colleen, and I'm just confused why. There is no actual actual good responses so far. You can't just look at something she's saying and be like, oh yeah, fair enough, and then be like, oh, I do still disagree with you, but that was a good point. Because sometimes when there is a terrible response, there are sometimes a few good points put out there. But in this video, there's just none. There's absolutely zero. It's just complete misconstruing of the timeline, the situations, and everything, and it only continues to get worse. Because after this, we then get into the conversation of Twitter accounts. Because yes, for a very short period of time, Adam actually ran the Miranda Sings Twitter account, which if you somehow didn't know at this point, I don't know how, you're like an hour and a half into this video, Miranda Sings is obviously a character that Colleen Ballinger created. It's incredibly unfunny in my personal opinion, but you know, 12-year-olds liked it at the time, because they were 12 years old, and Colleen shouldn't speak to those 12-year-olds. But yeah, it was a character, it was very successful, and Adam had the privilege of running that account for like a day.
Another thing I think is important to address from his video is that he did have access to my Miranda Sings Twitter account for one day, not for years, and I want to just go over how that whole situation went down.
Now, once again, we have, yet again, another lie, because nobody has said that Adam had that account for years. Nobody. And I know she doesn't directly say Adam there, but it's very obvious to me what she is trying to do. She's trying to make it out that, oh, everybody's been saying that Adam's been running the account for years because of the video that I'm responding to. Because what she is saying in this video is a direct response to Adam's video. And by her saying this, she's going to make her audience think, oh, Adam said he ran it for years when he actually didn't. And Adam's the liar, when the reality is, Adam only said that he ran the account for a day and a night.
So then I got into the account and she basically just sent me a message saying go crazy. So what I had to do was tweet, respond to fans, talk to fans, basically just get hype about Miranda again. So I spent my entire day and night talking to fans on the Miranda Sings account.
So yeah, this is kind of wild to me that Colleen would just plain-face basically lie to everybody and seemingly get away with it, because it's very clear what the truth is here. Adam ran the account for a day, but also Adam did do work for Colleen, just not running the account for quite a while. Because Adam shows in his video for a long time he had been sending Colleen images that he's edited, funny ideas and funny things to post on the social media accounts, and this is why he got access to the actual account itself, because Colleen seemingly felt bad that Adam was doing so much free work. But for some reason in her video she decided to mention, oh no, he wasn't running it for years, like anybody was ever really saying that when absolutely nobody was. I don't understand how with every scenario she feels like she needs to change the context with everything. It's just so unbelievably disingenuous, but she keeps on doing it even in the more minimal points. And with that, we're gonna move a bit further on to where she actually apologizes for her oversharing. And oversharing is an underestimation of some of the things that she has done.
I love talking to my fans. I love interacting with my fans. My fans are many different ages. So yes, there are some teenagers, but there's also adults. I love supporting them, supporting their passions, learning about them in the same way that you like to do that for me. To me, you aren't just my fans, you're my friends. We all have seen me cry way too many times on this channel about things I probably should have kept to myself. I definitely overshare, and I have definitely overshared with fans when they have asked me what's wrong, or ask me how I'm feeling, or try to console me when I'm feeling down. I definitely have overshared in the past with them and talked with them a little too much when I should have kept things to myself or talked to family or close friends instead.
Colleen Ballinger, and just in general to YouTubers, your fans, especially your underage fans, are not your friends. What she is saying here is just an outright massive red flag. And in regard to the things that have come out in 2020 and the things that I've shown throughout this video, the only reason that she is saying this is an attempt to get ahead of pretty much everything and also just portray it in a more innocent way. Because yes, in 2023, a lot more context has come out since then, and yeah, I think the only reason she's saying this is because she knew that that stuff was originally going to come out, and she just wanted to basically get ahead and make it seem like she actually wasn't doing anything with any bad intentions, and she was just trying to make friends. It's an extremely manipulative thing, especially when you look into the actual context of the messages that she was sending to some of her fans in group chats where there were a lot of underage people people, and she's kind of brushing past everything because I don't think she wants to mention the specific details of her messages, so instead I will do that for you, Colleen. Colleen, I would like you to answer, why did you send... I'm only laughing because it makes me uncomfortable, but Colleen, why did you send messages into group chats asking teenagers if they're still virgins still, and also asking teenagers for ass pics? Colleen Ballinger, would you really describe that as oversharing, or would you describe that as an incredibly inappropriate thing to do, which could begin with the G word, which I won't say for YouTube age restriction reasons, but it's a heavy accusation a lot of people have been making towards Colleen, and honestly, I can see why people were making and are making these accusations, because no grown adult should be saying these things to teenagers. I don't want to sound like a big old reactionary conservative YouTuber here, but if a 33-year-old male man, big dude, sent these messages to a 13-year-old girl, we'd be getting the pitchforks out. We'd be saying, you're going to jail, son. So why is it any different here? But for some reason, because this is 13-year-old Adam McIntyre, people aren't taking this seriously. People are saying, oh no, yeah, this is all being blown out of proportion. No, it's not. We're not actually taking this into proportion enough. This whole situation is mental, and the fact that this person still has fans, which are apparently now doxing people for even speaking about all of this, is just wild, and it really does just show how militant her fan base are and how she has deliberately made that audience be that way by cultivating it in the way that she has. This entire response video is just outright manipulative, disgusting, and just in general deceitful. I'm honestly shocked that people saw this in 2020 and thought, oh yeah, this is a really good response. And I know I keep saying that, but given everything, given how she has described some of her actions, it's just absolutely insane to me. And people can say, oh, well, we didn't know the context of some of the things sent in the group chats. Okay, but you knew that she sent underwear to a child. So why did we not all back then just say, hey, this is wrong? And honestly, I feel bad for not looking into this in 2020, because I should have, and I genuinely am quite apologetic to Adam for that. And obviously, I can't cover every single topic, but I'm genuinely shocked that I did not know the sheer nature of the details happening in this situation. But in 2020, as I keep saying, this response was taken very well. Adam was then dubbed a gossip because of everything that Colleen was saying in her video. People were going to Adam, hate bombing him, saying that he was a liar, and just in general harassing him for 3 years straight. And if any other fan out there dared to speak up against Colleen Ballinger, they would be shut down as a liar, they would be harassed, some would apparently be doxxed. It just became an extremely toxic situation which Colleen Ballinger caused via her lies, deception, and manipulation. But with all of this conversation about Colleen, with everybody on the internet pretty much discussing this, it caused a lot of controversy in Colleen's fan base, because obviously Adam was seen as a super fan, but he wasn't the only super fan, and that does introduce a major player into this story, and that is Cody Tyler, who was yet again another superfan of Colleen Ballinger and somebody that spent their days in the fanbase just in general having conversation with Colleen fans and just in general making friends in that fanbase. And on May the 5th, 2020, Cody uploaded a video titled Colleen Ballinger Didn't Tell You This. And ladies and gentlemen, this video was pretty much another reason to why Colleen got away with absolutely everything in 2020, because pretty much this video just seems like pretty much a defense piece. It seems like it's another fan defending Colleen, coming out and just saying, no, Adam is a gossip, is a liar, is somebody that isn't to be trusted. And because you have a fan speaking against a fan, it caused a lot of people out there to start to even more believe what Colleen was saying in her original response video. And the main thing that this video tackled was pretty much just Adam lying about some of the serious accusations that he made in his video, but another accusation that was put towards Adam in this video was the fact, well, not the fact, but the alleged fact that he was actually not friends with the people involved, i.e. Corey and Colleen. Okay, Fraser from the future here. I just thought I'd interject and say I was about to play a clip from that video from Cody Tyler, but I noticed on my YouTube channel when I uploaded this video from the Internet Archives, it came up with this, saying that pretty much the video is automatically not being able to be uploaded because of some form of copyright strike notice from Cody Tyler. And yeah, we're going to be skipping ahead in the story right now and just saying Cody removed pretty much every single video that they've made about this situation, and this is going to make it a bit more difficult. So what I'm going to have to do with every single clip that I play now is basically I'm going to have to read like a transcript of what Cody is saying in the video and still try and show some of the visuals. This is going to be a little bit annoying because in the actual recording, which I've already done, I'm reacting to the video itself and speaking about what's happened. So this may seem a little bit weird, but there's nothing we can really do. And yeah, this obviously doesn't look very good on Cody, but let's get into the first quote-unquote clip. So the clip starts off with Cody playing a clip of Adam speaking about his friendships.
As you all know, I was a good friend of Colleen and Corey.
And then after this, Cody goes on to say, that's interesting because when I started to talk to Cody in direct messages about this, he said he never had a friendship with you. And then Cody shows these DMs and says, Corey told me not one DM, nothing. The only time I said his name was when we wondered if he ran a hate account because for years, people have sent us screenshots of him hating on us. I hate how he acted like I was friends with him. I've never even spoken to him. Cody then goes on to say, this is a screenshot Adam used in the video where Corey says Colleen thinks blank is Adam, but you all blank who blank. Corey also sent me these screenshots to prove he's never sent a message on Twitter and Facebook, end quote, I guess, and then Cody plays this video.
After 2016, during a live stream that I'll discuss later, me and Colleen started talking on a more personal level, and by 2017 we were good friends, or what I would have called good friends. Very quickly we started talking a lot, and my parents were really happy to see the fact that someone like Colleen Ballinger was so dedicated to talking to all of her fans. This slowly turned into me getting private details about her divorce and what was happening with the relationship with her ex-husband.
So after this clip, Cody cuts to themselves and says the quote of, Adam never actually showed any proof that this allegedly took place, and because I know Adam lies several times throughout this video, I do not believe it. End quote. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the time of release, I believe this video was a bit of a slam dunk for Cody. Pretty much they had managed to convince the world, just like Colleen did, that Adam was a liar and was even lying about being friends with these people, and the internet was not happy. And yeah, maybe with a 5-second look into this video, I could maybe say, oh, I can understand why some people would now believe that Adam is a liar, because he said all these things about Colleen's interactions with fans, but then you've got another fan saying that's not true. And yeah, maybe with like some basic logic, we can say that's why this video at the time was actually fine. But honestly, no, I've gone through this video now, and this is my first viewing of it in 2023, and I am just in general confused how somebody could watch this video, complete it, and say, oh yeah, Adam is definitely in the wrong, when logic like this is being applied. So the clip I'm about to play, which I can't play because of copyright reasons, Cody starts off with playing this clip of Adam.
Our relationship slowly turned into me always being asked to go find drama for her, whether it was about Josh, ex-friends, or fans. At the time, I saw this as harmless, and I was just really excited that my favorite person in the entire world wanted to talk to me. Now looking back though, I can see that it was just a way of baiting me to constantly get me to get her the information.
Now after this clip, Cody goes on to say this quote, Adam again doesn't show any proof that this actually happened, and it's a little odd to me that he would say an adult would ask a minor to go look up drama for her. Okay, so the little thing I'm confused about here is Cody's whole argument is, oh, Colleen wouldn't have done that because Adam was a minor at the time, and like, that is, Cody, I don't know if you realize, but that is the entire issue that we have in this entire situation. Colleen was interacting with minors in inappropriate ways. So what you're saying here actually makes no sense, because Colleen did send underwear to a minor, and that shows that she clearly does not care about breaking boundaries. And yeah, for some reason in 2020 this was seen as like some slam dunk. It was like a hit piece. It was a masterclass of proving Adam wrong, but no, I mean, what she is saying in this is just fundamentally wrong, but it only gets worse and worse, because the video itself is just full of contradictions and just in general poor applications of any attempts at logic, and I'm just gonna play you another example of that. So the clip from Cody, which I can't again play for copyright reasons, starts off with Cody playing a clip from Adam.
Oh no, I remember what happened. We walked up and and whenever I was hugging her, she said, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie." Yeah, because in her live stream, she said she wanted to send me her lingerie. I'm not lying, she did. Trust me. She hugged me and we were talking, and she was like, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie. My parents were right behind me, so thanks for that, Colleen."
Now after this clip, Cody appears and basically goes on a big monologue where they say, so the parents heard about the lingerie before he got it, so why didn't the parents go up to Colleen after hearing that and say, hey, maybe don't send my kid lingerie, maybe send him something more appropriate. K, thanks. But then they let him get it. They already knew about it and they let him get it. So why were they so offended when they knew he was gonna get it and didn't do anything to stop it? That doesn't make any sense. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the point that Cody is trying to make here is, why did the parents not do anything in this situation? Why did they not angrily respond like they did after Adam made his video? My question is Cody, did you even watch Adam's original video? Because in that video, he clearly states that his parents did angrily respond by taking away the underwear and getting very upset, like Adam said in his video.
So I did get sent the lingerie, and immediately whenever it arrived, my parents were furious. They were so angry and they took it away.
So Adam pretty clearly answers some of the quarrels that Cody had, but also even in the clip where he said that his parents were there when Colleen went up to him and mentioned the lingerie, he says this.
She hugged me and we were talking, and she was like, "I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie. My parents were right behind me, so thanks for that."
That's not an indication that his parents heard. That's not an indication that his parents knew that this was some big transactional thing that was actually going to happen. The parents may not have heard, but also the parents might have thought maybe it was just a joke. I don't think any parent would genuinely believe that somebody would so confidently say that to their child when they were right next to them. They either didn't hear or probably thought it was some form of a joke which actually had not happened. And if you were doing any forms of research or just, watched the video, you would probably know that. But again, this video was seen as I guess a good video. I don't really understand why. And now this video has been purged from the Jedi archives, and honestly, you can really see why, because it is just honestly a terrible video, and again, another example of victim blaming onto Adam McIntyre. And also, I just don't understand the sheer amount of blaming of the parents in this situation. Colleen is the one to blame here. We should be focusing on the person that did these actions, and the logic of, oh, well, why didn't you just react in a certain way, isn't a justification. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean that Colleen is now redeemed because other people didn't stop her from doing her actions. It's not like if I was to go rob a store and, I steal the things and there's some bystander nearby, and you can't just say to the guy, oh, why did you not do something, and pin all the blame on him. No, I'm the one that's robbed the shop, not the guy that was just stood there innocently. I'm the one that committed the criminal actions, and Colleen is the one that committed the inappropriate actions in this situation, and we should be putting the blame on her and not spinning it onto other people. But as I said, ladies and gentlemen, for some reason what I'm saying right now wasn't really acceptable in 2020, and this just pretty much led to an even bigger hate campaign against Adam, with Colleen's video, with Cody's video, and much more other people's videos being used to speak up against Adam. He claims that people cut ties with him, stopped speaking to him completely, and just in general, the sheer amount of abuse Adam faced over the next 3 years was absolutely terrible, and was all because of Colleen Ballinger and the people that attacked Adam in defense of Colleen, using absolutely stupid and terrible logic, but just out of a desperate attempt to remain friends with Colleen Ballinger. It's a very sad story, but ultimately it is a great example of how cultivated the Colleen Ballinger fanbase was up until 2023. She could get away with pretty much everything. Like I said at the beginning of the video, there are so many content creators in 2020 which were exposed for, honestly, in some cases, lesser things, and they did not get back on top. They were not allowed to continue. But Colleen Ballinger, because of how some fans were back in 2020, she was able to carry on like nothing happens until 2023. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached 2023, also known as the year of the downfall of Colleen Ballinger. And I know what some of you are saying, finally, because it's been around 2 hours and we have finally gotten to the stuff that's actually ongoing right now. And may I say, in 2023, it has just been an outright mess. Because for 3 years after 2020, the situation was buried and forgotten until recently, where old names started to resurface. Because like all situations on the internet and in general all situations in life, they're never truly over. And that was only proven further on May the 23rd, 2023. Cody Tyler uploaded a video titled "Why I Left the Colleen Ballinger Fandom." And yes, my friends, I think you may be a little bit confused right now because this is a video uploaded by the same person that we just covered previously, who was defending Colleen Ballinger and pretty much contributed to Colleen Ballinger getting away with absolutely everything, and now they're speaking negatively about Colleen Ballinger. What's actually going on here, you may be asking? Well, that's why we're going to be going through it for the next hour and a half. Now, this video is pretty much the complete opposite of what was said by Cody in 2020, and this video sparked up the entire community on YouTube going absolutely crazy and led to a month of exposés from ex-fans coming out and speaking against Colleen Ballinger, but also Corey DeSoto, of where pretty much their names have been absolutely dragged through the mud, and every single day at this point, it feels like another thing is coming out about these two. Whether it's ex-fans, whether it's just somebody in general making a video about them, Colleen Ballinger in 2023, up until this point, no longer seems to have a career, and that was all because of this video. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we actually took a look at this video, and it starts off by pretty much Cody explaining why Colleen's fanbase is the most toxic fanbase in existence. And look, I don't want to immediately start this off like I'm being a big old meanie, but that is incredibly ironic given the video that they made in 2020, but I don't really believe that there is a specific fanbase which is the most toxic fanbase in existence. I think that it is a very dramatic statement to say this fanbase is nothing but toxicity. As somebody that loves Star Wars, which is pretty much every Star Wars YouTuber out there, just consumes so much Star Wars content, I can tell you that there is a lot of toxicity in that fanbase, but it doesn't mean that every single person in that fanbase is an awful human being. And I think that applies to pretty much every other fan base. I'm sure that there are some, I can't speak English, my words aren't coming out correctly. I'm sure that there are some absolutely bloomin' gems in the Colleen Ballinger fan base, and I don't think that's necessarily fair to say they're all absolutely terrible, but also she mentions that Colleen is as bad as Shane Dawson, and if that is the case, then please, somebody for the love of God, get that cat out of there. I mean, she literally admitted to having a bit of a not so good relationship. But yeah, pretty much this video for the first 10 minutes, if not half of the video, is Cody speaking about themselves, and there has been a lot of criticism towards this, and at the same time, I can see why, but I can also see that, yeah, they are going to speak about themselves because it is their personal experience, and maybe they need to try and justify some of their actions in the past, and with past things, Cody then gets into the whole situation with Adam McIntyre. And yeah, like earlier, we can't play this video because it will get copyright claimed, so I'm gonna have to detail everything said in the video. So yes, it starts off with Cody at 12:36 in this video. That's when they finally get into the Adam bit, saying, and then we have the Adam McIntyre situation, and then Cody shows the original video. Cody then begins the quote saying, this happened, and at the time I was dealing with the Bullock situation, so if you ever want to watch my Bullock series, that's hot tea. Then Cody says, he makes this video about Colleen and like shares all these DMs about Colleen, and I'm like, wow, not her literally manipulating a child to work for her for free and trauma dumping, because that's the phrase for it. It's trauma dumping, not her trauma dumping on a child. Cody says, I was literally flabbergasted when this happened. I saw this video and my immediate thought was, what? Like when he first started talking about when Colleen would talk about her divorce with him, I'm like, he's a literal child. Why are you trauma dumping on a child like you're a grown adult, like maybe get a therapist? That was one of my issues. I would trauma dump in group chats when I should have trauma dumped to a therapist. I should have been I'm paying them hundreds of dollars to listen to my problems. I really try hard as an adult to not talk about my problems with other friends of mine because they're not paid to listen to that. Jesus, capitalism has really rotted our brains. Sorry, that's not a quote. It's just hard to hear what they're saying here. They go on to then say, and if I needed to talk about my trauma, I should have not given that trauma to other people because I've had to do that to others, and I've politely told them to not give your trauma to me, get a therapist or get a journal. Okay, they then say that they were speaking to Spillchess in DMs about this, so I want to show you that as well, and then they show the DMs, and they say, I was having a conversation with Spillchess about Corey and his likes after the Adam McIntyre video dropped, and so I screen recorded this and I want to show it to you, and then they then show a screen recording of Corey's likes, and yeah, the video is Adam getting mocked by clown music, which Corey liked, and that video ends, and Cody says, I was not on their side, and I was showing concern about Adam being bullied by the community, and for, oh my god, I need to make a video, but I was already working on my Belux video, so I needed to finish that, and then work on the Adam video, and I wanted to wait and see what happened. I'm going to show you these DMs now between me and Colleen and me and Corey, because I think you need to see these, and then she shows a DM from Colleen, which says, I want to reach out to you privately and in confidence, and let you know why I'm staying silent. After he sent me that message that he has now made public, I responded to his messages immediately, and then received a message from his mother through his DMs asking me not to speak to him. I now realize I should have never been communicating with him in the first place, and then Cody cuts off and shows themselves again saying, yeah, duh, he was a child. Now, there's a lot we kind of need to go through here. That was a very long clip, and there's a lot of information that we need to kind of dissect and break down. Firstly, obviously, liking tweets bullying a child when you are the creator involved in those controversies is obviously and naturally completely and utterly indefensible and outright disgusting. The more I hear about this Corey DeSoto person throughout this entire situation, the more I think this person is a complete and outright disgusting bellends. Like, I don't even know them personally. They may be watching this video getting all angry and tensing up, and great, please just don't take your anger out in messaging fans in a group chat getting all pissed off about me. Just go confide in an adult. Get angry at me to an adult. Somebody of 30 years old of age. Somebody the same age as you. Not a 14-year-old. But secondly, Colleen in her message saying that she realizes she shouldn't have been communicating with him in the first place is just utterly hilarious. Because she's saying this whilst communicating with another fan. It's like, mate, just make your logic a little bit more sensible here. And I probably should bring in the whole age aspect things to make things a little bit fair. Of course, Adam at the time was 17 to 13 years old, and I believe Cody was around 30 years old. So yes, one of them is an adult and one isn't an adult. But at the same time, I honestly just don't think you should be befriended super fans. Now, maybe just somebody being like, oh yeah, man, I like your content. I'm a fan of your content. That's different. That's not a super fan. That's a regular human being. But Cody was clearly somebody who was dedicated to the absolute maximum, writing fan fictions about really uncomfortable stuff that I'm not going to detail. But if you really want to find it, go watch Cody's original video. But yeah, this is somebody who I really don't think a celebrity should be befriending if that person is a God's defending superfan of them. Because you know the only reason Colleen was befriending these people was because she wanted these people like Cody Tyler to do her dirty work for her. She wasn't going to come out and defend herself if she didn't have to. Instead, she would have her militant fans do it all for her. And that's clearly what happened back in the day of 2020, where Cody Tyler came out and outright slandered Adam McIntyre. And look, I know I've said this phrase quite a lot throughout this video, but it only gets worse. And if you've been counting how many times I've said it only gets worse throughout this video, please just comment down the number below. I'd really appreciate it. But ladies and gentlemen, it only gets worse. Now the clip starts off with the DMs being shown previously from Colleen, and I've just realized as well from watching this clip from Cody that Colleen's name isn't Ballinger, it's Ballinger, and I feel like everybody's been getting mad at me for 2 hours straight, and I'd firstly like to apologize, but secondly, I don't actually care. But thirdly, let's get into the actual quote, where Cody says, Adam isn't the only child that she was talking to. She was literally in DMs talking to children about sex. Here's one, and they show a DM saying, are you to a virgin. This is Colleen in a group chat with children. They're called the Weenies. This is a group chat, and if you're in a Colleen Ballinger fandom, you know about this group chat. And then they show another DM saying, what's your favorite position? And then Cody says, these are children. And one of the things I think is interesting about this from the Colleen Ballinger situation is here is a screenshot from Adam's video. This is about when Colleen was queerbaiting. I made a video about that. The situation I thought was Colleen, and I found out from this video that Adam actually posted that queerbaiting thing and that it was Adam, and I'm not mad as he's a kid. It doesn't matter. He's a child. Children make mistakes. And then Cody shows one of the DMs between Adam and Colleen and says, she's like, am I gonna get in trouble? Be careful. I don't want to be in a scandal and have to apologize. And Cody then says, not even showing sympathy towards how he's reacting to this whole situation. It's all about her. I think it's very important that you realize that this is all me. And then they show another DM and say, I think this is one of the most important messages from Colleen, and shows the DM which says, I don't want to be in a scandal and have to apologize. And Cody then says, yeah, I can tell you don't, because look at what you did. Look at you messaging me. This is her freaking out. And then Cody shows another DM where Colleen is saying that she isn't mad and that she's just paranoid that people will get mad at her and that she doesn't want to have to apologize. And Cody then says, so she doesn't care about how she hurts people, she only cares about having to apologize. Why did I not wake up sooner? Now, my non-parasocial friends, once again, there is a lot of information that we need to take in, dissect, and break down here. But the first thing I kind of want to tackle here is, you may be thinking to yourself, this video is a bit weird, it's a bit strange, given some of the things that we've gone through in this video, because obviously, in 2020, Cody was saying outright the opposite things to what she just said in that clip. In this clip, you'd think she's somebody who's hyper aware of everything and has always been, even back in 2020. But we know that's absolutely not the case. So obviously, what's going on here? I guess you can say there was a change of heart, but honestly, I'm not really sure that's going to outright explain this insane change of thought in general. And yeah, Cody does go on to, I guess, give some form of explanation about why this happened. And it's up to you whether you believe Cody. For me personally, it is a little bit difficult to kind of see how this massive change has happened. It is the outright opposite of what was said, but I kind of do have my own personal experience with this, which I will explain after this clip of Cody giving their reasons. So Cody says, I think Colleen messaged me so I would do her dirty work for her, and she tried to get me on her side, and it worked, sadly. And then it cuts to a jump cut of where Cody then says, now I believe the reason that she DM'd me was so that I would make this video, and then Cody shows the video that they made in 2020 defending Colleen. Cody then says, I believe she DM'd me so I would make a video defending her, and it worked. I was so excited when she messaged me. I was like, oh my god, she's confiding in me. I was gonna be her knight in shining armor. Cody is absolutely right in what they're saying here. That is exactly what was happening in this situation. Colleen Ballinger did not want to put out a defense. She wanted somebody else to do their dirty work, as I have said throughout this video. And previously I did just mention that I have had my own previous experiences with changing my mind on certain things on the internet from the complete opposite to what I was saying in the past. And that person is sadly Shane Dawson. I know. At one point of time, I was a big old Shane Dawson fan. Oh, hard to say nowadays, but I was, and there was good reason for that. I didn't really know about pretty much any of the bad stuff, and most of it was at one point of time proven as false. There was some weird out of context quotes going around, which were argued to just be out of context jokes until more and more came out in 2020. And back in 2018, I was a fan of the guy, as I think most of us were, and people do try to say that they weren't, but let's be real, most of the internet were. Shane Dawson was getting around 25 million views a video with nothing but support at the time, with obviously a few people speaking against it, but for the most part, on the internet, everybody at one point was a fan. And with that, at one point, I did actually get in contact with Shane, and we did seemingly become acquaintances, friends, and in hindsight, after everything, I can relate to what Cody is saying here, because to me now, I feel like Shane Dawson only really tried to befriend me because I was a, I guess, up-and-coming commentary channel with an opinion, people were listening to me, and I think Shane Dawson didn't want to have somebody like me go against him. I believe at that point of time, the only commentary channel speaking against Shane was D'Angelo Wallace, which is quite ironic because D'Angelo was the person that seemingly started the downfall of Shane Dawson, and I really wouldn't have been surprised in another timeline, in another multiverse, Shane Dawson would have tried to befriend D'Angelo Wallace if D'Angelo had never made a video on Shane. Why would he have done this? Well, because he wanted to control the narrative, just like he did with me, and just like Colleen did with Cody Tyler. But that doesn't mean I'm going to excuse absolutely everything that Cody did in the past. And I will give my reasons for that, but firstly, I do just want to play another clip from Cody's video of when they explain why they were so nice to Colleen, even after Adam's video. So the clip once again starts with Cody showing the DMs between them and Colleen and says that when Cody said that Adam was lying, Cody was only doing this to get Colleen to tell stuff to Cody for Cody's video. Cody then says, I wanted her to like me. I didn't actually know if she was lying or not. I didn't care. I just wanted her to notice me. And if I'm being honest, I was a mentally ill person and the person I idolized was messaging me. And then there's another jump cut and Cody goes on to say, I want to explain why I was much nicer than I should have been to Colleen when she sent me that long DM about Adam. I had not seen everything at that point, and when I got that DM, I had only seen the Adam video. I hadn't seen all the massive threads, and then Cody goes on to list all the things that Colleen has been called out for, and then says, there were so many things that I hadn't seen yet, so I was just in the dark. I had rose-colored glasses on. I didn't know how bad of a person she was, and it's just really sad, and I think that's why I was still trying to be on her good side, even though I didn't really like what she was doing to Adam. I really just wanted to get DMs for my video, and I really wanted something that other people didn't have, and I was the only person she was speaking to in the drama community, and I didn't want to mess this up and have her go away and not say anything, because I was afraid she wasn't going to apologize, and I thought maybe I could get her on my side and I could get her to say something. I don't know, it was a hot mess. Now yeah, as I said previously, I've had my own experiences with being niced up by a content creator for, in my opinion, malicious reasons, and here, whilst I can have some levels of empathy, I just can't look past it. Now, as I mentioned with Shane Dawson in the past, when I was a fan of Shane, I didn't really know about all of the bad things and all of the context behind everything, but then after loads of videos came out about Shane, a bigger picture started to get painted, and I changed my tune pretty quickly. But the problem is with Cody didn't change their tune. Cody knew that a 30-year-old woman sent underwear to a 13-year-old child, but Cody called Adam a liar. Cody made a video completely going against Adam. Cody is a reason to why Adam was victim blamed and harassed and bullied on the internet for 3 years straight. Why is this video taking so long now? Why did this video only come out 3 years after the situation? I appreciate a change of heart, but personally, I can't not have a bad taste in my mouth. I know that this video probably is genuine, but I just don't think that that's an excuse for absolutely everything. Now, I'm not saying that you should go and harass Cody Tyler or bully Cody Tyler, or there should be like some form of social apology, massive thing of where they have to atone for everything that they've done. I just think that Cody needs to understand why a lot of people on the internet may not want to be exactly a fan of Cody, or just in general accept Cody's apology, and in particular, Adam McIntyre. I don't think that Adam has to accept an apology. I don't think Adam has to even, pay attention to Cody. I think that Adam, if he really wanted to, could still be against Cody given absolutely everything. But ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't mean that all blame needs to be put on Cody. Obviously, there is one or two people here that we need to look at. Colleen and Corey. Because these two people have very obviously done something a lot of content creators do, which we've been speaking about, of befriending fans or befriending YouTubers in order to control the narrative. As I said, I think Shane did it with me, I think Gabby Hanna did it with me, and I think Shane Dawson also did it with Bobby Burns. Bobby did a very, very good video in hindsight, which was absolutely lambasted by everybody, and Shane Dawson took advantage of that situation and made Bobby out to seem like a bit of a joke. I think he did this on purpose to control the narrative, and I think this whole situation with Colleen is pretty much the exact same thing. Colleen wasn't friends with these people, she just wanted to have a militant fan base. And that's only proven even further from Cody's video, where in the next clip they go on to say, I was gonna say whatever I needed to make her think I was on her side, because I wanted her to like me. I'm just gonna be honest, that's what it was. The red flags were literally waving at me in the face, and I was just like, la 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 la, not even paying attention to them. And then Cody shows a DM of theirs to Colleen saying, do you mind if I include the DM proving that he lied in my video? And then it cuts back to Cody saying, because like, I wanted those DMs and I wanted to be the only person who had them. And then here's what Colleen said in response, and they said, even though it will protect me, I don't want our DMs included. Then it cuts back to Cody, and Cody says, babe, and looks at the screen like really awkwardly and just goes, so what's this then? And cuts to Colleen's video about Adam showing the DMs in that video. And pretty much Cody seems very annoyed that Colleen showed the DMs in her video but not to Cody in private, and then goes on to show more DMs from Colleen saying, I don't know, I'm so nervous, I just want to do the right thing. I hate drama and confrontation and I don't want to bring him hate. I just want this situation over. And it cuts to Cody saying, I don't want to bring him hate, makes a whole video on him. And then Cody reads another DM saying, I want to respect his son's mum. And then Cody says, well, never speak his name again. And then it cuts back to another DM from Colleen saying, I'm the adult here, I'm trying to navigate this maturely and correctly, I need to think about it, I'm sorry. And then Cody says, then she uses the DMs herself. It seems that Cody is very upset that Colleen wouldn't show everything to Cody in private, but would use it for themselves in public. It's a very weird thing. You know, if there's one thing that I'm confused about with this video, is that there are so many receipts, there are so many messages, horrible messages may I add, and I want to just ask Colleen the question of why you didn't need to do any of this. If there's one thing that I've learned over the last year of making these longer, big video essays, is it seems that in every single massive situation, they're so unbelievably self-inflicted. This did not need to happen. Colleen could have so easily avoided absolutely everything, but yet she chose to have these conversations with fans, fully knowing that they could be screenshotted and put out there at any moment of time. And Colleen, did you genuinely not think that these fans would actually put out this information? Because that's absolutely wild if so, and honestly, I'm kind of inclined to believe that. I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if Colleen was in a delusional point of where she genuinely believed that she had such control over these fans that they would never say anything. And you can say, oh, now you're just deep in it, now you're making the situation way bigger than it needs to be, but honestly, I don't think I am. Given everything that we've gone through so far, and everything we're going to go through in the future of this video, I think that this is a pretty valid argument. But surprisingly enough, it doesn't end there, because after this, Cody then exposes Corey. So during the clip that I can't show you for obvious reasons, Cody goes on a big rant about Corey DeSoto's behavior during 2020, and Cody starts this rant off by saying, Corey was literally sending me stuff about Adam. Like, I don't think people understand this. Corey messaging me here, and then Cody shows the DMs, this is all manipulation. Like, I want people to understand this, and all of this is manipulation. They were planning this. You can't tell me that this wasn't strategy. They were trying to make me to make a video to see the backlash I would get talking about Adam, so they knew what they could talk about. Good job, you really manipulated me. good job. Then Corey was like, for the record, and then Cody shows DMs, I've never had a friendship with him, and then Cody says he's talking about Adam here. Adam deserves to see this. Everyone deserves to see what these people are. The only time I said his name, again showing the Corey DMs, was when we wondered if he ran a hate account, and then it cuts to Cody who says, this was the Galaxy Colleen account which I made a video on. And then it cuts back to Corey's DMs saying, because for years I have been sent screenshots of him hating on us, I hate how I acted like I was friends with him, and it cuts back to Cody who says, babe, he was a child. I just want to know why you care so much about what somebody thinks about you in the fandom of your friend, like don't you have more important things to do? Do we want to talk about you looking at mature content in group chats with children? And then it cuts to these screenshots, which I'm going to blur for obvious reasons, but pretty much it is Corey responding to an explicit message in this group chat full of children, and then Cody says, or how you were talking crap about Eric, Colleen's husband, because Flynn wanted to hold your hand and not his, and then also talking about drugs and alcohol with children. Oh, and here is you making fun of your friend and the content she puts on YouTube. You clearly are a mean girl, you just crap on everybody you know, and it's really gross. The whole nature of this thing genuinely, utterly disturbs me. The group chat name alone is Corey's clit, and that's just so utterly bizarre and grim to look at, especially considering the nature of just the young people that were in these chats. It's just utterly horrible, and again, I just want to know how these people thought they'd get away with it. Was it a hidden in plain sight sort of thing? Because it's just grim. With everything that we've gone through with Corey in this video, whilst I'm not going to be exactly focusing on him that much during this video, it just seems that Corey is pretty much guilty of everything that Colleen is also guilty of. But also I do have to ask the question of why did it take so long for this information to come out? And I understand that some people take a long time to process information, but given everything that we've gone through today, and given everything that Adam presented in his video in 2020, not 2023, I feel like at least some people should have realized what was going on in the situation in 2020 to 2016, especially Cody Tyler, who was an adult and could and should have come out and spoke about the inappropriate things in these chats. But despite the whole criticisms of Cody and everything to do with this video, as I said, sparked up an absolute avalanche of just, in general, outrage towards, in particular, Colleen Ballinger. Over the last month, as I said, it has just been nothing but Colleen Ballinger's downfall, and it really doesn't seem like she can come back from this situation. And every single day, another thing comes out, another thing, and another thing. It is just absolutely wild, but honestly, given everything, I'm really not that shocked. And you may be wondering, well, with Cody's video, how did Adam himself actually respond to it? Because obviously Adam was slandered 3 years previously, and I imagine it was a bit of a confusing moment to see what was going on in Cody's video, the complete switch up out of nowhere, and Adam did actually respond to this. On June the 4th, 2023, Adam uploaded a video titled, I Was Right About Colleen Ballinger, and as you can see, the dislike ratio is very different to the dislike ratio in 2020. And pretty much this is a video of where Adam reacts to Cody's video and just speaks about everything mentioned in Cody's video and kind of goes through his own personal experience and kind of analyzes Cody's apparent experiences and just in general gives his opinions on everything said in that video. And I said before, things were going wild, but after Adam made this video, it went even more crazier because it seemed after all this time, Adam McIntyre was finally vindicated and the internet was finally starting to wake up about this situation. Finally, after 3 long years, people were on Adam's side. You had Twitter accounts speaking about it, YouTube was speaking about it, major media sites speaking about it. It was and still is absolutely everywhere. But with this, things didn't get worse, but things actually got weird. Because despite the success of Cody's video and everything that Cody was trying to achieve in that video, Cody deleted pretty much every form of social media that they have. They went MIA, they completely disappeared, and people were just in general confused by this because the video was very successful. It did what they set out to achieve, so why delete the video and delete all other videos? It was very confusing, and apparently Cody did this because they couldn't handle, I guess, the response. It was very stressful, but personally, it might sound a bit controversial, but I feel like if there's any way you can kind of repay your actions of 2020, it is to take some of the burden. Like, imagine the stress put onto Adam McIntyre over the last 3 years, where he's been dubbed a liar, a gossip, over something where he was just trying to speak his painful story of where he is and was a victim. And Adam actually did respond to this in a video titled, "I Do Not Forgive Cody Tyler." And in this video, Adam pretty much just reiterates the sentiments that I've been putting out in this video of Adam just in general being angry of, well, why did this take so long?
To know that everything that I've been dealing with for like 3 years, could have been stopped by information that Cody was holding. And to think that the only reason that it's came out, so like to think that it couldn't have not came out, and it was for a selfish reason that didn't have anything to do with talking about victims, makes me so incredibly angry. To think that, like, what if it didn't? And I will always say thank you to Cody, even now, for putting it out there, regardless of what the intentions are. But regardless of what the intentions are, I publicly and privately was forgiving Cody, and to think that this information was just like readily available and it could have ended all of this. Do you know that there's people within the community that have refused to ever interact with me? And that whenever I was at a VidCon party, whenever I was at VidCon, there were a couple creators that left the conversation whenever I was, like, in the group setting, that left the table whenever I joined, when my friends brought me over, because they said that I was a liar for 3 years. And to think that the intentions behind finally speaking up would have been something that wouldn't have been just wanting to validate me, or tell the truth on my name, or end this. Is a really, really, really thing to have to feel. Like a really, really, really thing to have to feel.
Now, as you can probably tell, I completely understand why Adam does not forgive Cody in this situation, and this is something that I want to quickly reiterate, which applies to a lot of situations. If you do something bad, if you don't necessarily stand by somebody who you probably should stand by, and then, you know, maybe a few months later or even a few years later, you then be like, oh, I'm sorry that I didn't stand by you, now I'm going to. That doesn't necessarily mean that the person you're saying sorry to needs to forgive you. They can appreciate the action. They can say, well, fair enough, I'm glad you've grown and changed, because growing and changing is a great thing, but it doesn't mean that everyone in the world needs to forgive you. And I think this is something a lot of influencers in particular need to learn. If you do something bad, you can grow and you can change, but that doesn't mean everybody in the world is going to forgive you and be on your side again. Growing and changing is dealing with the fact that you have probably done something bad and you need to deal with the consequences of that. Just apologizing isn't a get out of jail free card. It is a part of the growing and change aspect of things. Learning about why your actions have negatively impacted people is the prime part of growing. And I know I sound like I'm being like, oh, I'm so much better than you, but I myself, and I think a lot of people watching this right now, are also guilty of apologizing but also feeling upset that the person didn't forgive you in the past. This is something that human beings all of us have done at least one point in our life, and I think it's something that we can really change up on and try to fix about ourselves. And in particular, with Cody in this situation, I think they need to understand that, and I think removing their videos wasn't a good thing, and I think that they should republish them because it could do a lot of good in rectifying the lies about Adam. And yeah, I get it. Adults can be manipulated too. Cody could have been manipulated by Colleen. That's probably something that is something that definitely happened. But let's also go back at the story here and look at what happened. Cody saw a child get sent a bra and panties by a 30-year-old celebrity, and their immediate reaction to that wasn't to say, "Oh, I hope you're okay," but it was to silence and intimidate that same child. Even in 2020, Adam McIntyre was a child. A child was speaking about their very deep and personal story. Don't get anything wrong here. I don't think Adam McIntyre wants this to be the story that he's known for, but sadly, it's most likely going to be that. I think Adam would have loved for this whole thing to not happen and him just be able to make his regular videos, but obviously, it cannot be that way. And I don't think Adam enjoys this, and if you've watched even one video, you will know Adam doesn't enjoy this. But sadly, even to this day, Adam is still being doubted as a liar, is still being called a manipulator, a gossip, and I think that's just completely unfair. At this point of time, Colleen Ballinger has not responded to absolutely anything other than her video in 2020, and when she does respond, I can kind of predict what the response is going to be. Yeah, you can probably tell this video has been it's been taking a long time to make, and well, I'm wrong here anyway. I am wrong, and we will get into that thing. But let's just listen to my prediction. It's gonna be her pinning the blame by, I don't know, taking messages Adam has shown and being like, "Oh, but what about this? You said this. We were friends. It was fun. We were all joking and having a laugh." But that doesn't change the fact that Adam was 13 and Colleen was 30. Either way, she was an adult. Adam was a kid. Nothing is going to change that, even if there was some jokes shown between them. Because Colleen should have known, even if she didn't have any bad intentions, she should not be befriending a very young superfan. And I think Cody, an adult, should also have known this logic. And a justification of being a superfan and also being manipulated, I don't think is a very good excuse. Especially considering Cody was in the fan chats. Cody knew that there was young people in those chats seeing inappropriate things, and you know that because Cody literally showed the messages. Cody is the person that exposed everything in this situation involving the group chats. That's what lit the fire, the beacons of Gondor. That's why people are now speaking, because of the messages Cody was holding all this time. And that does lead us in to the Weenies group chat. And yes, that is an actual real name to a real chat which caused the downfall of Colleen Ballinger. Oh no! So, throughout this video, I've been referencing a lot of screenshots from a lot of group chats, and you're probably thinking, well, where are all of these messages coming from? How have they randomly just spawned out of nowhere, and how did nobody really know about the existence of these group chats and all of these messages? And yeah, that does introduce the Weenies group chat, which apparently is a group chat that was created in the year of 2017 by a group of Colleen Ballinger fans, and it consisted of people mainly between the ages of 12 to 17 years old, and there were also a few people above the age of 18 in these chats, and the chat was primarily used for Colleen Ballinger's fans to interact with each other, speak to each other, and just in general bond over the Miranda Sings and Colleen Ballinger content platform thing, whatever this is. And one of those adults that was in these group chats was, of course, Colleen herself. She would regularly speak to her fans in these chats, and it appeared at the very beginning of these chats of where she was first put into them, it was genuinely quite wholesome intentions. Throughout this video, I've mentioned that sometimes YouTubers are added to chats and they probably will never say anything, but maybe now and again they might come in and say, "Hi, I hope you're having a nice day," and half the time it's probably not even them because it's probably just a press team treating it like a big fan club. And if that was what went down in these chats, then yeah, I really wouldn't have a problem with that. But as you now know, after the last 2 hours, obviously things took a turn for the worse in these chats. Colleen used these chats to have very weird, inappropriate interactions, and she may respond to this by saying, "Oh, I only went in there and occasionally did that." Well, you still did that, and it very much seems that from everything that we've gone through in the video today, Colleen Ballinger was deliberately cultivating an audience that was deliberately made to be malicious by creating that connection between her and the fans. It became a parasocial relationship, which is a phrase which has been applied to plenty of other YouTubers out there, but honestly, I think this is one of the best cases of it. And best not really meaning a good thing, obviously it's a terrible thing, but it's probably the biggest example I think I've ever seen. There is absolutely no reason for a YouTuber to be speaking to their fans in group chats in this way. But yeah, when the chat started, there were apparently wholesome intentions, but obviously it progressed, and I think that starts off with Colleen ranting in these chats about her divorce. In the previous video that we went over with Colleen, she mentioned that, yeah, she would overshare about very personal things, and I think that's what she's referencing in that video, but obviously she's not going to say it, because if like she had like a 25-year-old fan watching her video and she found out that Colleen Ballinger was speaking to 14-year-olds about a divorce, she knows that these people would say, yes, that's very weird, but obviously if she just kind of skims over it, briefly mentions it without going into detail, then people aren't going to look into it and they're going to be like, oh, she made a mistake. But the reality is these were the sort of messages she was sending. He's lied to everybody, said I cheated. When would I cheat when I've been working 24 hours a day? Yes, Colleen Ballinger has somehow defined human logic, and she doesn't sleep, she doesn't eat, she doesn't drink water, she just constantly works on this. And to be honest with you, maybe I can understand why she actually kind of lost her mind. He will regret it. I've never hurt a soul, but I will kick him in the balls. And as you can see, the fans were developing a personal connection. Colleen was deliberately getting her fans involved, and the fans seemed to believe that they had some form of personal connection here. They wanted to fight this guy. They wanted to harm this guy because of what Colleen was telling them from her biased perspective. And firstly, let's go over the whole argument of responsibility here. Because when you're going through a breakup with somebody, naturally, you're going to say some very harsh things about your partner, even if those things aren't true. You're ranting, you're raving, you're heartbroken, you're upset. That's perfectly normal and human, but you shouldn't be going and doing that to strangers on the internet that don't know you, they don't know the other person in the story, they're not your friend, and they are going to tell you in every situation that you are right, but they are also going to take what you say as gospel. Superfans will do this, and this could possibly lead to some serious repercussions. As we've seen throughout this video, Colleen clearly likes to put her dirty work onto her fans, and I really wouldn't be surprised if a lot of rumors were spread because of what Colleen was sending in these group chats, and I think that's deeply irresponsible. The fact of the matter is, we shouldn't be seeing these messages. Her young kid audience shouldn't have to know these things. This should be private, confidential information limited to her, her friends, and her family, but obviously, we now know that that very much was the opposite of that. It makes no sense. He tries to get pity for being heartbroken over me, but he constantly tries to drag me through the mud. You can't be heartbroken over somebody you hate, so which is it? Hi, everyone hates me. Good lord! Get a therapist, Colleen! Just pay the money! I don't know why you can't pay for, firstly, a PR team to run your social media account, so instead you resort to a 17-year-old superfan, but now you can't even pay, I don't know, $300, whatever therapy costs. Clearly I haven't gone to it either, but whatever it costs, to just speak to them about your issue. Speak to a grown adult. Just speak to a friend. Because these kids aren't your friends. They are, kids. They're children. They're children, Colleen. You're a weirdo. You're really weird. Like, seriously, this isn't even the weirdest stuff that she said in these chats, but it is just utterly disturbing and strange to see and I keep repeating myself, but to see a grown woman speaking to children about her divorce. And secondly, we need to move into talking about the repercussions and impacts that this sort of conversation could have on children. When my parents broke up, I was around the age of 10 years old, 11 11 years old. I was like becoming a teenager, and my parents, like most parents do when their kids witness their parents going through a divorce, struggle to kind of explain the situation because naturally they know you are a child. You don't really have enough life experience to understand what's happening. And the same even applies to the children in these group chats. They shouldn't be hearing this detailed stuff about a grown adult's divorce because they cannot understand that due to the lack of life experience and maturity that they have. Yet Colleen persisted in this and probably kind of changed their perspectives on life in general. When you have a grown adult saying a lot of things which you don't understand to you, that can alter how you think about things. As somebody that was on the internet at a very young age, like very young, and spoke to grown adults, I sadly, like, well, I don't know how to say it, I wasn't like anything, but my brain chemistry was like altered by having conversations regularly with adults on the internet, just in video games and stuff. As a kid, I probably shouldn't became friends with adults who just played video games with me, because the conversations I would have, they weren't bad, but it was just inappropriate. And when you're at that age, you simply don't understand what's being said to you, and it can seriously damage your brain and just in general your upbringing. It may sound like I'm reaching here. It's hard to kind of explain what I'm trying to get at, but if you're somebody that's been on the internet at a young age, you became friends with an adult on the internet, not even a famous one, just an adult, and you had a conversation with them every single day, if you're listening to this right now, you probably know where I'm coming from. It's kind of hard to explain, but in this situation, I think it's exactly the same, but even worse, because these people are super fans. It's inappropriate, it's wrong, and Colleen, you cannot justify this in any way, shape, or form. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it only gets worse, because as I said before, this wasn't even the worst part of these group chats. You've obviously seen some of the messages I'm now about to show throughout this video, but I feel like we need to go through them, not in detail, but just to really stamp down on how awful these are. For example, here is Adam saying his looks so good today, and yeah, Colleen replies saying, pics. And again, I should probably reiterate that Adam in these DMs is a child, and in fact, throughout their entire friendship, Adam was a child. There's no justifications for this, there's no defense of this, this is just outright wrong, and I'll bring up a point that I made up earlier. If this was a 30-year-old dude saying this to a little girl, he probably would be, you know, getting the threat of jail time. It was like the other week where there was a YouTuber who was calling like the LGBT community, but then when there was a situation of where a teacher her male student, he was acting like it was a good thing. I don't understand why young victims don't get listened to if they're boys. It very much, it's just a bizarre thing. And I'm not saying that all girls, obviously, I'm not saying that all of them get listened to, but it seems that there is a common theme that boys just never get listened to for the most part, because boys will be boys or something like that. It's messed up and it's so wrong, and this is another example of that. But even after this, we get into the more parasocial aspect of this group chat, and you can see she's saying things like, literally, y'all are my best friends, I'm serious. No, stop. Just it's so gross. So I'm gonna continue to read these. Hey bitches, when can we do a slumber party? Guys, I want to hang out with you and have a slumber party. A 30-year-old has no business even suggesting having a slumber party with a group of children. That I can't even find myself to shout and scream about this, because it's just sickening, and I can't believe people even in 2023 are still attempting to downplay this, being like, oh, she didn't have bad intentions. It's like, well, I mean, I don't really care. That doesn't change the fact that she's asking to have slumber parties with kids, and she's asking for pics from kids, and she's sending underwear to kids. If there's no bad intentions there, then what are the intentions? You can say a murderer, in their personal opinion, didn't have bad intentions. They just wanted to get revenge, but on the grand scale of things, that's obviously still a bad intention. And also, I should say, as much as I haven't discussed him as much as Colleen, this also applies to Corey. As we saw earlier, he was also in group chats where incredibly inappropriate things were being discussed, and there was even a voice message which recently leaked after everything exploded after Cody's video, and I'm just going to play it now, and pretty much this is Corey speaking in a group chat, and it's it's weird.
Hey everyone, it's Corey. I just wanted to record a voice memo because I have like a lot to say. But first of all, I just want to say that like I love all of you. Like you all honestly mean so much to me.
Oh my god.
You have no idea. I know that it sounds weird because I'm a full-grown adult and some of you are younger.
Oh my
and blah blah blah. Like I honestly think of all of you like as my best friends. Like I don't have friends.
Oh
and
god.
I'm a loner and I'm a loser. Like my only friend is Colleen.
Oh my god.
And like it's so comforting to like go online and talk to you guys and feel like loved and cared about because I love and care about all of you. And I trust you and like I like with all my friends I vent to you and when I'm angry and I feel better and I feel comforted by you all and I hope that I can do the same for you. But like this whole thing with Krista has just escalated into something really bad.
Now, my favorite part about this clip is he directly is like, yeah, I am a weirdo, and yeah, I am a loser.
It sounds weird because I'm a full-grown adult and some of you are younger. I don't have friends.
But he still continues, and he still says the things that he's saying, and once again, I'm gonna ring the bell which says, ding, 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 why did you think you'd get away with this, and why did you think this would never be leaked? Why would you say all of this stuff, and why did you think this was appropriate in the first place? And since the Weenies group chat was exposed, it seems that more and more members who were in these chats have spoken up and just exposed the true nature of the things that were going on in these chats. Adam himself made a tweet saying, the Weenies group chat consisted of mostly 13 to 17-year-olds when I was a part of it, and Colleen was making all inside jokes to do with things like periods or some shit, and she sent us this video and all of us had to go out and buy tampons and reenact it for the group. It was just so weird. And the video that he's referencing there, just gonna play the video now.
I swear I'm not high.
Yes, according to Adam, Colleen said to reenact that video with tampons to a group full of children, on top of all the other questions about periods and positions and all of that. And people are defending this, by the way, and it's not like people don't know the ages. Adam has very much spoken a lot about how young people were in this chat.
What I do remember in the group chat was there was a decent handful of people, and the two youngest were me and this other girl, and I was 14 and she was 15. We were the youngest, and then everyone else was like 16, 17, 18. And I think there was probably one or two people that were like 19 or 20. And I remember back then being like, wow, they're old as like about like 19 or 20-year-olds, because I mean the majority
how many people were in this chat?
I mean, I would say because Colleen's sister-in-law was also in it, Jessica. So I think, and people would get added, and then if they did something wrong, Colleen would tell us remove them. So I think it's like stable. There was probably 10 to 12 people.
I'm stop you there. I'm sorry. If I ever had a group chat with 10 to 12 teenagers, I would be in jail.
Now, this clip comes from Adam speaking on the Dad's Challenge podcast, and pretty much on this podcast, he is discussing everything that we've spoken about in this video and all of the stuff that has transpired in the Weenies chat, and pretty much it's just as bad as we thought it was. I keep on bringing up the whole thing of Colleen was cultivating her audience in a deliberate effort of making them like militarized, where when somebody would say something bad about Colleen, they would get the pitchforks out and go to war. That's something which is very evident, especially from what Adam says here.
Did she do it because you're her main audience? I don't understand.
I think there was multiple reasons. I think on a baseline, she got so much out of us. Like, because we felt so close to her, she was constantly getting involved in things that then we would feel a personal connection to defend her with.
Yes.
Or we would be ride or dies because we would be like, oh, well, we're in the group chat with her. But I think at a baseline, being a lot older, but like being older and looking at it now, I think it just stemmed from like
a very narcissistic place of needing validation, because that's what it was. Like, we would talk in it, and I would talk about my day, or I would, you know, if someone was having a problem, we would talk about their problems or whatever. And a lot of days it would just be us talking. And then she would come in and say something, and we'd be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So I think it was a case of she could come in at any time and talk to us for days on end, for hours on end or whatever. And we, no matter what she said, would be on her side. So I feel that it was a case of, this was a great place for this woman to get validation from.
Was there ever a moment in this chat or any time before we're going to move on to the time where you did work for her and stuff? Was there ever a moment in this thing where she's like, I want you to go watch this video, somebody made fun of me or did something, and asked you guys to go like check it out for her or engage with it in some way?
She would never explicitly come in and be like, someone has said this or this video, you know, whatever. But she would message and be like, I'm really sad, or I'm crying, or I'm having an awful day. And then we would be like, what's happening? And she'd be like, this just happened. This person made this video. This person made this tweet. This ex-friend is speaking up and they're so wrong. You know my heart. You know my intentions. I'm so sad. And then we would be like, oh my God, they've made her really sad. They've made her really whatever. Then we would go. So she was intelligent enough to not be like, this person did this, go their way. But she would say along the lines of like, I'm so upset. We would ask why, and she would explain it. And then we would obviously go out of our way then to make the situation right.
But she wouldn't tell you not to.
No, she would basically heavily imply for us to do it.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the crux of this entire thing. Colleen Ballinger was not friends with these people, and she was lying to them when she was trying to convince them that she was friends with them. I just want to sleep over. We're best friends. No, the only reason you're speaking to these kids is because they are immature and they don't have the adult perspective to realize that you are being manipulative. You are manipulating these kids into being like your little army. And when something bad happens to you, you don't have to respond, because your army will go and respond for you and probably harass and dox somebody and probably attempt to completely and utterly ruin their life. But Colleen, the problem is here is just because somebody can ruin somebody else's life for speaking up against you, it doesn't void all of the things that we and everybody else has been speaking about for the last year. You could, like, I don't know, completely make somebody disappear. I don't know how, but you could. But that isn't going to make all of these allegations disappear. That's not going to make what transpired in the Weenies chat disappear. These things happened, and no matter how many people get threatened, no matter how many people get swatted or doxed or whatever's happened, it's never going to change the fact that this chat very much existed and you very much contributed to it, even if you are going to probably distance yourself in your inevitable response video. Because what I think is going to happen is whenever Colleen finally decides to respond, because currently she is on tour, which is wild to me that there are still people going to these tours, but she is currently on tour, and that's probably why she's not responding, which... Okay, I'm interrupting, but I was right what I was saying here, okay? Yes, she has now responded, and yes, that will be in the future chapters of this video, but what I'm saying here, it's still valid. Isn't a justification. If you're facing the allegations that you are currently facing, you should just record a YouTube video being like, oh, sorry, even though that's not going to cover up for absolutely anything, you could just at least do that, and probably the only reason she's doing it is because she's hoping the whole situation dies down, which it absolutely is not going to. So when she does respond, I imagine she's probably going to distance herself from these chats being like, oh, I didn't speak in them that much. You know, I occasionally came in and dropped a message now and again. They're exaggerating. I wasn't speaking in there all the time. But that doesn't change the fact that these messages do exist. You could have sent only these messages. The problem is you sent those specific dodgy messages to kids. But yes, with the Weenies chat exposed, it really looks like there is absolutely no way back for Colleen, and the only thing that it truly does do is absolutely vindicate everything Adam said in his original video in 2020. What's strange about this video is at the very beginning, obviously, we covered the first Adam video, and the thing is, we could have just covered that and ended the video there, because based on everything we've gone through since that part of the video, it's only just proven that everything Adam said in that video, in my opinion, seems to be absolutely true. But because of all the lies, deceit, manipulation, and just everything that we've gone through today, sadly, the truth could only be unveiled 3 years later. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, it only gets worse. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final part of this video, also known as the conclusion.
Hooray!
Because yes, at this point of time, we have pretty much gotten to, well, this point of time. Congratulations, you've just wasted 3 hours of your life watching this video, and you should feel really bad about yourself. But no, basically, we've covered every single major point that we need to. We've gone from 2020 to everything sparking up in 2023, and of course, Colleen Ballinger at this point of time has not responded. But despite that, Colleen's career is seemingly now over, as is Corey DeSoto's. At this current point of time, every single day, a YouTuber releases a new documentary speaking about the mishaps and horrible actions of Colleen Ballinger. I understand that I may have upset a lot of people throughout this video, but yes, a lot of people nowadays are making a lot of videos speaking about Colleen, speaking about their experiences, other people's experiences, pretty much what I'm doing right now, probably in a much more concise and articulate way. Sorry for wasting your time. But yes, it seems right now with everything that's going on, it's resulted in Colleen losing subscribers, fans, views, and just in general everyone as the days go by. It seems that once a day I will log on to Twitter sadly and I will discover that, oh, a fan has turned against Colleen Ballinger and they are airing their experiences and just in general interactions with Colleen. And I think just in general this whole situation has been quite shocking for a lot of people. I think people used to think that Colleen was somebody who was a wholesome content creator, a wholesome chungus you may say, and just in general somebody who could never do something wrong. And it just seemed that there was never ever going to be anything particularly malicious like the things that we've gone through, but obviously that all happened. That all happened, and there's nothing really more we can say, and I guess we're just gonna have to end the video there and say, you know what, fair play, Colleen Ballinger, you've messed up, and see you later guys. I hope you've enjoyed the video. Drums in the deep. What? What? No. No, no, no. No, don't say I've got to record for another hour! Ladies and gentlemen, I thought that this could have been a nice 3-hour video. I thought we could conclude everything, wrap it up and go home. But no! Obviously, in the last week, things have just gotten a little bit wild. Good f***ing bye! Yes, on the 28th of June 2023, Colleen Ballinger uploaded the video titled Hi. And ladies and gentlemen, as you most probably know at this point, yes, this video over the last week, and maybe you're watching this in a year's time, but this video of the week of release absolutely took over the internet, and for good reason. Now, I tried to stay away from this apology. I wanted to give a raw reaction. I truly wanted to only look at this apology when I was doing the research and script for this video. But oh my lord, this apology is now being dubbed as the worst apology in YouTuber history. And ladies and gentlemen, may I just say, YouTuber apologies are like modern culture. The 7 wonders of the world, forget them. The pyramids of Giza, no thank you. Laura Lee's tearing up in a video. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, sorry, no, I'm not interested, because, you know, Shane Dawson just said that he didn't spaff on his cats. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, no, I don't want to hear it, because Colleen Ballinger has just whipped out the banjo and is singing a song about not diddling kids, which is honestly the most ironic thing in all of this. Yes, if you didn't know, Colleen Ballinger uploaded this 10-minute apology where the entire video is her singing a song with a ukulele, and honestly, I think that's the biggest crime in itself. Because firstly, she's apologising or saying that she didn't diddle kids whilst trying to make a nursery rhyme out of it, which is obviously extremely ironic, but also, ladies and gentlemen, this instrument that she's holding right here, this little thing, this instrument is the worst thing that has ever been invented.
Shut up, man!
Oh, but I play the ukulele for— no, you don't play it. You just strum it and pretend that you're a musician. You're not. We can all do it. It takes about 2 minutes. That's one. That only illustrates my point even further. And look, I understand I may have offended a few people there. I truly do get it. Maybe in some culture the ukulele is some protected sacred thing, and maybe I'm gonna get cancelled for this, but at least in my cancelled apology video, I won't be playing the ukulele. I'll play a better instrument. I played drums for like 10 years. Maybe I'll play that. A little drum solo whilst I'm saying... I'm sorry for disrespecting someone's culture. Maybe that, because that sounds better. At least there's some enjoyment and talent there. But yeah, this is now officially the worst apology of all time. And look, at this point of time, everybody has covered this. I thought with this video that I'm making, oh, not everybody is making Colleen videos. Maybe I can, get away with it, and maybe I can take some time with this. Oh. Maybe not. So instead, I think what we're just going to do is say, yeah, it was a bad apology, but honestly, I think you've all heard everything said about this apology. We all know why it's bad. We all know it's manipulation, lying, and stuff like that. So I really don't think I need to say anything other than, yeah, apology, bad. And I think with that, let's just move on to the conclusive part of this video, because you don't need to hear another white commentary YouTuber giving their opinion on an apology video. So... conclusion. Okay, alright, I'll go through it. Hooray! So yes, it's a 10-minute and 19-second long video. When I first heard about it, I thought at least in the first part of the video, she might talk for a bit, given the sheer nature of the allegations that we've gone through today, and then eventually, yeah, maybe she breaks into a little sing-song. I truly did believe that Colleen Ballinger can't be as unhinged as somebody that would sing for 10 minutes straight about grooming allegations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid my faith in Colleen was sadly proven to be false.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though. Just as long as it's entertaining.
Colleen, my friend, can you just explain to me what's not real about these things? Can you explain to me what isn't real here? Because I'd love to know. Is this not real? Is this not real? And most importantly, is this not real? And again, I want to say it for a second time, but I do think it's quite incredible that in a response to messaging children, she is singing a song which would necessarily probably be played for children. But honestly, if any of you play this video to your children, if you're watching this right now and you've got kids and you play this when they're in the room, God, you're going to jail, sunshine. You're going to jail. But obviously, you know what this response is. You know how it starts. She immediately starts passively aggressively speaking about toxic people and just ranting about how everybody is a gossip, and obviously she is completely in the right. It's always strange when somebody makes these apology videos and there's millions and millions of people speaking against them, and it's always weird because the one person who is now seemingly apologizing is the one that is in the right, and the millions of other people are all in the wrong. It's like when you've got that friend who's an absolute bellend in the friendship group, and everybody in the group agrees they're a bellend, but they just can't handle it. There's like 20 people saying, "You're a bellend, mate." They're like, No, I'm the one in the right here. It's like, usually, not always, but 9 times out of 10, if there's 100 people and 99% of those people are saying, yes, that person is a dick, that person is usually going to end up being a dick.
Right? You guys having fun? All aboard the toxic gossip train. You're chugging down the tracks of misinformation. The toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station.
Hello everyone, I can't play guitar, but I'm gonna make a video using it, and I'm gonna apologise. Badly playing an instrument, very passively aggressively. Colleen, we can all just go. Apparently we all can't. But the point I'm trying to make here, and let's switch back to the good audio, is strumming a banjo, not a banjo, but they're basically the same thing. Doing this That's not making your point any better. Whipping out the ukulele, it's not going to help your case here. It's just going to make me progressively more angry. I feel like this is the most angry I have been in this entire video, and maybe it's because this video is getting particularly long, but I'm sorry. Playing guitar like this isn't going to score me any points. If I was doing the whole video playing guitar like this, it's not going to help me in any way. But yeah, obviously she's complaining about manipulation here, and honestly, I completely agree. Colleen, you are an extremely manipulative person, and that's only proven in the fact that when you have to do your dirty work, you manipulate your fans into doing it for you. We had an entire hour-and-a-half section in this video to do with a fan who literally was manipulated by you for years into doing your dirty work, to the point of where they were slandering a teenager on the internet for saying that they felt weird about getting sent underwear by a 30-year-old YouTuber. You manipulated this person so badly that they came onto the internet and victim blamed that kid. Now obviously they should also take responsibility for their actions, but that doesn't change the fact that you were DMing them, quite clearly manipulating them, and that is obviously just sick. But this apology video in itself is pure and utter manipulation. Instead of actually giving a well thought out, coherent response video where she individually goes through every single point and an aspect of them and breaks them down and explains her reasonings and how she did wrong here and maybe did right somewhere else, instead of doing that, she's doing a little sing-song and making it into a little bit of a joke because she knows that she can't go through every single point because she doesn't have a response which will make her look good in the eyes of the public. And that's all Colleen cares about. She, for years, as we've discovered throughout this video, cares about the narrative. She doesn't care how she has to get there. If it's lying and manipulating to get there, she will do it. But in this situation, she has put herself into a corner where there really is no way out. So instead, she's going down this memey, fun, jokey route of, oh, I could badly play an instrument. And apparently she thinks that's going to convince us that she isn't a bad person. But also, like all people out there love to do when they're getting called out for things, instead of actually responding to it in a normal, sane way, they like to use the whole word of harassment. And firstly, I understand that she probably has been harassed in some aspects, but a lot of people, when they are getting called out for something very fairly, always take a few bad eggs and kind of paint this massive picture of those bad eggs are absolutely everybody. When the reality is I don't want you guys to harass anybody. I want you guys to just take in the information, build an opinion for yourself, and go about your day. And I think that's the fair way to do it. The idea of harassment existing doesn't mean that you are now completely void of any forms of criticism, but obviously Colleen doesn't really agree with that.
Manipulation station, toxic gossip train, tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past, cause rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash, but hey, at least you're having fun.
You're not being harassed, you're being held accountable. And calling something your past doesn't vindicate everything in your past. And yeah, Colleen also says that her team have strongly advised against saying anything, but she's going to do it anyway. And you know what, Colleen? I think these advisors, if they actually exist, which they probably don't, would probably bang on the money. Because look at this, Colleen. What are you doing? This is the biggest form of self-destruction I have ever seen. And obviously, the phrase is going to be reiterated. I can't speak English. It's going to be reiterated again. It only gets worse.
Hi, everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say. So here I am, and today I only want to talk about the facts. So I hope that you'll be willing to listen.
Colleen, just put down the guitar. Put down the guitar. If you want me to listen, I will. But just don't subject me to this musical torture. I feel like this is something that they would play to a Victorian child when they're not working to a satisfactory rate in the factories in the 1890s. This is disturbing. Stop. Please. I don't know if you guys know how much I truly hate the ukulele as an instrument, but my God, just ban it. Just ban it. And any influencer that uses this instrument needs to be deplatformed. I don't care about a slippery slope. We just need to get rid of it, alright? I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of hearing it. Just get rid of it. But obviously, no. Colleen, she doesn't put down the instrument, and in fact, she goes on to play it for like another 9 minutes. And musically, it gets worse, but also in terms of excuses, it gets worse because she starts to go into her reasonings to her messaging fans.
Here we go. Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a loser kind of way.
Colleen, is messaging your young child audience this stuff not creepy to you? Because if this isn't creepy, what is? And yeah, again, no apologies, absolutely nothing. It's just a load of excuses, and sometimes excuses can be good or somewhat reasonable, but this isn't reasonable. She's just trying to redefine all of our very definitions of what something is when something is described as creepy. In my personal opinion, and I think in general most people's personal opinion, when you are a 33 YouTuber messaging your 14 to 17-year-old fans, are you a virgin? Pics, favorite position, that's usually seen as creepy by a regular human being. But I think the problem is with Colleen is she has been in this, actually no, I'm not even going to say she's been in the social media world for so long, because I know plenty of influencers who have been in this industry for 10 plus years and they have never messaged a child fan once. And I know that might be surprising to hear that a YouTuber from the OG days hasn't messaged kids, but trust me, a few of them haven't. After this, Colleen then goes on to give even further reasonings to why she was messaging fans, and the excuse she gives here is it felt like a family gathering.
I was just trying to be besties with everybody. It's kind of like when you go to like a family gathering, you know, and there's a weird aunt there, keeps coming up to you and going like, "Hey girl, what's the tea?" And you're like, "Ugh." That was me, but in group chats with my fans. It was weird. I've been sharing my life online for over 15 years. I've poured my heart out to you, and because of that I feel like I'm talking to my friends, but in the beginning of my career, I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there.
As I said previously, when it comes to excuses, there can sometimes be an excuse which doesn't necessarily justify actions, but it can kind of give you an understanding of the headspace somebody was in at that point of time. And with what Colleen is saying here, I could say, sure, yes, I can understand what you're saying here. But the problem is, Colleen, you didn't leave the Weenies chat years ago. You left it like a week ago. You were in it the whole time. Even if it was inactive, you were still in there. And you only left it when the controversy started to get a little bit heated again. So based on what you're saying here, I can only take it as complete and utter bollocks, because, I mean, what else is this? It is just complete and utter bollocks. But also, I just need to say, you should not need much life experience to understand that, hey, messaging your child fans when you're 33 or 30 years old is probably not a good thing. Like, honestly, I'm getting really sick and tired of hearing influencers use the excuse of, oh, yeah, I'm sorry for doing that, I should have known better, I probably should have learned, but now I have learned, and now I'm thinking better, I'm thinking more straight, and I understand that it was bad. And I'm just like, mate, no, you should already know this stuff. It doesn't take much life experience to understand that messaging kids when you're an adult, if they're not a family member, it's bad. It doesn't take much experience to learn that, and I'm getting really, really tired of this excuse that everybody should already know, influencer or not. But after this, she only continues to get even more passively aggressive about the whole idea of accountability.
There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability. But that's not very interesting, is it? So let's go on the toxic gossip train. The locomotive's fueled with hateful accusations. The toxic gossip train. Steamroll over someone's reputation. Toxic gossip train. Hop on board but close your eyes, otherwise you'll realize that the train is made of lies, and that person you despise maybe didn't deserve to die, but hey, at least you're having fun.
I'm sorry, but this is just so utterly insane. I just cannot believe that this is a real thing, that she genuinely thought that she would upload onto a YouTube channel, and also probably thought that, oh yeah, yeah, this is going to really convince the internet that I'm the good one in this situation. Colleen, are you okay? Firstly, the word accountability. Colleen seems to be stuck in the mindset, which I think a lot of influencers are stuck in, especially LA influencers, of they think when you say, oh, I'm sorry guys, I'm playing the ukulele, I'm really sorry. They think when they do that, that's the, oh, it's over, get out of jail free. Goodbye everybody, I'm going to go back to making my really unfunny videos. You can continue making your unfunny videos. Nobody's saying you can't. Nobody is saying that Colleen Ballinger cannot continue doing what she is doing. It's not like she's been arrested. It's not like she's being sued. She is just being called a dick. Okay, and a few other things to be fair. But there's been no real legal repercussions. She can still go to the shop. She can still go outdoors. She can do all the things that she was doing before. But her audience are turning on her. And that's why she's upset. She can't handle that publicly she is now seen as a bad person. And that is absolutely damaging her ego. And the thing is with these influencers, they think that when they say sorry, that should be it. The situation's done. They can move on. But in any situation, in any scenario, when you're apologizing to somebody, firstly, those people don't have to accept your apology. But even if they do, that doesn't mean that everything is over. An apology is just the building process of going through and moving away from an entire situation and learning and growing from it. When you're learning and growing, it's not like, oh, I've learned and now I'm good. That's not how it works. I was explaining this earlier in this video, and I can't believe I need to do it again because Colleen hasn't learned 3 years later. But saying I'm taking accountability doesn't mean that you are now going to be vindicated of everything. The only reason you're saying that is because you truly aren't sorry about your actions. If you were, you wouldn't be passive-aggressive and lying about things and manipulating your fans in this video. If you really did care, you wouldn't be playing this godforsaken instrument in your video where you passively aggressively sing about the people that are saying very valid things about their experiences with you. And I think the worst part about all of this is we're only 3 minutes into this apology video. There is still 6 minutes to get through, and it gets worse when you go into the next part of this video where she starts to sing about how, despite her views on people not accepting her accountability, she actually agrees that people should be held accountable for their mistakes. Emphasis on the word mistakes here, because she is making it sound like all of those messages were like some form of human error and it was a one-time thing. Again, textbook manipulation. What you did wasn't a mistake. If it was, we wouldn't be on a 3-4 hour video right now.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. You know, we should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes, and it's something that I will continue to try to do. What? Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay.
No, we do care, but firstly, your mistakes aren't regular mistakes, but secondly, when you apologize or try to take accountability, you get very angry and upset when people don't want to accept your apology and think, you know what, I don't want to pay attention to this person anymore, I don't want to be a fan of this person anymore because I think they're a bad person. You aren't taking accountability because you cannot accept the criticism being directed at you right now. The whole part of taking accountability is being able to understand why people are criticizing you and being able to accept the fact that you are going to get criticized even after you've apologized. Because as I said multiple times, an apology isn't a get out of jail free card. But the manipulation doesn't end there, because of course she brings in a lot of buzzwords into this, such as mob mentality. Because yes, the mob have been coming after Colleen. The woke mob, the angry mob, the whatever mob you want to call them, i.e. the people that just think you shouldn't be messaging your child fans. And God, What a controversial opinion that is.
Thought you wanted me to take accountability, but that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise. I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating. Oh, she's a narcissist and a rat. I would never make a mistake like that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that all of you are perfect, so please criticize me. Bring out the daggers made from your perfect past and stab me repeatedly in my bony little back.
Colleen, we've all done bad things. We've all said and done regrettable things in our life. It's a thing that human beings all seem to do, but there's one thing that every human being doesn't necessarily do, and I think the majority of human beings don't do this. We don't all go into group chats of children and say, "Are you a virgin?" None of us do that. But the one person that has done that is you. And I think I can understand why people are finding it a bit of a difficult time to forgive something like this. Because for years, Colleen, you have built up trust with these fans. You have built up this reputation, and now that reputation has been exposed for being pretty much the complete opposite of what it actually was. Colleen Ballinger, I'm sorry, mate, but it's going to be a very, very long process for people to forgive this, and I genuinely would be shocked if anybody ever forgived this. The whole response is genuinely utterly pathetic. This is one of the worst responses, if not the worst. In fact, no, it is the worst response because of the instrument that she is playing, and the rest of the response is just pretty much just her ranting about harassment and bullying campaigns and all that good stuff.
Pointed in my shitty little song. I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take that route of admitting to lies and rumors that you made up for clout. Hey everybody, I found someone new to harass. She did some things that I do not like in her past. So everybody gather round, cause we're about to attack. But not based on facts, oh no. Your loaded lethal weapon is your fingers on the keys. You don't need any armor when you can hide behind a screen. So shoot me down quick, hit the click and bam!
Just stop! Just stop playing the stop playing the guitar. Just stop. Please, for the love of God, just stop playing that instrument. You can't even play it properly. Just breathe. Everyone breathe with me. Go to the comment section and tell me you're breathing in and you're breathing out. Because breathing exercises are the only way we're going to get through this. Jesus Christ. I genuinely believe that instrument that she is playing is honestly worse than anything that she has done we've discussed throughout this video. Okay, maybe there are some worse things, but it is definitely a bad thing. Like, honestly, listening to what she was saying there, I don't actually think I took in any words whatsoever. All it is becoming is utter gibberish at this point, and that's the thing with this response. It pretty much just is 10 minutes of her repeating herself while singing in a sing-song, like, child nursery rhyme thing. It's just utterly, just nauseating to listen to, and again, I'll say it for the 50th time, but I'm just shocked that this is a video that actually exists. I genuinely didn't think that human beings could be so utterly stupid, but apparently I get proven wrong every single day. Just why is this a thing? Why does it exist? And Colleen, can you just answer me the question? I'll delete this video. I won't. If you just come into the comment section and say why you made this video, because it just hurts to know that this exists. Like, why? Just why? Then after this, for the next minute, she pretty much starts to rant about the Miranda Sings channel, basically saying that she shouldn't be held responsible for the kids watching the content on the channel, and the parents should be responsible for what their kids are consuming on the internet. And this is a point which, yeah, I would agree with this point if this was a point that more than 6 people are actually making against Colleen. But this is something that she did in her 2020 video. This is textbook manipulation of where she is taking a very minute point which she can score a point on and using it to paint the entire picture of the entire story. Obviously, nobody actually cares if kids are watching Miranda Sings or not. The only person that cares about that is me. I personally don't think any human being should have to consume Miranda Sings content because it's so utterly unfunny and unbearable. Please, for the love of God, just stop. And YouTube, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just saying that as a content critic way. If this was on Rotten Tomatoes, it would probably be rated lower than Ant-Man and the Wasp. It truly is an actual trap. But yeah, this isn't a point which anybody actually cares about, but Colleen is only saying it because if she says, oh yeah, everyone's wrong about this, she'll use it to basically say they're wrong about everything else, which we know isn't the case. But I'm just so dead inside with this apology at this point. It's just shit. And there goes my monetization. But yeah, then after this, she goes on to actually mention something which I spoke about previously in this video.
It doesn't really matter what my intention was, because it seems as though everyone's already decided on that. Let me tell you, it's not very fun to have millions of people all over the world call you the most vile, horrendous, disgusting, life-ruining words that a person can be called, in my opinion. It doesn't matter that these things aren't true. Everyone just believes that you are the type of person who manipulates and abuses children. So I just wanted to say that the only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 Persian cats.
You see, I think I made that joke like 2 hours earlier in this video, and look, Colleen, if you want to join Shane Dawson's thing, don't, please, for the love of God, don't. But that wasn't the thing that we've all been complaining about when it comes to you acting weirdly with animals. No. The thing you did was you killed a dog and bragged about it in a YouTube video, and when you get called out about that, you lied about it in your apology video. That was your inappropriate interaction with animals. But also a big thing to highlight what she said in that video clip there was that she didn't intend to harm people. This is something that she mentioned previously, it's something that we keep going over, but a factor of the matter is you still did these things. You can't change our perspectives on whether something is intended harm or non-intentional harm, because you're only saying this from your personal perspective, which is a biased perspective, which is a perspective which is fueled by ego, when the reality is that when it comes to everybody in general, we see these messages and think that yes, this is a bad thing. Your personal perspective, Colleen Ballinger, does not dictate the moral compass of the world, and sure, you can complain about that all you like, but it doesn't change the fact that you sent these messages and most people regard these messages as immoral and wrong. And Colleen, the social persecution that you're facing right now isn't really any different to the social persecution somebody would face if they were not an influencer. If people knew somebody doing what Colleen has done, messaging kids the type of messages that she has sent them, just becoming friends, begging for slumber parties and swinging to a divorce with kids, most people would socially outcast that person because that is not behavior commonly accepted in society. If you were in a court and your defense was, it wasn't my intention to harm, that won't hold up. And in fact, I think the jury and the judge would probably laugh in your face. Just because you think that your intention wasn't to harm doesn't mean that it didn't harm people, because it clearly did. But I think what the worst part about this is the fact that she just makes some actual outright lies about the things that she's been called out for, in particular the type of messages that she was sending.
I'm not a groomer, I'm just a loser who didn't understand I shouldn't respond to fans, and I'm not a predator even though a lot of you think so, because 5 years ago I made a fart joke.
This is just absolutely insane to me, because if you've watched this video up to this point, you know that this is an absolute lie. In fact, I don't think I've read or seen a message involving farts, but either way, it is an outright lie, and it is something that she did in her 2020 video, where she would lie about a specific thing and just briefly skim over that thing, because she knows the majority of the people in this world do not have the time and just willpower to go look up the stuff that Colleen Ballinger has done. Now, maybe some will, but the average day-to-day person, you know, they've gone to work, they switched on a funny, you know, moist critical video, and they've watched him reacting to it. They don't have the time to go and do the research. And Colleen knows that, and she is going to deploy this tactic as much as she can to get away with some of the things that she has sent to kids. But the reality is, we know what she has sent. We have seen what she has said, and these things are indefensible. And if you are defending them, then hand yourself in, buddy, because you're going to jail. I don't understand the need to lie the amount that she does. I genuinely think that, yeah, she wouldn't get away with it if she just owned up to things, but at least she would come out with this thinking, you know what, in the end, I did own up, and maybe I can take something from that. You can pat yourself on the back, maybe, just maybe, that would be something better than what she is doing here. But obviously, Colleen Ballinger can't let go of that once perception that she used to have as this funny, quirky YouTuber that everybody liked. She can't let go of that because of her ego, and she will lie and manipulate as much as she can to retain that reputation, even though that it very much isn't a thing anymore. And there are about 3 minutes left of this apology, but honestly, there's nothing more that we can really say. I'd love to react to it, but honestly, it would just be me saying the exact same thing that I've just said previously, and we repeated ourselves quite a lot throughout this video because a lot of the points are quite similar. It's just the situations just happen to have happened over these 3 years, and yeah, repeating yourself is going to happen, but I think here we're just going to have to limit here and say this apology is obviously one of the worst apologies I've ever seen. It's just her gaslighting and manipulating, and even in parts she literally says that, yeah, people are going to say that I'm manipulating and gaslighting you. She said it in like a funny way.
I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating, oh, she's a narcissist and a rat.
And the only reason she's saying that is because when you hear people like myself saying that, you're going to think, oh, she called it out. Yeah, she called it out because she knows exactly what she's doing. It makes it even worse. If she didn't say that, maybe I could just say that she's a bit delusional. But no, now I'm going to start to think that this woman is actually incredibly manipulative. She has actual plans when it comes to trying to change the narrative, which is obviously failing massively. But this whole apology is genuinely malicious and so grim. But yes, that is the ending of the apology. And as I said, it went absolutely viral. As you can see, it has around 600,000 dislikes now. It has millions upon millions of views. YouTubers have started covering it everywhere. People have started memeing it. Everybody is laughing about how awful of an apology this situation is and how it truly exemplifies most YouTubers that have made an apology. And what I find most interesting about this is when this whole Colleen scandal was originally happening, when it sparked up after Cody's 2023 video, it was more just like a tight-knit, well-spoken about thing in the drama community and Colleen's community. But because of this apology, well, not apology, but because of whatever this is from Colleen, it is now everywhere. If you go onto social media in the last week of when I've been recording this video, you cannot escape this apology. Everyone is talking about it, and I didn't even know this amount of people know about Colleen. It is absolutely insane to me, and I keep speaking about self-destruction, but this is the biggest example of it in the entire video. She didn't need to do this, and honestly, I think her just remaining silent probably would have benefited her much more. And I think what makes this even more hilarious is the fact that Colleen didn't upload this apology onto her main channel. She sneakily put it onto one of her other channels with less subscribers, probably thinking that, oh yeah, this is probably not going to be viewed by that many people, and nope. It turned out to be one of her most viewed videos in absolutely years. And obviously now she is losing subscribers every single minute. Her fans are turning on her. Everybody is laughing at her. And it truly seems at this point of time, there is absolutely no way back. It is a complete and utter disaster. And with that, we finally actually do move into the aftermath of everything in the Colleen Ballinger scandal situation saga. I feel like this video has been longer than Avatar, so this is just a movie at this point. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, pat yourself on the back if you really think it's an achievement. You have finally made it after 3 or even 4 hours, hopefully not 4 hours, you have finally made it to the final chapter of this video. And with everything that we've discussed today, I think what we need to now focus on is what is actually going to happen after everything. Where is Colleen Ballinger now at? And is there really any way back for her? No. No, there isn't. At this point of time, I think this is probably the biggest form of self-destruction I have ever witnessed on YouTube. I'm utterly shocked by everything in this. The fact of the matter is none of this needed to happen, but obviously everything has happened. When she apologized for originally messaging fans, she would be at the same time messaging fans. When she apologized for her actions, she would be at the same time lying and manipulating every fan possible. And that is all all because Colleen Ballinger simply cannot let go of this whole influencer thing. She desperately wants to remain the person who is seen as this wonderful, wholesome, quirky YouTuber. And I think that comes down to years of being surrounded by yes men who tell her she is right no matter what. I think Colleen genuinely over the years has built up this picture in her mind that she is this wonderful person that is always in the right. No matter what the argument, no matter what the points, she is in the right. And that comes from Colleen cultivating an audience of people that say absolutely anything to get in her good books. And I think that has led to the destruction of her career. If Colleen just kept regular friends surrounded by her, then I think they would have actually kept her in check. But obviously, Colleen did not want to do that. Colleen had an ego which made her not want to let go of absolutely anything. Even if that was just simply saying that she was wrong in a situation, she could not do that, and that has led to this self-implosion. And it's genuinely crazy because I thought we saw a big self-implosion last week, but this is just... well, this is just on another level. But I think it all goes back to what I said at the beginning of this video. Whenever a YouTuber is involved in a scandal, whether they're right or wrong, it does not matter what they were exposed for. The only thing that actually matters in the eyes of the public is how the YouTuber or influencer responds, and Colleen did almost break that trend in 2020, but once again, it has been absolutely proven to be true. I think to somewhat conclude this video, all we can really say is, Colleen, I think you need to leave the internet for a bit. I'm not saying you need to be deplatformed. I can't be bothered to go into that argument, although the ukulele makes me think differently. But I'm saying, Colleen, I think you need to take a lot of time off the internet and detox from social media. Based on your response, I think this is genuinely one of the most insane things that I've ever seen, and I don't think that you are thinking rationally at the moment. Please, just take some time off social media and start thinking like a regular human being, because no regular human being thinks that your messages weren't bad. But Colleen, even if you do leave social media, you also need to learn to accept the fact that if you do come back and if you do start creating content again, don't expect everybody to come flooding back with love and support. Sadly, that's, well, no, not sadly, I think fairly, that's how the world works. If you do some bad thing, in particular things that we've discussed today, then I think most people aren't going to be willing to forgive something like that, because in the social norms of this world, what you have done is described as actually quite terrible. And I truly do believe that Colleen has negatively impacted people. I think that her young fans probably were affected by some of the conversations that they had with Colleen in these group chats. I think an adult has genuinely no business befriending children, and I think everybody really does agree with that, other than Colleen, clearly. Now, I know in her video she does say that yes, it was weird what she did, but she is taking accountability, but I think it's so obvious that she isn't. The passive aggressiveness, just everything really does indicate that Colleen Ballinger, over the last few years, is unwilling to learn, change, or grow, despite how many times she will throw those words in your face. I'll end this video by sending a message to some of the fans who have been affected by Colleen, in particular Adam, in this situation of, honestly, I genuinely wish nothing but support and love for you guys. I can't even imagine how stressful a situation like this was. You have to remember, this situation has been ongoing for years now. Somebody like Adam has been dubbed and harassed as a liar for so many years. It is absolutely despicable, and I'm glad that finally there is some level of justice coming, but it doesn't change the fact that this went on for so unbelievably long. What seems like a completely dead story in 2020 ended up being arguably the biggest story in terms of influencer news of 2023, and that's all because Colleen could not think rationally and look past her absolutely massive ego. I'd like to say I'm sorry. So I'm sorry. Because for an entire video, 3.5 hours, I may have mispronounced Colleen Ballinger's name. And I'm really nothing's coming out. I'm trying to say I'm sorry. Alright? And if you can't forgive me, well, that seems like a you problem. And if you can forgive me, well, you know, please subscribe, because I'm trying to hit 1 million subs. Thank you very much. Look, ladies and gentlemen, things over the last few weeks have, well, I'd say they've gotten a little bit heated. I'd say it's like a fire getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But ladies and gentlemen, it's like Mount Doom had a nuclear bomb sent in it and it exploded, and then 4 other nuclear bombs were sent into Mount Doom. This has just gotten absolutely out of hand. And yes, of course, we are speaking about the Colleen Ballinger situation, because over the last few weeks, ever since my 3.5-hour documentary about this whole situation, things have only gotten so unbelievably worse. The internet right now is an absolute war zone. And the kind of particular thing which is interesting me right now is the fact that when we first went into the situation, we were saying, this is a very inappropriate person who's committed a lot of bad actions and they should face repercussions for those actions, to, oh my god, you probably should actually be going to jail. You should be going to jail, sunshine. I seriously don't understand what is wrong with you, Colleen. There are so many things that we are going to have to go through in today's video, and I put up a community post being like, how long do you think this video is going to be? Truth be told, I actually don't know how long this video is going to be, but we're going to have to take this as like the part 2 to the downfall of Colleen Ballinger. Because, ladies and gentlemen, things aren't just getting worse, but we're just going to actually have to call the federal agents in at this point, because what is going on? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so firstly we need to take a look at the aftermath of what actually happened after Colleen Ballinger did the most ironic thing and responded to child grooming allegations with a nursery rhyme. Yes, I still don't actually know why she did this. I would like some clarification from Colleen Ballinger. I know everyone right now wants Colleen to upload a video, and maybe at this point of time when this video is being released she actually has, but people at the point of me making this video have been begging Colleen to make a video explaining all of the things with Adam McIntyre and all of the allegations. But personally, I think I want an individual video to explain what was going on in like the 4 brain cells in this individual's mind which convinced them that this would be a good idea. She said in this video, my lawyers have advised against this. Maybe, Colleen, take some advice for once in your life. But yes, what I'm trying to say here is after the worst apology of all time, Colleen has been losing subscribers, followers at a monumental speed. It is absolutely wild to see that somebody could lose their platform so quickly overnight, and it's hard to say that this isn't justified. And this apology is now actually becoming one of the most disliked apologies of all time. It now has over 1 million dislikes, and it kind of seems that Colleen doesn't have any area of the internet where she can go to without facing some form of criticism at this point. And again, it's a pretty justified thing, given absolutely everything that we went through in my 3-hour video. And naturally, with all of that, with all the people like myself speaking about this situation, it has actually prompted some of the people in Colleen's life to come out and speak about this stuff. And one of those people is actually the ex-husband of Colleen Ballinger. Because yes, the ex-husband has been heavily involved in this situation so far, with Colleen going into group chats and obviously discussing her divorce with her 14 to 17-year-old fans in group chats. This is something that she, for some reason, did. I don't actually know why, but she definitely did these in long rants in these group chats. It's one of the more confusing things, and obviously the ex-husband has finally seen this stuff and decided to come out. And no, he isn't gay, because Pride Month was last month, and as you all know, gay people can only exist during June. But Josh, who is Colleen's ex-husband, has actually come out and spoke against Colleen amidst all of the drama and situations involving those two. And honestly, that is a little bit strange when you actually look into the history of Colleen Ballinger and Josh, because at one point of time, their relationship was regarded as
couple goals.
I feel like I went into a bit of a Shane Dawson-esque thing there. We'll never do that again, but they were regarded as couple goals. Joshleen was what people used to call it back in the fan base of Colleen Ballinger when she actually had fans. People really looked up to these two. People thought, wow, these two are the ideal relationship, the ideal marriage, and if I ever get a lovely husband or wife, I would love to have that level of relationship. Until, well, you saw everything that came out on the internet, and obviously it is very strange to look back at nowadays considering everything that we know. People at one point of time were so engrossed in the dynamic of Colleen and Josh that there was even weird fan accounts which I found celebrating Jocelyn in rather particularly creepy ways, where they're posting a lot of NSFW stuff about the couple and just in general very inappropriate ways which really do exemplify the kind of dynamic between Colleen and her fan base. Her fans at one point of time were very comfortable sexualizing people in that whole I guess group, the Ballinger group, Colleen, her husband, and that's obviously because of Colleen's actions and how she has cultivated her audience, which we went through in the last video. But what I'm trying to say here is it's very strange to now see that Josh is now turning against Colleen, given how at one point of time they were so absolutely beloved to a point of where this actually exists. But yes, Josh went onto Twitter to air his thoughts about the entire situation and pretty much just outright completely denounced Colleen. But before we even go through that thread, I want to play to you a clip that Colleen herself posted during the era of around 2016 of when her and Josh announced that they were getting a divorce.
I know a lot of you are going to be really disappointed and really mad and really hurt by this, because you do feel so close to us and you looked up to our relationship and to our love, and so this is going to be confusing and hard for a lot of you, and I totally get that. But please, please don't. Please don't be mean to him. He didn't do anything to deserve that. He's hurting, and this is really, really painful, and the last thing either one of us needs is people attacking us when we are just completely devastated right now. So please, be respectful.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the sheer nature of this clip is quite confusing to look back at, considering how in this clip she's like, please don't attack Josh. She seems very devastated. She just seems upset. But when you then go and find out what was also going on at that period of time or shortly after that video, she was in group chats saying things like this to young fans. It's very confusing to see the sheer contrast between this video and these DMs. And obviously this behavior is extremely hypocritical, and I've seen a lot of Colleen fans defend this behavior, being like, oh, she was just, you know, trying to make it publicly look fine, and yeah, we all say things differently behind closed doors. And yeah, usually I would take that excuse. You know, sometimes I'll think this YouTuber is an absolute bellend, but to you guys I'll be like, oh yeah, they're all right to not cause any drama, because I've got myself a life. I would not like to be in the spotlight constantly where I'm beefing with this YouTuber and that YouTuber. Sometimes you're going to tell nice little white lies, but this isn't a white lie. This is just an outright lie, because behind closed scenes, she was still speaking to the same fans that she was speaking to in that video, saying horrible things about her ex-husband. And these things that she was saying in these clips became rumors that were naturally spread by these young fans, because they probably thought, being young and impressionable, being the type of fan that wants to impress somebody that they're a fan of, they went round saying nasty things about Colleen's ex-husband Josh, which became very vicious rumors. It really doesn't take many searches to find some of the things said about Josh because of what Colleen was saying to fans behind the scenes. And then that brings us to 2023, where Josh clearly found out only recently about the ongoings of what his ex-wife was saying about him, and obviously he was not happy about this, because one, it's extremely hypocritical, but two, it explains a lot of the vicious rumors out there about him. And I should just say, I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship, but it's very clear to me that Colleen has done some damage, quite a lot of damage in fact, and obviously Josh was not happy about that. Joshua tweeted saying, anyone feeling hurt and gaslit right now, my message to you is this. Your experiences were real. The proof is there. Your trauma should be taken seriously. The proof is there. Your anger is justified. The proof is there. You deserve better. Take your power back. sending you love. Now, yeah, everything in this post is obviously absolutely spot on, and honestly, it's quite sad that we even need to say these things, but sadly, we do need to say these things, because even to this day, a lot of the victims in this situation are just being ignored, saying, oh, Colleen Ballinger's intentions weren't bad, she was just in a weird spot with fans. And I really don't know how that's some form of justification or excuse for Colleen's actions, but it's something that has been said quite a lot, so I can completely understand why Josh of all people seems the need to take this stance. And I think this tweet really does to show that this isn't online drama anymore. People in Colleen's personal life have been dragged into all of this and are clearly hurting. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when you treat people terribly in your life, in particular when you're somebody with a massive platform who's using that platform to pretty much spread horrible rumors about people, you just need to realize that that's probably going to come back to bite you in the ass. But not just a bite. Again, I don't know why I keep mentioning nukes. Maybe it's because this world currently is on the cusp of nuclear war, but it's like your whole platform's going to get nuked by yourself. It's a self-destruction. Some would say a self-implosion. Did you know there was a submarine that went missing the other week?
What? Nah, I never knew that.
I'm a bit late to that one, I know. But yes, it only continues where Josh made another tweet saying he has no desire to use this as a catalyst for a YouTube comeback. It's not a safe place for me. I'm past that. My voice is only here to help validate those that are hurting. Nothing more. And you know what? I think this is a pretty respectable thing to say in this situation, because honestly, he could actually, as he said, use this situation as a catalyst to come back to social media and build kind of like a comeback, a new start to his career, and get views from the situation, quite like I'm doing. I'm joking. Obviously, it's a bit different with him, as he literally was a personal connection to Colleen, and I think it's admirable that he isn't going to take advantage of this situation and instead just tweet his thoughts and feelings. And after this tweet, it's when we really get into the more telling stuff, the more condemning stuff when it comes to making Colleen look even worse. This behavior, as in Colleen's, was my reality anytime I spoke up and disagreed with her actions and rhetoric during 2009 and 2016. I was gaslit too. I was made to feel like I was always the problem. Any pain I felt was an inconvenience and was belittled. Every ounce of what you're feeling, I understand. Now, firstly, my brothers, sisters, and sisters, obviously this tweet looks incredibly bad on Colleen, and the thing is, with this video, I am just starting off with the lighter stuff until we get into the absolutely terrible stuff, but this tweet alone makes Colleen look 1,000 times worse. When you go and look at some of the messages sent in the Weenies chat from Colleen and just correlate them with this tweet, it really starts to line up with how badly Colleen was treating people. For example, one other message that Colleen sent was, "It makes no sense. He tries to get pity for being heartbroken over me, but he constantly tries to drag me through the mud. You can't be heartbroken over somebody you hate, so which is it?" Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, you absolutely can be heartbroken over somebody that you now hate or dislike. I think if anybody's been for a bad breakup, you probably know that feeling quite well, and it's quite insane that Colleen even tried to suggest to her fans that this isn't a possible thing, but we know why she is doing that, especially when you take a look at the tweet that we read previously, of where Josh is saying that whenever he would be sad or air his feelings, he would be gaslit and pretty much things would be spun in a bad way. And that's exactly what Colleen was doing in this message. She was obviously taking his feelings where he's sad and upset during this divorce and making it sound so much worse, almost malicious to her own fans. It wasn't like she was just speaking to Trisha Paytas, a friend, and being like, "Oh, he's such a dick, I hate him," because that's something people do. But what people don't do is they don't go into group chats with their fans and tell their fans lies, speculation, rumors, and horrible things about their ex-husbands. Not only was Colleen being absolutely horrible, but she was also starting to spread nasty rumors about Josh. Because, ladies and gentlemen, YouTubers, surprisingly enough, even though they bring out the ukuleles, aren't stupid. They know that their words have impact, and they know that their super fans will do absolutely anything anything that they think that will possibly benefit their connection between the fan and the YouTuber. So by her saying these things, she knows that she is going to get this spread around the community like some vicious little rumor, but then she can kind of pretend being like, oh, well, I didn't say it in a video, I didn't say it publicly, and she can kind of pretend that she didn't even say these things, which obviously we know she did for years until it was exposed. And I think that is why Josh is coming out about this, because obviously he feels betrayed, not just because of all of Colleen's other terrible actions, but she has also personally betrayed him. And it's just another example of how malicious this person is. She was being malicious to people that she didn't know, but also people who were meant to be her friends and family. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning of the rabbit hole when it comes to Colleen mistreating people in her personal life. But I also should just say, I by no means know anything to do with Josh personally. I've never spoken to the guy. I don't know whether he's a good person or a bad person. And in fact, even right now, Josh himself has recently been embroiled in controversy after he issued an apology towards somebody who was also involved in a situation which will come up later in this video. But the fact of the matter is, practically every single situation that we could speak about involving this circle of people always seems to go back to Colleen. Something that she said in the group chat, a rumor that she started, some bad immoral thing that Colleen herself did, it all circulates back to her, regardless if somebody was in the wrong or if somebody else was in the right. Colleen Ballinger, it just seems, is addicted to being the wrong in practically every single situation. I like to believe that there is like some form of moral code of ethics when it comes to influencers. Obviously, don't DM underage fans. Well, that's just a code of ethics for anybody, but you know what I mean. But it seems that with those ethics, she just continuously breaks every single rule. But ladies and gentlemen, like literally everything in this situation, it only gets worse, because shortly after this, Adam McIntyre, one of the main people in this situation, saw Josh's statements and thanked him for this. And Josh responded with saying that he's 100% with Adam and standing by him in this situation. And then somebody who I think is a Colleen stan, or somebody who is at least against Josh, responded by saying, LMAO, not Josh. Didn't you like reuse Colleen's wedding ring and were an alcoholic? Please, goodbye. Ah yes, that old chestnut, the one where you don't actually have any argument whatsoever, so instead you'll bring up somebody's addiction issues and use that as a way to belittle them for absolutely no reason whatsoever, and the context does not apply to anything in this tweet. Sure. But the reason I'm showing you this tweet right now is because once again, apparently this is yet again another vicious rumor about Josh, which apparently originates from Colleen Ballinger herself. Because Adam responded to that saying she lied about that too. Pamela's ring, who I believe is now his current wife, is hers and hers alone. The stone is bigger and better color and clarity. Nothing about it was taken from anything else. And also, yeah, thanks for bringing up my sobriety. 3.5 years strong and still going. Now, first I want to say congratulations to Josh for being sober for 3.5 years. I can imagine that is a very tough thing and something that he should definitely be proud of. So yeah, maybe we should bring it up in the comments even more and be like, congratulations, Josh, well done, mate. But secondly, this is just such a stupid rumor to even go around and spread. But again, I'm gonna say this phrase a million times, it just exemplifies who Colleen is as an individual. Despite it being something so unbelievably petty and pathetic, she actually spent her time spreading this rumor. And apparently she started this rumor by speaking to people like Trisha Paytas, and apparently then this got circulated around the community. And based on all the messages that we've seen before, I really wouldn't be surprised if she also didn't just speak to Trisha, but also spoke to her fans like she loves to do, and spread this absolutely embarrassing rumor for no apparent reason. It's utterly pathetic, but it's something that Colleen Ballinger seemed to love to do. Just go around and say nasty things about her ex-husband. And bearing in mind, this is the same individual that was going into these chats being like, oh, I work 24/7. How could I do any of these things? I mean, it's just utterly pathetic. Like, did she not even realize when she was typing out the message of, oh, I work 24/7, that she is spending that time in that 24/7 hour range speaking in a group chat of fans? Did you not have any anything as a grown 30-year-old woman to be doing better than what you are doing here. This entire segment is genuinely so petty and pathetic. It seems like high school drama, yet it is something that a grown woman was engaging in on a daily basis. I know it's not the most serious thing and probably is actually the least serious thing throughout this entire saga, but I really just cannot believe the levels of pettiness that Colleen was getting to. In fact, the malicious stuff makes more sense. Like, yes, it's awful, but maybe there's like some reasoning that you can make behind it. Bad reasoning, but ultimately reasoning. But this, just why? It's so utterly unnecessary. And I feel like the husband, Josh, in this situation has probably have to deal with a lot of people speculating about some of the things that went on in their relationship because of Colleen herself, because she couldn't stop herself from speaking to people and spreading lies and rumors. It's pathetic, but obviously that is who Colleen is. If Colleen falls out with somebody, she will do absolutely anything that she needs to do, as malicious as it can possibly be, to spread rumors, to spread a narrative that that person is now a nasty person, Colleen is in the right, and they are in the wrong. We saw this with Cody. Colleen no longer liked Adam. Colleen needed to prove the world that Adam was a bad person, so she went to another superfan, Cody, and convinced Cody that Adam was lying about everything and was just in general a pretty bad person. She was no longer with Josh in this relationship, so she went round to other fans and started manipulating them and spreading rumors that Josh was a bad person and Colleen was in the right. She is so utterly obsessed with controlling the narrative in every single situation, and people can argue to me, oh, that wasn't her intent, she was just a little bit of a gossip who went too far. No. How many times can somebody be exposed for the same thing until you realize this person probably is a bit of a dick? And I'm gonna go back to the video that I played you earlier of where Colleen was seemingly devastated about their divorce.
I'm just gonna say it. Joshua and I are getting a divorce. Man, that sucks to say out loud.
Now in this video, she seems justifiably upset, and you know, in typical YouTuber fashion, she is crying without any tears coming out whatsoever. But yes, if you were to see this video, you'd think, oh, she's broken, she's upset, and she now needs to go and do some healing, and good on her for telling her fans to not harass Josh and to not say bad things about Josh. But obviously, from the small amount of things we've gone through so far, we now know that that was complete and utter hypocrisy. And honestly, based on everything that we've seen, based on the rumors and the lies and the speculation, it all just seems very malicious and almost calculated. In every situation where Colleen tries to paint somebody as a bad person, she loves to paint herself as the innocent one in this situation, never somebody who is in the wrong. And it correlates to what Josh was saying in his tweets. She does these things deliberately. She gaslights people. She convinces people that they're in the wrong and she is in the right. In this video, she's painting an extremely positive public perception of herself by being like, don't be mean to him, don't harass him, we don't need the stress right now, whilst being extremely villainous behind the scenes. I feel like I'm watching Two-Face in The Dark Knight right now. 1 minute she's being the sweet innocent individual, and the next she's being this malicious, terrible person spreading all these nasty rumors about this same person she is saying to be nice to. And we know the only reason she's saying the whole nice part is because she wants the public to think, oh, I'm this really sweet and wholesome individual, whilst the super fans who will never say anything, well, at least what Colleen thought at the time, they would never say anything, but at the time they wouldn't say anything, so she would entrust them like little minions to go spread the rumors throughout the community without her name being attached to it, and everybody thinking, oh, she's such a lovely and sweet individual. It's honestly like Game of Thrones at this point. It's actually kind of insane. And with that, it only leads us into the next part in the part 2 of this video, of where once again Colleen has been horribly mistreating somebody in her personal life. And yes, that is Trisha Paytas. Now, at the beginning of this video, I said that this situation started off as a, oh, this is a very immoral thing and you should apologize, to, oh my god, you may be going to jail, Colleen Ballinger. In my first documentary, the things that we were covering weren't exactly things which broke the law, but the anger mainly came from a moralistic standpoint. I don't believe that something to be wrong means that the law has been broken. You can abide by the law and still be a terrible person, and that's what it pretty much seemed in my first documentary. But now we are entering a moment of time where actual authorities may be looking into this. They may be watching this video right now. Go to the comment section and say hello, criminal convictor, because Colleen Ballinger has seemingly actually committed a crime. This is the biggest thing that has happened in this entire situation. And reminder, this is a situation where the woman has sent underwear as a 30-year-old woman to a 13-year-old child. She has now somehow done something worse than that. And of course, it involves Trisha Paytas. Pretty much, it's now been exposed that in the past, or maybe even still in the present, Colleen Ballinger has had a continuous pattern of behavior where she has taken 18 plus NSFW images from certain media websites of where she has taken adult content and distributed that to children. Pretty much, in short, Colleen Ballinger took Trisha Paytas' adult photos and sent them to a child known as Adam McIntyre. I'm not blaming Adam in any sense here, but I just want to ask the question of why did she think that she would get away with any of this? Firstly, the underwear. Secondly, the inappropriate friendship that she had with Adam. But now this is being exposed. I truly do feel bad for Adam, because everything that we have gone through in these two videos is something that no child should have to experience, and I would not be shocked if this has damaged Adam's upbringing to a certain extent, and also the other fans that have been involved in this situation. And I understand I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, and there's a lot of information that we need to actually go through and fill in the gaps, because this is only kind of like the ending chapter of what's happening here. We really need to talk about how we actually got here, and once again, it involves another superfan that Colleen Ballinger apparently had another inappropriate friendship with, and that is Johnny Silvestri. And yes, Johnny is somebody who is above the age of 18, but it doesn't deny the fact that he was a superfan, to the point of where Johnny apparently was going on tour with Colleen behind the scenes and all that good stuff. Apparently they had a very close friendship between him, Colleen, and also Josh. Josh is the person who also recently issued an apology to Johnny that I mentioned earlier. We won't be going through that, but the reason that I bring it up is because it's very evident that Johnny was a big part of the Colleen Ballinger fan base, and this is where we get into the recent events of where Johnny pretty much came out with a lot of posts sharing screenshots of DMs between him and Colleen in the years of 2018 and 2020, of where Colleen would seemingly just randomly send photos to Johnny, and these photos were NSFW photos of Trisha Paytas, adult photos from her adult social media profiles, in particular a website that I'm not going to name for age restriction reasons, but you can probably guess the name of the website. Now, I'm not exactly sure at this point of the timeline if any laws have been broken here. Now, yes, if these texts were images taken directly from a paywall, which Colleen has gone behind and now is distributing for free, there could be some legal repercussions to that, but ultimately on a bigger moral perspective here, Johnny in these messages was a grown adult, but that doesn't take away from anything and what is going on here. These messages involve body shaming and were deliberately sent to utterly shame Trisha Paytas, who at this point of time was a friend of Colleen Ballinger. As I mentioned earlier, Trisha was speaking to Colleen about their divorce. Trisha and Colleen knew each other in real life, yet behind the scenes to superfans, Colleen was sending these messages. It's utterly just weird, disgusting, vile. There are so many descriptive words that I could use to describe this, but ultimately, it's once again Colleen just being a horrible person to people in her personal life. I do not understand why Colleen Ballinger just insists on being malicious and horrible, even to the people that are just there for her behind the scenes, but this is the reality of it. These messages are publicly available now, and obviously when they were made available, the internet went wild. And I know what a few people will say, well, Johnny was an adult, Colleen was an adult, they both should be taking moral responsibility for their actions in this situation, because just like Cody, there really is no child vindication here. You can't just be like, oh, they were a sweet innocent kid that didn't know better. No, Johnny was not a child, and yes, he was a super fan who probably would be willing to do a lot to impress Colleen, but ultimately he did engage in these conversations, and fair play, he has issued an apology since. And yeah, obviously that's up to you and up to Trisha Paytas whether you want to accept this apology or not, but ultimately it was Colleen who started these conversations. It was Colleen who sent these images, and what makes it even weirder is this was such a common thing, a thing that she just continuously did. Johnny could outright predict when Colleen would be sending these messages. As you can see here, Colleen sends like a hidden image, and Johnny guesses that it's going to be about Trisha Paytas. This is how weird Colleen Ballinger is. She wouldn't just do this once. It wasn't like a once or twice thing where she was just nasty for no reason. No, this was a malicious thing that she was doing a lot, to the point of where Johnny knew that she was going to do it, even though, as you can see in the dates, they weren't really regularly speaking, but because of this continuous thing that she had been doing throughout their friendship, he knew that this was going to be a nude photo of Trisha Paytas. That is so utterly weird. I've asked this question like a million times, but Colleen, what is wrong with you? Especially when you take into the context that Colleen is somebody that presents herself as this sweet and innocent individual. Oh, she's just a bit of a prankster. You know, she makes a few edgy jokes on the Miranda Sings accounts. Edgy jokes translating to extremely unfunny jokes. But albeit, she's this sweet and innocent individual who, you know, takes the adult content of her friends from their paywalls and sends it to fans to mock them and body shame them. To even say it out loud is just so utterly weird. Like, yes, there is a lot of moral issues here, but ultimately you are, Colleen, just a strange individual. I really don't understand how she got away with this for so long, but obviously I guess it comes from the fan dynamic. Colleen obviously thought that these superfans would never betray her, and that is why there is just so much dirt that these fans seem to have that is now being exposed via this avalanche effect. But of course, you may be thinking to yourself, well, Fraser, you said that some criminal action had happened here, and yeah, there may be some like copyright issues of her distributing paid content, but ultimately, where has the law that you were referring to previously been broken? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we need to go a few weeks before Johnny actually came out with these tweets, because there were like cracks in the earth, you know, to signal that the earthquake was coming. Is that how earthquakes work? I don't know. Basically, there were a few tweets beforehand kind of signaling that these posts were going to come out, because it seems that, yes, he wasn't the only person receiving Trisha Paytas' NSFW photos. Because on June the 13th, 2023, Adam McIntyre, who I mentioned earlier, tweeted, "Trisha, Colleen and I used to send your OF pics and videos and make fun of how you looked, by the way. In brackets, I was 15 and Colleen was in her 30s. And by the way, there is someone who Colleen made fun of Trisha's Patreon of who was a fan, but it's just whether they'll speak up or not. A lot of conversations are happening behind the scenes right now." And obviously that fan has now come out, and that fan was Johnny. But obviously there's a little bit of an issue with Adam's tweets, which is a little bit more of an issue than Johnny's original tweet. Adam states in those posts he was 15 and Colleen was 30 years old, distributing adult, explicit, 18 plus NSFW OF content. And I know I sound like I'm losing my mind right now, but it's mainly because this woman has committed a crime, and she pulled out a ukulele and sung to us, telling us, "I've taken accountability." Do you know how insane that is? Do you know how absolutely mental that is? I can't put into words the sheer audacity that this human being must have to think that she was going to get away with absolutely any of this. Why would she make this apology fully knowing that there was more stuff going to come out, far worse stuff going to come out, and this would only make the situation a million times worse, but then that would only triple in worseness when these tweets came out? Why would she do this? I'm starting to think, is she an idiot?
Yes.
Maybe. And YouTube, I'm not even being rude or mean when I say that. I'm trying not to break TOS in any forms of way, but that's just an observation. Is this not stupidity in the grand context of everything we're speaking about right now? And now, yes, at this point of time, I don't believe that there are any DMs between Adam and Colleen exchanging these images, but the fact of the matter is, firstly, maybe Adam did not want these DMs to exist on his computer or phone anymore, but secondly, how many times in this situation has Adam said something which has come true about Colleen Ballinger? People will say, oh, this is a bit too far. I don't know if I can believe this. This was the same woman that sent underwear to the same child that we are speaking about here. I really don't think that this would be really out of the ordinary given the sheer context of everything that we have mentioned so far. She really is, in my opinion, probably going to do absolutely anything at this point. She was chatting about her divorce with fans. She was asking for pics from fans. So why would this be unlikely? Especially when we have seen that she has done this just with another super fan. And I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, well, is this a crime? Was it because, you know, it wasn't technically her photos, it was somebody else. Is this a crime? I'm going to answer the question for you right now. As you can see here, it says an adult who sends an explicit selfie to a minor may be charged with a crime for the actions that Colleen has committed. From all the descriptions here, this seems to match up with what Colleen has done. It doesn't necessarily state that it needs to be your selfie. I think it can be any explicit 18+ NSFW content that isn't for educational purposes. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think sending Trisha Paytas's 18+ OF content to a child is an educational thing. In fact, it's just weird to even say. But I guess you're now wondering, well, what is Trisha doing in this situation? What does she think? Because obviously they run a podcast with Colleen Ballinger. They are friends with Colleen Ballinger. I have referenced Trisha before this situation in this video. What is Trisha's take on this entire thing? Because I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, Trisha's a bad person. Oh, Trisha's involved in this situation. Oh, Trisha's done all of these bad things. And yes, I agree with you. Trisha Paytas, in my opinion, isn't a great person. I don't have any reasons to like Trisha Paytas, but I don't think any of that is relevant right now. What has happened in this situation is beyond that. This is absolutely horrible, and I can only imagine that Trisha Paytas is probably extremely embarrassed to see what has been happening behind the scenes with somebody who she once considered a friend. This is a horrible situation which I would not wish on anybody. It's disturbing, it's weird, and it's just outright wrong. And when we're thinking like that now, imagine if you were the individual that this has happened to. And obviously, Trisha was not happy, and that's why they uploaded this video on the 3rd of July 2023 titled Colleen. And I would say this video is like the nail in the coffin for Colleen Ballinger's career, but it's more like the nail in the jail cell which she's going to be permanently staying in for breaking a heinous crime. Like, seriously, is she going to go to jail for... We'll answer that in a bit. But yeah, this video, as you can imagine, is Trisha responding to the actions that have recently been exposed about Colleen, not just the ones involving her, and just in general how much it discussed Trisha, but also Trisha, yeah, spoke up on the situation involving explicit photos of them being spread around. And what we're going to do now is go through some specific individual clips from this video which is relevant to what we're speaking about now, and that starts us off with Trisha actually kind of explaining what their friendship was with Colleen Ballinger. Because from the public perception right now, especially given that Colleen and Trisha do a podcast, most people seem to believe that these two are good friends and a horrible betrayal has happened here. So let's just get in to see what Trisha has to say.
Putting my own hurt feelings aside, and my feelings are very hurt, I've had like a sick to my stomach feeling for a while now, and today especially. me and Colleen started a podcast this year, 3 episodes. We were always friendly before. I think it shocked a lot of people because like, oh, I didn't know they were close friends like that. And the thing is we weren't close friends. We were friends. I considered us to be friendly. When I had my daughter, she reached out and I thought, oh, it's great to have mom friends and, you know, friends, you know, who have kids. So I thought this podcast would be great because we always got along really great when we would see each other. We've been doing videos together on and off, like maybe once a year since 2018. And so I just thought, well, this is a good podcast to get to know each other. It's a good, you know, little thing for me to do because I haven't really done anything for a couple of years and I really enjoy being creative and producing stuff. And it was kind of fun to do costumes and stuff.
So yeah, they weren't exactly best friends, but they were still people that had social interactions with each other. They met each other in real life. They worked together on the same show together. And just in general, they interacted fondly with each other. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, even if they weren't, even if these two hated each other, what transpired still would not be justified. Just because you hate somebody does not give you the right to body shame them, mock them for how they look or how their body is. Just because you hate somebody doesn't give you the right to go onto their private page, which it costs to be on, take explicit images from that and send it to children. Now I know that sounds like a little bit of an insane thing to say, because it's an insane thing to do, an illegal thing to do, may I add. It is an insane thing to do, but it's exactly what she did. And no other second apology is going to justify it. And in fact, I don't think if Colleen ever does address this, she's going to actually like be like, oh, I have this reasoning. I think she's probably just going to try and cry with no tears coming out again, just like she did with a divorce and be like, oh, Trisha, I'm so sorry. And all your sorries aren't going to mean anything. You've done this. You're going to jail. But going back to the video, the first 8 minutes of it is pretty much just Trisha going over the entire situation between Colleen and Adam and the rest of her fans, and basically just completely denouncing it, saying how inappropriate the whole thing is, and just in general, how wrong Colleen is in this situation. I've seen a lot of people make statements being like, oh, isn't this ironic coming from Trisha Paytas, who is always involved in drama and bad situations, and I wouldn't really say it's ironic. I don't think Trisha Paytas has ever been involved in something as serious as what Colleen Ballinger has done in this saga, but ultimately I can see why people would see Trisha Paytas denouncing somebody as kind of ironic, and I've also seen people say, well, why did Trisha not come out and denounce Colleen Ballinger even before these texts came out, given the sheer nature of the subject over the last few weeks involving Colleen and Adam McIntyre and other fans? And I can understand that criticism, yet at the same time, I'm not being defensive here, but I feel like if Trisha Paytas came out and was making videos about Colleen Ballinger, that almost would give Colleen Ballinger some level of way to actually respond and win some people over, just because of the sheer negative perception of Trisha Paytas. It almost is better for Trisha to just say nothing previously with all of the other stuff to do with Adam, because ultimately Trisha Paytas does have such a negative reputation, and I think if Trisha came out speaking about it, a lot of people would be like, oh, you're just betraying your friend, you're just clout tracing or something like that. But obviously now Trisha is speaking because this thing does actually personally involve them with a very serious thing, and I can understand why Trisha is now speaking. So yeah, maybe Trisha could have said something, but ultimately at the same time, it probably would have went wrong for Trisha either way if they did. But then finally, about halfway through, Trisha starts to actually speak about this situation of their explicit photos being shared around to Colleen's fans. And this clip is quite long, but I think you guys do need the full context here because it speaks about Adam, it speaks about Johnny, and just in general how Trisha stands by these two. And yeah, let's get into it.
I need to nip this in the bud that I do not condone at all unsolicited nudes, sending unsolicited nudes to anyone of anybody, sex worker or not. I think using someone's nudes as a way to hurt them, make fun of them, make light of them, be mean is the lowest form of human, the lowest form of intelligence. I think that's so inhumane. I think that's so disgusting for anyone. Last night, the text messages were shown, and it's very clearly from Colleen to a fan. Has over 500,000 views on Twitter that I'm not embarrassed by. I'm embarrassed for her. I try to take myself out of these equations when I'm feeling triggered, and if I were to look at it as it happening to someone else, I wouldn't be humiliated for the person in the photos. I'd be humiliated for the person who sent them. Although it can be humiliating for the person in the photos as well. And it somewhat is embarrassing. I get made fun of all the time for my body, my nudes, even under this person's posts. While I'm thankful, he posted them so I could see that this is real. It's hearing all that horrible stuff underneath the photo, like about my body just being messed up or disgusting, and it's a lot. Yes, I'm a sex worker, and yes, I chose this job, and yes, I make money doing it. But it never feels good to have someone just like make fun of your naked body. It's just a really vulnerable thing, and it is a little embarrassing if I'm being honest, but I'm more embarrassed for her that this is the kind of person she is.
So firstly, I want to mention the thing that I mentioned previously of people being like, oh, I don't care what Trisha has to say. Trisha's always involved in controversies and done loads of bad things. And yeah, I agree. But how do you hear what Trisha just said and not react even slightly emotionally? I mean, have a heart, man. Imagine logging onto your social media and seeing your private images from behind a paywall, or at least your private Twitter or Instagram accounts getting leaked publicly, and you're getting mocked on those images, body shamed in those images, but then you find out that those messages were apparently distributed to a minor, but then you are also finding out that the person that distributed those messages is one of your friends that you know in person, hang out with, have socially interacted with, and you even work on a podcast with. It's genuinely quite disturbing, and just again another example of Colleen Ballinger's nature as a human being. She is very malicious. I know it's easy to say that about a lot of content creators, but at this point, how many things are going to get exposed? As I mentioned earlier, people were guessing how long my video is going to be, how much more could there be, but it seems every single day a horrible thing gets exposed about Colleen. Not like an old video or an old tweet or something, but actual horrible malicious things where she has attacked her own friends, personal people in her life that were there for her. It's just sad and wrong. And I think the more insane thing about this is Colleen Ballinger has done something so bad that I am now standing by Trisha Paytas in support. Do you know how bad of a thing you must have done for that to happen? That is a very rare thing, but congratulations, Colleen. You have achieved that. The whole thing is so sick and twisted, but when you find out even further context behind Colleen's conversations with Johnny and Adam, it only gets so much worse.
Sending these to fans unsolicited, the context of which she was sending these, I don't get the purpose. I don't know if there was an inside joke I'm missing on this. The fan said, hey, congratulations on becoming parents. Which a month later, she just responds with a nude of me and says, you look so pretty in this. And these weren't a long time ago. This is someone well into their 30s who just gave birth sending nudes. And a month prior, I was in her house meeting her child and doing a mukbang, meeting her newborn and doing a mukbang with her. In these texts, there's also friends of hers. They showed the viewing parties that were talked about to make fun of me. They did viewing parties of my adult content to make fun of me. And there's a friend of hers who I actually met as well back in 2018 with his face posing next to explicit images of me. And there was a video of it, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
There's nothing really more I can add to this other than saying this is just really sad and really disturbing. And also, we need to bring this apology up for a 50th time, because given everything that's been exposed here, Colleen would have knew about this, but she still made this video. Do you know how mental that is? That is just so weird. But also, you have to just ask the question of why. Every single time we go over anything, any instance of what Colleen has done, I always ask, did you not think this would get exposed? But I guess she really didn't, even with the worst of the worst stuff in this situation. And it makes me think, what else could possibly come out in this situation? Because for all we know, there could be even worse things. That's how deep this rabbit hole goes. And it's absolutely insane considering the perfect, wonderful persona that she liked to portray herself as. Even in her apology, she was telling us how she takes accountability, and then she was getting really passive-aggressive because nobody was forgiving her. But apparently, this isn't just a public thing, this is also a private thing, of where she will try and manipulate you into not believing the truth, even if there are actual screenshot pieces of evidence there in your face. She will lie to your face saying, that's not true, there needs to be more context. And this happened with Trisha.
There's a clip of her saying she saw a whale squirt, and she wasn't talking about Trisha Paytas. I sent her that as well, and she said everything's taken out of context, like these are lies. And being as I was like her friend and I knew her as a person, I was trusting her, I guess. Because, I mean, overall, who do you trust? Like this person you know in real life, or people you don't know anything about?
This entire saga just seems like Colleen Ballinger having a outright problem, almost an addiction to just violating the trust with any person that she's ever had a personal connection with. And it seemed that up until May of this year that nobody had actually confronted Colleen about any of this, but that's actually not true. As we just saw, Trisha Paytas themselves confronted Colleen about something that Colleen said in a video, and she was like, oh, there was context, there was something different here. And again, this is just her violating the trust, even though the evidence is right here.
A whale tail. Yeah, we just gave a square. And I'm not talking about Trisha Paytas. I'm talking about a whale.
What's the context here? What is going to make this seem any better than what it actually is? There isn't. There is no way you can change up what you said. What you said is nasty and wrong, but you absolutely cannot take accountability. As much as she wanted to say it in her apology 1 billion times, she is the worst influencer I've ever seen when it comes to taking accountability. It seems that in any situation where Colleen gets exposed, she will either attempt to outright deny that thing even happened, but if there is evidence of those things happening, she will instead be like,
oh, but what about the context?
The biggest issue that came from his video is that I sent a child underwear, and wow, anyone who heard this out of context and was offended, I completely understand, because I would be too. But in this situation, context is everything.
Where is the context to any of these things? In fact, the context only makes it worse in pretty much every single scenario. But the reason she is saying context is because she thinks that by saying that one buzzword, it's going to completely change the minds of people out there, because people will be like, oh, people take things out of context all the time. I guess I'll believe it. But we're not stupid, Colleen. We know what you're doing here. It's just more emotional manipulation, but how much manipulation can it be until it is a big fat lie? Now, the rest of the video is pretty much Trisha apologizing to the people that received the text from Colleen, and also just in general separating herself from Colleen. She no longer follows Colleen, and it seems that this is just another friendship of Colleen's ended due to an outright violation of trust and just in general Colleen's horrible actions. And I mentioned at the beginning of this video nukes being sent into Mount Doom as a description for what's going on in Colleen's career and fandom right now, but I think we just need to throw in like 23 more nukes jokes to describe what's happened here, because Trisha's video does actually have over 1 million views at this point. Videos about Trisha's situation have over 1 million views, and just in general, you thought things were calming down, but it seems that they have only gotten even crazier because crimes have actually been committed and serious consequences are absolutely required. In my opinion, Colleen Ballinger needs to respond to this immediately. This has been, at the point of recording this, a few days since this video came out, and I'm utterly shocked that Colleen has just been silent about this entire thing. In fact, Colleen has actually come out, well, her lawyers have come out recently addressing something else, a point which is very easily scored, but when it comes to addressing the actual serious things, they're not saying anything. They're remaining silent and nothing is being said. I imagine they may deny sending stuff to Adam. I may have to say that now it is all alleged, but ultimately you can't deny what's being sent to Johnny. I think that she will probably come out and apologize, try not to make any justifications for it, because she knows that if she does that at this point, it's even more game over than it already is. The game ended like 20 years ago. Now we're just dealing with the fallout. But I think what Colleen's legal representatives are doing here is extremely telling, and it is the exact same technique that Colleen applied in her high video, where she would take a small specific thing and use that as a thing to paint over the entire picture, just like she did in 2020. In 2023, she used the fart joke, which we'll speak about later. In 2020, she mentioned other minor things that she was exposed for, such as her dog being put down. She lied about that, but it was very minor points where she would use them to paint a picture that she would prefer about the entire situation, and it's clear that her legal representatives are now doing that. Rather than addressing absolutely everything at once, they're going to address a very easy and minute point as a way to start scoring points. I don't think they're going to address this for a while. Maybe they would have by the time this video is coming out, but ultimately this says a lot. But after this, it only continues to get worse. Because after Trisha's video and after everybody coming out and speaking about this situation, Johnny Silvestri, the person that first exposed this part of the saga, actually came out and uploaded this video titled Dear Trisha and Colleen, My Response to Trish. And this is once again another video of Colleen Ballinger's parasocial and manipulative behavior being exposed by another ex-superfan. At this point of time, I feel like there are just thousands of these same videos. I'm not coming for the creators, make as many as you want, you know, but it just confuses me to how many people were involved in this situation and how Adam was dubbed as a liar for so long despite so much information clearly being readily available, and Johnny actually starts to speak about this in the video and why Johnny didn't come out of this information in 2020.
I experienced something very similar in 2020 when Adam first started coming out with his stories. I knew that Colleen was in the wrong, but it's just hard when you feel like the right thing to do is be a friend towards this person when they're hurting. And that's the tricky part, is learning boundaries and understanding when you're displaying humanity versus when you're enabling. And I think that's a tough pill a lot of us adults are swallowing in this situation.
Now, this is something I've noticed a lot of ex-Colleen superfans say, that they didn't come out in 2020 to defend Adam McIntyre because they were in a parasocial relationship with Colleen Ballinger. Now, I understand you will say, oh, well, he's a grown adult. He should obviously be able to comprehend situations a bit better to a child. And I do agree, but Johnny has apologized, and that's up to Adam whether he wants to accept that apology. But ultimately, we cannot deny the fact that Colleen Ballinger obviously controlled this situation in a very calculated way. She would come in these chats being like, besties, I want to have a sleepover, you guys are my friends and stuff like that. The reason she was saying this is because she genuinely wanted to convince these stans that they were friends, because friends don't snake each other's friends, you know? You don't go around somebody's back and you say some personal information about your friend because you're friends with them, you know? It's private information unless they've done something illegal. Again, I feel like maybe that should have been said, but for all the people that didn't know about this information in 2020, I can kind of understand it. They were all manipulated by this person that they were pretty much in love with. As on a friend level, they thought this person was amazing, was wonderful, one of their besties, but obviously that was just a complete utter manipulative tactic by Colleen to cultivate this audience. And I do think that Johnny should have spoken about this stuff in 2020. The same goes for Cody and all the other people who were silent and knew about the very sensitive information. But let's be real, we shouldn't be shifting the blame here. If we do that, it's only going to take the heat away from Colleen. I think infighting is exactly not what we need right now, and maybe we can speak about that in the future. But right now, Colleen is the one that should be taking the blame. Colleen is the one that has committed the terrible actions in this situation. And the thing I've been wondering throughout all of this, though, is, well, how did this whole Trisha Paytas sending photo joke thing even start? Because it is a very weird thing, and Johnny actually does explain how the whole thing kicked off.
I'll elaborate. To keep it long story short, we were in Toledo, Ohio. It was the 26th of July, I believe, 2018. We had a day off, but since I didn't have room access, I was stuck on the bus. So I got hungry and I went to lunch by myself. I walked to a Taco Bell that was like a mile away since I didn't have a car. And I saw that her, Corey, and Eric went to a little hibachi lunch date, and it hurt my feelings, and I acknowledged that. And rather than her just saying, I'm sorry, she started this inside joke where you can see on one of my pictures, it has the date July 26th, which was our off day in Toledo, so it tracks. And she, rather than just saying sorry, she started this inside joke where she said, she complimented me and said I looked good that day. And instead of including a picture of me, she included a picture of Trish, which unraveled and turned into this inside joke where I would receive dozens of nude photos of Trisha Paytas with Colleen implying that it was me, Johnny, in the photos. You can see that in the screenshots, but now you have a little bit better of an idea of how this formulated. The messed up part is I think she already had this inside joke with Adam at the time, and she was just recycling it with me because clearly he thought it was funny, so why wouldn't I? I know, it's stupid. I was 22 at the time of bus tour. I'm not proud of that I partook in these activities. I've apologized to Trish publicly. If I can do it personally, I would love to as well.
This is really weird. Like, there is still no real understanding for me to why this would even come up to Colleen Ballinger's mind. And also, yes, I still think Johnny Silvestri does deserve criticism for this, and I don't think he denies that. But mainly, why would Colleen Ballinger even think to start this? Firstly, Trisha was her friend. Trisha was somebody that they knew in real life. Trisha was somebody that they went into business with in the future. So why would you do this? Still, even if you weren't going to do any of that, even if it was your mortal enemy, why? And that goes to everything in this situation. Just why would she do any of this? It's so utterly bizarre, but again, it only gets worse, and I'm laughing like the Joker right now because I'm starting to lose my mind, fellas. How deep is this iceberg gonna go? I could have turned this into a 6-hour iceberg video at this point. Don't give me any ideas. But pretty much after Johnny's video, Adam McIntyre then came out with his own video titled Dear Trisha Paytas, and this video now has over 1 million views. And in this video, Adam once again details his age during this whole situation.
Johnny was like 20 whenever this 30-something-year-old Colleen was sending these, inappropriate videos and pictures, without Johnny even asking. That then I realized that the same thing was happening to me and how many other people, or maybe not, maybe it was just us, but even if it was just us, I was 14 when it was happening. And so me and Johnny talked about it behind the scenes, and Johnny posted about it, and then I posted about it, and it was kind of just something that people said we were lying about. People were like, there's no way a 30-something-year-old woman would ever send you naked photos, naked videos of Trisha Paytas, because that is, at least to me, to Johnny, it was really inappropriate and really disgusting to send that in terms of making fun of Trisha, but also sending it to your fan is inappropriate. He's not asking for them. But to then, about me, she was a 30-something-year-old woman sending imagery to a minor. I was 14 years old and she was sending me Trisha Paytas's naked body, whether it was videos or pictures.
Which is a crime. I don't think there's any other way we can go about this. There's no context which we can change here. This is a crime, and I'm genuinely confused to why this information isn't being taken as seriously as it actually should. People can say, oh, Fraser, everybody's talking about it. Everyone's talking, gossiping. That's the problem. People are taking this like it's like some joke or some funny, weird thing that Colleen Ballinger did, but I hate to do this comparison again, but I think it's absolutely true, just because it seems that young male victims never really get listened to if they're a kid. But if you change the genders here, a man sending this stuff to a little girl, you know what I'm saying, it goes down a lot differently. And I think it's weird that Colleen Ballinger is even being given the opportunity to start building another response, because it's exactly probably what she is doing right now, when the reality is the response should be made to a courtroom, not to a YouTube audience. We shouldn't be listening to what Colleen Ballinger has to say about this in a YouTube video. A jury should be listening to this. This is a criminal action, and I will say that 50 times if I need to, because I think we really need to take the sheer gravitational pull of this situation seriously. And I don't even think that description makes any sense. Drama is, oh, get a size new drink, taste of piss. Drama isn't. They're two different things. But going back to the video itself, later on throughout the video, Adam actually goes on to explain his personal perspective of the friendship dynamic between Colleen and Trisha. And it's just really, really sad.
We were always friendly before. I think it shocked a lot of people because like, oh, I didn't know they were close friends like that. And the thing is we weren't close friends. We were friends. I considered us to be friendly. When I had my daughter, she reached.
And unfortunately, I mean, I don't mean to, add salt to the wound, but it was very one-sided. Trisha was a joke to Colleen. It was a very commonly known thing. And one thing I want to start this video by saying is something that was, and my story has never changed. First and foremost, especially when it comes to Trisha and Colleen. Colleen used to always talk about the fact that she wants to befriend Trisha because Trisha is a joke to her and Corey specifically. So they enjoy being able to have Trisha at arm's length. But I remember multiple conversations where Colleen said that, her biggest fear would be one day Trisha exposing her. And so they need to be always nice to her. So just to give you all a little insight on what I do know, Colleen's biggest fear on YouTube is currently happening. Her biggest fear was that one day Trisha Paytas would expose her. And this video isn't Trisha Paytas exposing Colleen, it's Trisha Paytas responding to something that Colleen has done, which is illegal and morally and ethically very wrong. It's crazy to me knowing the years I spent talking to Colleen, and Trisha would come up frequently, where she would say that is something that, scares them about Trisha. And there were so many moments where they'd be talking shit about Trisha and they'd be like, oh, but we can't drop her because what if she turns on us? So for this to happen now, and what I will say is I watched this video at Disneyland and I had my earphone in, so I only picked up on certain parts because Disneyland is loud. And Trisha comes across really well in this video.
Now, you know what? I completely agree with what Adam's saying here. For once, Trisha Paytas actually is coming off extremely well, and I think that's because she's genuinely shocked that a friend has betrayed her trust to this extent. It's such a awful and malicious thing that somebody could do to you, and I can completely understand why Trisha is reacting like this. Coming from the perspective of Trisha Paytas, I imagine given her public reputation, she does find it quite difficult to make friends. Now, yes, that may be a self-inflicted thing, but ultimately, imagine you finally do make a friend and you start working on a project together, only to find out that that friend is privately ridiculing you to young fans to the worst extent. That is probably horrible. Personally, I think Trisha has reacted in a very light way. I think if Trisha really wanted to, she could have come down hard on Colleen. She could have said absolutely the most aggressive things possible. She could have insulted Colleen, but honestly, I think the reaction that Trisha has put out in the world is far more genuine and sincere, and I honestly appreciate it a lot more because it seems completely authentic despite all of the criticisms out there about Trisha Paytas. And with all of these videos coming out, obviously the situation absolutely, again, exploded even bigger. The nuclear explosion radius is just covering all of Earth at this point. It's even slowly getting towards Mars. This thing has gone even wilder. She started to lose even more subscribers, even more followers, more dislikes were coming in, more negative comments were coming in, and you really do wonder at this point what she's possibly even going to say. But as I said, I don't think she should be presenting this to a YouTube audience. It should be to a courtroom, and that does bring in the question of, will she actually face any legal repercussions for this? Because she should, but honestly, there is this really weird thing when it comes to social media influencers where they commit a crime, nothing really happens. I don't know how, because these situations are so public, but maybe it's to do with a whole international thing. Adam was in Ireland, she was in California, but based on Californian law, it does, as I said, seem like a law has been broken, and I think because of that, some real consequences need to happen here. I'm getting sick of tired of covering these situations and hearing that this person just left social media and that's the only consequence they faced, when the reality is Colleen Ballinger has probably caused a lot of damage onto her young fans' upbringing, and that is actually devastating to think about and just in general sad. I really didn't think after I ended my 3.5 video I would think even lower of Colleen Ballinger a week later, but it really seems that that's the case here, and I feel like I'm not going to be shocked if that bar gets lowered even more given the sheer nature of this person, given how they act in every single situation, how they manipulate everyone that they possibly can. I really wouldn't be shocked if it somehow got even worse from here. Because ladies and gentlemen, this story keeps on progressing as the days go by, and I feel like Trisha Paytas probably didn't realize how much her video was going to blow up. To be honest with you, I don't even think I was aware that this many people cared about the situation, but I really think that kind of exemplifies how much self-destruction Colleen Ballinger has done here by making her video, by doing all of the things that she has been exposed for, and I feel like she probably didn't realize how big things were going to get, and because of all of that, Trisha Paytas released another video on the 8th of July 2023 titled "This is Embarrassing," and yeah, this is just a short follow-up, and to be honest with you, this video makes you feel even worse for Trisha, because yeah, as I discussed, these two weren't exactly best friends, but they were still friends who saw each other on a regular basis. It's like one of those friendships where you don't need to see each other every single day, but when you do see each other, it seems to be a nice and wholesome interaction. But here, with this video, it shows the more sinister nature behind their friendship, because it does actually show that Trisha was really trying to be closer to Colleen. Trisha really wanted to be friends and make something of their friendship, but Colleen clearly did not want that and only saw Trisha as some form of an inside joke. And before we go further into that, I do also want to say in this video, Trisha confirms that their podcast is officially cancelled, and actually in this video, she is sat in the podcast studio that Colleen and her were using for the podcast, which Trisha and others built. But in this video, she also confirms how sad the situation is making her, and just in general, I guess how shocking the whole thing is, because yeah, finding out that one of your friends has been, well, I don't even want to say it again, but doing what Colleen Ballinger was doing, I can imagine is quite a shocking thing. But it gets even more twisted when, as I said, we go into the friendship aspect of things here. Because yes, Colleen and Trisha weren't exactly the best of friends, but it's clear Trisha was trying to be closer, or just in general, a good friend to Colleen.
Never ever have ordered a custom American Girl doll, and I was like super excited about these. So, okay, you're gonna see this and you're gonna be like, that doesn't look like you, Trish. Let me show you. Because it has a costume that goes with it. So this is what the Trish doll looks like, and I know you're like, okay, kind of looks like me. But she has long black hair because I was going to be Alphaba, and you'll see by the costume in a second. So she has long black hair. I just had to pick clothes to put on them. I mean, it's funny when you make these, you have to pick like face shapes and like eye colors. It looks like me maybe with dark hair. Okay, cute. Okay. And then I had gotten a matching one. to look like. This might be embarrassing. Like, oh my God, I'm so weird. I think it's more embarrassing, like a hindsight, how much I put into this, like, knowing this person is disgusted by me. But anyways, so this one was supposed to be custom made to look like, yeah. So, and then she has blonde hair because it's supposed to look like Galinda. So this is like, I put her in the pink one, but like same eye color and face shape and stuff. They're kind of cute, but I don't know, like I feel...
Now, my friends, the reason I'm showing you this clip right now is to show how much crueler this situation is than we originally thought. Because here, you can clearly see Trisha is trying to be a good friend of Colleen Ballinger. She's getting her an expensive gift. I don't know much about these dolls, but apparently they are very expensive, and this was a very nice thing for her to do. She didn't need to do this, but it was something fun for the podcast for them both, and it seemed like a very sweet thing. But obviously, on the other side of the friendship, the other person was doing the complete opposite of being nice to somebody and just doing the most incredibly disgusting and heinous things anybody could do to a friend, let alone just to another person, because obviously Colleen's actions are completely indefensible, regardless of what context they want to argue in the future in whatever apology video they put out. What they have done here is disgusting.
How rude to bring up someone's body. Like, no one should ever talk about anyone's body ever, I don't think. I think it's completely inappropriate and wrong, and every body size and shape is beautiful.
And I know to a lot of people this may not be the biggest of points that somebody could make in this situation, but the reason I'm saying it is because if this is how Colleen was treating her friends, imagine how they were treating people behind the scenes, people that they didn't like. Adam McIntyre, for example, the people that spoke up against Colleen. And the thing is it kind of just seems that this toxicity just outright surrounds Colleen and her entire friendship circle. You don't need to go further than Corey's DMs that we went over in the last video, where in those DMs in group chats with yet again more fans, he's just outright talking shit about his friend Colleen Ballinger. It just seems that this level of toxicity is just so unbelievably normalized in their friendship group, and it is so obviously the thing of bad people hanging out with bad people, but let's be real, it's not exactly that shocking. Over the years, they've obviously been enabled by each other, but also by the audience that they deliberately cultivated. And in terms of Colleen's audience, I don't blame them at all. Yes, some of them knew information that they should have spoke up about, but it's very clear that Colleen had a young and impressionable audience that was easily manipulated, and that toxic friendship group that she was in very much took advantage of that. She took advantage of that more than absolutely anybody, and it led to all of the things that we've been speaking about today and in my previous video, such as this Trisha Paytas situation. I genuinely think that she didn't even think that she was doing something wrong in this situation. I think that she just looked at Trisha Paytas not as a person, but as some weird, twisted, sick, cruel inside joke that was manifested throughout the toxic friendship circles of Colleen Ballinger. The reason that nobody ever called this level of behavior out is because they were all as bad as each other, and they picked on people like Trisha Paytas who they saw as an easy target. I'm not usually somebody to defend Trisha, and I will keep saying that, but this is obviously such an unbelievable step too far. Not even a step too far, it's just sick, cruel, and wrong, but a perfect representation of who Colleen is and the people that she surrounds herself with. But if that isn't the case, I feel like that makes it even worse, because then it is somebody that they view as a friend, but even then they're still going to treat them absolutely horribly. There is really no way out of this other than some horrible explanation. It's sick, it's twisted, and so unbelievably wrong, and I've been saying throughout the last two videos that I'm shocked that this carried on for so long, this sort of toxic behavior, how it was allowed to continue throughout the community, how so many weird interactions, not just with friends, but with her fans as well, never got leaked. But at the end of the day, after everything, I'm really not shocked anymore, given everything that we've explored, given the weird toxic relationship with friends, but also fans, just everybody in the Colleen Ballinger circle. It really doesn't shock me that this did stay quiet for so long because of how she managed to cultivate everybody around her. And I think what makes this entire situation even more sadder is just the repercussions that this will have on YouTube communities in general. I think a lot of content creators truly do like to interact with their audience. Personally, for me, it's one of the funnest things to do, to reply to comments, to reply to tweets. On my iNabber Twitter account, I genuinely have some really good connections connections with people. Some days people will tweet me the exact same things just for a laugh. Some people will tweet me their dogs every single day and I'll reply with my dogs. It's a very wholesome and nice thing, and I think that's what the YouTube community should be all about. But because of people like Colleen Ballinger, I now know that content creators are deliberately not responding to fans in their Twitter replies, which is such a basic thing, but people obviously don't want to be perceived as how Colleen Ballinger is now being perceived, and parasocial is obviously the word that comes into these debates. People think that a lot of content creators out there have parasocial relationships with their audience, and personally for me, I think this phrase has been overblown with a lot of people, but it definitely can be applied to people like Colleen. They have on purposely cultivated a young audience because Colleen was aware that obviously young people are easier to manipulate than an adult. For example, Adam McIntyre got a bit older and realized what was happening when he was much younger was wrong, but when he was younger, he didn't realize it because he was a young, impressionable fan. People like Colleen Ballinger will deliberately build these parasocial relationships with their young fans to get away with their toxic, terrible behavior. It's completely intentional, and now it's going to have after effects on other YouTubers, which is really sad to see, but this is the cause and effect of Colleen Ballinger deliberately cultivating this young audience. And naturally, a lot of people, when they hear that sort of statement, come to the defense of the individual that I'm speaking about and be like, oh, they didn't pick their audience, they didn't say this sort of age demographic should come to my channel. And that leads us into the next chapter of the video, which is something which is gradually getting spoken about even more recently, and it really does represent the true sinister nature between the connection of Colleen Ballinger and her fan base. Now, ladies and gentlemen, whenever there's a situation on the internet where somebody gets exposed or there's some big drama surrounding a specific large content creator, there is usually something known as the fallout. Basically, all of your old content resurfaces and it doesn't exactly look too good. And with Colleen Ballinger, this thing has happened once again. A lot of people have been going through all of the old videos that Colleen Ballinger has made, all of the old Miranda Sings videos that Colleen has made, and it's not really been an exactly fun time for Colleen, or where people have been saying this thing aged horrifically, this thing aged poorly, and just in general, everybody has been going through the old media of Miranda Sings to basically see how terrible that content is in the year of 2023. But there's one piece of content, one specific thing that I want to bring up and highlight, and this is a bit different to an old video not being as funny as a 13-year-old once thought it was 8 years ago. This is just really sinister and honestly really messed up. Miranda Sings Live, coming to basically every single state in the United States of America. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty much what it says on the tin. It is Miranda Sings, the character created by Colleen Ballinger, performed live. Yes, some brave souls actually ventured into a show. They drove 30 plus miles, maybe even longer. Maybe they got a flight. Maybe they paid for hotels to watch Colleen Ballinger play the Miranda Sings character live. Some sick, twisted individual did that, and they paid money for it. Now you may be thinking, now Fraser, what actually went on at these live shows? Was it funny? No. Was it appropriate for children? No. Did Colleen Ballinger not tell a child to put their hand down Colleen Ballinger's pants? No. Yes, this is something that actually happened at the Colleen Ballinger Miranda Sings live show. It's weird. It's really weird and really twisted. And before we even take a look at what I just mentioned, and I know you're probably thinking, Fraser, we need to do that now. We need to do that right now. And yes, you probably are eager to hear that information, and we will get into that, but I do just want to bring up the whole debacle of character. Colleen Ballinger always mentions that Miranda Sings is a character created for fictional purposes, for comedy and all that good stuff. Usually being a character is a defense for making certain jokes and saying and doing weird things. And yeah, I can understand that when it comes to a TV show, a movie, but I think that context changes when you are interacting with real human beings. In this context, real human children. And a big selling point of the Miranda Sings show is she will bring out people from the audience to act out certain things which she is doing in her show. And one of these instances which really caught the eye of a lot of people on the internet recently, which has only led to an increasing downfall of Colleen Ballinger, is in one of the skits. Pretty much, Colleen brought up a child to act something out, and this involved her putting cheese balls down her trousers and telling the kid to reach in and take the cheese balls out of her pants, which are still in the bag. Now, obviously, when a lot of people discovered this, people started to say, well, yes, this is incredibly inappropriate. No adult should be doing this, regardless of if it's a skit played by a character or played by Colleen Ballinger. It does not matter, because as I said, this involves a real live child. Not an animation, not a character, not some fictional thing. This is a thing which is happening on a live show in front of an audience of children and parents. But the thing is this cheese ball incident wasn't a one-off. It wasn't like this only happened one time. This is pretty much just the entire show. Colleen Ballinger being weirdly inappropriate with her young child audience. And we will go even further into the context of the cheese ball incident and even play some videos from the show of what happened there and explain how they got there and just in general what was going on. But I actually want to read a thread which somebody on a Reddit page dug up from Colleen Ballinger's live show, of where somebody was pretty much documenting their experience with the Miranda Sings live shows. And the main reason I want to show you this is to, one, prove that Colleen Ballinger mainly has a child audience, and to, two, prove that what was going on at this show was incredibly inappropriate and children should not really have been exposed to absolutely any of this, because I genuinely do believe that Miranda Sings Live is probably one of the biggest examples of how sinister her connection was to her fans. When I was doing the research for this chapter of the video, I was genuinely shocked at some of the things that I found. Videos that have existed for years on YouTube, TikTok, everywhere on the internet of this live show, and how children were and still are to this day going to this show where these weird, inappropriate things happen. I might sound like I'm exaggerating right now, but when you see what happened, you will genuinely be shocked. So yes, let's get into this thread. Wife and I got a tickets to see a comedian we really like. Now, starting off, you wouldn't really think that this is about a Miranda Sings or Colleen Ballinger show. You'd think it's about, well, somebody actually funny. The entire crowd are children with their parents. We are very confused. We are two 30-year-olds sitting in the crowd drinking beer, getting weird looks. This is going to be awkward. This is going to be a thread. Averaging age in our row, 10, including us. Children are wooing and clapping like crazy. Lights are still on, and the show hasn't started yet. Two people our age just walked in. They look just as shocked as we are. So yeah, this now isn't even coming from my perspective of, oh yeah, you know, she probably has got a young audience if you look at the age of the Twitter accounts. No. This is somebody who is paid to go to the show, visibly seeing that everybody surrounding them is a child. They are surrounded by thousands of children at a Miranda Sings live show. It is the stuff of actual nightmares, but it only continues. But I do want to say before we continue, keep the whole age thing in your mind, because we are going to need that context later on. This is definitely not a show for kids. Well, I said later on, I meant pretty much the next sentence, because, well, as you can imagine, this is where things start to get weird. The theatre is filled with shocked and pissed off parents. Oh my god, this is amazing. Not even the children understand her jokes. Parents are shocked and we're sitting here drinking. There's a whole monologue about going on. All the parents just sighed and children are cheering. This is beyond amazing. Now, firstly, obviously this is from the perspective of a fan here, which I think makes this even weirder, because they clearly acknowledge in these tweets that what is going on at this show is definitely weird, but they're taking it as more of a little yeah, this is really funny, guys. The kids are being exposed to conversations about, yeah, weird weird take to have about this thing, but it's also even weird that this sort of thing is being presented at a live show, which, let's be real, is for children. I know that she'll always be like, oh, I didn't choose my audience, but you can see your audience in front of you, and this tweet is an example of that. It pretty much says that there's only like 4 adults in the room, not including Colleen and her team, and the rest are just parents with their children, but it only gets worse. She just brought a girl from the audience on stage and told her she's dressed like this is amazing. The word testicle crack was said. That's really funny.
Why aren't you laughing now like you did up there? What, is this not fun anymore? Have I failed to entertain you?
You paid money to go to this. Why? Never in my life have I seen so many shocked parents and children with no friggin' idea about what they're laughing and cheering about. Wife just finished her beer. The mum who sat next to her gave it a stink eye. I mean, to be honest with you, mate, she's probably thinking, why is a grown adult laughing at this? And I'm not even trying to attack the person here. They've probably grown and changed since then. You know, they didn't know better, all that good stuff. But why were you paying to go see Miranda Sings live? And it's a question we can leave for another time. We do need to actually get through this thread. We're on a bit of a time schedule this time. We're not, but this video is probably going to be 50 hours long for all I know. But yeah, let's continue. So they post these photos, and as you can see in the picture, it's literally just children going mental. And even in one of the pictures, you can see that the subject on the board is about something very, very adult. And then after this, they actually reveal who the comedian is that they're watching, because I think at this point, yeah, they hadn't said that, oh, shock horror, it's Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings. And then they say one of the mums is dragging their daughter out of the theater because of a period joke. The other mom next to her covered her daughter's 7-year-old daughter's ears. It's just really weird, and it's very obvious to me that even the parents there didn't know what they were getting themselves into. They didn't know that this was the content that their child was consuming on the internet, and people were so upset that they were leaving the show early after paying money to get there and be there. And that is pretty much the end of the thread, but the reason I'm showing you this is to truly prove to you that Colleen Ballinger's audience is definitely young. It's not like there's just some stan accounts out there and they seem like they're a vocal minority. No, her audience is the majority young children. As you can see in the photos, as you can see what the person's saying, why would this person who's tweeting from a positive perspective be lying about this? And also, there are Netflix trailers to this live show because, yes, Netflix bought Miranda Sings live, or they at least put it on their streaming platform. And Netflix, you want to know why you're losing money? It's because you're not putting any new shows on other than this. Nobody wants to watch this other than like my 9-year-old nephew. And you know what? If I catch my nephew watching that, I'm disowning the little freak. But yes, overall, this thread obviously represents that this whole live show is not a child-friendly place. Children should not be going where these things are being discussed and presented as a form of comedy, in my opinion. If you disagree with that, then maybe you should, you know, submit yourself to a, a prison. And this kind of leads us into going back to the cheeseball segment, where we're going to now go over a lot of resurfaced clips from this live show, because yes, obviously there are these weird presentations, but also, as I mentioned, there are skits where Colleen Ballinger brings children onto the stage to perform certain acts. It's always children in these clips, it never seems to be adults, and that is obviously because she has a child audience, she knows she has a child audience, but that doesn't stop some of the things that she does in these clips. And the first clip I want to take a look at is the fart joke that Colleen Ballinger referenced in her original response video titled Hi.
I'm not a predator, even though a lot of you think so, because 5 years ago I made a...
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to make an apology to you all, and no, I'm not going to whip out the ukulele, because I'm not that messed up of a YouTuber. I don't need to own a ukulele, and neither do none of you. I need to ban the instrument, but I need to make an apology, because when I first heard Colleen speak about that, when I covered that sentence in my first video, I thought that this was Colleen Ballinger referencing some maybe stupid tweet that she made, something that she said in the group chat, but no, it actually isn't that. It isn't some sweet innocent thing that she's using to paint the picture over something. No, Colleen Ballinger actually was quote-unquote cancelled for a fart joke. But ladies and gentlemen, simply dubbing it a fart joke, I feel like, once again, like she loves to do in all of these situations, completely removes and alters the context of what actually happened in the fart joke. And I'm actually going to play you the clip from the Colleen Ballinger live show where she performs this fart joke. Now, my friends, this clip has gone absolutely viral again recently after it resurfaced, like plenty of other clips. And the first thing to take into context here, that the person on the stage with their legs open like this is a fan who was 16 years old and brought on stage to do, I guess, something. They didn't seem to know what was going to happen, but it turned out that they were very much embarrassed by this. And then secondly, I've seen a lot of people in the comment section say that this was an intentional harm. She didn't mean to upset or hurt this person or be inappropriate here. And firstly, how many times are we going to say this person didn't intend to do this? It seems that in the entire Colleen Ballinger scandal, intent and non-intentional harm is the debate that I keep seeing the only form of defense. And I feel like this defense could be made if one of these situations was a one-off, but there are now like millions of situations, and I feel like at that point, sometimes you kind of actually need to stop ignoring the whole point of intentional harm and maybe just realize that people were upset, people were hurt in this situation, regardless of somebody's intent or not. But aside from the Colleen Ballinger weird defense league, I feel like there's also a word which we really need to take a look into here.
Context.
Because yes, Colleen loves to use that word. Context is a very important thing, especially when you're doing analytical commentary videos like myself, because yes, I have a sad little life, but context is important, in particular in this situation, because what's happening here is what I mentioned earlier, where Colleen Ballinger will bring a fan onto the live stage, the fan won't know what's going to happen, and actually, the fan in this clip spoke up about this recently, as I mentioned previously, and in one of their videos on their TikTok account, they actually brought up another old clip of Colleen, where Colleen actually describes the move from the live show in another video, but it's about the exact same move. I know that may seem a little bit confusing, but let's just look at this clip.
Dance group that did really awkward moves that looked kind of sexual.
Now, yes, of course, this is very weird to look at, especially when you apply the context to the fact that what she's describing there is the exact same movement she used in the fart joke, but then you also have to think about the fact that this is just the sort of thing that Miranda Sings was known for. When you look at the content that she was putting on the Miranda Sings YouTube channel, even in her books, all the media that she has on the internet just in general of Miranda Sings, this sort of thing, this inappropriate behavior towards children was absolutely everywhere. And it does come back to the whole thing of characters that I mentioned earlier, because of course, when you are writing a book which is a fictional parody, then yes, you can typically get away with saying some edgy things, doing and writing some weird and silly things. Maybe some people won't exactly like it, people will think it's vulgar, but it's not exactly the worst of the worst thing to do. But then you attribute the fact that all forms of Colleen Ballinger's media for Miranda Sings, such as her books and her videos, lead into these live shows. All of it is connected, and I think that's where we need to be critical of just in general the Miranda Sings character. Because what I can see in this situation is Colleen using this character as a crutch to be inappropriate by her bringing her audience members onto the stage, her young audience, knowing that she has a young audience, she still does these inappropriate things. She can't make the defense when she can see that the audience is younger. Maybe if it was all online, she could be like, oh, I didn't know, but when you have an audience of children screaming and cheering at you, you should know better than what you were doing in those clips. And yes, this clip was from years ago, but the fact is, when you search Miranda Sings live on YouTube, it comes up with clips from 2015 to 2023, and the majority of those clips do seem very inappropriate for children to see. And in fact, the person in the fart joke came out and recently spoke about this whole thing, and how they describe this incident makes you think the whole thing is even worse to how it seems. Because of course, some people are just looking at this like some harmless joke, the person knew what was happening, and I'm just going to now allow this person to speak the true story, according to them, of what happened here.
Colleen traumatized.
Hi, okay, my name is Becky. I'm the girl in this video, and this video has over 1 million views, and that is a lot of people to be seeing this story without hearing it from me, so I want to explain this. So I was a fan of Colleen and all the Ballinger family for a very, very long time, and I think in this video I was about 16. If you've never been to a Miranda show, Colleen frequently has segments where she calls people up on stage. One of those segments was the porn bit, which I'm not really going to be explaining in this video, but that's why I was kind of trying to dress skimpy so that I would be called up on stage and basically get degraded by Miranda. But I did not get called up for that. I got called up for the yoga challenge. Now, as soon as I stood up from the audience, I saw Colleen's eyes widen because she realized I was not wearing pants. But for some reason, that didn't stop her from continuing. In fact, no adult at any point stepped in this situation. So we get to the point in the yoga challenge where I am laying down and Colleen is spreading my legs basically as far as she can. She spreads them so far that you can see the spandex I was wearing under my romper, which thank God I was wearing. Now, the original video posted by Xandar, I'm sorry if I pronounced her name wrong, is only a screenshot, but there is a whole video of this. But that screenshot is the most important because that is the moment I will never forget, where I was laying under Colleen and she was smirking down at me while thousands of people were laughing, and I was terrified that my body wasn't covered up enough by the spandex or the romper. I basically felt naked, so it felt incredibly sexually violating. I was younger and my body was still developing and I was still becoming comfortable with myself, so for her to use my body as entertainment on stage really set my confidence back quite a lot. And not to mention, after all this, after the show, I had to walk back to my car where there was many men staring at me in a very predatory way that they were not looking at me before because of how exposed I had been on stage. So I literally did not feel safe leaving the venue. And I'm not saying this was sexual assault, although people are debating that in that comment section, but as someone who has been sexually assaulted, this situation gave me that same feeling where it feels like you need to purge and like clean out your insides, you know, just that nasty, gross feeling. There's a couple comments on Xandar's video being like, oh, she signed up for that, why is this such a big deal, blah blah blah. Colleen exploited my minor body for entertainment and money and did not protect my safety at this show. As an outsider looking into this situation, it may seem like this wasn't a big deal, but this was really pretty scary for my teenage self, and especially as someone who loved and looked up to Colleen. And I could never say anything because everybody loved her. But this is who she really is. She uses kids for her own gain. I was a minor, and again, she did not protect me. So if you're watching this and you're thinking about taking your kids to a Miranda show, I would advise you to think twice.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Becky, the person in that clip, genuinely didn't realise what was going to happened on stage. They probably thought they were going to come up and maybe something, I don't know, I wouldn't say wholesome, because obviously the entire show isn't designed to be wholesome, but something not like that was going to happen. And I've seen obviously the defence of the intentional argument, but I've also seen people saying, oh, it wasn't that bad. But realistically, ladies and gentlemen, think about this. She was young, she didn't know what was going to happen, and then what happened. I personally think that can be a very embarrassing and traumatizing thing, especially in front of an audience of thousands of other children laughing, crying, shouting, and screaming. You may think that this isn't a big deal, but Becky clearly does, and I think that's what's important here. But ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this is obviously not the only incident at these shows where something incredibly inappropriate happened, and that brings us back to the Cheese Bowl incident, which of course is the skit that I briefly showed you earlier, but I think I should give you some explanation to what actually happens with these skits, because the thing is, the Cheese Bowl incident is something a bit different. This seems to happen at quite a few shows. When I went through YouTube, I found multiple recordings with different kids of where this same thing happened, and pretty much what happens here is Colleen will pick out an unfortunate fan from the stage, they will come on and go on like this date thing with Colleen, and I'm just going to play a small segment before we get into the Cheese Ball bit to kind of give you the build-up context of what's going to happen here.
I was wondering, since now you're my bae, can you help me by going on a date with me to show everyone how to go on a date? So, just say yes. Okay. You are doing such a good job. I love your hairs. We're going to go on a date together right now. And we're going to teach you guys how to go on a date, okay? First thing you need to do is pick a good location. So I really like going deep and dark into the woods where no one can hear you. So, oh, look, we're right here! Oh my goodness, you little rascal! Next thing you need to do.
Okay, so you've seen that. It's a bit odd, but the weird part only comes after this, when then the Cheese Ball incident starts, of where pretty much Colleen will take a bag of cheese balls, put it down her trousers, and tell the kid to reach in.
Wait a minute. Want a cheese ball? Want a cheese I was just telling him to Okay, this is really awkward. So
Now, ladies and gentlemen, one thing to take from this is just how uncomfortable the scene is. The kid clearly did not want to reach in. It feels so weird to watch, and it brings us back to Becky earlier. She was uncomfortable. She didn't know what was going to happen, and the same thing seems to apply here. It's just weird and uncomfortable, and this is because it's a kid interacting very weirdly with an adult after the adult has made them do these things. It's odd, and this is pretty much just what these shows are, and that is just incredibly disturbing to think. But as I said, this isn't the only instance of this. There are other incidents where people have reached in for the sounds weird, for the cheese balls.
Didn't you know if you've read it? I'm just kidding, James. I'm just kidding. I love you. I'm just kidding. Do you want a cheese ball? I'd love one. I can't believe I'm reaching in there right now.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't really know how I can actually react to this in any normal, sane human way, because if I do react to this in my own true emotional manner, I will scream and I will cry, because what is actually going on? Why? Like, seriously, what? The worst part is this isn't even, well, you could say it's the worst part, but there is even other bad and weird and creepy moments.
And you compose yourself. Your date can decide if you've had enough chemistry, if he wants to give you a little kiss around. I would. I would be honored. I love you. I like James, I love you too. I can't explain it like. James, okay. Oh my gosh, this is the best date I've ever been on, so I feel like we should get to know each other a little bit more. Where are you from? Again, you're from England, yes? Yeah. England. And how old are you? 9. Okay. So I feel like, I'm sorry, James, you're gonna have to wait till you're a little bit older, but give him a round of applause.
She said you're going to have to wait until you're a bit older, and the audience just sat there and clapped. You know why? Because most of them are children, but then the parents are just sat there like, haha, really cool. And I'm like, does anyone see what's going on here? Am I the only one that's witnessing this? This is mental. What? This is a child show. What is going on? But of course, some parents obviously clocked on. Thankfully, as we saw in the thread earlier, parents were taking their children out after they discovered that this was incredibly inappropriate and children should not be exposed to this type of thing. But then, shock surprise, ladies and gentlemen, it only gets worse when another person came out speaking about their experience at Miranda Sings Live when they were 14 years old, and this happened.
All it takes is a little breeze and I'll see all the bits. So this is a very good example of what you don't want to dress like. So this is, what's your name? Grace. Exactly. So, first time is clothing, okay? This is example, not. There are 2 ways to get rid of clothing. One, you can dress like Sarah or me here and look appropriate. The other one is I have created a device that will help my Murfandas. It's called the anti-unicorn, okay? So I have these unicorn horns that I'm going to wear. And now I am the anti-unicorn, okay? So whenever you are seeing anything that is being, you can just be like, stop it! Hit them right in the areas to get rid of the and that'll do the trick, okay? So those are the ways to get rid of. You guys understand clothing? Okay, good.
How many times did she just say that word, adding in the context that everybody at that audience is like 10 years old? Okay, this person in the clip was 14 years old, which is still absolutely insane. I seriously don't understand how this show was actually allowed to go on and why Netflix even gave them a deal. And ladies and gentlemen, there are so many other clips out there from Miranda Sings Live, so many incredibly inappropriate moments where you could go through them for absolutely hours. In fact, the entire show is just built on this foundation of inappropriate behavior, whilst Colleen Ballinger uses the defense of, oh, it's just a character, it's just an act. And as I said, that could be applied if you were not bringing on random kids onto the stage to do these weird, inappropriate things. But you may be thinking, okay, well, outside of these weird skits, what else goes on at these shows? Because as we saw at the beginning of the thread earlier, it was mentioned that this was a comedy act, a comedian, and what do comedians like to do? Well, apparently, they tell jokes. So, what's an example of the jokes that Colleen was telling at this show? For children, by the way.
Now, instead of having a little little boy. So there's a tiny little penis in there.
I genuinely don't even have a reaction other than why. It's just really weird and just a really bad or good example, or whatever you want to call it, of pretty much the humor at these shows presented to, again, little children. I really don't understand the appeal here. I don't understand why a 30-year-old came to these shows out of a place of enjoyment. I don't understand why people would take their kids to these shows. It just really doesn't make any sense to me. The entire concept of Miranda Sings Live on all fronts is just absolutely wrong. But I already know what Colleen's defense will be when it comes to these live shows and the things that are said and done at them. That will be, oh, I make jokes for kids and adults. And the reason I know that she will make these excuses is because she already has made this excuse.
Don't worry though, parents, if you were dragged here, you think this is just some dumb YouTuber show, don't worry, it is. But also, I try very hard to make my show enjoyable for everybody. You know, there are jokes for the kids that the kids can laugh at tonight, but I also have a lot of jokes in my show that are a little bit more mature, a little bit inappropriate, that will go over the kids' heads. No offense to you kids, but you guys are dumb. So they'll go over your heads, and then the parents will have something to enjoy tonight too. So don't worry, you'll have fun tonight.
Now, Colleen, I would be willing to hear you out if you brought people on stage that are anything other than a child, but the fact of the matter is with every single clip that I have seen of Miranda Sings Live, you are only bringing on children onto stage. Now, maybe somewhere out there are a few examples of Colleen bringing on an adult. I could not personally find one, but it seems that in every form of interaction that Colleen Ballinger has with a fan in the past, it's always a child. The only reason that a parent is at these shows for the most part is because they have been dragged along. I'm pretty sure the only example I could find of somebody who was an adult willingly going to these shows is this person right here. That is one individual in comparison to thousands upon thousands of children. But then I understand that a lot of people will say, well, it's up to the parents to not bring their kids to these shows, or it's just up to the kids to not find this stuff funny. And I can kind of understand that criticism, but at the same time, I feel like Colleen Ballinger definitely has the moral responsibility to not bring kids onto stage and do the things that I've shown you today. I feel like it's a pretty easy thing to ask, to not go into the audience and be like, oh, little kid, do you want to come on the stage? And I'm not even going to describe it because I feel like out of context that would sound incredibly weird, and I do not want my neighbors to call the police. But the main reason that I bring these shows up, and I think the main reason that this stuff is resurfacing, is because it is just a reoccurring pattern of behavior with Colleen Ballinger interacting very strangely with her young fans. It seems that on all avenues, from Twitter interactions to real life interactions, she is only inappropriate with fans. She has sent weird DMs, she has sent underwear, and now she has done the things that I have shown you today. It is very inappropriate, it is very wrong, and I would honestly love to hear what she actually has to say to defend these things. Of course, it'll probably be, oh, it was all jokes, it was all laughs and good fun, but honestly, how many times can you say that about everything in this situation? And in fact, the only slight response to criticism when it comes to Colleen's shows is of course the fart joke, but also a thing that happened at a more recent live show, because yes, obviously Colleen has been touring this year, and at one of these shows, I believe it was actually her last show, something, in my opinion, again, inappropriate happened. Something which to me just shows that Colleen Ballinger is just outright laughing in the faces of the people affected by her actions and just in general, everybody who has been criticizing Colleen. And the reason I think that is because of this tweet right here from, once again, Adam McIntyre, who tweeted, "To all the victims of Colleen Ballinger and her family's emotional abuse / grooming that have all spoken up this week, just know that she's about to go on stage and perform a show in which she makes fun of cancel culture and people who speak up against her. She does not care about victims." And then it shows a photo of the latest show where on screen there is basically a bunch of screenshots, and all of these screenshots are comments, pretty much just criticizing and coming for Colleen Ballinger. And now firstly, ladies and gentlemen, of course this is an utterly pathetic response from Colleen, but at this point it's not really a shock, is it? I mean, we've seen the ukulele video, we've seen plenty of things so far in these two documentaries, but I think the main thing we need to focus on here here is, of course, the characterization aspect of everything, which I've been mentioning throughout this segment. Of course, Colleen likes to use the fact that Miranda Sings is a character as a form of defense for her actions. But the problem is now we are seeing kind of like the blurred lines between Miranda Sings and Colleen Ballinger, because these are comments coming for Colleen Ballinger, not Miranda Sings. So what is it? Is it a character? Is it just Colleen? What am I meant to take from this other than Colleen Ballinger absolutely loves to use this character as a way to inappropriately interact with her fans? But it's also just another case of Colleen's just weird addiction to self-implosion. I just don't understand why in every single scenario this woman needs to just make everything a million times worse. Because the fact is, she did this at her show, and of course it caused more and more people to look into these live shows and uncover the clips that we have spoken about today. But this also led to more people looking into the character of Miranda Sings and going through some other pieces of media created by Colleen, and that leads into the conversation of her books. Because yes, just like every other YouTuber on the planet, for some reason at one point of time, they, as in Colleen, was convinced that she was going to become an author, i.e. she got a ghostwriter, paid them lots of money, and they published a book. Allegedly, of course. But yes, she wrote a book, and this is pretty much a continuation from these live shows, because these books show just even more inappropriate things from the Miranda Sings character, which is definitely being presented to children. So without further ado, let's get into the next chapter of this video. Now, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, I think we need to just firstly ask the question of why does every single YouTuber release a book? Because I've got a little problem, right? Because I'm about to give you a little personal story. My honest-to-God dream job has always to be a bin man. That's actually not a joke. For some reason, apparently, when I was 4 years old, my parents asked me what I would love to do or be when I'm older, and apparently I said bin man. I don't know why, but it's because clearly I'm a respectable man that respects our service workers. But secondly, the job that I kind of really wanted to be when I grew up a bit older is a author. But now I face the issues of, if I ever write a fictional novel, I'm of course going to face the whole criticism of, it's just another YouTuber writing a book for profit. And honestly, I can completely understand that. And sadly, I can understand that even more after doing the research into Colleen Ballinger's books. Because ladies and gentlemen, these things right here, yes, sadly there are multiple, they are absolute abominations. I don't know why these things existed recently, because of obviously the live shows being dug up and people looking into the character and Miranda Sings. People have started to do their research into these books and uncover a lot of incredibly disturbing things, and I think we should just pick out some of the best bits in these books to once again exemplify the style of content being presented to her child audience. And at this point, you also have to understand that we absolutely cannot deny that Colleen Ballinger is aware of her child audience. Just look at the crowd, it's right there. So without further ado, let's get into the first book. Now, funnily enough, this book is titled Self-Help by Miranda Sings, and it's just quite ironic that this is called self-help, because in pretty much every single situation, this person could not help herself. In every single one, she only made it even worse. But apparently she has a book for self-helping goodness. And reminder, child audience, I don't think that any children should be listening to Colleen Ballinger for self-help. For the first time ever, YouTube personality Miranda Sings is sharing her life lessons and tutorials on paper when I do not want to see it. I don't need to know the life lessons. I just don't need it. Full of her own illustrations and photos, in it you'll find Miranda's instructions on all you need to know in life, from how to get a boyfriend. I don't even need to, we will look into that actually, because obviously you know it's going to be incredibly inappropriate. But then it continues and says, wear all black and carry a fishing net. I'm not even going to comment. To performing magic tricks, in brackets, magic as lying, this is a self-declared life-saving book, and if you don't like it, well, as Miranda would say, haters, back off. And okay, Colleen, I guess I am somewhat of a hater, but I'm gonna I'm not. I was going to say I'm going to try my best to be fair about this, but I'm just absolutely not going to do that. So before we actually look into the context of what's in this book, I feel like we should look at the announcement video that Colleen Ballinger uploaded. I don't know why I keep saying a full name. That Colleen uploaded onto a YouTube channel, and I think it's a real good example of the type of people that would be reading and listening to Colleen Ballinger.
Hey guys, it's me Miranda. So today I have some really exciting news for you. I've just written a book, but I also have written a song about my book. So here it is. This is brand new. No one's heard it before. This is an exclusive just for you. So. My name is Miranda Sings. I am a famous YouTube celeb. I have millions of views online and I'm running for president. Not only that, but now I'm an author. I have written a book called Self-Help. And now you can learn all about how to be a better person. You can learn about money. You can learn about fame. You can learn about haters and bullies and fashion and love and all the things like this. So get it now. It's for pre-order on your favorite retailer on mirandasings.com. Also, it comes out on July 21st. So make sure to get it. Tell them I'm get the book now. Pre-order it.
Look, I'm not trying to be rude here, and I understand that, yes, there are obviously like 6 adult fans out there somewhere in the world of Colleen Ballinger, but I can watch that clip and really understand why she has such an audience of children, because basically, if you grow past the age of 18, you know, you grow, you develop, and all that good stuff, you should develop tastes, and by taste I mean you just enjoy actually entertaining things. You know, like when you were a kid, you just fucking laugh at the wall or something. I don't think everybody did that. Some of us did. I didn't do it. So you laugh at really unfunny things, and I'm just saying, Miranda. I'm not trying to be funny. And Miranda Sings that's not funny. All right, let's just move on. Jacket, I'm sorry, you have to edit this. Basically, the whole thing seems like a Nickelodeon character. Overly expressive, annoying, and just, you know, overly outrageous. It's not something that an adult would exactly be interested in. So yes, let's see what the young people are consuming from the Miranda Sings Help book, and it starts off with the first dates section. And basically, yeah, this gives information on how to go about your first dates. And again, I feel like this does actually show who this is being sold to. The whole idea of a first date traditionally is for a younger person, because, you know, you go on your first date, you're probably going to be quite young. I mean, unless you're a big loser, not like me. Of course, I'm joking. If you've never been on a date, I mean, it's unlucky, I guess, but don't read Miranda's book is what I'm trying to say here. But yeah, let's have a look at what she has to say about going on your first date and how to make it work. And again, I have to say, well, not again, but I have to say, I'm going to blur out some things here and there for copyright reasons, and you'll find out why I have to do that later on in this video. So yeah, Miranda's advice here is pretty much just playing hard to get, saying that it's really good to act uninterested in your first date, leaving him wanting more. Then she gives 3-step instructions. Number 1. Physically punch him, hit them, spit near them, pull a hair. It's really good advice. It's physical abuse. I like it. I shouldn't say that. 2. Verbally tell them that they are ugly. Okay, so mental abuse as well. And number 3, emotionally act uninterested and bored to hurt their feelings. Emotional manipulation, I guess these are the 3 things that she is giving as advice. Now, of course, I understand this is a comedy book. Well, but the problem is, it's like, is it comedy? Is it really? It's just not. It's just not. But the problem is also, obviously, this book is being presented to children. Children are impressionable. As much as you can say that this is all a comedy thing, especially with what I have read so far and the things that you haven't seen, I just don't really think that this is even a good thing to sell to a kid as a joke. Because we know what kids are like. Kids are absolutely stupid. Colleen knows that. That's why she befriends them. And the problem is when they're stupid, they're going to consume this stuff and actually do this stuff. So I just don't really agree that this should be a book that's being sold and making probably millions of dollars. And yeah, there's also this thing, which is the Get a Boyfriend kit, showing these items, and yeah, it is really, really weird. But then, shockingly enough, ladies and gentlemen, it only gets even weirder when they start to go on a 5-step journey thing to touching people in relationships. I'm uncomfortable right now. And I'm not going to read these 5 steps. You can see some of them right here, but all you need to know, it ends in saying, your first kiss should be like your tongue running across the tender flesh, bursting with flavor, and lips gushing with juice. This is a book written for children, by the way. Oh, God. And talking of children, there's even a chapter in this book solely titled, How to Do. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not feel comfortable shouting that at 10 p.m. in my flat, which is, you know, conjoined to like 6 other flats. I don't want to be doing this right now. I don't want to be doing this at any other time either, but I'm going to have to be doing it for your sake, so please like this video. And of course, the chapter it's like a little funny spin on horrible joke. Again, they're jokes, but they're presented to children. We've seen the audience. That's why we've been going through everything in the order that we have. We've seen the audience. We've seen how she acts to the audience. This is just how she acts with kids. It's weird. It's inappropriate. And it is, of course, this weird, continuous pattern of behavior. Remember, in her apology video, she said that at the beginning of her YouTube career, she didn't know how to present boundaries. I mean, it seems that just in her entire life, she doesn't know how to present boundaries. In particular, boundaries with children. This is really weird. But then the weirdness only continues in this child-friendly book, with things such as how to cuddle and positions being presented as 69 and uncle being shown, and there's also sections such as how not to be and other innuendos. And ladies and gentlemen, this is of course just a brief look into this book, but honestly, if I was to read this entire thing, I feel like I wouldn't. I was going to say something, which honestly for YouTube TOS, I'm not going to say it, but maybe, you know, talking of dark humor, you can maybe understand where I was going with it. But yeah, the book's awful. It's a big, and I'm not just talking because of the ethical reasons. The book is just a pile of. It's not good. It's not good, and I don't want to be spending my days reading it. But unfortunately, there is other books that we have to go through. But the important thing to take from this is, yes, this is only humor that children would laugh at. Like the dark, edgy humor isn't funny, and the children are only laughing at it. It's because they probably don't understand it. You know, when you're kids and you know something is inappropriate and you'll just laugh at it for that reason. That's exactly what the Miranda Sings character is. And when I see adults genuinely enjoying the character, I honestly do get confused, because why? Have you not grown up past that stage in your life? I'm sorry if I'm not, but I'm going to pretend to be sorry. I'm going to lie to you right now and say I'm sorry if I'm offending you about this, but I just don't personally understand it. To me personally, I just see this book as another case of Colleen Ballinger's weird obsession of acting inappropriately with children. I don't know what it is, but she just seems to do it in every form of media that she's involved in. And it's clear that I'm not the only person with this take. I mean, the entire internet is cancelling this woman currently, but it seems that even years ago, before the grand cancellation of Colleen Ballinger, I don't know why I'm speaking so fast right now. I feel like I've taken crack, but I haven't. I ate a load of ice cream, so maybe I'm having a sugar rush. But basically, the parents also, a few years ago, were not happy. As you can see, 1 out of 5 stars, not appropriate for an 8-year-old or my 12-year-old. So basically, these people clearly thought, oh, I'm buying a book, my kids are going to love it. They watch Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings all the time, and then they discovered the chapter of how to do children and how to not put... I'm not even going to say those in the same sentence. I'm not going to do that, but you know what I'm saying. It's weird, and the fact that parents are having to even realize this after buying it for their kids, it's even more insane. Bought this book based on a 4.5 out of 5 star review rating. I just said that twice. I should have read all the reviews before buying this for my 8-year-old daughter. Yeah, you probably should have actually read the book before you bought it for or just gave it to your 8-year-old daughter. Maybe you should have done that. The due diligence of a parent. And I'm not defending Colleen Ballinger here. Obviously, she knows the audience that she caters to and interacts with. But obviously, maybe just read the book before you give it to your kids. I mean, it's not that hard. But then after this, it basically just goes on to list all of the innuendos in the book and how inappropriate it was, and how they feel totally wrong on so many levels for their 8-year-old for reading this, because they are at an impressionable age, and they're so glad that they read it before letting them read it, and... oh.
All aboard!
Yeah, it seems like I was wrong. Sorry, I guess, but basically, my point stands, alright? The review is saying everything that I've been saying. This is incredibly inappropriate, and I just don't understand why this is being marketed to children. As you can see, they're pointing out their things that I pointed out. It's just uncomfortable, it's just wrong, but this also isn't the only review, and again, I'm really sorry. Warning to parents, do not buy this book for your children. We bought it for Leah. Hiya, Leah. Hope you're doing well after being a fan of Miranda Sings. As it is marketed for children. The reviews by parents having bought this really funny book for their young children. However, the book contains references to having special cuddles with your uncle, riding daddy's saddle, PORN 69 with your boy, having special places to go with your uncle. Yeah, you can see that they're basically not very happy and gave it a 1 star out of 5 stars. And all the reasons that I've mentioned earlier, but they've obviously gone into a bit more specific detail. They didn't understand YouTube TOS. But obviously, their point very much stands. I do not understand why this book is so clearly being, marketed to children. You can say that it's not Colleen Ballinger, but just look at the front cover. This is so obviously designed to look like a kid's book. You can't lie to me. This is an adult book. This is a kid's book. And I don't care what you say. Dune is cool, alright? Leave me alone. Oh, the man baby likes sci-fi books. Yeah. And what? But also, as I said, this is not the only book that is being sold by Miranda Sings currently, and the other books also include a lot of inappropriate content, and in fact, they include content which actually play into some of the things that I mentioned in my first documentary video. Because obviously, in that video, I mentioned the whole thing about Colleen Ballinger bragging about getting her dog put down years ago, and Colleen, speaking about this in her 2020 response, where she pretty much just outright lied about the entire thing, but I'm going to play the old clip of Colleen bragging about what she did to her dog.
I used to actually rip things up or get angry. So I grabbed my dog for no reason, just grabbed the dog and pinched its skin and dug my nails into it. The dog yelps, turns around to protect itself and bites me in the face. And I got stitches, I went to the hospital, and they were like, what happened? And I was like, the dog just bit me. And then they had to put the dog to sleep because the dog was dangerous to be around. So I murdered a dog.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is, absolutely heinous and disgusting and just downright creepy, but this is what happened apparently according to Colleen Ballinger, and the thing is this seems to not really be the only case of this. Now we have to go back to the whole characteristics thing here of Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings. Are they the same person? Because it seems that Miranda Sings is only a character when it's beneficial to Colleen Ballinger, but when it comes to responding to haters, they're the same person. So again, I can understand with what some people will respond to when it comes to what I'm about to show you, and I will get into that in a second, but let's take a look at what I'm about to show you. Pretty much in her second book, My Diarrhea, there's sections about her snake where she says, "This snake is dumb, he wouldn't stay on my neck like a necklace, so I set him free by flushing him down the toilet." And then there is a letter being shown from her school after this about how Miranda accidentally flushed her hamster down the toilet. And then there is also at the bottom an editor note from, I guess, adult Miranda, where she confirms Mrs. Zealot, who I think is the teacher in question here, is a liar. Flushing that hamster was not an accident. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that this is a fictional story for the love of God, but based on the fact that we don't know when it is a character or when it isn't a character, and based on the fact she has a history of actually on-screen bragging about killing her dog, am I meant to, not believe that these are real stories? Again, you could say that, yeah, obviously it is a fictional story, but again, the blurred lines thing, is it a character, isn't it a character? Obviously it's a character, but she does use the character to hit back at people criticizing her, so why would she not use the character to speak about her life stories? It reminds me of Onision and Shane Dawson. They both have books where they use characters as a way to present their actual real life stories. And those life stories were really, really weird. But the reason they use those stories is because they can say it's a fictional story, and maybe it was real, but in their mind, they know that they can get away with it out of the whole premise of fiction. And Colleen, we wouldn't have this issue if you didn't use your character to attack people criticizing Colleen Ballinger. Again, it's another example of self-implosion, because now I'm kind of hypothesizing, did she, flush a snake down the toilet? Probably not, but you see my point here. I think maybe the hamster one could be true based on the whole dog story. I feel like a hamster being flushed away is, it may be a bit more probable, but alas, what I'm trying to say here is the content is inappropriate, and it's also creating issues that Colleen herself has created of not understanding, is this a real story or is it a fake story? And ladies and gentlemen, this isn't exactly just a Colleen Ballinger thing. There is a lot of cases with famous people of where they create characters, and they do use their character as a way to respond to real life things and real life criticism and situations. I guess it is somewhat considered art by people, but personally, in the way that Colleen has done it, I feel like it's more just her using Miranda's things as an excuse, and that can be said about everything that we've gone through when it comes to the Miranda Sings character. Why is a book being sold to a child with things like this, and even just the funny idea of flushing animals down the drain and stuff like that? Why is this being presented to kids? I personally just think it's a really weird thing to do. And if this wasn't written by a ghostwriter, and I actually honestly, for Colleen's sake, hope it was, why would you write this? I mean, it's not even like a fun kids book. I mean, these are meant to be kids books, fun little things where you get lost in the world, but your book is just, haha, I killed my hamster, haha, my uncle did 69, ha, and all these other weird things. To me, personally, it just seems that Colleen is really interested in doing everything she can to be inappropriate with children, and this book is just, again, another avenue, just like her live show was. But of course, we know when it comes to responding to these things, if we actually ever do get a response, it'll be, oh, it's all out of context, they were funny jokes, and yeah, they've aged badly because the internet's sensitive nowadays. And yes, the internet is very sensitive nowadays to some things, but this, I think there's a lot of valid criticism here, and I think it will just all come under the whole thing of Colleen Ballinger is absolutely terrible when it comes to accountability, and I think that shows here, and here. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think that does lead us into our final chapter of the conclusion of the downfall and ending of the career of Colleen Ballinger. Is that even a good chapter name? Probably not. If the chapter name's changed, there you go. So ladies and gentlemen, we are finally at the ending of our journey. For now, because let's be real, there's probably going to be a part 3, because she's got to make a response eventually, but I feel like the way to actually kind of wrap everything up is actually with more questions, because I feel like questions are things that can answer our own thoughts right now. So I am going to ask myself some questions and present you my own answers. And the first question obviously being, is the internet being a little bit too mean and too harsh on Colleen Ballinger right now? No, obviously not. And I feel like this is something I've seen quite a lot of people say. Whenever somebody gets criticized quite a lot on the internet for doing something absolutely heinous, you get a lot of people being like, mental health guys, you all claim to be mental health advocates, but now you're being really mean. I'm not being mean. Well, okay, I have been a little bit mean, but I feel like it's justified. I'm not hoping anything bad happens. I'm not hoping that this causes some form of mental breakdown, but I am hoping for actual levels of accountability and not lies. The problem is every single time Colleen has responded to something, it's been lies, deceit, and manipulation, and taking things out of context, and just the worst of the worst, and making things a million times worse. I can't personally say that the internet is being too mean to Colleen Ballinger when she herself just can't give an honest statement. Because even with her apology video, it's only gotten worse. Yes, somehow, the worst apology of all time is now getting even worse. You didn't think it was possible, but ladies and gentlemen, she's copyrighted the song, and she is going around copyright claiming people criticizing the apology in her video. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what I'm talking about here, pretty much H3, the beloved man, made a tweet saying that his video was copyright claimed because it basically contained the apology video. And as you can see, the copyright claimant is right there. It is Colleen. It is her company. And I don't have words to describe how absolutely insane this is. So basically, how she's done this is she's put the song on Spotify, Apple Music, and I imagine she's added some form of copyright claimant to it, and she is now going round striking people, apparently, taking their form of monetization. And there is a whole load of things we need to discuss here. Because firstly, is this even legal? When people made their videos criticizing the apology, there was no copyright on the apology, and now they're getting copyrighted for something which has been copyrighted in the future on something that they made in the past. It really doesn't make much sense to me, and I genuinely don't understand how this happens, but this is outright such an abuse of the copyright system, which leads into an even bigger conversation on its own about how creators who are getting criticized weaponize this system so often. There is iShowSpeed, for example, who had an entire video done on his copyright abuse recently, and there are plenty of other content creators like Onision which weaponize it on a daily basis. I can't make a video criticizing Onision where I show his videos anymore because he will copyright claim the video, and the reason that this happens is because 1, they want your money, but 2, it is a great silencing tool. Because ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if this sounds bad, I need to make money from this video. This is my living. I make YouTube videos for my job. And that might sound absolutely insane. You may say, Fraser, that's your fault. And if you do think that, fair enough, sunshine. I will wish you well off into the sunset. But personally, I would like to make money to pay my bills and stuff from this video. I've put so much time into these documentaries, so much time into my videos. Me and Jacket work tirelessly on these videos, so we can't just not make money on them. I have people to pay, bills to pay, stuff like that. And the reason that this is a silencing tool is because if I'm not making money on these long ass videos which take time and effort, then there's gonna be a thing which says in my mind, is it worth even making? Because you won't be able to pay your employees, you won't be able to pay your bills, your rent, stuff like that. And I think this is a deliberate act. When people get copyright striked, their pocket gets affected. Now obviously I am still going to upload this video out of the fear that it makes no money, and people like H3H3 will be fine if they don't make money on their Colleen Ballinger videos, but of course there are a lot of other content creators who solely do rely on a video to video basis of that money pays for their bills, their food, their editors, their everything, you know. And this is a deliberate thing to stop these people from making these videos in the first place on Colleen Ballinger. It's sick, it's twisted, and it's disgusting. And when you thought this individual, I said it like an hour ago, where I'm pretty sure I said, I don't know how she can get even worse, but ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, she has gotten even worse. She is despicable. I mean, she was before, but this is just insane. She's now coming after the people in her own space. Do you understand how insane that is? And then even after this, despite this being a money thing, a stopping people from speaking thing, this also will have repercussions on the fact that more and more people will start abusing this copyright system. So this is now a message to YouTube to fix this, to stop this, to actually protect your content creators in the name of not just free speech, but fair use. This is a genuine problem which keeps on happening and now is being abused by one of the top content creators. And you can say that Colleen Ballinger isn't anymore, but I'm sorry, this video got millions upon millions of views. She is a known content creator. She is known by practically everyone at this point, and this person is being actively allowed to abuse this system. Now, maybe by the time this video comes out, it will get rectified as a mistake or something, but ladies and gentlemen, I refuse to believe that this was a mistake, especially the channel that was here. H3H3, one of the most outspoken mother out there. This guy speaks about everybody. I think this is a deliberate thing, a coordinated thing designed to put fear into people. Right now I haven't been struck, but maybe when this goes up I might have. So just in general, I appreciate your support. If you finish this video, please go watch my other ones to help me out. But yeah, pretty much this is just another disgusting thing from Colleen, and I'm sorry it turned into a bit of an unscripted rant. But Fraser from the future here, basically there's been an update to this, and my prediction seems like that's come outcome right. Pretty much, Colleen's PR team has come out and said that they did not put this strike down. This was not them, and it was somebody else. And obviously the entire internet now is saying that this is once again another mistruth, another lie from Colleen Ballinger. Now maybe it wasn't Colleen, maybe it was, but based on the fact that it says Colleen Ballinger, I'm gonna be inclined to personally believe that I think some suspicious things have happened here. But also, I have more reason for that. Basically, I didn't mention this, I've been holding on to this information, but randomly one of my videos was copyright claimed by a company that Colleen Ballinger is a part of. As you can see here, I got this copyright claim for using content from Colleen Ballinger, so this indicates to me that Colleen, or the company that she is with at least, have a continuous pattern of copyright claiming people. When you search this company's name on Twitter, it comes up with other creators complaining that they have been copyright claimed for using content from creators under their umbrella. So clearly, even if this thing wasn't actually Colleen, she is still guilty of being a part of this sort of copyright abuse, and personally, based on all of the lies, I can completely understand why the internet is not believing this whatsoever, but also, it's just another indication of how unserious Colleen is. She is once again speaking to the media about another thing which really isn't that relevant in the grand scheme of everything that we've been speaking about. Yes, it has deeply upset me, but ultimately, compared to all of the major allegations, I cannot believe that these are the ones that she has been focusing on, and I think that's because she actually has no real good response to anything. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next point I was actually going to speak about after this was, is Colleen Ballinger ever going to apologize for her actions? And based on everything we've seen, I genuinely think she might actually not. Maybe there will be another response, but I definitely don't think it's going to be an outright apology, and if it is, it just contradicts all of her actions and behavior. And to be honest with you, no matter what she says, I cannot believe that apology. Based on everything that we've spoken about, the lies, the manipulation, now the abuse of the copyright system, I just cannot believe any apology that she puts out. And that is exactly why I haven't waited for her to respond before making this video. I genuinely don't care at this point. I think she is a liar and a manipulator, and just in general a bad person. I don't call everybody that I speak about on my channel a bad person usually, but in this case I'm genuinely starting to get angry at this person, which is actually quite surprising. I'm a calm guy usually, but based on everything, she is pressing every single button at this point, and it is just outright embarrassing. But talking of embarrassing, the final point I want to end this on is Colleen Ballinger's horrific tour that we went through in this video seemingly has now been cancelled. And why is this? Well, I can just guess the fact that probably if she was to host another show, well, basically in the old times when people were getting mocked in the public, tomatoes would be thrown. And I'm not saying anyone should do that, of course, but I'm saying that we probably would be in a situation like that if another show happened. And yeah, it's now been cancelled. It's very funny to see, and it's probably for financial reasons too, because nobody would actually go to these terrible shows. And honestly, I think this is a win for children in general, because now they're not going to have to be traumatized and embarrassed on stage in front of people who are laughing at them whilst Colleen Ballinger profits off their pain and suffering. And yeah, that might sound a little bit deep, but to be honest with you, Colleen Ballinger, you're profiting off my pain and suffering by claiming people's videos on youtube.com. But I will conclude this video by saying this saga has genuinely been absolutely insane to me. It's genuinely so crazy to see somebody just self-implode on every single aspect, and I will keep on saying that because it seems that in every single chapter it only continues with the self-implosion behavior. Look, Colleen, I know that, the submarine went 50,000 feet down below in the ocean and it exploded, but you didn't need to cosplay the submarine, Colleen. You gotta stop self-imploding at every single angle. You didn't need to do this, or this, but you just choose to do it every single time. And just overall, it's actually quite incredible to see how one individual can do so much heinous things. As we've gone through this video alone, not just including my first video with the creepy group chats and the bad interactions of Adam McIntyre, Cody, and plenty plenty of other individuals, there is so much just here. With Trisha Paytas, for example, sending the photos that she did to other individuals who are underage. There is just so much with Colleen Ballinger that it just completely and utterly shocks me, even though at the same time I really shouldn't be shocked, because at the end of the day, after 5 hours of content, it just seems that this person is on an absolute mission to ruin their own career. But I guess that just is the tragic tale of Colleen Ballinger. This is the most self-inflicted, self-imploded, whatever you want to call it, story I have ever seen, and I have nothing but best wishes for the people that have been impacted by Colleen's actions, because after 5 hours, it's so clear that so many people, whether you're friends of this person, enemies of this person, just anyone that's interacted with this person, has been negatively impacted by this person. I by no means want this to turn into some form of harassment campaign, but ultimately there are so many situations that have been manipulated by Colleen, skewed by Colleen, lied about by Colleen, that obviously there is just so much here that we need to talk about. This video alone started as a 30-minute response video to everything that happened after my first video, and it has now become another documentary, and I think that's the perfect way to summarize Colleen Ballinger. Just a complete self-implosion. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been away from the internet for around a month now, and it's kind of strange how much can happen within a month. This thing can become this thing. I'm not actually sure why this thing has become this thing. Why did you do that? But aside from egotistical billionaires who just have nothing better to do with their time, yeah, also things on the internet can change within a month. Pretty much, well, absolutely everything. Your favorite streamers, well, I say favorite, I mean that with a a jar of salt. Some streamers can go to war with big YouTubers, and just in general, the social media space can become an absolute war zone, and absolutely everything can change in an instant. Which, you know, isn't really good for somebody that left the internet for a month whilst having a career which involves, well, covering pretty much every single thing that happens on the internet. But ignoring the fact that I'm terrible at my job, there have been some things that I have noticed in my absence that aren't to do with YouTube versus streamers or some form of internet civil war. It's to do with some very dark and mysterious and strange things that I've noticed ongoing in the media and behind the scenes. I think what we're going to be talking about today represents an ongoing issue when it comes to social media, but also just in general in the world of Hollywood and famous and rich people. It's not like what we're going to be speaking about today is anything new, but it's genuinely quite shocking to see where some influencers are currently at in their journey on this platform. And yeah, as somebody that does cover things that happen in the internet, it honestly is pretty rare for me to be shocked by a situation. I mean, I've covered pretty much every single little thing, but this, ladies and gentlemen, this is just really, really weird. Certain influencers are now using the media in order to try and sway the public opinion about them back to being positive from negative. Certain influencers are now hiring some of the most notorious lawyers in the world who have some of the most controversial figures on their books, and every single day more and more things leak throughout social media and behind the scenes about certain influencers. And I don't really know why I'm being so mysterious about who I'm speaking about. Obviously I'm speaking about Colleen Ballinger. Yes, this is the conclusion to the trilogy of videos that I've made about this situation. Yes, this thing has been going on for way too long, and yes, I am going to speak about something else in my next video, but I needed to make this video because things have changed. Things have actually gotten far worse than we actually realize, and this whole situation is going to a new ground which I don't really think we have seen on social media, because it's now been a month since this whole Colleen situation seemingly wrapped up, where Colleen faced a plethora of public allegations, public scrutiny, a public downfall, which of course led to a public apology. But I'm here to tell you that the actual situation, yes, it has changed. It's gone rogue, it's gone different, it's gone behind the scenes. Because Colleen Ballinger's strategy has clearly changed since a month ago. It's clear that Colleen is aware that what she was doing back then was not going to help her case in any way, shape or form. But to be honest with you, I don't think you really needed 2 3-hour documentaries to tell you that yes, playing this instrument in response to serious allegations is obviously... I can't even play it. How do you play this thing with one hand? It's not going to really help. It's not going to help. So let's get in to, yes, the part 3, the conclusion to the Colleen Ballinger situation where things are even worse. Now firstly, you beautiful bastards, I must start this part of the video by saying that yes, we are now about to go over some things that we may have actually briefly gone over in my previous 2 videos, because we need to build a bigger picture. There is lots of new information that we're going to go over, but that new information can be attributed to the old information to kind of get a bigger understanding to what is actually going on in this crazy situation. Because originally the picture that we're building was a YouTuber scandal like Dramageddon, like something which we had seen before, but now it's becoming sneaky. Now the picture is a picture of defamation, and that's not a good analogy in any way, or just a good way to describe it. Pretty much, defamation lawsuits are coming into things. And ladies and gentlemen, as somebody that is a YouTuber that makes videos about things on the internet, I can just say to you that when I hear the word defamation, it's kind of like when people in Harry Potter hear Voldemort's name. Sorry, that was a really bad joke. Why did I do that? It's kind of, it's kind of when people hear Voldemort and they get really scared, because when I hear defamation, I start to get flashbacks. I start to get the chills, because defamation lawsuits typically mean being silenced and possibly being forced into paying thousands upon thousands of dollars to a head. Now, the actual definition of defamation is a false statement presented as fact that causes injury or damage to the character of the person that it is about. An example of this is Tom Smith stole money from his employer, and if this is untrue and if this statement damages Tom's reputation or ability to work, it is defamation. And yeah, I think that suing somebody for defamation is a good thing. I think if somebody does truly slander somebody's name and lie about somebody to tarnish their reputation, I think that somebody should be able to get repercussions for that. They should be able to get compensation. But the problem is, the defamation lawsuits used in this world in the modern day, especially in social media, typically aren't all about justice. Because as somebody that has received multiple defamation lawsuit threats in my time, I can pretty happily say that in every single case of that, I did not lie about that person. I solely stuck to the truth. I solely stuck to just giving opinions which weren't factual based, and if I was going through the facts, I believe that in most cases, if not every case, the facts were 100% accurate, and if they were not accurate, I either deleted that video and retracted my statement, or, well, actually no, there isn't another example of this, because I have not actually been successfully sued for defamation, because yes, I have not actually done defamation. But the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, is when you receive one of these threats in the post or in your email, I don't know why I said post. Who still receives post? Well, everybody, but it's just not really the modern method of sending defamation lawsuits. Basically, when you receive a threat of a defamation lawsuit in your email, you usually just shit your pants. You usually just think, wow, I could be playing a lot of money here if I get involved in this legal case. Because the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, even if you win your case, you still need to go to court. You still need to battle this thing out, and that still costs thousands upon thousands of pounds or dollars wherever you're from, or didgeridoos if you're from Australia or something like that. Basically, the whole process will no doubt cost you money and mental strain. A defamation lawsuit can be a very lengthy process, so usually defamation lawsuit threats don't actually go anywhere. It is just a method of silencing a lot of people. Of course, not in every single situation, but when it comes to social media and people giving their opinions being threatened by these types of lawsuits, it typically just is a silencing tactic. And the best example I can give you this is the main defamation lawsuit threat that I have personally received is from this guy. Yes, Onision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you think I defamed this bloke? Yeah, I'm not even going to ask you to answer that. Just, come on. But despite knowing that I obviously would win the case, and despite knowing I had done absolutely nothing wrong, it was still absolutely stressful to think that if this actually did go to court, it was this long, lengthy process, it would have cost me thousands and absolutely damaged my mental health and probably damaged my business because I would have been too stressed to work. And now I know what you're wondering. Well, what does this have to do with Colleen Ballinger? Well, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Colleen Ballinger's legal representatives. Andrew, lawyer who, according to his own LinkedIn, seemingly works in entertainment, litigation, media, privacy rights, and keyword here, defamation, and also employment law. And as you can see in multiple articles, he has been referenced, the firm he works for has been referenced when it comes to Colleen Ballinger's legal representatives. And now I'm not going to criticize Colleen's actual representatives, they are just lawyers doing their job. They can't help the fact that Colleen Ballinger has hired them, but I am going to speak about the fact that Colleen has hired this legal firm. Now, it is unknown when the hiring actually took place, but it's very clear to me that this firm is obviously involved in defamation. You only have to look closely at their client list to kind of get an understanding at that, and we will look into those clients because that is a very important part here. But yes, it's very clear that this is now the new Colleen Ballinger process when it comes to responding to things now. Rather than Colleen herself actually coming out in a video and saying, oh, I didn't do this, or oh, I didn't do that, now Colleen is just doing the old-fashioned Hollywood route of relying on a legal team, a big scary legal team, to take the action for her. And rather than clearing her name in the eyes of the social media world, she is now just going to seemingly try to silence people. And I think that's shown right here when H3H3, a content creator that regularly speaks about Colleen, was sent a cease and desist from Colleen's legal representatives. And I understand that a lot of people will be saying, oh, well, if they lied about it, then surely they should face the repercussions. Fraser, you said that like 5 minutes ago. If somebody slanders somebody, there should be repercussions. And I do agree, but the problem is that this legal team are very select with what they actually respond with. So far, the legal team has come out to represent and speak for Colleen in all of these situations right here. And as you can see, these things, the copyright issues, they're not really that major. Nobody is saying that Colleen Ballinger should be in jail because of these copyright issues. People are saying that she should be in jail for the stuff to do with Trisha Paytas and Adam McIntyre, but the legal team are not responding to that, and it seems to me that Colleen is very clearly going down, as I said previously, the Hollywood route, rather than speaking about the major things like she has actually done in the past, whether it was terribly done or not. She is now changing up the way she responds to things by being smart about it, by using a team of people that know what they're doing. And in the sense of PR, yes, that does absolutely make sense. But think about this for a second. I have not received a cease and desist for speaking about the very severe allegations about Colleen. In fact, I don't think many people have, but people are clearly receiving cease and desists for speaking about minor things. To me, that is a little admission of guilt in my personal opinion, and it makes this whole tactic with this legal team seem even more suspicious and just outright wrong. If Colleen really wanted to prove things to be false, she could come out and speak about them, but she knows if she does that, she will be called out for not only her lies, but ignoring things. If Colleen randomly made a statement saying, oh, I didn't copyright strike people obviously be like, well, what about all of these other million things? And Colleen would put herself into a corner. But by using the legal team, it's very sneaky, and it works, and it is absolutely something that happens in Hollywood, but it is absolutely terrifying to see that this is going down that path. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even think that this is a justice thing. I think that this is a fear thing, a silencing thing. Colleen is now using very expensive lawyers to go around and do her dirty business, and I think the reason that she is doing that is because every single time Colleen has responded publicly by herself in the past, it has failed miserably. So now she has turned to this team to not just install fear, but apply their own methods and tactics into publicly reforming somebody that is seen as a bad person by the community on YouTube and just in general the entire world. And if you don't believe me on this, well, let's just take a look at the clients that Colleen's representatives also represents.
Chief is not getting paid this week.
Oh my god, I'm feeling so homosexual right now!
Firstly on the list, ladies and gentlemen, we have Armie Hammer, accused of, well, all of these things. Yes, everything here is what this man has been accused of. And ladies and gentlemen, if there's one thing I know about Armie Hammer, is this guy does not have a very good public reputation. Now, of course, what this man was accused of is obviously a lot worse than what Colleen has been accused of, but this man obviously has a horrible reputation, and defamation lawyers who can send any form of cease and desist letter that they want at any time will probably help a lot in this situation. Armie Hammer is a person in a position of power, somebody with lots of wealth, somebody that can use his money to implement his will on other people speaking up against him. Regardless of if what out there is said about him is true or not, that doesn't even matter if you have money. The amount of times I have seen somebody who is clearly a victim get silenced because somebody has more money than them is absolutely obscene. But ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning of the list. Secondly, we have Bryan Singer, who is somebody accused of, well, all these terrible things. And yes, this is another person, it's becoming a bit of a pattern, with a tarnished reputation in the eyes of the public, but it doesn't end there. The next one is Danny Maidstone, accused of all of these things, and then we have Bill Cosby, accused of all of this. And ladies and gentlemen, what is the pattern coming on here? Of course it is. Bill Cosby also has a terrible public reputation. But then, ladies and gentlemen, to top it all off, Colleen Ballinger's legal representatives also represented it. I can't actually say that word correctly, but they represented... I don't know if I can say it, because it's just so obscene that these worlds are clashing. Prince Andrew! And I did just shout that out loudly, and I think that my neighbours are probably a little bit confused right now. Yes, Prince Andrew... Oh, I don't even know if I can even show these things. It's not good. And if there's one thing I know about Prince Andrew, it's the bloke doesn't have a very good reputation. Not a good reputation whatsoever. But what I will say about that is with this legal team, Prince Andrew will definitely not be sweating. And of course I know what some people will say. Well, all of these people are just hiring the best people at their job. Yes, these people all have terrible reputations, so they're not going to go and sign a lawyer who specializes in tax. They're going to sign a lawyer who specializes in defamation and recovering somebody's tarnished reputation. And whilst I do absolutely agree that is the logical mindset, I think it's just a little bit absurd that Colleen Ballinger is now being thrown into the group of people like Bill Cosby, Bryan Singer, and Prince Andrew. Is that not a little bit telling? Like, am I just reaching here? Or no, I'm not. I'm not. Obviously, Colleen knows what she is doing here. She is signing the best of the best to recover her reputation. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, in the year of 2023, when somebody uses a defamation lawyer, in particular when it comes to people like Bill Cosby and other people who we've mentioned, we all know that that is usually a silencing method, in my opinion. I should just say, for defamation reasons, this whole video is just my opinion and not based on fact. But yes, I think for the most part in 2023, after the years of the Me Too movement, we now know that when it comes to defamation lawyers being used to come after people that speak against their alleged abusers, that is usually a silencing method. I don't know how many times I need to say it. So yes, this isn't very good on Colleen, and this is now going into such dark and depressing realms, because in the past, when a YouTuber is accused of things, they typically respond on their YouTube channel, but when it doesn't work, they either just continuously go back to uploading or they just leave the internet in general. But this is now becoming a much darker and sinister thing, and it is genuinely worrying me what this is now setting in terms of a precedent on this platform. You can say I'm reaching, but the best part about YouTube is being able to come on here and broadcast yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, it was literally the slogan for like 3 years until, you know, they implemented the terms of service and they realized, oh, broadcasting everything, it's probably not good for advertisers. But yes, it was the original slogan, and I think what Colleen could do if she genuinely was innocent and had the receipts to prove it is come onto her platform, not play a ukulele, not give a drum solo, and just tell the truth. But now, instead of that, she is relying on Prince Andrew's lawyer. I don't know about you, but to me, that just does not represent an innocent conscience. But my friends, it only gets even worse when you actually start to dig a little bit deeper and look into this legal representative of Colleen Ballinger, because from a few Google searches, I found some rather disturbing things where it clearly shows that her legal representative is clearly somebody that has spoken in a negative sense about the Me Too movement, starting off with quotes such as, "Public allegations of SA or similar misconduct, especially since the dawn of the Me Too era, are very powerful. Defending those who have been publicly accused of such wrongdoing has become harder because of the fundamental notion of innocent until proven guilty being turned on its head." Now, personally, I don't think that's why it's harder to prove these celebrities being innocent nowadays. I think it's mainly because people are being braver. People realize, especially in the social media age, that people will stand by accusers. They will support people who speak up against their alleged abuse. And I think that does come from this world that we are now living in, where we have technology, social media, being able to record things, screenshot things, so much being done over the internet. It's far easier to catch people out. But just in general, I think public opinions have now changed when it comes to people in Hollywood being accused of things, or just famous people in general. I think nowadays people do look at a lot of Hollywood actors with very negative opinions, because it is very clear that a lot of famous people have taken advantage of their power, abused that power, and abused individuals. It's very clear before the internet, it was so much easier for these people to get away with things, silence people, but now, because of the power of the internet, that is harder and harder to do. I don't think it's because the Me Too movement is a bad thing. I think it's just because social media is a very powerful tool. But I think this opening quote is a little bit of a teaser to what this representative actually believes. For example, quotes such as, "There is an assumption of wrongdoing just based on an accusation, even an anonymous one." To me, it's very clear what this guy believes, and I think that's incredibly worrying that this guy is now being hired by Colleen Ballinger. Somebody that for years has presented themselves to be this wonderful human being is now being represented by this guy, and obviously it is his job, but I feel like I can have my personal opinion about the people you represent, and I've probably contradicted something I said earlier, but when you just look into these quotes, to me personally, it just seems very victim blamey. For example, he has called people like Bryan Singer's accusers paranoid, delusional, and needy, saying other people have paranoid delusions. Even if he doesn't actually believe that these accusers are speaking the truth, I feel like these are very disgusting statements to make, but it doesn't end there. When going to the Prince Andrew case, he accused people of just looking for another payday and other disgusting things like this. It is just horrible to read, but I think it is a perfect representative of who Colleen Ballinger has actually hired here. With him saying things like allegations are just as bad and damaging as a conviction, it's very clear and evident what this guy truly believes about the Me Too movement, and it is really sickening, to be honest with you. But then we slowly get into the method behind the madness of this legal team, because you can see all of these horrible quotes and you can build an opinion for yourself, but when you look even further into the quotes, you can actually get a bit of understanding of what this legal team are telling Colleen Ballinger to do right now. As you can see here, it says that the representative says, in some cases, the best response may just be to lie low. Sometimes the best defense is to not do anything, is to accept the punishment or whatever decision is that the company made and stay quiet and better yourself as a person. Make whatever apologies need to be made privately. It's very clear that this is what Colleen Ballinger is doing right now. Yes, I think she will eventually come out of a statement, and we will get into that later in this video, but it's very clear to me personally that this legal representative has told Colleen Ballinger to lay quiet. They'll handle a lot of the stuff going on, and Colleen Ballinger will just lay low, probably do some things behind the scenes, and to me, that is so disingenuous, but it is exactly why she has hired these lawyers. And at this point, I feel like Colleen has only 3 options. Option number 1, she uploads a video where she comes clean about everything, explains everything, whether you agree with her or not. I think that truly is the most respectable option, and that is saying something in terms of respect. It would be the most minute level of respect, but it would be far better than the next 2 options. Option number 2 would just be to leave the internet and never say anything again. And personally, I don't agree with this. I don't think it's fair when it comes to the victims. I don't think it's fair on anybody, and I doubt that this is actually going to happen, because Colleen has an empire. Whether it's been tainted completely and utterly destroyed, she does have a lot of followers, and that means a lot of money. I'm sure she's not going to give up on it, and that's why I think option 3 is the thing that's actually going to happen. I think currently Colleen's team are building a case. They're trying to get everything that they can possibly get together to make at least 20% of her audience like her again. For example, Shane Dawson, he didn't do this, but he did actually manage to salvage like 10% of his audience, and he is still getting 1 million views, or if not a bit more than that, every single video, and I think that's what Colleen Ballinger is going to do. I think she's going to put out a video which most people don't like, but I think some people will actually agree with it and stick by Colleen and watch her videos, and whilst that will be a massive financial hit, it will be much better for her than just outright abandoning her platforms, which she has spent years building. Personally, I am actually just shocked that it took this long for Colleen Ballinger to actually develop a plan that could actually possibly recover her career to some extent. The fact that we had to go through the ukulele video and all the other stuff in the last 3 years is absolutely insane to me, and it truly does just show how probably egotistical this person is. Colleen probably thought that she would be able to just get through everything like she has done in the past, manipulate the situations, and go away from all of the controversy, but obviously that has not happened, and now the legal team are here to try and change things. It's clear that some tactics have been applied that we have spoken about. It's clear that rather than responding to the actual major things out there, such as these horrible allegations, the legal team will now just respond to the things that are very minute, not as actually damning, and things that they probably can prove wrong. There is a reason that this legal team have not publicly responded to these very serious allegations and outright denied them. If they could have done that already, they would have. If Colleen Ballinger could have put out a video where she publicly makes herself look 100% in the clear, she would have absolutely done that. The fact that Colleen Ballinger is now relying on these lawyers is absolutely wild to me, because personally, I now just see this as, in my opinion, an admittance of guilt. Given how, as we've seen through every single expose in this situation, how things keep on getting worse and worse, everything has been screenshotted. It's clear that everything was happening online, and Colleen herself probably has screenshots, yet she still has not come out and disproved anything. Ultimately, as a YouTuber, I can't personally help but feel whenever I see a defamation lawyer being involved in something YouTube related or social media related, I just can't help but have negative connotations in my brain. Why does the YouTuber whose entire career built up on, broadcasting yourself, putting up videos about you, being you on the internet, why can that YouTuber, when they're embroiled in controversy, then not do the same thing of posting a video of themselves where they actually be genuine and tell the truth? To me personally, the whole thing is a very strategic move, and it is a silencing method designed to scare people into speaking about this situation. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, the situation doesn't end there. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Well, there's now 3 icebergs, given that there is 3 parts to this entire series. It's gone on for way too long, but ladies and gentlemen, things only get worse, because with these sorts of situations, people start to do digging. The internet detectives love to come out and do the work and discover far worse things than we could have possibly imagined. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the video, I want to explore the downfall of Miranda Sings. And yes, that may actually sound a little bit confusing, mainly because of these, 3 hour long videos. I don't actually know how long this video is, but I'm just going to guess it's 3 hours long. And yes, throughout these videos, we have been exploring the downfall of Colleen Ballinger. But technically, Colleen Ballinger and Miranda Sings are 2 different individuals, technically. Colleen obviously is supposedly a real human being, and Miranda is a satire character that Colleen Ballinger created in the name of comedy. And yes, if you believe that this is...
You guys, I have just discovered the legend, the icon, the most...
You believe this is...
most popular person in the entire world other than
a comedic character. And congratulations, my friends, you are 14 years old, and I say you should just get off the channel right now. See you later, sunshine. Go enjoy, I don't know, a Minecraft YouTuber. Somebody where you actually belong, not here. And especially not
I'm not just going
here.
on tour.
But ladies and gentlemen, my friends and family, if family are watching this, please leave the channel as well. But basically, as I said, a lot of people, a lot of internet detectives, with the downfall of Colleen Ballinger, have been digging into the Jedi archives of Miranda Sings. They have been going through the content uploaded on that channel, uploaded on the Twitter account of Miranda Sings, and all the other social media platforms that this character sadly exists on, and they have been just basically pulling out the absolute worst parts of all of this that has come from Miranda Sings. And whilst it would be very easy for me to go through a big list of all of these bad things that have been dug up and exposed with Colleen Ballinger's character Miranda Sings, and people basically saying this is absolutely horrific, I really want to focus mainly on the fact that Colleen Ballinger and Miranda Sings aren't really that different. In fact, I would go as far to say that the whole argument of Miranda Sings being a character is starting to come into question with a lot of the clips being dug up, because yes, some of the clips are just outright outrageous, but some clips being dug up are actually Colleen herself speaking about the character of Miranda, and speaking about how pretty much Miranda Sings is, rather than just a character, but actually a extension of Colleen Ballinger herself. And the main reason that I want to focus on that is, given everything that has been exposed with Colleen Ballinger, in particular some of the things that has gone on at her live shows with Miranda Sings Live, where she interacts very inappropriately with children, like we went through in my part 2, it makes it a little bit worse when you start to consider that this character isn't as much as a character as we originally believed. Now, of course, in 2023, most people now do just see Miranda Sings as Colleen Ballinger, but ultimately, for the last 10 plus 12 years, people have just believed this to be a character. And ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to stand-up comedians and just people doing comedy in general, people like to use characters. They like to create something which is not actually them, and something completely outrageous and different to who they are as a human being. It's one of the more traditional roots of comedy that a lot of people have done over the years. But the fact of the matter is I'm starting to think that this definitely isn't that. And it also leads into this ethical conversation of, are people using the argument of characters as an excuse to do absolutely outrageous and outright wrong things? Especially when you look at most of the things that Colleen was exposed for in the last 2 months. For example, her situation with Adam McIntyre. Colleen was so clearly acting inappropriately with a minor for a very long time, and she has been facing a lot of repercussions for this. Also, the stuff to do with Trisha Paytas, it involves very inappropriate interactions with minors, and all of the other stuff on the list with pretty much all of the other fan interactions with Colleen Ballinger. For example, some of the things in group chats where she would say horrible stuff like this and this. But then you start to look into the content of Miranda Sings and the things being put out there in the world using this character, and you start to realize it's really no different to Colleen, but in this situation, it's just being put out there on a public front in the name of comedy. And when somebody calls out that supposed comedy, the defense will be, oh, it's a character, it's meant to be satire, it's not real. And yes, what I am trying to say is I don't believe that this entire thing was a character, and in fact, I think we need to replace Miranda Sings was a character with Miranda Sings was an excuse. And my best example of that is in an interview that Colleen Ballinger did on a late night television show where she discussed the character of Miranda Sings and everything to do with it and how she implements Miranda Sings onto social media. And basically, this clip has been resurfacing a lot recently because of everything we're now discussing. Basically, in this clip, Stephen Colbert, I think that's how you pronounce his name, starts to speak about how for years he also himself had a character which was being used in the name of comedy, but with that character, he... I don't know what's happening right now. Maybe I'm being taken out by Colleen. But R.I.P. to... R.I.P. to Fraser in the chat, please. Basically, Stephen Colbert said that when he would perform as this character, he would demonstrate real parts of his personality, very negative parts, but he would basically use the defense of, oh, it's a character. He would get away with saying things that he genuinely believes by using the excuse of, it's just a character. And in this interview, pretty much, Colleen Ballinger herself confirms that, well, she did the exact same thing. Okay, look, we've got some technical issues. Basically, the clip that I was about to play you, it is copyright claimed. So if I put that video in this video, I'm going to get copyright claimed by Stephen Colbert, and he will take every bit of monetization that this video makes. So instead, I'm going to give a wonderful demonstration of what was being said between these people, and I'm going to have to do that every single time I refer to this clip, and that's great because this clip is incredibly vital to this video. But basically, it starts off with Stephen saying, I played a character for many years and I get to piggyback on his ego and pretend that it isn't mine. The camera pans to Colleen and she says yes and laughs. Stephen says, do you ever mean what she says? She being Miranda Sings, and Colleen in complete agreement gives a solid yes and laughs and then says, all the time. There's a lot of time in character I'll say something so cruel or so something I'm thinking about but won't actually say myself, and it's very liberating to just say the things that I'm thinking. And Stephen says, can I give you some advice? Colleen says, yes. Stephen says, never tell people when those moments are. Colleen says, I won't. I promise. Stephen says, because I would sometimes agree with my character, but I would never want you to know when that exactly was, because I'd like you to like me. And Colleen in agreement says, right, exactly. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to know what are the horrible things that Colleen was saying through Miranda Sings that she genuinely believed herself as Colleen, but was clearly too afraid to say it as herself. What were the things that she actually believed? Was she being genuine in the tweet where she said last night a boy pulled a Cheeto out of Miranda Sings' pants, ate it, said it was moist, and that he wanted to pick my genital...
Hey, yo, what the f***?
Were you being genuine in that tweet? Or were you being genuine in the video of where you said to a girl... I'm not even going to repeat what you said, but were you being genuine in this clip?
Oh, I'm the nurse. like this. Oh, you smell fertile. If it smells fertile, that's what they say. Now push.
Yeah, I'd love to give you guys some introspective, deep commentary where I analyze this and say why this is wrong for the multitude of reasons, but the reality is all I can really say about this is really weird. Like, why is this a thing? Why are these kids being brought up onto stage? The kids not even actors, just random fans, and why? Why? And I understand that it's absolutely very easy to pull up a list of old things that Colleen Ballinger has done and go through all of it and say why this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong, but I don't really want to do that. I, as I said, have a list of bad things that Miranda Sings has said and done in the involvement of children, but I don't want to necessarily just go through the entire list. The fact of what I want to speak about here is, of course, as I said, the downfall of Miranda Sings, and that downfall comes from the fact that when you look at not just Colleen Ballinger's history of what she's been recently exposed for, but Miranda Sings' history, the two are absolutely intertwined. Miranda Sings' whole shtick, from the list of things that I've been looking at, is very, very clear to me. It is all just based on being incredibly inappropriate and uncomfortable around her child audience. That sounds like a massive claim to make, but when you look at everything that Miranda Sings was doing between the years of 2012 and like 2019, it just seems to be weird things. These books right here, which were obviously being sold to children, showing things like this, bringing kids onto the stage where she pulls where she gets people to pull Cheetos out of her pants, stuff like that. It seems to me that this entire character was just based on being inappropriate, and then when you factor in all of the things that Colleen, as just Colleen, was exposed for, it all is very, very similar. And then when you go back to that interview and the fact that she said that she does use this character to say things that she herself would not regularly say but clearly believes, it becomes very suspicious and very weird, and that has caused a lot of people over the last few months to go back and look at everything with no rose-tinted glasses on anymore, no nostalgia goggles to their favorite YouTuber, but in fact people that have now grown up and matured out of this content to realize that there was so much inappropriate stuff going on here. It's not like Colleen was putting out a bad YouTube video 3 years ago. In fact, there have been things like this that people have complained about. I don't care about this. Every YouTuber has done a bad video, said something that people don't agree with, something out of pocket. Times change, you know, but this is not that. This is just absolutely obscene. And honestly, fellas, I think that Colleen Ballinger herself has always known that what she does with the Miranda Sings character is inappropriate. In fact, I'm just going to play something from the very first minute of that late night television intro, and it says quite a lot in my opinion. And yeah, because of the technical issues, I'm here to read it once again in the post-edit. Basically, Stephen asks Colleen, "What do you do for a living?" And Colleen says, well, it's a little bit difficult, but I would say is imagine every single obnoxious person you've met in your life, put all of those qualities into one person, and I pretend to be that person for millions of people on the internet and get paid. Now, of course, here she says that she pretends to be this thing. Of course, Stephen Colbert hasn't actually said anything about his character here. Then 2 minutes later, as I showed you previously, she then does expose herself and say, oh, well, yeah, sometimes, well, I do say, you know, things that I actually do think, but I can get away with it because it's a character. And I think that's very clear that, yes, she knows what she is doing with Miranda Sings is inappropriate, and it is wrong, and that's why she is doing it with the character, because the character is simply an excuse. And obviously I'm not saying that every single satirical character out there is absolutely terrible. In fact, I love satire comedy. I love people that create characters to make people laugh and do outrageous things, but I don't love it when people are just using those characters as an excuse. And as I have said, it's very obvious to me that this Miranda Sings character has a pattern of behavior that is very similar with Colleen. We've seen this interview, and I think we can kind of get it out of there now that yes, this character is simply simply just an excuse. It's not some amazing comedian's brand new character that revolutionizes comedy. It's just somebody whose entire shtick is being very inappropriate with a young audience. And ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned previously the books that Colleen had wrote as the Miranda Sings character. This book, My Diary, which a lot of parents out there were absolutely outraged about because they thought that they were buying a child-friendly book, but then they discovered a bunch of terrible things in the book. Well, these books obviously have been sold as satire pieces, just like the Miranda Sings character, despite the books have photos of Colleen herself, like baby photos of her. And in the actual interview of Stephen Colbert, she speaks about this book, and she speaks about how she got the ideas to write the things that she wrote in this book. You know, the jokes about her uncle, the incredibly inappropriate jokes, which, well, again, if these were just jokes to adults, you know, I can understand it, but like, these are jokes that she knows kids are going to write. She has seen her audience. She has done live shows. She has done meet and greets. You can still find them on YouTube, and in every single one, they are kids, and she knows that these kids are the only actual people that are going to read these books, because anybody above the age of 18 that reads this book that isn't a YouTuber severely needs to get help. But what I'm trying to get at here is, yes, they speak about this book, and what I find fascinating is, in this interview, she pretty much admits that the book is inspired by, well, shock horror herself. So Stephen pulls out Miranda's book, which we went through in the previous video, and he says, now you're sharing Miranda's life in a different way. You have a new book called My Diary. And then they briefly speak about a few things to do with the book, and then Stephen says, well, what is the book about? And Colleen says, well, it's Miranda's diaries from her whole life duct taped together, and someone has stole those diaries and is selling it to the world, and Miranda is mortified, but it's based on the diaries I grew up writing because I was very dramatic and ridiculous as a child, and so I took inspiration from it. And then they go on to have a conversation speaking about one of the stories in the book to do with when Colleen was doing miming when she was younger, and this is actually a real story, and they discuss this because the book contains multiple photos of when Colleen was actually a child, and basically they just go on to discuss how this book was inspired by her childhood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel quite uncomfortable knowing that this book was inspired by her childhood, knowing some of the things that have been written in these books. It very much reminds me of Shane Dawson's books or Onision's books, because they did the exact same thing, and in these books they wrote some incredibly creepy things, and I guess got away with it out of it was a childhood thing, or it was like some form of comedic act. But the reality is let's go through a list of some of the things in this book. Reminder, this childhood book was making jokes about 69ing and inappropriate relations with uncles, torturing animals, physically and emotionally abusing people, and plenty of other things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying that Colleen Ballinger can't speak about her childhood, but it's very clear to me that this book wasn't designed to speak about her trauma. It wasn't like her venting in a very specific way. It was obviously a book designed to clearly be inappropriate. The title very much says that. And then you look at the things in here, and you start to think, now you know that this is actually just based on Colleen and not the Miranda thing. It's starting to get even more weird. Like, why would you write this in a book that you knew that kids would be reading? That is so weird. And why would you also admit that this book was inspired by childhood stuff, considering things like this are in the book? It makes it so much more insane to me, but it also brings up the whole thing of Miranda Sings simply being an excuse. Yes, I'm sure that Miranda Sings is an exaggerated version of Colleen, but it's still a version of Colleen, and I feel quite insane for even saying these things, because Miranda Sings is obviously an absolutely outrageous character. But the fact of the matter is Colleen Ballinger is outrageous. She has done some outrageous things. When she was accused of a horrible crime, she went onto her main YouTube channel, got out a ukulele and played it. And I know you've heard that a million times at this point, but that is an absolutely outrageous thing. And it almost seems like it's something that Miranda Sings would do. And that's because they are so obviously just the same thing. And I just don't get, why would Colleen just not make a complete fictional story? It's not like YouTubers couldn't sell books back in 2015. I mean, Alfie Days literally released a book which literally had nothing in it, and people bought it. You know, like, it's a thing that happens. You could have sold the book, just did what Alfie Days did, and it would be happy days. But no, she went down this avenue of everything that we've gone through in this book. And I don't think we need to go through even more of it, because personally I don't want to have to gouge my eyes out after recording this video. But you get my point. Character is just excuse. And I know I keep saying that, but this is about the downfall of Miranda Sings, not Colleen Ballinger. And ultimately, that will just lead us to the fact that this isn't the downfall of Miranda Sings, it is the downfall of Colleen Ballinger. It's kind of like Inception. You're in a character within a book. That doesn't make any sense. But with us breaking down the character of Miranda Sings into just me and Colleen, it then leads us back to the list that I mentioned earlier, the threads out there about the old Miranda Sings, Colleen Ballinger content. Content like this just makes everything so much worse when you consider that the whole thing wasn't actually satire. Like, obviously I understand that in those titles they were just outrageously clickbait, but it just seems that there is so much content based on being inappropriate with her audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, why was this the shtick that she went with? It wasn't like she was really being edgy about literally anything else. It was just, I'm gonna be on this one lane and I'm gonna stick to it for years at the age of like 27 to 32. Why was this the pathway, especially given the young audience? And now a defense of Colleen will be, oh, well, the era of YouTube back in 2015 was very different. You had to be outrageous. You had to put crazy clickbait out there, like Tana Mojo was putting out there in the world. Some ridiculous titles, which were just obviously outrageous, stretched out versions of the truth, like titles like this. And that is a very generous defense, in my opinion. And I am willing to go for it. Don't get me wrong. Like, here is a clip of Colleen speaking in that same interview about clickbait and how you would put outrageous things out there on the internet. Steven says, so what is it that first sells people in the video? Because we don't know what it's going to be, so is it the title? It then pans to Colleen and she says, well, it's changed a lot over the years. I grew because people originally loved to hate somebody and they all chose me. That's how I grew 10 years ago. But now it's all about the title and the thumbnail and being shocking and dramatic and absurd, which is something that drives me nuts. But, and then Steven interjects saying, oh, so do you engage in that? And Colleen Larson says, oh, definitely. Steven then says, so if we were going to use this interview, if I wanted to make this a viral video, what might you name what we've just done? And Colleen goes on to say, well, we've got to put something in the title that's like shocking or emotional or dramatic or epic, you know, some catchy word like that. But on top of that, you have to think of every word that we've talked about. Like, we talked about childbirth and having a baby, so maybe Miranda Sings gives birth on the Stephen Colbert show, and Stephen interjects saying, to a hairy squash, and they all laugh and agree and the crowd goes wild for some reason. Now, whether you ethically agree with that reasoning to the clickbait, that's completely up to you for deciding, and I'm really putting it out there for a little bit of like a nuance, some understanding, because maybe Colleen would say, well, there is context here, you know, there is reasons that I have those crazy titles, absolutely insane titles. And in fact, in some cases with the titles on her channels, it wasn't just the Miranda Sings channel, it was also the Colleen Ballinger channel. And it comes back to that whole thing of the blurred lines between, is this the character, is this not the character, is this all the same thing? And we will get into why I think this is happening and why, again, on both channels these same style jokes are happening. But yes, these titles are obviously wild. But my question is like, okay, but you can make the crazy clickbait titles, but why would you say this in the video?
If you were Santa, name 3 people you would want to sit on your lap. This is gonna sound so creepy. My answer is so creepy, but I don't mean it to be creepy. I were Santa, I would, this is gonna sound so bad. I can't admit this. This sounds so pedophilish. I would want the girls from Dance Moms. It sounds super creepy, but it's totally innocent. I just think they're adorable and super talented, and I'm in love with them in a very sweet babysitter child sort of way. That still sounds creepy. Please, Colleen, don't put this online.
Now, you can say to me all you like, oh, well, she said that she had innocent intentions. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think about somebody below the age of 18 and your immediate interaction goes to what she said there's a problem. Why would you immediately even go and say that? That is just... Why? What? Like, seriously? Or again, I said earlier, like, I can't give any introspective, deep commentary, but again, the question is just, why would you do that? And it very much is building this, again, foundation that all of the content that Miranda was putting out there, or Colleen was putting out there, was just this weird jokes and content about children and just being very weird and inappropriate. Why? And I understand that old content can age bad and people can grow and change. It's something that everybody does, and I am willing to be generous for pretty much anybody. But the problem is I can't be generous over something like that. I can't be generous over somebody that has built their empire on this style of content whilst at the age of 27. She wasn't like a teenager or something being edgy. It was no. This is really, really weird. From the book to the tweet to the actual statement itself. Why? But the worst part is this isn't even the worst example. This is actually one of the more tame examples, which probably makes you think, Jesus, like what else is there? But with that previous clip, you can't even now make the argument of, oh, Colleen didn't choose to have a child audience, because even if she had an adult audience and was saying what she said in that clip, it would still be absolutely wild. But obviously she did have a child audience back in the day. She did have a bunch of teenagers or children watching her, and they didn't understand that what she was saying in that clip was obviously extremely weird. I don't understand why she did this, and also you have to take into the context of, this wasn't the Miranda Sings channel, this was Colleen in 2013, and I understand that was a very, very long time ago, but the problem is these weird comments, these weird jokes gradually stemmed into the character of Miranda Sings up until 2019, but the problem was that the audience was so obviously accustomed to this humor from when she was just Colleen Ballinger back in 2013 or 2008 to when she was fully doing the Miranda Stick thing on Netflix with live shows in books. The audience were accustomed to this. They were used to this. They thought that what Colleen was saying, whether she was Miranda Sings or Colleen Ballinger, they thought it was completely normal. I've asked the question multiple times throughout these videos of, how did nobody point out the behavior in everything that Colleen was doing in the Miranda Sings stuff, but also just the Colleen Ballinger live show, which was on Netflix? How did she get away with that for so long? Well, it's because it was normalized. By making these jokes for so long to the young audience who are impressionable, they don't understand things quite like adults do. They thought it was normal, and then because she on purpose built these relations with her fans, she would get away with the things that she was saying behind the scenes because it was normalized, and that makes the whole thing so much more sinister. And I think the best example of Colleen's young audience at the time not understanding why the things that she was doing on her live shows were wrong is when you actually go back to the book reviews that we looked at in the previous video. When these adults bought their children Colleen Ballinger's books, they sensibly proofread the books beforehand, and they immediately realized what was going on in these books was inappropriate, should not be viewed by children, and they left angry reviews. They said that kids shouldn't read this stuff and parents should be wary. So it's not really a case of times have changed, you know, people have changed their morals and people are different in 2023 to 2017. It's no, that was weird back then for adults. It was just she clearly had a very young audience and they clearly thought what was going on was normal until they actually got a little bit older. But even then, it was so ingrained in the community via the videos and via the things going on behind the scenes that when Adam McIntyre bravely came out and spoke about these things in 2020, he was immediately dismissed and rejected as a liar, and that is because of how ingrained this style of behavior, the attitudes that Colleen was giving via her character but also via herself, was into her audience. There was something known as a parasocial relationship because of everything that she was doing on the channel, because of how personal it was, how funny it was, how relatable it was in some ways for people, and how inappropriate it was, how different it was for these young audiences. They thought that this person was clearly incredible, but the reality is that's absolutely not the truth. But parasocial bonds were built via the channel and then gradually behind the scenes, and that led to some sinister things happening and people being discarded and called liars. Everything in this story is a massive puzzle, and we have to add it all up to work out how everything was allowed to happen in this situation. Because yes, obviously in 2023, now everybody believes Adam and believes all the other people in the situation, but obviously for years that was not the case, and that was because of how everything was handled in the Colleen Ballinger empire. There are so many things out there, but when I look at them now, I think to myself, how was this overlooked? How was this thing that was said? How was this clip that was said on either of her channels overlooked? And of course, it all comes down to the parasocial connections that she built with her young audience that has been massively exposed over the last few months. And I'm going to play you the worst example, I think, that I personally believe this is one of the worst examples that I saw on a Twitter thread of where Colleen is at a beach with her friend and she's vlogging herself, and she thought it was appropriate to... I don't even want to describe what she does, so I'm just going to play the video, and there are going to be some cuts because whilst nothing actually, I believe, was illegally recorded, there was seemingly a very weird attempt at something here, and I'm just going to play the clip and allow you to make an opinion for yourself.
It's nifty. A little naked child just ran up to me, a little boy with a little pee-pee. He's laying on the sand right now. I'm gonna try to get him. I don't know if that's him, if you can see that. He wanted me to blow his bubbles. That sounds really dirty. Don't worry, they were actual bubbles. Yes. And she blew.
Now, that is, in my opinion, one of the weirdest things that I've seen a multi-million subscriber YouTuber do. For one, it's just weird for anybody to do that. The thing said, why? But secondly, it shows the ingrained nature of what she was doing, the content that was going on to the channel. It shows how normalized it was. She thought it was fine to do and record and then publish that video, the things that she was saying and doing in that video. She thought it was appropriate to try and record what she described in that video, and to me, that is just so insane. But it does kind of explain how she got away with it. Her young audience probably would have thought, oh, that's so wacky, that's so funny. But then you get a little bit older and then you realize that's so wrong. And there are subreddits that have been dedicated over the last few years actually analyzing these clips. It's not like people have only been going through Colleen and the things that she has done in her community in the last few months. It has actually been going on for years when adults or ex-fans have realized some of the incredibly weird things that Colleen has done on her YouTube channels, but it wasn't exactly a massive scandal until what happened in 2023 with Cody Tyler and Adam's story becoming massive and viral again. Parents and adults and people that have just gotten a bit older over the years have been speaking in private or smaller circles on the corners of the internet about these things and realizing that it was wrong, but now it is becoming a wider conversation because it is now a snowball effect. The snowball is getting bigger and bigger and bigger every single day, and that is now leading to the hyperanalyzation of not just Colleen but her character and leading us to this now conversation that we're having about the two just being pretty much the exact same thing. But obviously, the video that I showed you previously on the beach, that was Colleen Ballinger being Colleen. She wasn't playing the supposed character of Miranda Sings, it was her being her in an old video. Now, old is the key word here, because it very much seems to me that she pretty much abandoned this type of humor that she was displaying in this video on her main channel, on her Colleen channels. As you can see, it says Colleen's Corner, and I think she abandoned that style because she knew that playing the character of Miranda, she can, as I said earlier, use that as an excuse. And the reason that I'm now saying that is because I found a clip of where she's being Colleen and speaking about the Miranda Sings character and the cheeseball skit that we spoke about in the previous video. And in this video, she acknowledges that the skit obviously sounds creepy, but it's not creepy because it's the character. And I'm just going to play you that clip right now.
Tonight at the show, something really funny happened. There is a part in the show where I bring up different boys that like Miranda flirts with basically on stage, and there's this part where like I try to get a guy to put like his hand down my pants. I know it sounds really bad, but it's totally harmless. And
Want a cheese ball? Come on, Brady. Oh, he went for it!
today I chose a boy who was pretty young, and he did something I've never experienced before on stage, and it made me laugh so hard on stage. It was probably the biggest break I've had on stage, like, ever, because it just caught me so off guard because it's never happened before. But usually the people I pull on stage are really enthusiastic and excited to be a part of the show, and he just was like not having it. I tried to get him to get like a cheese ball like from my pants, and he was like, no, not gonna happen. And he was really serious, and I was like, okay, whatever, like that's not a big deal. So then I tried to get him to kiss me on my cheek, and he was like, no. And he was like really serious and like would not do it. So then I said, well, this has never happened to me before. And he goes, well, now it has. So then I just like was like, oh my God, like he just shocked me, and the audience is dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter, and he is just serious. Like, here's a picture of me laughing, and he is totally serious, like not having it. And so then he goes, I came here to be your friend, not your bae.
Now she realizes that yes, what is being described there sounds weird, but it is okay because it's the character of Miranda Sings. It's meant to be funny, but then you go back to that clip before of Colleen, the older clip, and to me personally, that is really not much different from what Miranda Sings does. And then you go back to the interview of where she is saying that, oh, she does things that she believes as Miranda Sings, and it's like a stretched out version of herself. And you start to put the pieces together, and yes, you come to this conclusion, which I've said like 7 times now, of it's just an excuse. And those excuses have, you know, allowed really, really weird behavior to be pushed aside and be like, oh, it was in the name of comedy. But I personally don't remember Bill Burr or any other stand-up comedian doing things like this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that was weird, it only gets weirder.
Ho, 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 I'm the nurse. I've come to get this baby out from you. Just push from your tukey really hard. And breathe lacrosse breathing like this. Oh, you smell fertile.
This is so genuinely bizarre to me, but again, I will say, I don't think I remember a comedian putting a child out of an audience and saying the things that she said there. And that's mainly because when a comedian is saying the level of inappropriate sexual jokes that Colleen says at her live shows, there is a thing called 18 plus, adult only. When these comedians do their live shows, a lot of them, if they do speak about outrageous and provocative things in a satire manner, they will make sure that only adults are coming to their shows because it is only appropriate for adults. But Colleen very obviously does not do that. It is parents taking their children to these live shows. Children should not be at these shows, but I'm not even blaming the parents here, because for a lot of parents out there, they probably think that Miranda Sings something like this, somebody who clearly makes books designed for kids. You can't tell me that this isn't a book designed for at least a teenage audience. They probably think that this is a creator that makes videos for younger people, especially considering the fact that I went onto Reddit and I found somebody uploaded a screenshot of Miranda Sings' content on YouTube Kids. Now, I believe that that is an automated system, but I think that says it all, and Colleen definitely knows that this is her audience, yet she says things like this to their face when she can even see how young they are.
So I'm hidden the snack in the perfect place, literally. And so now, watch this. We're on the date, James. It's really romantic. Oh, we're getting close and personal. Oh, but I'm so hungry, James. Hold on, I got a snack.
Was this in your self-help book?
Was this in my self-help book?
Was it? Because I brought self-help with me and I was just wondering.
Well, shouldn't you know if you've read it? I'm just kidding, James. I'm just kidding. I love you. I'm just kidding. Do you want a cheese ball?
I'd love one. I can't believe I'm reaching in there right now.
And how old are you?
9.
Okay. So I feel like, I'm sorry, James, you're gonna have to wait till you're a little bit older, but
I can't lie to you, fellas, I've never seen a comedian that has pulled out a child from the stage and said that to them. I've never witnessed that personally. I've never seen them do it as an ongoing joke. It's just not something that I've seen a comedian publish in their book that children so obviously read. But with these very weird experiences on the live shows of Miranda Sings, and with this behaviour just simply being normalised because of this character, I now want to refer back to the clip that I played you earlier, where Colleen is speaking about the cheeseball skit of where it went wrong with another child that she brought onto stage, and I want you to listen to what she says very closely.
And he was like, no. And he was like really serious and like would not do it. So then I said, well, this has never happened to me before. And he goes, well, now it has. So then I just like was like, oh my God, like he just shocked me, and the audience is dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter, and he is just serious. Like, here's a picture of me laughing, and he is totally serious, like not having it. And so then he goes, I came here to be your friend, not your bae.
Now, personally, I think this clip is quite fascinating because Colleen is obviously laughing. It's like, oh, it's so funny, you know, but I think the point that the kid was making is actually quite insane to me. The kid realized that I'm not here for that. You know, I don't want that. That is not why I am here. But, you know, people just clap and laugh because it's the character of Miranda Sings and it's just ingrained into the audience, normalized there, as we said. And people clap and laugh. But even some kids were like, no, that's weird. The kids weren't there for that. They were there for a funny time, you know? Funny times with jokes like this.
Oh, you smell fertile.
Look, we can speak about how weird this comment is and how all of the comments being made towards these children are weird and how the fact that Colleen has based his entire character on this very weird genre of comedy. We can speak about that, but we can also speak about the fact that this it's just not funny. Like, the fact of the matter is this character is only funny for kids. I don't think I've ever heard an adult say, oh yeah, my favorite comedian, I keep saying Bill Burr and, I don't know, Michael McIntyre. And then you turn to your friend and they go, oh, my favorite comedian is Miranda Sings. At that point of time, I would say, why are there 3 children wearing a suit of my friend's skin? And that's not even meant to be a joke. I would be genuinely concerned that there is a child at the table with me. You can go into any comment section nowadays and it'll pretty much just be people saying they don't understand how people ever found this funny and how why people were laughing at this. But the fact of the matter is yes, only kids would find this stuff funny because kids find outrageous things funny. You can say a swear word and a kid will laugh because they're in a stage of their life where they've been told to not say those words because those are bad words. So when somebody says the bad words a lot, it's pretty funny to a kid, and that pretty much is just the style of comedy at these live shows in an incredibly inappropriate format. And that format stretches to pretty much every part of Colleen's empire, from videos to podcasts to books to live shows to even collaborations with Jojo Siwa. Because yes, in this deep dive of the downfall of Miranda Sings and the content surrounding the YouTube channel there, people have also started to bring up the old collaborations between Jojo when she was 13 years old and Colleen when she was in her late 20s, and people have been saying that these interactions and collaborations were just very weird. And obviously it is very easy, as I said, to pick out old content and to be like, oh, this hasn't aged well in the regards of the social norms of 2023. But even back then, I think if I saw the things that were being said in those videos as an adult, I would have said, that's really, really weird. And the reason that I didn't say it then was, well, I wasn't watching Jojo Siwa content because the content was for kids, and that makes this even weirder.
Anyway, so I'm going to teach you how to twerk. And I got my haters back off pants. Yes. So there's many, many different ways. But here's how we're gonna rehearse today. We're gonna go 5, 6, 7, 8, go 1, 2, 3, 4, go 5, 6.
Stop! Jojo, stop! Don't look at her! Do not look at her that way!
Fetus.
She doesn't know what she's doing. She's a child. Don't do that, Jojo.
Fetus.
Jojo.
Okay.
You cannot do that.
Why not?
That will entice all the people.
Look, I just don't really get any point of this. What's being said here is just absolutely insane, but at the same time, I also just don't get the need for the 27-year-old or 30-year-old, actually 30 years old woman. I don't get why she needs to say these things in her collaboration with the 13-year-old internet star. Just don't say that and just, I don't know, play a video game or something, play Truth or Dare, I don't know, something that isn't that, you didn't even need to say that. And that's the thing with all of this. Colleen didn't need to do any of this, but she did. And obviously that leads us into the conversations we've had in the previous videos about the very disturbing interactions that she had with her fans outside of the character. The normalization of this behavior was very, very rife in her community, and it even stretches to extremely popular and famous internet stars like Jojo Siwa. But if you thought that clip was just the end of it, no, there are far more.
Next thing is you are not supposed to dress porn when you are dancing, and I can see your entire legs. Stop it! You're not realizing your shirt says milk all over it. You drink milk? Yes. You know that comes from a private part? Did you hurt your dookie?
What's a dookie?
Now yes, this is incredibly weird, but it doesn't even end there. There's just so much, and you can say you're nitpicking. No, I don't think a 30-year-old should be speaking to a 13-year-old like this. And I think the only reason that it was passed off is because, oh, they're famous internet stars. That, to me, is still weird.
There's definitely a streak in my panties right now.
Is there?
Always.
Should we get that looked at?
No, you want to look at my streak in my panties?
Not me.
Jojo
not me.
is disgusting.
Not me.
She lies to her mother,
Honey.
she lies to her fans, and she wants to look at the poop in your panties.
I said not me. If you go every day in your panties, that's something you should have looked at. You could have something wrong with you.
Nothing is wrong with me.
I don't want to look at it. A doctor.
I just have active panties, Jojo. Sue me.
I don't want to sue you.
Well, you want to look at my panties?
No!
I seriously am just so confused about why her entire Miranda Sings character was just built upon the joke of inappropriate interactions with children. Why? Like, why? That's the main question we can take from this section of the video. Obviously, with the lawyer section, there's some understanding to hiring one of the best lawyers in the world. Obviously, it makes it look extremely terrible that you are being hired by this person who is representing terrible people, but obviously, there's some sense we can put into that. But this is just absolutely wild. And you can ask the question of why has she not put a second response out yet, but it's probably because the snowball every single day gets bigger and bigger, and her lawyers are looking at this thinking, how much is there? Every day, a new thing, a new thing, a new thing. It's wild. And it just all makes me think back to the statement that I started off this section of the video with, where she speaks with Stephen Colbert. And with that statement now, after everything that we've looked at, it's just even more insane. Do you ever mean what she says? And Colleen, in complete agreement, gives a solid yes and laughs, and then says, all the time. There's a lot of time in character I'll say something so cruel or so, something I'm thinking about but won't actually say myself, and it's very liberating to just say the things that I'm thinking. Again, I want to ask the question that I asked about 50 minutes ago. What are the things that you say as Miranda's things that you actually secretly believe? Because pretty much everything that we can look at on this channel is just the same jokes after the same jokes. Obviously, there are jokes that aren't just related to this thing, but at these live shows, in these books, it very much seems to be on the same trajectory. You can speak about how there's these videos and stuff, but in the books, in the things that she's selling, the main part of this character does just seem to be saying inappropriate things to the child audience. And I mean, what was genuine, Colleen? Can you answer that? Was it this?
So I just got back from the doctor. I have good news and bad news. The good news is I'm not having an alien. That's literally the only good news. So she's doing an ultrasound and she goes, oh, you want to know the gender of the baby? And I go, yes, please tell me it's American, please. And then she said, it's a boy. What? Babies aren't boys or girls until they come out. They're just like little blobs in there. But she showed me and she goes, look at that. And I go, what's that? And she goes, and I go, what is that? And she goes, she said, it's a penis. All this time I thought I was a virgin. Now I'm not a virgin anymore. There's a penis in me at all times. A tiny penis.
"32 years old. That's how old she was in that clip. I really don't even know what to even say after hearing something like this. It's just absolutely so strange. And I understand people will say, it's a joke, it's a joke. I mean, yeah, it is. But what even drives a human being to say something about that? About they're not even born child. And when you look at everything else, why is it, again, the genre of jokes is just this? It's the other forms of edgy humor is never used. It's just this. Now, obviously, I don't believe that Colleen Ballinger had this grandmaster manipulative plan to control her audience and take over and make sure that she gets away with absolutely everything, but I definitely do believe that her style of humor was intentionally normalized. I think she regularly tested the barriers with the things that she said, and with the whole excuse of her character, if she was ever called out because of the things that she said as Miranda Sings, she could simply say, oh, it's just me, you know, being either clickbaity, me being Miranda. And even when it was just her, not in the Miranda, you know, character, she could say, oh, it's just outrageous clickbait and stuff like that. And it's so strange to me how this was so deeply ingrained into her audience that jokes about her unborn child were considered funny, like jokes like that. And to me, it's just incredibly strange, creepy, and just outright outrageous. And when speaking about using the Miranda Sings character to say outrageous things, I want to actually bring up a clip from Shane Dawson, who did an interview ages ago where he speaks about Miranda Sings and Colleen Ballinger and that character, and he speaks about his interactions with Colleen and how she actually is word on word described as hateful.
Miranda or Colleen or Miranda.
Right, depending on where she's at.
Colleen is the best because she needs 10 of these fans. She is the most hateful, shadiest. I love her. Like, whenever we hang out, literally the first words out of her mouth are, okay, like, what do you got? Who do you hate? Who's next? like just going in on everybody. I love it.
Oh,
you gotta
fun.
get her on here.
Oh, I would love to.
It's rough.
Please throw in a good word for us.
But that's the thing, is a lot of well, I guess comedians in general, like a lot of the comedy comes from hate, self-hatred. And when you hate yourself, you hate everybody around you. So I've got a little better at it, but no, hanging out with her, man.
She loves to throw some zingers,
loves it. Loves it. And she's so good at being nice to, like, she'll do collabs with every YouTuber, and they think, like, I'm like Colleen's best friend, and then we get together, and I do the same thing, but then we'll get together, and oh, man. They only knew.
Now, Shane in that clip basically says that him and Colleen are incredibly fake people and bad people, and this is a point where Shane and Colleen were very popular. They were doing very well. They were getting on live shows. They were getting on interviews and stuff like that, and they were confident in saying stuff like that, and that makes me think, what were they saying behind the scenes? But also, it probably does then come into the Miranda Sings thing, because as he is saying there, they would say things that they wouldn't say publicly, and then, as Colleen said in her interview, that's basically what she does with Miranda Sings. She says the things that she would not say publicly, and the pieces of the puzzles just get added up, and eventually you do just have Colleen Ballinger. Miranda Sings, I don't believe that this is a satirical character, and to come to some form of conclusion to this segment, I think for years upon years it has just been used as an excuse to get away with this incredibly weird stuff at these live shows. Maybe it's because that she couldn't actually think of any funny jokes because she wasn't funny, and it comes into that whole conversation of saying, you know, bad words to kids and it will immediately make them laugh because it's cheap humor, kids laugh at that sort of thing. But ultimately it isn't an excuse. The normalization of this behavior in this community has come from that, and it has allowed her to get away with just so much horrible stuff. It's not like people are just nitpicking a YouTuber, like a regular YouTuber, like, I don't know, they get in some drama and people start to be like, oh, what about this video from 6 years ago? No, it's far more sinister and far worse than that, and it is genuinely disturbing to me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to think back to some of the original exposés that came out about Colleen 2 months ago, the group chats, the weenie chat, the things that were said in there, chats full of underage people. Back in 2016, back in 2017, around that time, this level of behavior was normalized because they saw what Colleen was saying in her videos. They saw what she was saying at the live shows, in the books. They thought that was regular, normal interactions between an adult and a child. But obviously, as time has gone on, people have grown up. People have now exposed that as they realized that was obviously not the case. None of this is normal, and day by day, things continue to get even weirder. And I genuinely do not understand how Colleen thinks, or how her lawyers think, that they're somehow going to rectify this situation. And as we dig through these Jedi archives of the Miranda Sings YouTube channel and everything that we've gone through, you really have to think about that ukulele video and how much more insane it seems that she even put that out, that she even tried to somewhat defend herself after everything. In this massive story which changes every single day, another person is exposed, new information comes out, information in the past turns out to be false. There are so many pieces to this puzzle, and I think it is vital that we speak about Miranda Sings in general, because I think it is such an essential piece to everything in this story. And it's not just everything to do with Adam or anything to do with her ex-husband. Whilst they are obviously the most important parts of this story, I think it would be wild for us to turn a blind eye to this and just see it as nitpicking. I absolutely don't think it is that. And that is why I think it is even more insane that people out there are still to this day defending Colleen Ballinger. Because as we have seen, Colleen isn't just popular in the form of YouTube media. She has some friends in the mainstream media. She got on late night television. And that is why it doesn't surprise me that there are reputable media outlets that are now defending Colleen, despite everything we've gone through today and in the past 2 videos, in Adam's videos about this situation, in every documentary about this situation. Despite all of that, the media still defend this person. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this section of the video, I want to go over Colleen Ballinger's connection to the media. Now, we will be going through an old article, which I'm sure a lot of you have already heard about at this point, but I think it is vital to look at because it really exemplifies how a lot of influencers, especially nowadays, are attempting to get away with a lot of their horrible actions. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of speculation here because this article that we're going to be going through is not an interview, but there are definitely some very strange and rather off-putting things going on here. And of course, I am talking about the Vanity Fair article. This is something that absolutely blew up on the internet around a month ago. A lot of people were discussing this, a lot of people saw this, and they were just deeply confused. They didn't know why this article was actually created, mainly because this article was just absolutely insane, and especially knowing that it came from a company like Vanity Fair. Now, obviously, they're not like BBC News or some big actual newscasting company, but they are somebody which is an established company, you know? A lot of people know about Vanity Fair. So that makes us even more confused about this. How the Miranda Singh / Colleen Ballinger scandal went off the rails. Now, at first glance, if you don't know what this actual article is about, and if you've only just read that headline, you'll probably be thinking to yourself, well, it seems like a pretty impartial headline, because yes, a lot of things in this situation have gone absolutely just crazy, just to a point of where you didn't even expect it to go to. And if you saw this headline, you probably wouldn't think that this was going to be an absolute hit piece, which this article very much is. A lot of people around the world, when they read this article, were genuinely shocked at what they were reading. They were shocked that somebody could go and write something which is just so unbelievably out of touch and clearly victim blaming the innocent people involved in this situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much this article is a documentation, a heavy, emphasis on documentation of what happened in the Colleen Ballinger scandal, in particular between Colleen and Adam McIntyre. Pretty much in this article, it briefly goes over some of the things that Colleen was accused of, and it presents these accusations as something which really doesn't have any substance. Despite everything that we've gone over in these long videos, it pretty much makes it out to sound like these are very unsubstantiated claims, and it's just a lot of rumors and gossip. And a lot of people were particularly confused at the fact that this article also was a complete attack on Adam McIntyre. But before we go into any of that, the main issue that this article immediately sparked up with a lot of people around the world didn't actually come from the headline or the contents of what was in this article, but it actually came from X. It still sounds really weird. X.com, because pretty much they obviously shared this article, and a lot of people were upset with how they presented the tweets. One can see the de-evolution of the Miranda Singh's empire and see that the longer it drags out, the harder it is to pin down the exact truth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the moment that this was tweeted, a lot of people immediately said, well, obviously this is the most victim-blamey thing that they've ever seen. But secondly, being difficult to pin down the truth in this situation, honestly, for me personally, it's just not true. When you see things like this and this, these things are very obvious to what is actually going on here, and I really want to know what they exactly mean by it's difficult to pin down the truth. The screenshots are there, the DMs are there, the Trisha Paytas texts are there, everything is publicly available. So the question is, what is going on? We have a major news outlet in Vanity Fair posting something like this, and it immediately sparked confusion. Why? Why would this media company take shots at the victims involved in the situation and take shots at the credibility of the accusations in this story? Why would they do that? Now, of course, everybody can have their opinion, and of course, people can, speculate and say certain things, but when the evidence it's not just screaming at you in the face, there's not even a description, it's just it's not even evidence, it's just almost admissions of guilt. And then when the ukulele video came out, and the fact that Colleen's lawyers have never really put out a major statement about the major allegations, surely all of this is incredibly telling. So why did Vanity Fair do this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, just like everything in this story, it seems that there is possibly a sinister part to even this chapter in the story. Yes, just in the section of me reading you guys an article, it seems that there is still some rather peculiar things happening behind the scenes. Now, I should say, of course, this is just mere speculation, but a lot of people started to do digging and they found two particular videos from Vanity Fair. Miranda Sings hijacks a stranger's Tinder, Vanity Fair. Colleen Ballinger, in brackets Miranda Sings, explains her Instagram photos, Vanity Fair. Now, naturally, I think, given a lot of things that we've gone over today and given a lot of the weird stuff that has happened in this situation in general, this is immediately going to make you, me, and pretty much everybody else incredibly suspicious, because obviously there is a connection between Vanity Fair and Colleen Ballinger 5 years ago. And with a relationship like that, would I be surprised if somebody was going to do a little favor for their little friend who is in a lot of trouble? Personally, I don't really think that's much of a shock. I have seen this sort of thing happen in the media multiple times. Over the years, over the last decade, so many people, in particular in Hollywood, have gotten away with absolutely horrible actions because they have been protected by specific journalists. Now, of course, I'm not coming for the entire media here. I actually think it's a bit of a problem to outright attack all media and generalize the media based on one journalist. I think journalists are integral to society when it comes to exposing the truth about very serious things, and there are some actual fantastic articles out there about this situation, which makes this article even more confusing. And my friends, there are 3 genuine possibilities that I think could have occurred in this situation. Possibility number 1, the journalist of this article genuinely was unbiased and had no people chiming in. They didn't feel like they needed to do a favor for anybody, and this was just an article based on their actual opinion. Now, for me, given what we saw with those 2 videos, do not believe that. And also, given the fact that the journalist of this article blocked Adam McIntyre, I am also kind of enticed to say that I really don't believe it even more based on that information. Because why would a journalist block a victim? Why would a journalist block the victim that they are writing about, even if it was in a negative sense? So this moves us into the 2 other possibilities, which I think have a little bit more chance of happening. Possibility number 2, Colleen Ballinger, behind the scenes, may have asked for help from journalists out there that she may or may not have acquaintance with, or may not have connections to certain media companies. Now, personally, I don't believe that this is actually what happened. I would be really shocked if it did, and there are more reasons to why I think that this could have possibly happened, which we will get into in a second. But I want to have some genuine faith here and say that Colleen hasn't gone speaking to journalists and begging them to make these articles about them. So I think it's possibility number 3, which is the more believable one, which is I definitely believe that Colleen Ballinger has connections in the media, and I believe that those journalists out there wanted to protect their friend out of some form of weird loyalty. I don't think that Colleen asked for it, but I definitely think that a suspicious connection between her and Vanity Fair played a part in this obvious PR article being created. But also something that does seem a little bit more suspicious to me as well, and I may be reaching here a little bit, is the fact that when you Google Vanity Fair and the name of Colleen Ballinger's lawyer, there are multiple articles which reference him and speak about him. And in fact, in some of those articles as well, it speaks about how Vanity Fair received information from close sources to some of the clients of Colleen's lawyer. Now, personally, I don't think this is actually proof of anything, but I think it definitely does show connection between Vanity Fair and some of the people in the circle of Colleen's lawyers. And of course, that is just speculation, but based on the fact that she has been into Vanity Fair studio, she has recorded content with Vanity Fair, to me personally, It really wouldn't shock me, but I should just say that this is of course my opinion. This part of the video is mere speculation, but that speculation was only intensified based on the thing that I mentioned earlier. Yes, I said that there is something which made me think that possibility number 2 and 3 were plausible, and that actually comes from Trisha Paytas. Now, I understand that Trisha is not exactly somebody who has been credible in the past, but based on what we have seen in this situation, Trisha is another victim of Colleen Ballinger. What was going on behind the scenes with Trisha's explicit online 18+ content was absolutely horrific, and I think Trisha has probably been speaking mainly truth in this situation, because at this point, what does she have to gain from lying if Colleen could also then just come out and expose her? So what I want to now refer to is a clip that I found on a podcast from around 4 weeks ago at the time of recording this video, of Trisha speaking about journalists being used in the media to, I guess, protect people and do a little favor for a friend out there.
I was mostly interested in why, like, how this article came to be and why it was so extreme in pointing all the blame on Adam, who was only like a fraction of everything that happened.
A very fraction, I feel. Yeah.
Because there's so many people who have shared like their stories and experiences, and it was weird. The article kind of overlooked it. So I was like, putting my experience out there, I was like, okay, obviously it was some kind of favor, like in journalism, especially entertainment, like you do favors for celebrity like teams and stuff.
That does happen.
Yeah, like there's
if
PR.
you know them.
Yeah, like you can do stuff as like a favor article, like write up something small about in celebrities like a little event or something,
right?
Or cover something good that they did, as like a relationship kind of thing, because it's all about relationships,
right?
But it's very interesting to me that they covered the Colleen drama, and not only did they cover it and like be very much like on her side and minimize everything else, but then they also, the article also like came after like Rolling Stone and Huffington Post, like almost like making fun of their exposés that they did. Like I said, the article seems very like PR. It's very odd.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this isn't evidence of anything, and I have to again say that this is obviously just speculation, but it is a little bit weird that those Vanity Fair videos exist. Trisha Paytas clearly acknowledges that journalists do favors in the media for people that they have connections with. And I'm going to throw in another article from another influencer who has gone through fairly similar controversies in the last few years, and that is James Charles. Because recently, another media company did an interview with James where, to me personally, it seems like a complete PR move designed to completely exonerate James Charles of the things that he had done in the past. The article spoke about James no longer wanting to be cancelled. It spoke about false allegations about James, despite there being very real allegations about James. And to me personally, I saw this article as a complete PR piece, but also a favour to a friend who had connections in the media. And as we've seen, James Charles has a good PR team, Colleen Ballinger has connections to top class lawyers, and it's getting very, very weird and going into this dark corner of the internet where I don't think we've actually ever been in. We are now seeing lawyers get involved, the media get involved. Things are feeling very Hollywood, and I don't mean the good part of Hollywood, I mean the very dark and creepy aspect of Hollywood, which for years was covered up, shadowed away, put in the dark, but got exposed in the Me Too movement. A lot of bad people had their names exposed, and of course, I'm not going to say that Colleen is bad as this person or this person, but everything seems very similar to how things happen in Hollywood when it comes to protecting certain individuals. Over my tenure of being in the social media industry, I have definitely discovered that it's not about what you know, it definitely is about who you know. When it comes to people getting away with so many different terrible things, it is mainly just about, do you know a certain individual and will that person help you? Have you created a bond strong enough in the past to help these people basically exonerate your bad name in the public eye? And if you do have that connection, you're going to be fine. For example, of course, this is a very different crime, but Logan Paul was of course exposed for scamming his audience millions upon millions of dollars. He promised to pay back those people that lost their money, and he still, to this time time of recording, has not done that. But at the same time, the man is working with world-class footballers on millions of dollars of wages. He's working with top-class football clubs. He's working with KSI, the sidemen. Yet he manages to get away with all of that despite this thing only recently happening. And how is that? Of course, it comes down to who you know rather than just what you know. This is a very dark industry when you get involved. It's very creepy. You hear a lot of rumors. And I think with Colleen Ballinger and James Charles, it is just another example when it comes to these media pieces of bad people being protected because of who they know. I'm not saying that everybody can't make a mistake. I'm not saying that somebody can't do something bad. But when it comes to James, when it comes to Colleen, what they have done is a crime. It's a crime, and that's not, spilling the tea or something. No, it's they've broken the law. Colleen has sent explicit images of Trisha Paytas to a minor and got away with it. James Charles has obviously done this and has gotten away with it. I laugh because it's obviously so unbelievably insane and so unbelievably dark and creepy. But with that, I think we actually need to take a look at this article and what is actually in it. Because now, of course, we've built up the theory that there is a weird, creepy connection going on here. And now I think it is time that we actually, I can't speak English, analyze this and go through what has actually been said. Colleen Ballinger has been a YouTube star for more than a decade, amassing tens of millions of followers, many of whom found her when they were teenagers or even younger. Isn't that an ominous way to start it, given where it's gonna go? They fell hard for her petty comedy, and specifically her fictional alter ego, which we've discovered in this video definitely is not completely fictional. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting now. Yeah, they fell hard for her fictional alter ego. Miranda Sings, a talentless adolescent. I mean, you can say that again. Sorry, I'll stop, but you can say that again. A talentless adolescent who delusionally believes she can sing to... You're just setting me up. You're just setting me up. Sorry, I want to read this. I really do. I don't. Despite the fact she's always off key, the person owner, I can't read English, resonated with outcast kids who found her desperate desire for fame to be oh so accurately cringe. You just why are you setting me up so easily here? This is the worst part about this article. From the very get-go, it's actually kind of spot on with everything that they're saying. It's just after this, it just all completely goes downhill. Such success earned Ballinger a Netflix series, sold out live shows, and most recently, rapidly intensifying controversy. So yes, as I said, this is a pretty regular introduction to an article. They're kind of setting up the groundwork. There's nothing particularly spicy here. This is where it is probably at its best in the article, but then of course it just goes completely, obviously, down the utter. To those steeped in the world of YouTube fandom, a chaotic, shape-shifting minefield where allegiances are fortified and swapped by the hour, many of these claims were not new. Ballinger had even already responded to some of them on YouTube, of course. Now here, they are referring to the YouTube video that Colleen made in 2020. Now in my second video, I showed that video was complete and utter bollocks. The entire video was Colleen taking things out of context, using things in ways where they were not originally presented, and completely manipulating the situation and outright lying to her audience. So it's insane to me that this journalist would even try to say, oh yeah, she spoke about it in her video previously, without, kindly mentioning that video was absolutely terrible, and years later everybody has said, yeah, that video, it wasn't a good response. Rolling Stone's piece was tame and legally sound, one could argue, compared to the language and rumours that have been flying around her for years.
What do you mean by that?
Now, from just reading that second paragraph alone, you can pretty much take a lot of passive-aggressive language, and I think it comes back to the connection that I mentioned earlier, because why is this journalist so unbelievably and passionately upset about these allegations. They mention the video, which was obviously a terrible video. They mention the rumors, but they don't mention the fact that there were plenty of screenshots to prove these rumors were not rumors and were actual facts. Why are they getting so passionately defensive about this? It is very suspicious, especially when you equate everything that we previously spoke about for the last 20 minutes. Yet its publication, The Rolling Stones, preceded starker allegations against Ballinger getting similarly ushered into the mainstream press. A few days after that, the Rolling Stone piece went live, Huffington Post published its own investigation report. Her fans say she groomed them as teens. In the ensuing weeks, Ballinger would be accused of everything from performing a Beyonce song in blackface as Miranda sings, to texting a worker's nude photo to a minor. Now, what I find interesting about this is they don't name the person whose photo was there. They don't name that it was Trisha Paytas. They don't name that it was a friend. Honestly, in my opinion, based on the fact that they had an actual platform together, a good friend. I know that Trisha has argued in the past she wasn't exactly close to Colleen, but they had a podcast together. They had worked together in the past, conversed together, and hung out. So to me personally, there was a personal connection there, and they, for some reason, didn't mention that in the article, because of course this, in my opinion, is a PR piece. It's designed to make Colleen look much better, and it's designed to make these allegations look much worse. Because if you looked at this article right now, you would probably be a little bit impartial. You'd probably be thinking, oh, it's somebody that has been lied about or something on those lines, when the reality is this is honestly just a lie. How this is being presented right now, in my opinion, is just a complete fabrication of the truth. Ballinger's legal team has denied she performed in blackface, saying that she was wearing green face paint for a prior cover of a song from Wicked. Now, yes, this did happen, and we have actually spoken about this in this video, but I think any good journalist would also mention that the lawyers have never actually released a massive statement coming out and speaking about all of the allegations at once. The serious allegations, not the blackface allegations, which of course are serious, but when it comes to actually committing a crime on the level of the stuff to do with Adam McIntyre, I believe that could actually get her in jail if it was actually investigated properly. Both allegations are very serious, but the fact that they have not responded to the ones which can't be disproven says a lot to me, and I think it should say a lot to any impartial journalist, but of course, in my opinion, this journalist is not impartial. Her Sings tour has been since cancelled, and her career abruptly stalled. When reached for comment, Ballinger's lawyers replied in an email that Vanity Fair's inquiries were simply a regurgitation of the baseless and unsubstantiated claims that other media outlets and individuals on social media have reported previously. Now, to me personally, if I was to ask a lawyer the questions that they asked the lawyers of Colleen Ballinger, and they gave me that response, I would be incredibly suspicious, and it would put me on even more of an offensive to find out the truth, because that is a very vague statement. It doesn't disprove anything. It just kind of concludes everything in this situation is one big rumor. And I think any journalist would hear that and think, I need to look into this further and get to the bottom of the truth. When the reality is, though, this journalist does seemingly the complete opposite of that. Especially when you go back and look into the finer details of how this article even came to be. Because yes, it is very suspicious. There are clearly some odd things going on here. And earlier, I previously referred to the fact that the Vanity Fair article journalist reached out to the lawyers of Colleen Ballinger, and Vanity Fair have had a history of doing that, which is obviously, from a journalist's perspective, completely understandable. They want to get the perspective of everybody involved in this situation, but that did not happen here, because yes, they reached out to the lawyers of Colleen, but they didn't actually reach out to Adam McIntyre for not just an interview, but just a comment. They did not reach out once.
And I didn't get reached out to for a comment, and the article is incredibly defamatory towards my character and paints the situation in a completely inappropriate and wrong way. I have a lot I want to talk about the response to the article, but I want to say something very clear at the start of this video, and this makes me very nervous to say. However, there is very little right now that I can say in regards to the article. because I gave Vanity Fair 24 hours to reach out to me to make a comment and correct this, and they chose not to do that. So this is now going a lot further than what I thought it was going to. And my day today was a lot of phone calls and a lot of meetings, and I can't really speak about anything further than that. They were given the opportunity. My mother has been reaching out to the journalist. I have been putting posts out, directly tagging the journalist. I have given Vanity Fair 24 hours to respond or correct it or make a statement, and they are refusing to do that.
Now, just from a journalistic perspective alone, this is absolutely insane. He's reached out to the lawyers of Colleen Ballinger, but he has not reached out to the other side of the argument. That is absolutely wild. If you're not going to reach out to people, that's fine. If you're going to just write an opinion piece, I can understand that. But if you're going to start reaching out and doing interviews, as a journalist, you should have the due diligence to do the groundwork, to reach out to Adam, to reach out to other victims, to reach out to everybody, but they have not done that, and that makes this article so much more suspicious and plays into what we were previously speaking about before we even went through this. But then it gets even weirder when Adam in that same video realized that he was actually blocked by the journalist.
Did he delete it? Is it deleted now or something? Is it deleted or am I blocked? It better be deleted, because let me tell you something. If he's blocked me, let me fact check this first. He blocked me. Okay, let me tell you something. We gave him the opportunity to reach out to me for comment, and he blocked me.
Now, there's nothing more I can really say here other than this is just absolutely wild. I'm genuinely so confused to what is going on here. Something just oozes of something wrong. I don't know how to really put it, but the fact that he wasn't reached out to, he's blocked, I don't know. Something is very, very suspicious here, and it only gets worse as you read further into this article, which we're going to continue with now. The reality of some of these claims, and in turn the broader narrative around Ballinger, remains murky. Various allegations remain unverified, left to endlessly circulate as they fall under the ever-expanding umbrella of inappropriate behaviour. Now again, I have to say for the third time, what do you mean by that? The ever-expanding umbrella? No. It was never an ever-expanding umbrella to not send this to a child. Okay? There's no umbrella here. We're not doing any crazy analogies to say that this thing right here is obviously a bad thing, and I don't know why we are saying this. Well, obviously not, but this journalist, I don't know why they're saying this, and seemingly trying to kind of say that this whole Colleen Ballinger thing, in my opinion, they're saying that it's cancel culture, I guess, because what they're describing here really doesn't seem to be the thing that I've been describing for the last 6 hours over these videos. In a sense, this is a familiar story for the social media age, but Ballinger's downfall is unique. She brought teens into an adult world and made it feel like it was theirs, then saw those fans turn against her. Again, I don't believe that this is an accurate portrayal of what actually happened here. I think, as they described there, yes, she brought young fans into an adult world, which is inappropriate. She did that by sending these messages, getting involved in things like this, being in these group chats, saying and doing horrible things like this. But for some reason, this journalist is absolutely insisting on portraying it in some form of innocent manner, like, oh, she gave them the world and they turned against her. The reason that these people are now against Colleen Ballinger is because they grew up and matured and become an adult, where they realized that how they were being treated as a child by an adult was wrong. And they realized that because they probably thought to themselves, if they, who were now an adult, did what happened to them as a child, that would be obviously very wrong. And I love that in this article, they're basically just making it out like this is just a Colleen Ballinger thing. Like if it was anybody anybody else, there wouldn't be this much of a reaction, which actually isn't true, because right now there is another ongoing situation attached to this situation with a person called Johnny Silvestri. Now, we will go further into this later in the video, but this is somebody who originally spoke up against Colleen Ballinger as a supposed ex-fan, but in the last week it's been exposed that Johnny Silvestri was doing a lot of terrible things, and he is now at the forefront of controversy, being criticized, being exposed, and receiving the same treatment that Colleen Ballinger is receiving. This isn't to do with an individual, this isn't to do with bias, this isn't to do with agendas, this is to do with people wanting justice. If this was not Colleen Ballinger and it was another influencer, we would be saying the same things. For example, I mentioned James Charles earlier, and with him, we say the exact same things. But shockingly enough, ladies and gentlemen, after this, it only continues to get worse, where they seemingly bring in the conversation of tea spilling on YouTube and kind of use it as a way to blame everybody else in this situation, and I'm just really confused why everybody else is receiving flack here, but Colleen, the one that actually caused all of these situations to happen. Like, let's get this straight here. Colleen did the things that she is now being criticized for and facing consequences for, but if you read this article, you'd think it's like there was this group collective where all the angry tea spill channels got together to bring down Colleen Ballinger for no reason, when the reality is that's absolutely not true. And in fact, for years, as I've said throughout these videos, Adam McIntyre was victim blamed and laughed at and called a liar, and only this year has the truth actually got out. If there was this massive conspiracy where everybody was against Colleen, I think it would have happened 3 or 4 years ago, but it's only now happening. And in fact, there really hasn't been any justice whatsoever. It's just been people on the internet saying, oh yeah, Colleen Ballinger is a bit of a dick. Like, that's all that's really happened. There hasn't been any legal repercussions, there hasn't been any financial compensation or anything like that. It's just been somebody getting called a dick on the internet, which is hilarious, because these journalists try to signal that like as some form of massive cancellation, when the reality is everybody just has an opinion and that's it. Colleen can still live in a $1 million mansion with $1 million in the bank, with her deals with certain companies and stuff like that. She will be fine, but the problem is people like Colleen, people in the media, cannot handle it when certain people have opinions. It's a product of a particular era of YouTube stardom, of digital personas able to cultivate a feverish and savvy fandom that's been trained to reverse course and maybe seek payback with the first spilling of tea. And again, I think this is a completely inaccurate representation of what has actually happened in this situation. Yes, Colleen Ballinger did cultivate an audience, and I do think that probably was deliberate. I don't think that there was some grand master plan of how she would control everybody. I think she just cultivated it deliberately. She deliberately tried to make it so she was close to her audience so she could get away with so much, but I don't think there was some written out plan. So what's being portrayed here is it's that, but in form of like an innocent way of, oh, she was just close to the fans and stuff like that, but then they randomly wanted revenge. Well, what did they want revenge for? And that actually gets into the people that originally called out Colleen in the situation, Adam McIntyre. This is when we get into the section of the article where a lot of people have seen the victim blaming go from bad to absolute worse. One could be forgiven if you were one of the millions who, back in the summer of 2020, allayed some COVID anxiety by diving into the YouTube drama unfolding between Ballinger and her former friend Adam McIntyre. I love that they present it like it's dirty to consume this content, despite they themselves are a part of Vanity Fair, a company known for speaking about social media things, celebrities, drama, stuff like that. And they're trying to make you feel a little bit bad. Oh, you were cooped up indoors, so it's fine, but now, now it's dirty. The reality is this isn't drama. This is people consuming information where most people at one point, not most, but a lot of people were fans of Colleen, and they now feel betrayed, and some even have very familiar experiences to certain people involved, and they want to get their voice out there. So YouTubers, other journalists who actually have credibility have spoken about this, so victims can actually be listened to. So yeah, it says you can dive into the YouTube drama unfolding between Ballinger and her former fan Adam McIntyre, a then 17-year-old. Ballinger was his idol. Her merch could be seen all over the Irish teenager's bedroom, where he recorded his own videos. He was an inspiring influencer himself, making sweet, low-stakes YouTube content about his life. On June the 22nd, McIntyre posted a video to his channel titled Colleen Ballinger, Stop Lying. In it, Adam told several seemingly unrelated stories. Immediately, going just into the video from the very get-go, there is a passive-aggressive nature. Personally, I think everything that Adam said in that video was completely and absolutely relative. It told the story of his connection to Colleen, his friendship with Colleen, his relationship with her, and I think that is vital. It wasn't just a case of here's this screenshot, here's this screenshot, and here's this screenshot. It was somebody that had been genuinely affected by somebody as a young person. They had been badly affected by a grown adult who had treated them horribly, and I think how Adam presented the story in his original video all the way back in 2020 was genuinely brilliant. As a victim, as somebody who has clearly gone through a lot, has clearly been silenced, I think the story was presented perfectly. You can't expect a victim in any situation to come onto their YouTube channel like me, a commentary channel, being like, here's the facts, this is why this thing is bad. No. I think genuine authenticity comes from when somebody actually speaks their truth, speaks about all of the context in the story, and lets you know how they got in that place in the first place and what came from that relationship or friendship. With any victim, I don't expect them to just spit out facts and that's it. I expect some personal things to be said. So this style of journalism here is incredibly victim blamey and just shows that they do not care about the people that have been affected in this situation. It's honestly grim, but as I said, this is just the beginning of where they speak about Adam. One of the stories recounted the time Ballinger sent him lingerie in the mail. To his mother's horror, the lingerie was new and unworn, and Ballinger has since apologized for sending it. Again, this is just absolutely insane. They're like, oh yeah, it's fine that the 30-year-old sent the teenager underwear because it was unworn. You know, it's definitely not weird that some random internet celebrity was sending children her lingerie. Do you even hear what you're saying? This is absolutely embarrassing journalism, and I genuinely can't believe this article has not been retracted with a public apology. If we're going to speak about drama and people covering the drama in the social media space, the thing we should be covering, and the thing a lot of people have covered at this point, is that this journalist should genuinely be ashamed of what they have written here. Another was intended to debunk the rumor that he was secretly behind some anti-Miranda Singh social media accounts that Ballinger had gotten wind of. A third concerned the fallout of a tweet that Ballinger allowed McIntyre to post as Miranda Singh's from the character's Twitter account that led him to never posting on her behalf again. He'd been considered her social media intern, he said, with hopes of being employed by her one day in that capacity. Ballinger said he had only had access to her account for one day, and that it all went well. She had planned to hire him formally. The tweet in question was seized upon as queerbaiting by Miranda's fandom. She came out as a Meghan Trainor fan, and it led to intense backlash. Again, this journalism here takes away so much context from the situation, takes from the fact that for months Adam had been providing content in DMs to Colleen Ballinger. It almost presents it like Adam was just like this bratty little fan who would message Colleen constantly, and she would interact like from a very standoffish perspective. But the reality is, as we all know, as everybody that has consumed this information over the last 3 months, that is complete and utter bollocks. And I'm genuinely dumbfounded by the fact, and I don't say dumbfounded often, I am dumbfounded by the fact that a journalist genuinely wrote this and thought that people wouldn't call them out on it. And it only goes back to the connection that I mentioned earlier. That is the only genuinely logical thing that I can put to this to understand why that this was made. I don't believe that an unbiased journalist would make this article with all the previous history of Vanity Fair and Colleen Ballinger blocking Adam McIntyre. I don't believe that an unbiased journalist would do any of that, and I think that they would actually do their due diligence when it comes to actually getting the story right and getting the context and the facts out there. It might sound strange to hear that Ballinger had to put a fan in charge of her character's Twitter to begin with, but that access went in line with her public image. Ballinger was closely aligned with her most devoted young viewers. And you are presenting that as a normal thing. This is the thing, even when there's something where it's like, oh, I actually don't know how I can defend it, they just, instead of like actually putting a justification, they just put a nice little spin on it, you know, oh, well, she was like, you know, always closely devoted to a young audience or something like that. That's not an excuse for anything that happened in this situation. Being close with your audience is replying to a few tweets. And yes, maybe you were added to a group chat and maybe, you know, you can put in, hi, hope you're having a nice day or something on those lines. But we all know that absolutely was not the case. There are now archives upon archives of things that have been said by Colleen Ballinger in these group chats to her fans in personal DMs. She's been exposed for manipulating other fans who spoke about this situation with Adam McIntyre into making videos attacking Adam McIntyre, yet this journalist fails to mention absolutely any of that. And even if you don't think that Colleen Ballinger should be in a jail cell, throw away, lock the keys, stuff like that, even if you don't think that, surely you should have like at least some like, oh, you know, I can understand why people are mad at her. You know, yeah, I'm a fan of her, and yeah, I'm being paid up. Obviously, I don't know if that's true. But, you know, even if you were like this massive super fan of her and you're being a bit defensive in a situation, surely, as an adult, you can understand why she is receiving criticism. But the only person that seemingly is receiving criticism in this article is, again, Adam McIntyre. McIntyre appeared to seize on this, accusing Ballinger's brother's family, the Ballinger family, who have a family-orientated channel, of endangering and exploiting their children online. How creepy that I feel I watched them grow up, he said. It's disgusting. His critique gave way to a denunciation of family channels more broadly. Which honestly, I don't understand why this is even being mentioned, because yes, I personally think that family channels, for the most part, are very inappropriate, and I think that those channels rely on recording their children. They rely on getting clicks from their children, and it always seems to lead to some form of exploitation. But here, it's weird to me, because they're criticizing Adam for saying something in a video where he is given an opinion, but they haven't criticized Colleen Ballinger for saying certain things in DMs to minors. Certain things like, I'm not even going to read it out, but certain things like this. Why was this never mentioned? But even after this, they say, but on June the 7th, McIntyre posted an anti-Ballinger video, as he does ever so often. Anti-Ballinger makes it sound like some weird political movement, but the fact of the matter is somebody who had Colleen Ballinger being very inappropriate to them when they were like 14 years old doesn't like Colleen Ballinger. That's not being an anti, that's just somebody coming from a very understandable perspective. Then it casually says, McIntyre and another former fan have alleged that Ballinger sent them nude photos from a sex worker, posting unverified, if troubling, text messages as proof. They've posted the proof, and you're still saying that they're unverified. I mean, I'm sorry, but every single theory that we said at the beginning of this, you can't help but start to think even more that surely those are true. What do you mean by unverified? You yourself have confirmed that they have tweeted evidence of this. Yeah, you're still acting like it's bollock. I mean, how much needs to happen for this journalist to understand that these things are absolutely verified? I mean, what makes this even more insane is that Elon Musk, of all people, yes, Elon Musk, actually is on the side of Adam McIntyre in this debacle. Because after they deleted the original tweet where they got a lot of backlash for the caption of the tweet, yes, I forgot to mention that, of course, they deleted it. They acknowledged that what they said in that original tweet was, of course, wrong and out of pocket and just absolutely obscene, but they brushed it under the carpet and they made a new tweet which got community noted by Twitter. Or X. Colleen Ballinger's inappropriate sexual and offensive behaviour is in her content and live shows. Adam McIntyre's claims have been verified by witnesses, other people have come forward with their experiences with her, and the evidence intensified because of her response song. And you know, when X is against you, Elon Musk is against you in this, you must have definitely done something wrong, because you're making me agree with the bloke and agree with that god-awful platform. Do you know how obscene that is? That you've got Basically, the entire internet speaking up against you. And as it said, surely the ukulele response video is just not the most slam dunk form of evidence to do with pretty much everything that she's been accused of in this situation. But for this journalist, apparently not. Apparently, the unbiased and totally reputable journalist, it just so happens to think that everything is false and unverified. So let's continue and see what else they have to say. Back then, a teenager McIntyre perhaps hoped for sympathy. I'm not even going to respond to that. Another chance, a way back into the Ballinger fold. This is absolutely not true. Adam McIntyre made his video about Colleen Ballinger, was called a liar, was called a gossip, was called dramatic and all the other words under the sun, and Adam for the last 3 years stood firm against Colleen Ballinger. I can confirm that because I have seen all of the videos Adam has posted about Colleen in the last few years. Every so often, he would speak about the situation, and up until recently, he would still be called out for it. I don't think that Adam McIntyre has ever been desperate to get back into the fold of Colleen Ballinger. In fact, I would go as far to say as that's just a complete outright lie and fabrication of the truth. The internet is generally too cruel for that, its judgment too swift, but one can look for the de-evolution of the Miranda Sings empire and see the longer it drags out, the harder it is to pin down the exact truth. Justifiable outrage turns to silly memes and headlines and videos. It's quite crazy to me that they say justifiable outrage after saying everything that they said in this article. Of course, I should just say that everything that I have said about this article is my opinion, and my opinion is that this article is an absolute disgrace and just complete and utter garbage. Somebody who wrote this should just be embarrassed that they studied at university for years. They paid thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to get their journalism degree, and this was the result of it. Just diarrhea on a web page, but it only continues. If there's one thing that the saga of Colleen Ballinger and her fans has taught us, is that today's winner on YouTube is tomorrow's loser. No, that's absolutely not the case. There are so many YouTubers out there that have been around for the last 15 years that are still famous to this day. I mean, off the top of my head, Markiplier, for example, one of the most loved YouTubers of the last 10 years. I remember when this dude was popular when I was still in school, and he is still just as, if not more popular, to this day. But the key fact is these YouTubers that are still beloved did not do this.
Now what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! No! Oh God!
The phrase of today's hero is tomorrow's villain or whatever it... I can't even bother to look. Because every time I look at the article, I just get the stench of absolute shit going into my nostrils. I don't want to reread it, but that phrase at the ending or whatever they wrote down, absolute garbage and a complete utter lie. Honestly, I could rant and rave about how disgraceful this article is for the rest of this video, but I think it is more important to actually again speak about the connection here, how this article came to be. As we've seen, this entire thing is so unbelievably weird and suspicious. I don't think that I've ever seen a PR piece quite like this, and when you add everything together, when you add in the fact that Adam was blocked, when you add in the fact that Vanity Fair have contact with Colleen's lawyers, and all of the other previous things that are just very weird with this situation, everything starts to feel very dark and eerie. And even when Adam reached out after he was blocked, after he saw this hit piece, even when he asked for a retraction or some form of an update, he was still ignored.
So this was last night. We'll now be issuing to Vanity Fair to review the facts that have been made available for a month and a half now and make them, and they have to make a correction or a retraction, and we'll go from there. They refused to do that, so obviously it's going further.
Now honestly, this is absolutely horrific, but honestly it just mainly confuses me. Why are Vanity Fair so defiant in standing by Colleen Ballinger? They will argue in the future that they didn't do that, but just reading through the context of everything that we've looked at throughout this article, it's very clear where their allegiances lie. And as a journalist, I think that's absolutely pathetic, because journalists shouldn't have allegiances. They should be coming at this to discover the actual truth. I'm not saying that they need to stand by completely against Colleen, but at least come at this from a middle ground to understand what is happening here. But this article is obviously not that, and of course now people around the world are speculating. Was this a favor? Were they paid to do this? Obviously these questions will be asked for months to come in this situation, and I doubt we will ever know the truth. Personally, I think this was a journalist doing a favor for somebody that they like, somebody that they think is a great content creator, something on those lines, and it is somebody who most likely had some form of connection to Colleen or the people that represent her. Of course, that is just my opinion, but this article is a bigger representation of how strange and eerie this situation is gradually getting. One thing with this article which I mentioned was how it tries to present everybody speaking about Colleen as some biased people who are basically just speculating over tons of rumors, and it tries to paint out people like me, people like you, people like Adam as people who are just completely against Colleen no matter what, people that will do anything if it means that Colleen will lose her empire. But the fact of the matter is right now there is now another ongoing investigation attached to the situation with somebody called Johnny Silvestri that I mentioned earlier, and this situation is a direct contradiction to everything stated in this article. This new situation right now shows that people care about the facts. They care about getting justice, and if somebody will take a situation and use it to their own benefit by spreading actual lies, they will face the consequences, and that is exactly what is happening right now. But this journalist will not say anything like that. They won't make articles about it because it doesn't obviously suit their agenda. If they can't paint people out to look bad in this situation, they won't say anything about it. But the fact is, people clearly do care about the facts, and that's why we're now going to speak about this Johnny Silvestri situation, because in every single scandal on the internet, there are always going to be opportunists that take advantage of a situation to use it to their own benefit, and this is another case of that. This is a case of this Colleen Ballinger scandal being taken and used by somebody else in order to gain social media popularity, and it has basically skewed everything in this investigation to look even more insane. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the story, this is where things go from weird to just absolutely insane. This part of the story is where the story just starts to go into multiple separate avenues. It's like spin-offs. There is a different thing for every single little thing that has happened so far in this story. This is when it all actually comes back to, rather than just Colleen, but it actually goes back to Colleen Ballinger's own community. Because throughout the story, we have spoken about people who were in Colleen's community at very young ages, who grew up and spoke about their stories and experiences in the Colleen Ballinger community. And naturally, over the last few months, you, me, your nan and granddad, we've all heard of these stories. YouTubers like myself, and just in general, people with an account on social media have spoken about these stories, tried to uplift victims and get their messages out there in the world. This has been a time where so many people have finally been listened to, because as we've gone through in this whole story, so many people have been silenced, called liars, called gossipers, but now finally in 2023, the lies, the manipulation, the deceit, the weird things behind the scenes has all been exposed, and it has finally allowed people to get their truth out there in the world and be heard by millions. But with that, in every story where people are speaking up and getting their truth out there, comes the sad reality of opportunism. And with that, damage is done to real victims. Now, I mentioned in the previous part the story of James Charles. Of course, this man was accused of some very real things, but at the same time, James now has a list of accusations against him which are just complete outright fabrications. These things did not happen, but it was because a small social media account, or just in general an anonymous account, wanted to get a little bit of attention during a time of where victims were being listened to, and naturally because of that, a lot of people were just seeing any old story story without any forms of evidence, any forms of actual interactions between them and James, and believing it, retweeting it, and sharing it. And this damaged the story outright, because as we saw in the previous article that I briefly mentioned, James now uses those false accusations as a way to kind of deflect from the real allegations. And as I've always said throughout all of these videos, if you have 99 false allegations, it does not matter if you have one real accusation. But obviously the problem is those 99 accusations blur the water. They make things murky. They make people question the genuine, authentic accusations. And sadly, this is where things start to go very, very weird with this story, and it introduces us to Johnny Silvestri, who I previously mentioned. Now, understandably, if you don't know who this individual is, Johnny Silvestri is a 27-year-old man currently at the absolute forefront of controversy, now being dubbed as somebody who was worse than Colleen Ballinger. Every single day at this point, it seems that more and more people are speaking against Johnny, more evidence is coming out, and more exposés are coming out and speaking against this person and the alleged horrible things that he has done. And now the question is, well, what is happening, and how does this actually all relate to Colleen, and why are we now discussing it? Well, actually, no, that may not be the question. In fact, most of you probably already know this information. I'm highly aware that this video is coming out very late in this story, and you've probably all moved on. But the first thing we should explore is not why this is attached to Colleen, but actually now we know who Johnny is, this 27-year-old girl. We should know now why we know who Johnny is, and that takes us all the way back to a decade ago, years ago, because pretty much before all of the recent controversy, Johnny Silvestri was known as an aspiring influencer who was mainly known for being a former superfan of Colleen Ballinger, somebody who was absolutely embedded in the Ballinger community to the point of where he was involved in Colleen's live shows, he had Colleen Ballinger's phone number, and he was even thanked in Colleen Ballinger's Netflix special, and even had his own subsection of fan base in the Ballinger community. This person did not just look up to Colleen, but he also had the benefit of making and building his own fan base from Colleen Ballinger and everything that she had curated. This is a man who was known absolutely extremely well in the Ballinger community, from being in group chats to live streams to producing content to just in general being associated with Colleen Ballinger. And you may be now thinking, oh, well, obviously he isn't a superfan anymore and that was a thing deep in the past, but actually no, that's not the case. It wasn't like when Adam came out of his original allegation in 2020, Johnny was like, okay, I'm no longer a part of this. No. Johnny in 2023 was actually still trying to, I guess, rekindle his friendship with Colleen Ballinger.
I had just gone to a Miranda show 2 months ago. I was still attempting to salvage any relationship that was left.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like there are two very interesting facts that we can take from this. Fact number one being, Johnny Silvestri is probably the only human being above the age of 21 that has actually been to a Miranda Sings live show. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're an adult going to this live, like, I'm not even trying to be mean, it's just not very, it's just not humor for adult. Well, it is, but it isn't. Like, obviously everything that we've gone through indicates that it absolutely is humor for adults, but the problem is the jokes aren't for anybody. The kids shouldn't be exposed to it, but adults shouldn't be exposed to it either, because it's just so chronically unfunny. And I feel the fact that this man was still going to these live shows in 2023 as a 27 or 26-year-old man says a lot for the rest of this story. But then we move on to fact number two, which is Johnny was still a fan of Colleen in 2023, and that immediately throws us back to 2020, because what I'm trying to establish to you all now is the groundworks to who this person is before we get into the recent story. He is a super fan up until this year. I will say that again, and then I will throw back to this tweet in 2020 where Colleen Ballinger tweeted out her response to Adam McIntyre, and as you can see in this tweet right here, Johnny was somebody still standing by Colleen Ballinger despite everything that Adam McIntyre said in his video in 2020. Now, obviously, throughout everything we have spoken about manipulation and deceit and how Colleen Ballinger obviously manipulated her fan base against people like Adam, but I definitely think if you're around the age of 23/24, which I believe Johnny was at this point of time, I think that you should be able to kind of work out what is wrong and what is right, especially with this, with this woman sending underwear to a child, I don't think that no matter what she says in your defense, you should be then putting out a tweet of support. And I think this shows everything that we need to know about Johnny Silvestri. Of course, people make mistakes, but given all of the information that has come out about this guy, he obviously remained supportive. He obviously remained dedicated to Colleen Ballinger. But now we've got the groundworks established of who Johnny is and what he represents in this story, I want to move back to the year of 2023, because obviously this is the year of Colleen's downfall, of all of the allegations finally getting spoken about, victims finally getting listened to, and Johnny is so interesting in this story because obviously we've just seen this guy was this year still going to her shows despite so obviously knowing about everything that was happening in Colleen's community between 2016 and maybe before to 2023. And in this story, he has changed his mind despite still going to her live show in 2023. Yes, Johnny Silvestri over the last few months has been one of the most vocal people to speak against Colleen Ballinger, despite what I had shown you. You have seen his supportive tweet of her. You have seen the 2023 concert visit, and I know I keep repeating that, but this is what makes it strange from the very get-go, but then it gets even more absurd. Because shortly after the allegations going viral again, Johnny then accused Trent Ballinger of being a groomer, and most significantly, Joshua Evans, Colleen's ex-husband, of being a groomer and grooming him. And ladies and gentlemen, naturally, when these allegations came out, people were very supportive of Johnny Silvestri, because that's just how it works, you know? A victim speaks up, well, I should say an alleged victim speaks up, they try to get their truth out there, and in a situation where other victims are speaking up, this would be the moment for people that have been hiding in secret to come out and speak about what has happened to them. So people were very open to listening to what Johnny had to say, and that is exactly what happened. For months, this guy was spoken about, people support his tweets, even apologies by the people that were accusing him were made, which makes it obviously seem that, oh, well, you know, everything what he said seemed to be true. There was nothing suspicious going on here, and this is just another case of somebody being manipulated for an entire decade in the Ballinger community to say nothing and act like everything was absolutely fine. But you and me now know, especially you guys, because I am again very late to this topic, we all know that this obviously is not the truth. Some things, well, a lot of things in this situation are very weird, very insane, and it is an absolute reflection of everything that happened in Colleen Ballinger's community. Because as time went on and as more as the community were discussing these events and discussing the allegations that have come out, not just about Colleen, but about the people in her family and the people that were a part of her family years ago, people started to get a little bit confused. As I said, vague apologies were made, but the community gradually became a little bit split about what was truly going on here. Things were being said behind the scenes, and the actual overall understanding of how old Johnny was at the point of where he was quote-unquote groomed was in contention, but not just because of his age, but also because people genuinely weren't actually sure what happened between Johnny Silvestri and Colleen's ex-husband, Joshua Evans. Despite people were asking questions and asking for screenshots, there was never really anything to put out concrete of what really happened between the two, and naturally this led to a lot of conversation. You see, with all the other victims involved in this situation, it seems that when they came out and spoke about their truth, they posted a lot of evidence and they directly say what happened in the horrible circumstances that they were previously involved in. But with Johnny Silvestri, there really seemed to be absolutely nothing other than the phrase of, "this person groomed me," which obviously is a very serious allegation and does need some level of explanation. And a lot of people out there, particularly people on Reddit, started to question Johnny's story. Some people started to do their own research, and a few people even started realizing some parts of this story are not just strange, but they just absolutely weren't adding up. And then this leads us to the recent developments. This leads us to one of the, strangely enough, biggest players in this story, because people like me, commentators, we're just here to kind of tell the events of what has happened and give in our opinion here and there. That's what we love to do. We're basically like YouTube journalists. But what happens when one YouTube, I guess, journalist gets actually involved in the story almost accidentally? Well, that is when we have the story of Swoop. Because on August the 17th, 2023, Swoop dropped the third part of her Colleen Ballinger series titled The Devil in Colleen Ballinger's Shadow. He lied to everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, this video has seemingly changed everything in this situation. Of course, all of the allegations towards Colleen are still absolutely valid, if not even more valid with what we're about to go into, but naturally with things like this, it does cause people to question the credibility of victims, and I don't think that's fair, but the reason for this is because of how sinister this story truly gets. From small amounts of suspicion to do with the puzzles not adding up in Johnny's own allegations, to heavy levels of serious allegations towards Johnny of some of the worst possible things, but also lying, manipulation of the truth, and doctoring evidence, but also some of the most sinister things that you could possibly imagine. Some things which, as I said, have made people say that Johnny Silvestri is as bad as Colleen, if not worse. And as I mentioned earlier, there are allegations made which are sometimes false in big situations where those allegations are made to get attention. They are meant to get followers and replies and all of that good social media stuff, which, you know, makes you feel great. But the problem is I don't believe that this is just what this story is about. I don't believe that this is just about getting numbers on social media. I think that definitely is a part of it, but I also think this is about protecting certain individuals in the story. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where we get into it. And I think it is quite ironic that journalists have kind of centered this whole story like we're only focusing on Colleen Ballinger, when the reality is people just care about the truth. And when it comes to getting the truth, we need to speak about these very important things like this story right here, because as I said, this has put a lot of people's credibility on the line, whether that's right or wrong. So yeah, let's get into this. So yes, as we know, Johnny Silvestri accused Colleen's ex-husband of grooming, but also Trent Ballinger of grooming. And this wasn't just like he made one random tweet. No. According to Swoop herself, he made 40 plus tweets to do with these allegations.
This cycle of Johnny tweeting about Joshua went on for nearly 2 months, every single day almost, and became more vicious, more pointed, and more combative no matter what anybody said to him in the comments. This all coming from an adult man who said he wanted to leave Josh alone.
I wanted to leave Josh alone.
Who then proceeded to tweet accusations at Joshua another 44 times that are still live on Twitter, and this doesn't even include the tweets about Joshua that he deleted. In fact, Johnny didn't let up on tweeting until July 20th, the day that I called Johnny personally to fact check something else concerning about his story, and I believe what I said on the call is the reason that Johnny stopped tweeting about Joshua David Evans for over a week. You may have noticed he got a lot quieter after that call.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think the question here is, how did we actually get to this point? How did we go from these 40 plus allegations to where we are now at in the story? Well, it starts off with the fact that in this video from Swoop, she was very smart. In fact, this is probably one of the best investigations I have ever seen. And yeah, I may have made multiple 4-hour plus videos, but it is nothing on Swoop's third video in the series. This is genuinely, I'm not even trying to be like overly nice here, but it is such a good video, and the reason for that is because she was smart. She investigated and went through interviews of multiple people, including Adam McIntyre, but most importantly, Johnny Silvestri. She did a 6-hour video of the guy where she spoke from a very level-headed perspective. She spoke calmly, and the reason she did that is because when you're not being confrontational and angry and all that stuff of where you want to find all the lies, when you're just being calm and seemingly you're like their friends, they will tell the truth to you without even meaning to, because if they're calm and relaxed in a scenario of where they think they're in control, that's when liars love to actually spew the real truth accidentally. And this is something that absolutely happened in this interview between Johnny and Swoop. It's very clear to me that she got everything that she needed to by speaking to him in a very calm and relaxed manner, making him feel like he was in charge of the conversation. And it seems that in this first part of Swoop's video, that the first thing that she wanted to truly establish was what actually happened in this relationship between Johnny and Joshua, because as I said, there is clearly some missing context in this situation to whether they spoke behind closed doors, in DMs, over social media. And what Swoop did here was basically go through all of the interviews of where Johnny has spoken about this Colleen Ballinger situation, because he basically went on a press tour giving interviews to people where he was happy to give out all the information from his mind without really providing any screenshots, and things really weren't adding up. And this is where we can start to establish his relationship with Joshua Evans, his real relationship.
And you guys started texting like on a one-on-one basis?
Not super regularly, because I didn't want to abuse it. I didn't want to lose this privilege, because they like gave you little things but then would kind of hold it over your head even if they didn't say it to your face.
Now, Johnny did say the majority of their relationship was held publicly over Twitter, not privately, so we needed to look beyond the DMs.
How often did you talk? I guess I'm just more curious of the dynamic between you two.
It was more so like Twitter based. It was more of a public relationship.
But because Johnny deleted most of his old tweets and he admitted that to us, this is hard to fully investigate. Except if you search for correspondence between @JoshuaDTown and Johnny's old username @JohnnySilvestri, you can find that virtually every interaction between the two of them began with Johnny tweeting at Josh and Josh responding, meaning that even in a public setting, Joshua was rarely initiating contact.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is obviously very confusing because there is a very heavy accusation that has come here, yet it seems that there really isn't much of an actual friendship here. Now, yes, there are a few interactions here and there, but when you look at something like this, it very much does just seem that Johnny Silvestri is a fan of Joshua and the other Ballingers. Now, of course, this doesn't just discredit his story immediately. Things could be happening behind the scenes that we don't realize, but this is the beginning of where things start to get weird. And when it comes to the behind the scenes things, Swoop obviously realized, well, maybe there are some private DMs that we don't know about. So what Swoop actually did was ask Johnny if Johnny could send over his side of his DMs with Joshua, and then she also asked Joshua to send the exact same DMs but from his own side. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where things get even more fishy. So when Joshua sent over his DMs, it didn't seem like there were any problems. He was keen, he sent them over immediately, and there was no delay. But with Johnny, it was a little bit different. As you can see in these text messages here, it seems like there could be a possible issue with sending over these DMs. Now, he did eventually send over his conversation with Joshua, and Swoop was able to go through these DMs and look through them. And this is where Swoop discovered something extremely suspicious, because she had been smart here. Rather than just asking for Johnny's conversation, of course she now has both of them and she can compare them in case there has been doctoring of evidence. Because of course, if somebody was to withhold some form of evidence in the situation, it would look very, very suspicious. It would look like somebody in this situation is lying, and that is exactly what happened here. Now, on the left side, you can see Josh's side of the DMs, which began in in 2012, and on the right you can see Johnny's side of the DMs. I should reiterate again, if this is a little bit confusing, these are the same conversations, but obviously Josh's mysteriously begins a year earlier to when Johnny's begins in 2013, which obviously makes it look like Johnny has seemingly deleted DMs to make it look like Joshua was the person who first initiated contact. But as we can see right here, that absolutely is not the case. And obviously, that looks extremely suspicious, because now with everybody already wondering things, when evidence is being doctored, it starts to go into the realms of accusations of lying. Why would Johnny Silvestri do this? If these were very real allegations, why would he need to do this? Because honestly, I wouldn't even find much of a problem if Johnny was initiating contact in the first place and if these accusations were real. Because of course, he was a super fan, he was somebody that looked up to people like Joshua and Colleen Ballinger, but to then go and actually doctor the evidence, to me personally, immediately makes me think that this person is clearly lying about something. And as Swoop presents more and more messages, you can see that there are more messages missing. In Johnny's DMs, it seems that there is more of an actual back and forth between the two, but then you look at Josh's messages, and it's just Johnny being aired for the majority of the messages. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very clear to why Johnny has done this, because of course he wanted to frame Joshua in the worst possible way. And if you look at these DMs, you would think, oh, this is a minor conversing with an adult who is a super fan of the adult, and that would look a little bit suspicious, but it would look very suspicious. But of course, that is not the truth. And I think at this exact moment of Swoop and her team making this discovery, it caused them to go into an even deeper detective cycle. They went through absolutely everything, because why would Johnny be lying in this situation? I keep on asking the question, and it will eventually somewhat throw back to Colleen Ballinger, but I want you to realize the facts and the lies in this situation, because of course establishing the truth, the actual truth, is important. And if we are going to do that, we need to look at some of the accusations, or at least tweets, that Johnny was making about Joshua, like this. I don't care. You befriended a 15-year-old when you were my age now, you effing weirdo. Now once again, it's very clear that Johnny Silvestri is trying to present this whole thing as he was a good friend of Joshua when he was a child, and that is why I think we have these fake doctored DMs. Well, obviously they're not fake, but they are fake in terms of what the conversation is being presented to be. And of course, it seems like a story is being built up here by Johnny Silvestri, and that story over the last few months until Swoop's video was eaten up by a lot of people. Now, of course, the question I understand a lot of you will be asking is, well, was Joshua Evans actually completely innocent in this situation? Well, based on the accusations that Johnny was making, I would say that a lot of these allegations don't exactly seem to be true. And there are some inappropriate things which I think Joshua has done, but I don't really think it constitutes some of the things that Johnny accused him of. And if we are going to say that they are the things that Johnny accused him of, then Johnny himself is also guilty of everything that he is calling Joshua, if not 100 times worse. And we will get into that, but the thing I'm talking about here that Joshua did, which was inappropriate, was give his phone number to Johnny Silvestri.
When he was 16, his family took a vacation to New York City to see a Miranda Sings show because Johnny was a super fan, and he approached Colleen to autograph a paper crown that he had received for participating in the show.
It was just a little family vacation we decided to go on and kind of revolve around this trip, because I had been speaking to all of my friends and Colleen and Joshua and the whole family for about a year virtually, and she never did shows in Illinois, so it was either you go to New York for one or you go to LA. The reason Josh is so crucial, Joshua David Evans, her ex-husband, is so crucial to my story is because I was not one of the close ones to Colleen at first.
Now, according to Johnny, Joshua swooped in and signed it unsolicited, then secretly wrote his phone number and said something like, use this if you need it, and Johnny was confused. Here's how he told the story on the Do We Know Them podcast.
New York, I'm 16, get this phone number and this crown that I'm given, right? He writes his signature on it after I had won it from being a part of the show, and then He opens it up and writes something in the inside and hands it to me and says, here, use this anytime. Kind of just gives me like a nod of affirmation. And I'm like, what the f***? And I open
And
it
he's
and I'm like,
familiar with who you are because you and Colleen had...
Tiny Chat, Twitter.
Oh, yes, of course, from Tiny.
Yeah. I texted him that night and I just said, hey, like, thank you so much for giving me this phone number. And I let him essentially know that I will be respectful of it and only use it if I need. And he sent me something back like, don't worry about it. You're like a little bro to me. If you have any questions about the industry or you ever like want to work on some projects, hit me up.
Now, of course, yes, in most cases and scenarios, giving out your phone number to a child fan is obviously going to be an inappropriate thing, which I don't think I can sit here and defend. I don't think that this was something that Joshua should have done, and in fact, Joshua himself admits to this, but at the same time, I don't think that that equates to everything that Johnny Silvestri has called him, because there were a lot of things that Swoop started to notice here, which Johnny hadn't included in his previous stories, because this whole phone number thing seemed to be the main center gravity point of his entire argument to do with Joshua. This was something which he deemed very inappropriate, and it seems that a lot of the bad stuff in this story stems from the phone number. What was said in the text messages, what was said in the phone calls, and we will get to that, but something Swoop noticed at first was also Johnny's parents were there when Joshua gave him his phone number.
Do you remember what the conversation was that you were having with him right before he put his number in a crown?
They were just signing the crown. We were all about to leave. That's around the moment. I'm pretty sure Colleen said something about, and my dad was like, what did she just say? And I was like, oh my God, I have Joshua's phone number. Really hope my dad didn't just hear Colleen say.
Okay, and
So-
I guess I didn't realize that that your parents were, or at least your dad was there with you at the time that he was writing his phone number in the crown.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just stop right here and address the elephant in the room. Something that Johnny has conveniently buried the lead on in every retelling of this story imaginable. Johnny Silvestri's parents were right next to him when he got this phone number from Joshua. Yeah, I'm more clear. I guess I don't know how I missed it, that your family was there. Did your parents, did they know that he had given you his number?
He gave me the crown, gave me that little nod of affirmation. My first initial response was, I don't want the other people to see that I just got this phone number, because then everybody's gonna flock and try to get it from me or like steal this crown. And
Now, I noticed that I had to ask Johnny multiple times about his parents being there and witnessing this because he would continuously steer the conversation away from that. So I asked once more, when did your parents learn that you had got his phone number?
I like held it close and I like double checked to like make sure. And I think I even like showed my parents and stuff. And I think in their minds, they were just like, holy shit, like our kid's doing the damn thing. Okay, so maybe school didn't work out for him, but like maybe he's meant for something. Maybe he's gonna do something. Maybe Josh can be a mentor.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this information is very important, not just for the main reasons that you're probably thinking, but also because it seems that the information of Johnny being with his parents when he got Joshua's phone number wasn't something which he had been extremely public about. In fact, I could not find any public statements from Joshua admitting to what he just admitted to Swoop before any of this, and it goes back to what I was speaking about earlier, of where he was clearly in a comfortable environment. In fact, he was bragging about this interview on social media for a very long time, clearly thinking that what he did in that interview was destroy somebody else's career, when in fact he had done the absolute opposite. So him being comfortable allows him to think he can get away with saying absolutely any mistruth or taking things out of context possible. And this is exactly what happened here, because it was clear that yes, his parents were then when he got this phone number and they approved of this. And why was that? Because it goes back to what I was speaking about earlier. Johnny was an aspiring influencer. He wanted to be famous on the platform, and his parents approved of this.
This was my ticket to success, my ticket to happiness. No one could take it away from me.
And according to Swoop's own research in her video, it seemed that the parents kind of viewed this entire thing as a bit of a networking thing. They crossed country to go and see Colleen Ballinger live so their aspiring son, who wanted to be an influencer, could meet the right people to get into the industry.
In Johnny's own words, his parents have been supportive of all of this, including him receiving Joshua David Evans' phone number. And given what we know now about Joshua receiving messages of Johnny being a sad, lost kid, Johnny's YouTube ambitions, and Johnny's parents being supportive of him receiving mentorship, this story looks a whole lot different to me now.
And yes, my friends, I do still think that it was inappropriate to hand their phone numbers out, but in the grand scheme of things of everything that has happened in this situation, I feel like this piece of information has been misrepresented as something else. And then we need to flip back to Trent Ballinger, because as we have seen in all of the tweets, Trent as well has been accused of the things that Colleen and Joshua were accused of. But in this interview with Swoop, it seems that he actually retracts that information and says the complete opposite.
Trent Ballinger. The reason I've personally known that Trent Ballinger has been an issue for so long is because I was by him, and honestly, it took Oliver's story to kind of wake me up from that situation as well.
This was further backed up by a tweet Johnny made on June 17th when he explicitly calls himself a victim of Trent's. Now, here's him discussing Trent Ballinger on July 9th within the 6-hour train ride we went on.
With Trent, I feel like our conversations were inappropriate in the sense that he was talking to an underage child, but I don't personally feel like Trent really crossed any boundaries with me.
And followed that by saying this.
With Trent, I had a weird dynamic. With Corey, I didn't like him. I'm not sure if he liked me, but I wouldn't consider myself as a victim by either of those people.
So as you can see, it's very confusing to what is actually going on here. It seems that these very serious criminal accusations that are being thrown around left, right, and center are being thrown around very carelessly. It seems to me that Johnny Silvestri genuinely doesn't care about the things that he is saying and the sheer gravity that these accusations have. I understand that these videos I make are in a way risky. I'm speaking about very sensitive things, very serious things, even when it comes to James Charles, and you have to make sure you are getting the facts right. It's the main reason, as I keep saying, that I am covering this part of the story, because so many facts have been skewed by Johnny Silvestri's careless actions. So number one, Johnny has clearly misrepresented the phone story and also left out key parts of the context to do with his parents actually being there in the story and being approving of things. But number two, he has also just called somebody something and then the next day seemingly said the exact different thing. He has changed his mind on one of the most serious possible accusations. But of course, I understand what a lot of you will be thinking. Okay, if his parents were there, why does that matter? Maybe they just thought it was an innocent thing, but it turned out to not be an innocent thing, because that is a definitive possibility that could happen in this situation. And the way we would find this out is by Johnny providing evidence. But as we've seen, when he's provided evidence in the past, the DMs have been doctored, and that will immediately make us more suspicious about everything else that he provides in the future. But I hear what you're saying. Well, what if there are DMs? Are you now just going to ignore them at the sake of your own rhetoric or bias? No, I'm not actually doing that, because the problem is we're all still open for evidence and screenshots and all that good stuff. But Johnny isn't. It seems that every single time Swoop asked for screenshots of his conversations between him and Joshua over the text message in the phone number that has been so scrutinized in this entire story, Johnny basically refused to send the text every single time.
I asked Johnny this. Do you still have, I'm just curious, do you still have your text conversations with Josh?
That I can check, because my old MacBook Pro revived itself and I have to move quick and in small segments. So I really wanted to get the Colleen information, the meat and potatoes.
So aside from a few edits for pacing, that was Johnny's complete answer to me asking him if I could see his text messages with Joshua David Evans, which I found interesting. Afterwards, I messaged Johnny asking if he had a specific text message from Joshua, which he sent to me pretty quickly. And it's like, well, how could that be if he hadn't looked to see if he had text messages from Josh on his old computer? 10 days later, I had a phone call with Johnny and then confirmed this in text. I said, let me know if you're able to grab any text messages. And he responded, so far no luck, but if I get my hands on any, they'll go straight your way. I mean, this looks like he lied to me, right? On that phone call and in text. We know that he has at the very least some text messages between him and Josh. He should know that we know that because he sent it to us previously.
I just found the text message where he asked me to run the account and gave me the account information, which he tried to gloss over and pretend didn't happen, but I have the proof now.
Now, to me personally, I feel like it's very clear to what is going on here. Information is clearly being withheld. Information which I personally believe, based on all the lies that Swoop went through in her 4-hour video, is information which is available to Johnny Silvestri at this very moment of time. Because, ladies and gentlemen, in this little segment, I'm not covering every single thing that Swoop speaks about in her video. Please, I implore you to, after this video, go and watch Swoop's entire video, or, at least watch it over time, because I understand these are very, very long videos. But please, go watch it and look at the amount of lies and mistruths and taking things out of context that Johnny does in every single opportunity, and ask yourself, why would somebody who is so happy to accuse somebody 40 plus times until he is confronted on those accusations, then he randomly mysteriously stopped speaking about them because he was confronted? Why would he do any of this? Surely if he was so confident, he could just happily provide these screenshots. Well, maybe it's because these messages are actually not as bad as he has presented over the last few months. And in fact, maybe these messages just completely invalidate his entire story. And Swoop seemingly had the same opinions as me here, and it caused her and her team to go into absolute CSI mode. They went through the screenshots that they had, the things that Johnny had provided in the past, and they started analyzing every little thing that he actually had provided to work out the truth. And this is where they made a groundbreaking discovery. And also, if you're wondering why I'm sweaty right now, it's because it's randomly had a heat wave. The summer, the August and July, it ended, and now it's September, and I am sweating my nuts off. But I thought I would just give you guys that information before we get into the groundbreaking information. Don't say I don't give you all the facts on this channel. You're getting all of them here.
I had run Twitter accounts for him that he encouraged, and he asked me to run for him. I just found the text message where he asked me to run the account.
So when I asked Johnny if he could send me the text messages between him and Josh about the Sarah Ridiculous account, he sent me a screenshot of his old computer with iMessages open in the background and a shot of their text exchange about Sarah D. But then my team and I noticed that the open text window he's showing has an iPhone file name at the top, indicating that this was a screenshot that was taken with his phone, which then made us think he has access to his old messages with Josh on his phone, took a screenshot of it, put it on his old computer, and then took a photo of it all together to make it look like he can only access it on his old computer, not his phone. Then we looked even closer. The iMessage window that is open behind it, that has the exact same screenshot of the Sarah D conversation in his messages with a larger blue bubble under it, meaning Johnny has sent this same screenshot of his messages with Josh to someone else. I don't know who, doesn't matter. But I still couldn't shake the suspicion that he's lying about having easy access to all of his old messages. So I looked even closer. Okay, so stay with me, okay, Detective Swoop, okay, we're doing this. So when you zoom in on the screenshot he sent, you can see this shape. It's a dark silhouette of a tree on a mountain. How do I know this? Because it's the default Mac El Capitan operating system desktop image. Yes, I'm a thorough bitch. And I remember when I saw this before in Johnny's post of the Trisha Paytas nude pics that he made on Twitter. When you zoom in, you can see that identical tree shape in the desktop background, and the iMessages bar has the same green half gradient at the top. I believe these to be the messages displayed on that same old computer. Now, here's where things get really up. John told me that he had sent a private apology video to Ella apologizing for when he and Colleen were bullying Ella behind her back. I asked to verify it and he sent me 2 clips. The first was him filming a computer that had the old messages pulled up, where he's scrolling through the messages and giving commentary to Ella about those messages. This was odd because in the video, the computer is clearly different. It looks to be like an iMac or at least an Apple display, and you can see the background is different. That's a sandy beach scene with sand at the bottom and clear blue water at the top. And the iMessages window is in dark mode, not the white iMessages window from his previous screenshots, which means, in my opinion, Johnny Silvestri not only has access to his old text messages on his old computer, he also has instant access on his newer computer, which he's never claimed gives him any trouble. Furthermore, this would also mean that Johnny Silvestri would also likely have access to his old messages on his phone because it's Apple. Just log in. A perfect example of this can be seen in Johnny's Ella story. In those screenshots that he tweeted, those were from his newer computer. They have the same sandy beach scene that matches his video that he allegedly sent Ella privately. These tweets were not from his old computer.
Now, to me personally, Johnny at this point of time has been given every single opportunity to provide the critical information that we all require. To understand what has truly transpired in this situation, we need to see every single possible screenshot. And I know that might sound a little bit sensitive, but when you're going to make 40 plus accusations, I think you have the right to at least publish some of the information that you claim to have. Yet it seems that in every single opportunity where you've been kindly listened to by everybody, the exact opposite of a response has happened. It has just been pure silence and nothing but lies. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't even the most significant part of Swoop's video, but merely because of this, it's caused everybody to now see Johnny as somebody who is an opportunist, somebody who is just wanting to get more popular off these very serious allegations. But worst of all, it's caused the very real victims in this story to seem and feel pushed aside because of the things Johnny has been saying.
He was talking to me about how emotional this was going to be for him to make, and I was like, well, of course I'm going to support you. I specifically remember telling him, like, I'll watch it on my Twitch and I'll re-upload it to YouTube and I'll redirect everyone your way. Like everyone needs to hear you. Like, yours is equally as important as mine. And I remember his response to that was, or even more important, was exactly the words he said, and it will always stand out to me. It just, everything he did was a slap in the face, and it was always something he could do better. Like, as recently as when you did your interview with him, like, he on social media was hinting it in a way that the Reddit on all these different forums were picking up on the fact that he was saying that, well, Swoop wanted to talk to him for 6 hours. I was on Twitch one day and people were like, Adam, how long were you speaking to Swoop for? And I was like, only 45 minutes or something like that. And people were like, whoa. And I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, is that all? And I was like, well, yeah, I got asked questions and I answered them and it was 45 minutes. And they were like, oh, well, Johnny's story is definitely bigger because Johnny is saying how he was on for 6 hours and Swoop wants to do more. It was framed to us like we are the inferior people in this story because you wanted to speak to Johnny for so long.
Now, obviously, this is just depressing. I hate that so many victims in this story feel like they have been pushed aside and almost like their story has been quashed in the name of somebody else. And I don't think this is how it should be. We're not like doing Star Wars power level comparisons here. There isn't a significant power level to another allegation compared to another allegation, and it should not work like that. But it seems, based on everything that Adam said in Swoop's video and everything I've heard, pretty much Johnny has tried to center himself right in the limelight of everything, taking pretty much the center stage of everything in this entire story, which, based on everything, based on the lies and the mistruths, that is just genuinely disgusting. And if there's anything more sad than the amount I'm sweating right now, it's the fact that Johnny's lies in this entire story aren't even good. Like, we've seen the ones that I've presented so far, but Johnny lies about really weird stuff, even things that actually make him look worse. For example, he's lied about bullying Adam as a child.
Johnny himself even partook in some of the bullying of underage fans, including Adam, something Johnny actually admitted to me.
I remember it was around 2013 starting to see this Adam kid pop up. So he was getting this access to Colleen Ballinger and all of us online by going under his parents' nose. We, as a 15, 16-year-old, I didn't want to be talking to a 9 or 10-year-old, so we just kind of picked on him for being so young. And I say bully because hand on my heart, I was involved in mean stuff.
But that admission was short-lived because about 2 or so minutes later, he then flipped and said that he didn't partake in bullying Adam.
But when it comes to Adam, personally, I don't really think I partook. Even when me and him spoke on the phone for the first time last month, he even said he really didn't feel like I was invested in the bullying.
So yes, this is really, really weird. I don't know why he thought he would get away with saying, oh yeah, I bullied him, but at the same time also saying, oh no, I actually didn't bully him. It's very confusing, and I feel like everybody that originally saw this was well, confused, and Adam was one of these people, and Adam actually called out this, because I can't imagine how weird this seems to be. Obviously, Adam's been pushed aside in this story by Johnny, but this is just another level of confusing. Like, why would you make a lie which is so easily disproved?
Johnny has said many, many, many times in like interviews, journalist things, that him and his friends would do these tiny chat calls and they would like quote unquote bully me by like not letting me join the chat room with like Colleen and stuff.
If he wanted to be a part of the tiny chats, we never gave him the information for it. We'd be like, ew, a kid. And then we'd kick him out and be like, no.
That's bull. Like, that didn't happen. If we link up the dates, I wasn't a part of the fandom at that stage. He has said time and time again he was a generation before me in the fandom, so I don't know why people aren't piecing 2 and 2 together. Like, it was completely different eras, and my thing with Johnny was completely separate to Tiny Chat. Him and his friend group were like the OG Colleen fans, right? And they would have these calls with Colleen. I never, ever, ever, from my recollection, of course I'm talking about myself as, like a 10-year-old, was never a part of those. And Johnny has spoken about this multiple times, being like, we would let him join the video chats, and we would like kind of bully him by ostracizing him, and he would say that Colleen would bully him by like saying he was weird and not letting him into the video calls and stuff. And I'm like, these dates don't line up. And Johnny has said this so many times where he's like, we would bully Adam. And I take full accountability for that.
And I say bully because hand on my heart, I was involved in mean stuff. I mean, I won't say I'm perfect, I'm not.
It's like he's taking accountability for things that he's making up, especially whenever my opinion of Johnny in the fandom was always that Johnny was the mean girl. Johnny was the one who wanted everyone to think that he was Colleen's best friend and stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, it just kind of feels like there is an absolute spider web of lies going on here, and honestly, connecting every single dot is very difficult at this moment of time. I spoke in private to Adam McIntyre, telling him that I'm working on this video, and he even said to me I'm probably losing my mind doing this, because I absolutely have. There is just so much bollocks, which I'm genuinely shocked by at this point. Like, I feel like this video has gone from some very serious things, the lawyer stuff, to this, which is just, I keep saying it, confusing. Why are there such silly lies in this situation which make Johnny look even worse, but at the same time, as I said earlier, sadly damage this entire story? Because if there's one liar in this story, it will affect things in a negative way. It will cause people to be like, oh, well, I'm going to doubt this person now who's speaking up, and this person because that person lied. And when it's somebody like Johnny, who has pushed victims aside in this story, has made him seem like the limelight, the centerpiece of everything. You know, we have the 6-hour interview with Swoop. The guy is the most important one, apparently. When that person is a liar, it only benefits Colleen Ballinger. And I've seen a lot of people theorizing over Johnny's involvement in this situation, basically saying, well, let's throw back to 2023, earlier this year, of where he admitted he went to a show where he tried to rekindle his friendship with Colleen. He was clearly still a fan of her earlier this year, and is this him doing his thing to protect Colleen, to make the story seem a little bit more invalid in general, not just with him, but with everybody? Now, personally, I I feel like that is a tinfoil hat theory. It would be rather entertaining and absolutely mental, but personally, I don't think that's the case here. In fact, I feel like this theory is just being used to give some form of logical explanation to how this guy got away with everything in this story, because it is absolutely wild that he did. But to be honest with you, I think it's just a case of this person was a very good manipulator. Look at the fact of whenever he was questioned about his story, he seemingly said, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe everybody else.
I don't care if you tell your story, just don't discredit mine. Even if they leave the article still believing me, they might think to themselves, well, if Johnny is embellishing this stuff about Josh, what else could he potentially be embellishing? What might Adam be embellishing?
He's basically saying here, if you don't believe me, then you don't believe Adam and you don't believe victims. That's basically what is happening here, which is just so unbelievably despicable towards the real victims in this story. And again, it makes me think that I can understand more why people would buy into the theory of, is this Colleen Ballinger pulling the strings and all that? Obviously, for one, I don't think she's smart enough to do that. I don't think I'm smart enough or you're smart enough to do that. That's like some Game of Thrones shit. I don't think that's possible. But it would be kind of impressive in a really messed up way. It would be like Emperor Palpatine taking over the Republic, but in this case it's the YouTube community, and rather than the Dark Lord of the Sith returning, it would be Colleen Ballinger returning. But no, none of that is true. I think all this is Johnny Silvestri wanted attention. He doesn't care about victims, but as I said earlier, he is also protecting himself, which we will go into. But should we be shocked by any of this with statements like this?
He actively chose to remain in this relationship. He had so many outs. He didn't propose for like 9 years. Why did you enter a marriage that was so toxic if you knew it was so bad? You must have wanted something out of it, and it bit you in the ass. He f***ed around and found out, and now he's just upset about it.
This is how Johnny Silvestri described a man in an abusive relationship. He blamed the person, saying he wanted something and that's why he stayed. This is how Johnny views victims. So no, I don't think there's some big Colleen theory here. I just think this is honestly not a very good person. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move away from him using this story to get him in the limelight and move into the third theory that I've been speaking about briefly throughout this. To protect himself. What do I actually mean by this? How would this story actually benefit Johnny in any way, shape or form? And by story for context, I mean the story of accusing Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband of the things that Johnny accused him of. Why would that benefit him? Well, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to another person in this story known as Tim Colony, who is another former Colleen fan, but most importantly, it is Johnny Silvestri's best friend. And ladies and gentlemen, to cut a long story short, if you want the full story, obviously go watch Swoop's video, but to cut a very long story short, pretty much Tim has recently been accused of being a and speaking inappropriately with Colleen Ballinger's young fans in group chats and video calls, and pretty much the belief is that Johnny, his best friend, not only enabled this behavior by getting Tim in contact with Johnny's own fans, because as I mentioned earlier, Johnny Silvestri had his own subsection of a fan base in Colleen Ballinger's fan base. This is something that happens throughout a lot of fandoms. For example, in Star Wars, there are fan bases of certain projects who don't speak about other projects. That's just something that happens, and it seems that in the Ballinger fanbase there was a subsection of fans who loved Johnny Silvestri, and the accusation is now that Johnny got his friend Tim Connolly allegedly in contact with these people via live streams, via video calls and group chats, and it allowed Tim to act inappropriately with these fans, being drunk in calls, saying strange and weird things, and just in general being very inappropriate with young fans. Of course, these are just allegations, but based on everything, there are a lot of tweets about these things, there are a lot of videos and photos of these two in group calls with young fans. To me personally, it does seem very suspicious. And now what I want to remind you of is the fact that all of Johnny's allegations about Joshua stem back to around the era of 2013 to 2015. These allegations about Tim Colony and Johnny Silvestri enabling his behavior goes back to 2020, only 3 years ago.
What makes all of this even more disturbing to me is that we also found a series of tweets where Johnny openly admits to being drunk while engaging with one of his underage fans himself when the fan was 15 or 16 years old at the time. The same fan that Johnny has been talking to and in group chats with since they were 13 years old, and they're still in private group chats with him right now. And even if the anonymous tip we received was inaccurate in any way, I need to point out that the timestamp on that photo I just showed of Johnny being informed that Tim was falling asleep drunk with minors in video calls that Johnny was also allegedly on is April 12th, 2020.
Now, my friends, this is where we start to get into the whole protecting self thing, because I want to refer back to a tweet I showed you at the beginning of this segment where Johnny aired his support for Colleen Ballinger all the way back in 2020. He saw the accusations, he knew what was going on, and he definitely knew what was going on behind the scenes. The things that me or you may not have seen. There may be things that we don't know about at this point of time. Johnny Silvestri definitely knew about those things because he was there. He was one of the biggest players in this community. As we've seen from the screenshots, the videos, he was involved and embedded with the young fans of this community, and he definitely knew what was going on, yet he chose to air his support for Colleen Ballinger even when he was around the ages of 23/24. And personally, what I believe is that in 2020, Johnny was very worried. I think he saw these allegations against Colleen and knew for a fact that he had helped his friend get in contact with young fans of Colleen and do inappropriate things. The type of things that Colleen had been accused of, if not even worse. These allegations are very, very serious, and of course they are mainly aimed at Tim Colony, but it doesn't change the fact that he enabled Tim. He was in these calls drunk. There are tweets still out there right now of fans referring to seeing Johnny drunk. It's very, very weird, and it is exactly what Johnny said that Joshua did to him. Remember this tweet earlier? Yeah, it's not particularly aging too well right now. If we take the logic of that tweet and apply it to the actions of not just Tim Colony, but just Johnny Silvestri, there's too many J's in this story, of Johnny Silvestri, then the picture starts to get even more disturbing. Because by his logic, he has done everything that Joshua has done, but even worse, and also has enabled other people's genuine terrible behavior, which he himself has described as the same accusations that Colleen has faced. As you can see in these tweets here, he called out his former best friend, calling him all the possible things that you can imagine. So I think in 2020, because of all of this, Johnny made a move to pretty much go with the public opinion, because when Colleen Ballinger responded to these accusations, the public opinion was in her favor. So Johnny protected himself by going with the public, because if he went against Colleen, which he probably should have, he would then get exposed by the fans that are still on Colleen's side, because they would see him criticizing Colleen and think, hey, didn't you do the exact same thing, if not worse? And you may think, well, what about 2023? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that Johnny has applied the exact same logic in this this part of the story, because in 2020, he went with the main public opinion, and in 2023, he changed his opinion, and then went with the current public opinion, which was now against Colleen. And by doing that, he called out Colleen, but also shaped himself to seem like a victim, and he elaborately planted the story of, if you don't believe me, you don't believe people like Adam McIntyre.
Well, if Johnny is embellishing this stuff about Josh, what else could he potentially be embellishing? What might Adam be embellishing?
And because of this, you could no longer question his story. If you even dared to say, hey, some things aren't adding up here, hey, or why have you doctored some evidence, hey, why are you just hiding things and not telling the truth? If you said that, you were speaking against victims. He had protected himself by actually framing himself to be the main victim in this story. But even if you think this protecting himself theory isn't actually true here, and it may not be, but based on all the things and all of the dark things that Swoop has dug up in her video, you could also just apply the fact that yes, maybe he was just using these situations to his own benefit. For example, in 2020, when he went with the public opinion, that would have benefited him socially. He could remain friends still with his million-subscriber YouTuber friend, and he could continue lapping up the benefits of that. But in 2023, when the financial benefit was to actually go against that person, he would then do that, because if he didn't, he would take a financial hit. So yes, there are either two things that we can go with here, the protecting himself thing or the financial aspect. Personally, I think it's probably a mix of both. Which obviously, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely grim, but that's pretty much the same for every single element to this story that we've gone through today. It seems that as you further go down this rabbit hole, there is just another bad thing, and yet again, another absolutely horrible thing. This whole entire story is just so dark and depressing and honestly quite creepy. I've never actually seen a community like this, which is just so unbelievably and surprisingly terrible. Usually when you see a YouTuber like Colleen Ballinger and you don't really know much about them, you just think, oh, you know, it's a little YouTuber that does fun things for kids, and then you really look into it and it gets worse and worse and worse, and then there are fans like Johnny Silvestri who are also doing whatever. It's just depressing. And I think after 3 hours, I'm just kind of starting to lose my mind. This is like the 5th recording I've done on this video, and I'm losing it. But I understand what a few people will be saying. Well, where does this actually all tie into Colleen? Because yes, I just mentioned her, but seemingly this part of the story isn't exactly directly tied to her. Yes, Johnny is a part of her community, but it's not Colleen doing Johnny's actions for him. And yeah, you're not actually wrong, that is absolutely true, but to actually work out how this ties to Colleen, we need to go and look at her ex-husband, which isn't a statement I ever thought we'd do. I'm not doing divorce analysis on this channel, but there is some key information to hear to why Joshua Evans became such a target in this situation. Well, basically, over the research I've done for these 3 videos, I've discovered that actually for years now, this guy has seemingly had a very bad reputation in Colleen Ballinger's fanbase. Not just when Colleen was in the center spot of controversy, but also when people liked Colleen, people thought badly of this person. When you look at the advanced Twitter search and you search this guy's name before everything that happened in this situation, there are a lot of terrible things said about Joshua Evans. And my friends, the reason for that is Colleen Ballinger. And I'm not just saying that to kind of tie things back into her on a complete loose end. No, this is a genuine thing. We have to throw back to video number 1. Yeah, like 9 hours ago. In that video, I went over a lot of the DMs in the Weenies group chat where Colleen Ballinger spoke to her very young fans, and while she said some absolutely inappropriate things to her fans like this and this, there were also some things, well, a lot of things mentioned about Colleen's divorce, because yes, in Colleen's spare time, she absolutely loved to have a little chitter-chatter with her 14-year-old fan about how her divorce is going. These are really normal people that we're dealing with. And in these DMs, she pretty much started to build a reputation of her ex-husband, saying some of the worst possible things that you can say to a child. And even if you only say, in our perspective, some slightly bad things, you know, we've all gone through breakups, we've all said some things which we may not actually believe, but you know, you're crying, yeah, that's how it is, you're trying to grieve. But when I'm personally trying to grieve, I'm not going over to my 14-year-old niece and telling her how much of a dickhead my ex is. I'm not doing that, because they'll probably think what I'm saying is 50 times worse, because kids are impressionable, you know? They hear an adult saying certain things to them, and for some reason that just makes their mind go really quick, and they start to take every word you say as even worse and is even deeper. Whereas as adults, we know when we go through breakups, we're just grieving pretty much to get over what we're going through. And what Colleen was saying in these DMs, whether they're true or not, they were very irresponsible things to not just say to children, but to say to super fans. Because as we have seen with people like Johnny Silvestri, these people will do absolutely anything to get any form of attention, especially when they are young super fans. When somebody is a fan of somebody, they want to do absolutely everything they can to get closer to that person, to become friendlier with that person, so they can say that that person, i.e. Colleen Ballinger, is her bestie. And because of that, because Colleen was sharing this confidential information with her followers, building this parasocial relationship, the negative reputation of Joshua Evans progressively got worse and worse and worse. And that ties into Johnny Silvestri, because Joshua at that point was an easy target. So whatever Johnny said, people would eat it up because of what Colleen has already said. Yes, this part of the story is mainly to do with Johnny Silvestri, but honestly, it wasn't really started by Johnny. The negative reputation of Colleen's ex-husband was started by Colleen. And with this entire community, with all of the negative things that we've looked back, it always does actually somewhat seem to tie back to Colleen. Now, of course, the adults in the situation should take responsibility. I don't deny that whatsoever, whether it's Cody Tyler or Johnny Silvestri or Corey DeSoto, any of these people, they should take responsibility for their own actions, but Colleen should take responsibility for normalizing the behavior in her community, because with the things that was happening with people like Tim Colony and also Johnny Silvestri and everybody else, the reason that wasn't called out for so long was because Colleen seemingly normalized this behavior in the community. It was seen as a normal thing for people to get drunk on live calls when they're adults speaking to children. It was apparently a normal thing. Colleen Ballinger basically making it out to be normal that she sent underwear to a child. That normalizes this behavior and only allows these people to get away with their creepy actions. And this entire community is just so, as I said about 5 minutes ago, just depressing and utterly terrible. And from an outside view, you really wouldn't think so, but when you look into this entire situation, it progressively becomes more and more shocking. I understand if you were to look at my 3 videos, you would think to yourself, oh, this guy's leeching the topic, and maybe I am like going overboard on some things here and there. Maybe I am speaking about things for a bit too longer than I should, but honestly, I don't think for the most part I am. I actually think that this situation is one of the biggest things that has happened on YouTube for years, because this whole thing has been covered up for 5+ years, going back to 2014 and 15. I was in university back then. This whole thing has been going on for years, and I feel like more and more stuff is progressively going to come out because of how much terrible stuff was normalized in this community. As I said, I've not covered every single detail of this Johnny Silvestri story, but from what I have said, you can just see from this one bit alone, it's absolutely terrible. But then go and speak to listen to every other victim in this story, and it only gets a million times worse. And that is because pretty much for years, this community was not really a community, but basically a cult. the cult of Colleen. But of course, I'm not just going to blame Colleen here. Of course, the main person in this chapter of the video that is at fault, wrong, is Johnny Silvestri. And what I find crazy about Johnny in particular is just how he thought he was going to get away with some of the things that he was saying. It only took one internet commentator to notice something not really adding up. For example, Johnny was one of the main people to come out and be like, oh, Colleen, you were sending photos of Trisha to people, you know, you were taking her explicit photos and sending them to me and Adam McIntyre, which of course is a bad thing, but Johnny himself was also sending around Trisha's photos, and it's not like this information that I'm telling you now came from a leaked DM, you know, a whistleblower came out or something like that. No, this information came from Johnny himself. He said it to Swoop.
If I'd find a photo, I'd follow Trisha, so if she'd post something publicly, or sometimes I would literally just go to Google and type in like Trisha Paytas nude, but I never did it to body shame Trish. I will say on one account, there was something that was nasty of me that I said. In regards to her body, I would go the extra length, find my own picture to send back, and I'd be like, hey girl, you know, like, posted a new Instagram, how do I look? And then she'd be like, oh my god, you're dumb, but you looked hot. Just little things like that.
Now, honestly, it really just seems that this guy is pretty much every single thing that he has criticized Colleen for. Like, look back at the tweet that I mentioned earlier. Everything that's said in that tweet, he is guilty of. Everything when it comes to throwing around photos of Trisha Paytas, he is guilty of. Now, maybe he did not, well, he did as not, as far as I know, send those photos to Adam, and it was just sending them to Colleen. But ultimately, it's still an incredibly immoral thing. The whole point comes from shaming Trisha, but also just downloading someone's pics and sending them around is just an absolutely disgusting thing to do. But again, it does stem back to Colleen. She normalized this behavior, she enabled this behavior, and of course Johnny Silvestri was an adult and he should take equal responsibility, but the reason he was doing this was to get the attention of Colleen.
Find my own picture to send back, and I'd be like, hey girl, you know, like, posted a new Instagram, how do I look? And then she'd be like, oh my god, you're dumb, but you looked hot.
He knew she loved to send around these photos. He knew that it would get her attention, get a laugh, and possibly make him closer. And that's what he did, and it's just absolutely insane to me. So yeah, ultimately this entire chapter comes down to 1, wanting to get popularity, 2, protecting himself over previous situations that he probably remembered were going to bite him in the ass, but 3, the community cultivated by Colleen Ballinger. Everything in this story always stems back to this person and the adults in the situation that normalized all of this horrific behavior. And ladies and gentlemen, that pretty much does cover this part of the chapter, but of course since then, that was around 3 weeks ago at the time of recording this video, there have been some updates. Johnny has come out and responded in a good old fashioned notes app tweet thing. Like, fellas, if you're gonna make public statements, could you just put on the camera? It makes everything so much easier, and at least speaking to a camera seems actually authentic. Now, I'm actually going to go through this response. I'm going to look at it a little bit. I've read it. It's nothing groundbreaking. It doesn't disprove anything. It's pretty hard to actually disprove anything in this story because, you know, we've proved the hypocrisy. Swoop went through everything and showed all the things that Johnny was calling other people. He was doing the exact same thing. I don't know how you're going to disprove this stuff. Apparently, this is weaponizing trauma, but I mean, again, I don't know Joshua Evans. I don't know if he's a bad guy or a good guy, but what I can see is the allegations facing him all seems to stem from hypocrisy. I don't think giving out your phone number was a wise thing to do. I think it was something that you shouldn't have done, but I don't think it constitutes the allegations that Johnny has made. Now, maybe there is more information for all we know, maybe, but if there was, why has that not been put out there? Swoop has given this guy a billion opportunities, but in those opportunities, he's refused to send things based on lies, and he's also doctored evidence. So what does he expect anybody in this situation to take from this, other than he is an opportunist and a liar? Honestly, the whole situation does just seem like a complete utter mess at this point. I'm laughing because, I mean, for one, I'm starting to lose my mind, as I said. I don't know how much longer we are going to be going on for, but yeah, the whole thing is an absolute mess. And I think the final part of this entire story, which I don't think that has actually been spoken about that much, is the legal matters in this whole story. Because obviously, there have been so many wild allegations thrown around with Johnny, with Joshua, with Colleen, with Trent Ballinger, a lot of criminal allegations. And with criminal allegations on YouTube, there is something mysterious where people admit to doing absolutely heinous crimes, and for some reason, they never actually end up in jail. And as we've seen, Colleen does have some of the best lawyers in the business, and I think it's time to delve in to the legal ramifications of everything that's happening in this scenario. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the legal system on YouTube, things are a little bit scary. Now, personally, whenever I actually see somebody be affected by the legal system when it comes to YouTubers, it's never actually usually for the good things. The only time I ever see anybody actually get some form of legal repercussions is when they're being sued for, you know, giving their opinions, saying some things that may or may not have happened. Personally, when it comes to my business of legalities, I have been threatened with multiple defamation lawsuits. But when it comes to actually people getting actual justice and not silencing people, there never really seems to be any actual, well, justice. Innocent until proven guilty, of course, is the main phrase that we will use when it comes to the legal systems. And when it comes to Colleen Ballinger, Colleen technically right now is innocent until proven guilty. There hasn't been a criminal conviction, as far as we know, made against Colleen. And in the eyes of the law, Colleen has not actually done anything at all. In comparison to me and you, Colleen is apparently on the exact same level because there have been no criminal convictions in a US court. But ladies and gentlemen, I love speaking about the legal system. I love speaking about possible legal ramifications, and it does actually seem that despite everything that I'm saying right now, there is a genuine possibility that Colleen Ballinger right now could actually face future legal repercussions for things that have come out in this situation. But not just that, Colleen herself seemingly has actually kind of self-reported. She actually has kind of made herself vulnerable to a lawsuit. And with that, I introduced to you Legal Bites, which is a YouTube channel which is ran by an attorney called, I believe, Alight. I'm not actually too sure on how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry if that sounds really bad. I will just refer to you as Legal Bites. And I firstly want to say, please could you go and check out Legal Bites' channel, because we will be using a lot of information from them, or pretty much all of the information that they have given in their video. But Legal Bites is an attorney that is licensed to practice in California, and basically she runs this education-based YouTube channel where she goes over a lot of popular topics and looks at it from a legal aspect. And in today's case, Colleen Ballinger is being focused on in a 3-part series that Legal Bites has uploaded in the last month. And personally, I think this is quite important to look at, mainly because I can come on here and say this is a terrible thing, this is a terrible thing, but when it comes to actually getting justice, I think actually getting the legal definitions of is this legally a wrong thing is a very important thing. So I think we should firstly look into what could Colleen actually be penalized for in the eyes of the law when it comes to this situation. And in this first part, which I very much recommend you go and watch after this video because we will only be covering a small part from it, they basically open up the video saying that Colleen could be penalized with this.
So the closest thing that I can see that could pin Colleen under California law would be California Penal Code Section 288.2. This law criminalizes the act of sending explicit material to minors. But keep in mind that there are a number of elements that have to be met in order for this law to apply to the situation.
And yes, of course, this is to do with Colleen Ballinger sending explicit photos of Trisha Paytas to minors. Obviously, we all agree that that's an absolutely horrible thing and probably is the worst part of this story, because seemingly it is something which a lot of people believe to be a criminal action. But obviously, I'm just a YouTube commentator, fellas. I come on here, I try to give you guys the facts, give my little opinion and stuff like that whilst I'm holding my gay little microphone. But I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the specifics of the law, and I have been wondering, is this part of the story something which could get her in jail? But then I look at somebody that I mentioned earlier, James Charles, who admitting to, you know, Snapchatting minors, and he didn't go to jail, and it was a very confusing moment, and you think to yourself, is it a power thing, a money thing? Well, legal bites actually, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Goes over it. They go over it. Maybe they should change their channel name to Legal Pints. You can only drink pints at the age of 18. And if you're in America, it's 21. And if you're drinking pints before that age, we will find out. But yeah, don't know what that was. Yeah, Legal Bites basically goes over the groundworks to what would actually constitute breaking the law in the context of Colleen sending these photos of Trisha to Adam. And yeah, let's take a look at what Legal Bites has to say.
This is what the prosecution would have to show in order to give the defendant prison time for something like this. First, the defendant has to know or be in a position to know that the person that they are talking to or communicating with is in fact a minor. Second, the defendant has to send what's called harmful matter, like explicit images, to the minor, and sending them by text messages qualifies. Third, the defendant has to have the intent of arousing, appealing to, or gratifying certain desires in the minor in the act of sending it. And finally, the defendant has to have sent that material to the minor with the intent of engaging in some kind of mature act with that minor. All elements have to be met in order for the defendant to be held criminally liable under that statute, and personally, I don't think that we get there, especially because of that fourth element. That's because it does appear that Colleen sent those images to those minors, not necessarily because she wanted to do certain things with these minors, but because she wanted to be inappropriately funny. That's the way it appears anyway, based on what I've seen.
Now I understand that a lot of people will be disappointed to see that, yes, this doesn't all come under the points, technically, in most people's opinion, of the law. And I don't understand that will be disappointing, because most people will think, well, you know, there shouldn't have to be some groundwork here. It should be pretty simple. Have you sent an explicit photo to a minor? Yes? Well, congratulations, son. You're going to jail. But obviously, in this case, the law says differently, and I think in this part with the Colleen situation, I think it will mainly come down to the argument of public opinion. Do you personally think that what Colleen did was bad? And if so, I guess the only action you can really do is to unsubscribe and not really consume her content anymore. And to be honest with you, that's the case with most of these situations, which I've noticed over the years of covering, you know, predatory actions and weird stuff going on the internet. When it comes to actually getting any form of justice for victims, there's never really any. And I don't know why, but I guess it's because when it comes to social media, it's so international and it's so hard to prove certain things over the internet. And maybe that will change with time, and maybe we can start up a conversation here about that, because it does just seem so many people get away with so much. And when you look at the Colleen community, which we've gone throughout this entire video, it is just so grim and disgusting. And it brings up the question of how have so many people gotten away with their actions? But ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't mean that all of the legal repercussions possibly ends there, because that's when we move into the arguments of civil liability. And once again, I should just say, could you please subscribe to Legal Bites, because once again, I am just a mere commentary YouTuber that doesn't exactly know the law from back to front. Legal Bites is a practicing attorney, and please go watch their videos. I'm only going to try and play small amounts of clips that I can just to explain everything to you. But yes, civil liability.
Civil liability refers to a situation where it's not the state that is bringing a case against a defendant, but it's a private party who is bringing a case because they've been personally harmed by the defendant. And usually they request damages as a result. And based on my research, I've found a number of situations where Colleen could face some civil liability. And to be clear, I'm talking about cases that are strong enough that they probably would proceed at least into the discovery phase, which is the phase where both parties are exchanging information, demanding information, evidence from one another. It's the stage where the litigation fees instantly jump way up and the other side gets access to information that otherwise would generally remain very private. Depending on the case and the allegations involved, I'm talking things like medical records, tax filings, communications between family members, and other things that are normally considered very private. This is also where information can get leaked to the public because now more people simply have access to it, especially if there's no protective order in place.
Now, to be honest with you fellas, this pretty much just seems to be everything that you, me, your grandma, and your granddad have been doing over the last few months when it comes to this situation on the internet. People have been leaking information, DMs have been leaked, group chats have been leaked, live show clips have been reposted. So much has come out in this story, but obviously everything in this story is over social media. It is honestly just perceived as YouTube drama, so it's not a court case, and it makes a lot of things become quite convoluted. And according to Legal Bytes in her video, the type of civil case that could face Colleen Ballinger is the intentional infliction of emotional distress. And this could come under a lot of the things that we've discussed throughout these 3 videos: the underwear story, the Miranda Sings live show story, the Trisha Paytas photo story. Plenty of things out there could come under this argument. But to once again prove this case, it all needs to come under 5 specific things that Legal Bytes in their video lists, which is number 1, defendant committed an act. And yeah, we all know that the defendant has committed the acts that I did just describe. So number 2 is defendant's act is outrageous. Things that we would not usually tolerate as a society, you know, things that technically really aren't morally something which is justifiable. For example, sending an explicit photo to a minor, sending underwear to a minor. These are traditionally things that we as a society would not consider a morally right thing to do, so I think it does come under number 2. But then moving on to number 3 is defendant acted intentionally, in brackets, purposely or recklessly, and I mean, based on everything that we've seen, it very much was also that. So number 4 is plaintiff suffered severe emotional harm, and yeah, based on everything that we've seen in these stories, that absolutely is the case. And then number 5 is defendant caused plaintiff severe emotional distress, which once again is something that, in my opinion, absolutely is the case in this scenario, which means with these 5 points, I personally believe that Colleen Ballinger comes under all 5 of them. But what makes this even worse, ladies and gentlemen, is the self-report that I mentioned earlier, because Legal Bytes actually picked something out in one of Colleen's own videos where she speaks about this whole situation in her ukulele video, and she describes the situation as, you know, something that she probably shouldn't have done, something which was weird, and Legal Bytes said this.
And as for these explicit communications with minors, here's where Colleen's ukulele video comes in to potentially bite her in the ass. See, in the video, she kind of makes a number of admissions about some of these allegations about the communications with minors.
It's kind of like when you go to like a family gathering, you know, and there's a weird aunt there, keeps coming up to you and going like, "Hey girl, what's the tea?" And you're like, "Ugh." That was me, but in group chats with my fans. It was weird. I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. "Hey everybody, I found someone new to harass. She did some things that I do not like in her past. Have I made some jokes in poor taste? Yes. Have I made lots of dumb mistakes? Yes. Am I sad that there are some fans who feel betrayed? Yes."
This indicates that she recognizes that there was a line and she crossed it. And a skilled trial lawyer could 100% drag her in front of a jury on cross-examination, pressing her about this recognition and when exactly that light bulb went off.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is becoming a bit of a problem for Colleen Ballinger. If somebody wanted to, they absolutely could form this type of case against her, in my personal opinion, and based on this information in Legal Bytes' video. I think it is quite hilarious that she has self-reported here, considering that pretty much every single part of this story has been always a massive self-report, with basically any adult in this story. With Colleen, it's constant self-reports. With Johnny, it's constant self-reports. With everybody else, it's always self-reports. People that just stumble into these terrible situations because they just seemingly can't help themselves. But then it only gets worse in the second video in this series, titled Colleen Ballinger's Massive Legal Mistakes Part 2, using fans as free labor. And yeah, this video is pretty much what it is described on the tin. It is a video where she goes through a lot of the accusations that Colleen has faced, that she has basically been using her fans for free labor. Because during the whole situation, one of the main points that was made out by Adam McIntyre in his first video was that he did work for Colleen Ballinger. Now, obviously, this has been a very debated point. I stand with Adam. But the problem is, it doesn't come from actually what Adam said, it once again comes from what Colleen Ballinger said in her video in 2020, because once again, Colleen Ballinger has self-reported and got herself in hot water.
Colleen makes an admission in a video, specifically her 2020 apology video responding to Adam McIntyre's video.
And how hiring my employees works is I usually do a little test run to see how it goes. If it goes well, then I hire them officially through my company and they are paid legally through the corporation.
Here, she just admitted that she has a pattern of practice of trying out fans as employees before she legally pays them through her business as official employees. The words that just came out of her mouth indicate that she routinely makes fans work for free before she gives them paid work. That is not okay under California law. If you give someone tasks for your business with the intent that they actually fulfill those tasks, you are getting value for that and you have to pay for it. If you require some kind of mandatory training for someone before they officially start working for you, you have to pay them for that time that they are spending in that training. Now, there are some exceptions to this rule, such as unpaid internships, and under some kind of circumstances, I can see an argument being made with independent contractors who would be paid in kind of a different sort of way. But neither of those exceptions apply in these circumstances. For unpaid internships to be legal under California law, there are a bunch of requirements that have to be met. First of all, being tied to some kind of academic program that the intern is actually in. And that's just one requirement. And as it relates to independent contractors, California is arguably the hardest place to qualify a worker as an independent contractor due to what is called the ABC test. This is a 3-part test that says that by default, any worker is an employee of the business unless 3 criteria are met. First, the worker has to be actually independent in the way that he or she does the work. In other words, the employer isn't asserting any kind of control over how they go about doing the work. Second, it has to be the case that the worker is doing work that is outside the employer's normal business. But here, posting to social media, as Miranda sings, is pretty damn central to Colleen's business. So if any of those 3 criteria are not met, that person is considered an employee, not an independent contractor. And in that case, a very large number of labor laws apply, along with a lot of penalties and fees and all kinds of other restrictions.
Now, firstly, I do find it hilarious the amount of times this woman is just so determined to get herself in even more trouble. You can't say to me, Fraser, you're milking the topic, when it's just more and more every single day. And obviously, I'm not a legal expert. I didn't know that this was a problem years ago, but there are also some problems on the plaintiff side if they were to put a case against Colleen, and in this case, the plaintiff being Adam McIntyre. You see, that situation, those videos there, are now over 3 years old, and by the law, this means that Adam can no longer make a claim. But the reason that Legal Bites brings up this topic in the video is not just because she wants to, highlight possible laws broken in the past, but also there is the fact that in this video, Colleen makes it out to sound like this practice that she did with Adam, with hiring him for free as some sort of test trial, this is something that she has done more than once. And Legal Bites pretty much makes out that it wouldn't really be a surprise if Colleen carried on this practice after the story with Adam McIntyre, which if is the case, there could be a genuine possibility of another form of legal threat against Colleen Ballinger. Now, obviously, this part is just mere speculation, but again, based on what she said in the video, I would not be surprised if this tactic used on Adam was also used on other individuals. But even here, ladies and gentlemen, the whole legal aspect of this thing doesn't end there, because then we move into the whole conversation of charity fraud. Now, this obviously goes into a very sensitive area, but pretty much over the years, Colleen Ballinger has been somebody that has campaigned for multiple charities. She has earned a lot of money for charity by raising it in fundraisers and all that good stuff. But there has been a bit of an overarching shadow over this, genuine nice behavior. People believe that Colleen Ballinger has not donated all of the amounts that she raised via other people's donations. Now, personally, I have looked into this, and there are some rather fishy things that have happened in this part of the story, and people have actually been speaking about this for years now. It's not like this is just a thing of where, oh, she's on her downfall, so we're going to bring up absolutely everything. This is something that has been spoken about in murmurs throughout Colleen's community for years, and I can understand why that there are some very fishy things going on there, but personally, as much as I say, I'm going to say I don't think Colleen is that stupid, you know, obviously I'm not surprised by anything at this point, but I personally don't believe that surely Colleen Ballinger would steal from charity. I just don't think that that is something that could happen here, but you never know, I may get proven wrong in the future. But pretty much in Legal Bites' video, she goes over the possibility of if there was charity fraud in this situation, obviously Colleen Ballinger would face very, very serious legal repercussions, which I think also can result in actual jail time, which moves us into the conversation of, will Colleen face any jail time? I think the pretty obvious answer is no. Now, I understand that when it comes to the civil aspect of things, there could be some penalties there, but I don't think that does lead to any jail sentences. I think that is mainly to do with financial repercussions, people getting compensation. But when it comes to actually breaking the law and going into the slammer, I don't think that's going to happen, and I think most of you probably also don't think that. As I said previously, sadly on YouTube, there does seem to be a trend of people admitting to doing terrible things and just absolutely getting away with it. Red Kiwis, for example, admitted to some of the most terrible things possible, but he's still uploading Fortnite content, and you really just have to wonder, is there any justice when it comes to this platform? Honestly, I really don't think so. Because honestly, with everything that we've gone through today, I really don't actually believe that Colleen has got it that bad, and that might sound absolutely insane. You may say, Fraser, the entire internet is against her. Well, yes, but she still has some fans, she still has some level of an audience, and ladies and gentlemen, this entire situation is just, I will keep saying it for like a 50th time, but insane. I've never seen so much stuff boil up over a 10-year span, which has seemingly been covered up and buried alive for years. And I think that the repercussions of losing subscribers really is probably one of the best things that could happen to Colleen. She's not really getting hit financially. She's not getting any fines. Yes, she won't be getting any more monetization, but she's a millionaire. She lives in a mansion, and all of the other bad people in this story, they're not going to jail, they're not getting any repercussions. People just now call them a bellend, pretty much. And honestly, in the grand scheme of things, getting called a bellend after all of this, that almost seems like a bit of a reward. So yeah, in conclusion to this legal aspect, firstly, thank you so much to Legal Bites for uploading these 3 wonderful videos, giving their insight on these stories, and I highly recommend after this you go and watch these videos. But yeah, I don't think there will be any repercussions, and that's mainly because when it comes to justice on this platform, there absolutely really isn't any. I've covered these types of stories for years now, and it's very rare to actually see any form of genuine justice. So with that, I think we move into the final part of this story, and that is the conclusion and where we are currently at in September 2023. And yes, I just realized I haven't uploaded in basically 2 months. I am really sorry. Some of you thought I was dead, by the way. I got comments being like, is he okay? Is he in a grave? Honestly, maybe I am in a mental grave after this. So, my brothers, sisters, and thisters, where do we actually go from here in this wonderful story? It's not wonderful, is it? It's a terrible story, but where do we go from here? What happens now? Who happens now? Well, the first thing that you should go and do right now is actually subscribe to this YouTube channel, because, fellas, I've not said it for like 4 hours, and that actually kind of surprises me. Maybe I should have said it in every single beginning of every hour of this video, but please subscribe to me to help for my sanity. But in terms of, this whole entire situation and how this world is now perceiving Colleen Ballinger and everything that's happened in the last few months, because yes, this situation is now around 3 months old if you're not including everything back in 2020, and honestly, that is absolutely wild. This situation has probably been and will be the biggest situation on YouTube in a very long time. Probably the biggest situation since the last Dramageddon. And I'm fully aware that I'm a 26-year-old man that unironically just used the phrase of Dramageddon. I apologize. But in terms of the actual developments with everything to do with Colleen, it seems that things aren't ending. For example, Swoop has got a part 4 to her documentary series coming out soon, where she has done 2 interviews with her ex-husband, Joshua Evans. One interview a few weeks back, and an interview which I saw Swoop post about on her Instagram story whilst recording this video. And I feel like that interview is probably going to be heavy about Johnny Silvestri, but I also think, given how Colleen Ballinger obviously is so tied to that situation, it's probably not going to look good on her. And naturally, I think because of every single development that happens every single week, I think Colleen Ballinger is laying low. As we've seen what her lawyers have said in the past, they believe that this is a tactic which should be applied in a lot of situations. I think maybe eventually down the line we will see an apology, and I believe I have actually said this in my previous 2 videos, but what more can you really expect? There isn't really anything to add after 4 hours of speaking other than, yes, I do think eventually she will come out, because this is a $1 million empire which she owns. Despite how much it has taken a hit in terms of the monetary value of everything, I still think that there is some level of value in the Miranda Sings and Colleen Ballinger empire. But if there's one thing that I found quite interesting when it comes to the situation in the recent weeks, is that top mainstream creators are even speaking about it, and when that happens, I feel like a situation is pretty much solidified. Because, for example, there was a Streamy award thing, I think it is literally called the Streamies. It's where a bunch of your favorite influencers, they all get together, and there are little jokes told when they're presenting the awards and stuff like that. And at this Streamies, MatPat actually mocked Colleen, and to me personally, as much as this doesn't feel very significant, I think it is quite significant to see creators who don't necessarily dabble in drama even reference this.
But it was the tragic loss of this one thing that truly hit the creator community the hardest. Something whose train unfortunately left the station with one ill-advised 10-minute long video. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Looks like someone knows how to apologize.
Now, whilst I never really expected MatPat to get involved in this situation, I appreciate his opinions and takes and everything. But yeah, this is a very surprising thing, and honestly a very damning thing on Colleen. But I think when we refer back to the whole Shane Dawson clip that I played much earlier in this video, of where he was speaking about how him and Colleen say nasty things behind the scenes, I really wouldn't be shocked if nowadays a lot of content creators have a bad opinion on Colleen, and maybe they've had that opinion for a long time, and I've just really been willing to share it. Now, of course, I'm not saying MatPat is definitely in that category, but given how many people are now speaking about this subject, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But also, I think this is mainly significant due to the fact that the industry is seemingly now rejecting Colleen Ballinger. I know that may seem like I'm reaching, but for them to be making a joke like this at such a major influencer event like the Streamies, I think it says a lot. I think it shows that it's much more difficult now for Colleen Ballinger to come back in comparison to what it was like 3 months ago. I think if she comes back in the future, then she'll find it very difficult to get future collaborations and just in general continue the same way she continued her work 3 months ago in the future of the industry. In terms of other people that have been leaking things and speaking about Colleen and further, Trisha Paytas of course has been speaking about it, but not just Trisha, even people like Tana Mojo have been weighing in here.
Here's the thing, I tried to have girlfriends, and I tried it this summer, and it just failed miserably. It failed miserably.
Why?
She just sent my nudes and said I looked like a fat pig in it.
Oh my God, can I say her name?
Yeah,
That
you know. Yeah.
her so fucking hard, Trisha, and I know you sit there, you look pretty, you be nice, because if this goes in, it's gonna get clipped. And here's the thing, she is being non-problematic right now. It is me. Who does that?
I've never been more blindsided. Like I talk about this because I thought you're not talking about it. I'm like so in shock every single day. Like, how was I so blinded? Why did we start a podcast together when she hated me? And
that is so beyond that. You're just a terrible person, and at your prehistoric age, you. I want to start doing things with you, and I won't, Colleen, you. At the end of the day, apologizing for anything with a instrument is Hilarious.
Oh my God, girl, she sent it to me and I was like, what do I say?
The next time I have to apologize, you're seeing me with a harp. Like, I'm going to be playing the harp. Like, just, I'm so sorry that I did this.
Obviously, there wasn't really anything new added on there. Everything she said was completely valid, but yeah, I think, again, it's quite significant to see major mainstream content creators speak about Colleen. But of course, Trisha Paytas is one of the main people who, rightly so, is leaking information and personal things out there about Colleen. I'm not saying that as a dig. Trisha Paytas is a victim in this situation, and in fact, in a recent podcast that Trisha posted, she actually said that Colleen did get in contact with her to apologize, but not apologize for actually doing what she did, but apologize for lying.
Well, it was confirmed she sent them. She sent me an apology on that Saturday after I made the video. I made the video July 3rd, and then she sent me an apology on like Saturday, July like 8th or 9th. And she's like, yeah, I was a coward. I lied to you. Like, I should have just told you the truth when you asked me about the photos. Like, I was a coward, and that was it. So she like apologized for it. So she definitely sent them to that guy. They're not denying that she sent them.
Now, I don't think it's really shocking at this point of time that Colleen Ballinger isn't an authentic person or a good friend at that. I know they're not friends anymore, but the best that she could do is say, yeah, I am sorry that I sent your explicit photos around, especially to the people that I sent them to. Obviously, it's not good in any case, but this is the worst possible case. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I feel like because of these developments, this only came recently, as did the Streamies things and everything else that's been coming out over the last few weeks. I think Colleen may not say anything until towards the end of the year. I really would not be shocked if that's the move for her, because if she did have anything that could disprove everything in a situation, or just one thing in a situation, I think they would have already done that, and they have tried to do that. The lawyers, as I showed at the beginning of this video, have come out and spoken about things, but it's never changed anything, because when it comes to them actually speaking about the major things that Trisha Paytas just spoke about in that clip, which, by the way, seemingly does confirm it even further that photos were sent to minors, they're not speaking about that because I don't think that they can technically disprove that. So I guess they're just going to now lay quiet. The lawyers tried their best, nothing changed. Colleen Ballinger did her absolute worst, and things only got a million times worse. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not like the things that we're saying about Colleen she doesn't know about or she isn't seeing. And in fact, I feel like it's actually the opposite of that, because recently it actually came out that Colleen Ballinger does still have an active social media profile. In fact, she has a private Instagram. Now, this isn't 100% verifiable, but based on the following, apparently people worked out that this is Colleen because it's apparently followed by family members and stuff like that. And the bio says that she just misses so much, and I imagine, well, yeah, she is probably regretting basically everything of the last 10 years, because there is just so much stuff that has happened, and I feel like, yeah, maybe if she could go back now with some hindsight, she probably wouldn't do absolutely everything. I think if there's one final thing to end this whole thing on is, yes, there won't be a response for a very long time, but secondly, this situation is the prime situation to how you respond to things. I'll say it again, I think I said it in video 2 and video 1, every single situation on YouTube is about how you respond to stuff. Now, I think if Colleen just put out an authentic apology video where she genuinely seemed apologetic, I don't think it would rectify things given the severity of the stuff in this situation, but I at least think that the situation by now would have died down. But the fact of the matter is, it hasn't died down. If anything, it's still continuously getting worse and worse, and in fact, I am seeing people now call out Colleen's silence, and that is only adding to the flames. To try and come to some form of conclusion in this situation, it's pretty difficult to say anything other than this situation is one of the messiest, most disturbing things that I have ever seen, and I didn't expect the community that she had cultivated to be this absolutely wild. And don't take that as an offense if you were once in the Colleen Ballinger community. You were a child, you know, you do know better, but it's wild to think that basically every single adult in the story has done something wrong. I don't understand how that happened for so long and why it was allowed, but I guess it's something that we can take and learn from this. We can learn to analyze patterns of behavior from certain influencers and famous people, because it seems we haven't done that with all the other situations, so maybe, just maybe, ladies and gentlemen, we should do that with this situation. Overall, Colleen, I think your best bet is to just upload an actual YouTube video, because you know you are a YouTuber. That is what you do. Don't do a a shitty little notes app apology like Johnny Silvestri. Do an actual video, the thing you're known for, and just say sorry. Apologize to the victims involved. And if you want to continue to upload videos, that's not for me to decide if you should be deplatformed or not. Do what you want. I think you just need to apologize to the victims at this point. So yeah, I'm going to end it there by just wishing nothing but my best wishes to the victims in this situation. And I hope that things are not as stressful as they were a few months ago, because I can imagine when the situation was fully blowing up, it was absolutely horrible. But yeah, I guess that is finally the end. Hello, I'm in a different setting to usual. I don't usually just react to something on my main channel. I like to have scripts. I like to just look into everything before I actually give my opinion and talk about things. But I've just had something come up on my timeline that genuinely just made me want to jump onto my computer and talk about it. Because Colleen Ballinger has returned. Not returned in a vlog, in a regular YouTube video. She is actually doing a sit-down interview about everything. Now, if you were around in 2023, you would remember, I think everyone remembers, come on, let's be real, we all remember the ukulele video, we remember the serious nature of the stuff that Colleen Ballinger was accused of. And of course, this all involved Adam McIntyre, who was a fellow commentary channel, and the other day, well yesterday, I saw he uploaded this video titled Colleen Ballinger, and basically it was him reacting to a trailer clip of Colleen on this podcast, and it didn't look good. It looked like things were going to be spun in a very negative way, and this is now fully out there. We have a full hour podcast, and basically what I want to do is sit down, take a look, work out, is Colleen going to take accountability? Is she going to accept that she was ultimately in the wrong? Not just ultimately, but just outright completely in the wrong. If you need to remind yourself of what happened in 2023, I highly recommend going to watch some videos from that era just before you watch this, because there were a lot of serious allegations. And obviously the main one being Colleen sent her underwear to an underage Adam McIntyre. This is something that happened, it's confirmed, but there was also a lot of other inappropriate behavior happening in group chats where Colleen would speak to her young fans in group chats about very inappropriate things. And overall, yes, it led to Colleen being cancelled, or how I like to know it as, being held accountable for her actions. And now this pretty much is the first time she has sat down in length. There's been things here and there. She's referenced cancellations and stuff like that. There was a recent video that went viral of her crying to a Taylor Swift song. But this is the first time I think I've actually seen her sit down and talk about things. So I'm going to give her, well, I'm not going to give her a chance. I know what this is going to be. I know what this is going to be. I'll say that if she genuinely, admits to her faults, it's not my place to forgive. It's not my place to say even if she can earn forgiveness, but I will listen. I will listen, and we will all listen, and that's what we're going to do now. Now, this is going to be very unscripted. It's going to be a very unprofessional to my usual videos, but I just wanted to sit down and watch this. I usually put this on the second channel, but I thought, why not do that on the main channel? So here we are. Let's get into it.
Today, we're sitting down with Colleen Ballinger, actress, comedian, and YouTuber, best known for...
I mean, that's definitely a stretch. Comedian, I don't know about that.
Her character, Miranda Sings.
If you were anywhere online in 2023, you probably saw Colleen's name trending. It's because she was accused of crossing personal boundaries with fans, some of whom were minors, and the response was intense.
She posted a response video that made the whole situation blow up even more.
She did.
And what followed was one of the biggest public cancellations we've seen in a while.
Now, I know, I think it is fair to refer to it as a cancellation, but as I said just now, I feel like it should just be referred to as being held accountable for your actions. I feel like being cancelled is a very different thing. It's like when you make a dodgy tweet and somebody pulls up a tweet from 5 years ago. You've got a political opinion that you no longer align with. People get really mad at that despite the tweet being 6 years old. That's like a cancellation. To me, with what happened with Colleen, she sent her underwear to a fan. That's an actual serious thing there. That's not, oh, this person wrote a really nasty tweet. No, this is serious stuff. So I just feel a little bit uncomfortable when we kind of mix this into internet tea and drama. I have seen Adam McIntyre speak about these things. The stuff that happened with him and Colleen has clearly impacted him. Like I watched a 20-minute video about this yesterday, and even with just 1 minute of a clip about this, it was very upsetting for him to watch. And I can understand why, because Colleen loves to spin the narrative in this situation, which you're going to see.
This is actually the first time that we're meeting Colleen, and we've decided to do it now because we feel like enough time has passed for reflection and learning and for a real conversation.
I mean, I feel like she should have had this real conversation 2 years ago. This is like the Ned Former thing. Of course, they're different situations, but when he uploaded that podcast of Ariel, the first thought in my mind was, why did you not do this 2 years ago? Why did you run away and now you've come back when there's less heat and now you're hoping we're going to accept it? To me, it seems very deliberate to run away, let everything die down, let all the other YouTube drama take over, all the other YouTube situations, all the cancellations, all the very serious situations, just go over everything that you've done, and we all forget about it and move on with our lives. Then you come back and then you hope maybe they'll forgive me. But I'm not that guy. I'm not going to say that I forgive her, and I will listen. As I said, I will listen, but I think it is convenient it's took 2 years for this.
Behind the headlines.
It's easy to form opinions based on what we see online, but harder to sit down face to face and ask questions about what's really happened, what someone's taken from it, and how they're moving forward.
Our goal isn't to revisit every detail, but to understand the human side of the story that
What's the human side? Like, I don't know if these guys are going to be combative against her. I don't know if they're going to be addressing everything. Like, I know they just said they're not, but I don't know if they're going to be basically not coming after Colleen, but being critical of her actions. The first minute, I don't know if I get the vibe that that's going to go down that route. I feel like if we're going to have this conversation, we do actually need to go through every single detail, because there are a lot of details. There's a lot of serious stuff that took place over the years between Colleen Ballinger and her fans.
Came very public.
So today, Colleen is here to share her perspective in her own words, to share what she's learned, what she regrets, and what she hopes all of us take away from it now.
And we're here to listen.
Here's our conversation with Colleen Ballinger.
All right, let's get into it.
Now that I'm a mom, obviously every choice I make, I think about how it could affect my children. And I wish that I went into my interactions with my fans with that same mindset of like, everything I say can affect them, and think about how this can affect these people that you're interacting with.
I mean, first off, straight away, I'm feeling like I'm being a little bit manipulated here. It's giving Ned Former once again of the thing of like, when they do something terrible, and I understand that you learn from your mistakes in life, but I feel like Colleen was a grown woman when she was going into these group chats, when she was sending things to Adam McIntyre, when she was having inappropriate conversations. I don't think you need to get into a position of where you're inappropriately messaging your young fans to realize that that's a bad thing. I don't think that you need the entire internet to be hounding you for you to realize messaging minors is a bad thing as a grown woman, especially in any case it's bad, but Colleen Ballinger is a massive content creator with millions of fans. Well, at least she used to have millions of fans, but you know what I'm saying here. It's even worse in that extent because there's even more of a power dynamic there. But either way, I don't think that you need to have this traumatizing event of the internet coming after you to realize that messaging minors is a bad thing. So I already feel a little bit, manipulated here. I get that she's going to be like, I've learned and I've changed. And maybe she has, maybe she has learned from this stuff. But I feel like this excuse is the same thing Ned Former used of, I'm now practicing empathy. I'm now practicing gratitude. And it's like, why did it take you cheating on your wife to come to the conclusion that empathy is something that you should practice?
Next guest tonight is one of the most popular YouTubers in the world. Her videos have garnered more than 1 billion views online.
You all know her as Miranda Sings.
Please welcome Colleen Ballinger.
It is crazy how, massive she was in the world. I'm sorry to keep on. If you're going to get mad at me for cutting you through, this is why I'm here. I'm here to give commentary, but it is crazy how massive she was. She's on... this guy shot. I know who this guy is. I just don't know his name. Is this Stephen Colbert? I think maybe.
Billion subscribers, nearing 2 billion views. Now a Netflix show. You're famous. You're famous.
I also just don't get it because she's not funny. I don't want to be rude, but I've never understood the Miranda Sings thing. It's just weird.
We're both famous. Colleen has written a best-selling self-help book.
Again, also, I don't get it. I just don't get who buys children. We know it's children because she was messaging the children, but either way, I digress.
Is touring around the world and has appeared with the likes of Jimmy Fallon and Jerry Seinfeld.
YouTube star Colleen Ballinger, who's better known as her online persona Miranda Sings, is facing significant backlash. She's been accused of having...
Yeah, let's skip through this. Let's just get to the actual starting, because I don't want to get copyrighted.
Podcast, we have somebody who you definitely know, because if you know YouTube,
you know her.
You know
I do.
her. You have to
I know her. I know her.
Colleen Ballinger.
That is it. That is my name.
You said it right.
You did.
I get so nervous about like butchering people's names.
It's like literally the most easy. I can't pronounce things, but it's like the most easy name to pronounce. Why are we doing this?
Even though I know your name is
because
Colleen
everybody
Ballinger,
butchers
and I've
hers.
said it so many times.
It wouldn't bother me if you did. Most people don't say it right. My whole life it was Colleen Ballinger.
Yeah,
people said
I'm
usually.
Mayday, and so people are
I've
always
never
like,
heard anyone call her Colleen Ballinger. Sorry, can we just get past this? I'm going to go on 2 times speed. This is something that I'm going to do when they kind of speak nonsense, and I just want to get to the main stuff. So, skip forward if you want to get to that.
Mayday, because it's not with a middle Y.
Oh,
So
okay.
we can
Yeah, my name is Raven. People call me Janet. It's so weird. I don't understand.
Okay,
I really appreciate you.
We're happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, there is a very big elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And I think that we just have to address it.
Immediately.
All right, let's go back onto the 1 time speed.
Why Miranda?
Oh, God! I've got another person in the room. Stop. Just get into the actual topic.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking about that. I was like, how do we address this?
I know. It's pretty massive.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is pretty weird to just jump onto this whole podcast setting, and the immediate thing is to be really comedic and laughy. Like, let's be real here. Like, let's be really, really real here. I feel a bit cringy saying it because I feel like the worst people on the internet use this argument, but it is a valid argument, but I always see it used in very disingenuous and dishonest ways to kind of... Basically, what I'm going to say is, imagine if what Colleen did, right? And imagine it was a man to a younger girl. Imagine. I don't think that they would be getting treated in the same way. Now, by the way, I'm not being like one of those like anti-woke YouTubers who it's like feminism bad. I'm not doing that. But I am saying I feel like when it's a woman coming after a younger boy, it doesn't get treated with the serious nature that it should. And I feel like if this was a man and then the story of a younger girl, say Adam McIntyre was a younger girl and he sent his underwear to a younger girl, regardless if you think that was for comedy or not, I feel like we would be handling this in a very different way. I don't think we would be jumping into this podcast straight away with a comedic element. I think it would be serious from the very beginning. Just go look at Adam McIntyre's videos. He is visibly upset in them watching this stuff, understandably so, because these people are having a comedic chill sit down with Colleen. I thought this was going to be but from the beginning, for the intro they gave, I thought this was going to be some serious, we're sitting down, we're getting down to the business, but it's not. Let's start off with some comedy.
I'm sorry. I mean, luckily for you, she's been gone for a while, so you don't have anyone to compete with that name. But
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, do you actually want the answer to that question?
Yes, I do.
Why Miranda? Why did I name her? Why does she exist?
Why did you name her? We'll get
Why
into
did you name her
later.
and then that?
I was in college doing a play, like a 1-act thing, some student-run thing, and I was cast as
I don't care. Let's just skip through this.
Yes, 38.
We're the same age.
You're 38?
I'm 38.
You look a lot.
This is what I'm saying. I forgot that Colleen Ballinger is 38. So when these things were all happening between her, Adam McIntyre, and her fans, she would have been approaching 30 years old. Like, she would be getting there. So when I hear the argument she's going to get into later of she is really only now learned because she's become a parent about, like, the boundaries that she should have had previously, I think that's such bollocks. Any grown adult knows that you should have boundaries of children.
Younger than that.
But thank you.
You look like what did you say before we started? A young British boy.
Yes, I'm a young British
The loving
boy.
words I heard them speak to each other before we started
But
filming.
let's talk about it though, because you come from a big family, and I'm sure that when you have that many siblings, like you're just able to say whatever and blurt it out, and it's like joking and moving around. And one thing that I learned when I was on The View is that there's a difference between live in front of the audience and what's happening at home. And it took me a while to kind of learn that conversation. So to slowly just kind of talk about it, do you feel like you're at home when you're in front of the camera and you feel like that, or have you?
Totally.
Why are we talking about this? Like, why are we going through this right now? This isn't the topic of conversation to why anyone's here. Let's be real, people. We're not sat down to listen to Raven and Miranda speak with Colleen Ballinger. We're here to hear Colleen Ballinger defend herself, apologize, because what's this video titled? It's called Colleen Ballinger's actual apology video. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to learn about the life and, whatever of Colleen Ballinger. Just give me the details.
And that was the whole thing, right? I mean, when I started doing YouTube, it was like kind of when YouTube started.
Yeah.
So the whole appeal of it, I feel like back then, was that these people who were getting famous online, they weren't celebrities. They were real people. We were in our home. Like, that was the appeal of it, is that we were your friend. You're, someone who's just, I'm talking to you from my living room, from my kitchen, talking about my day. So yeah, definitely it's really hard to separate the two between like what's private home life and then what's part of the public persona. To me, it was always one and the same. So, and that was, that was a hard thing for me to figure out the lines and boundaries of that, because I thought that was the whole appeal of like back then, when I started doing YouTube, is that I wasn't.
Wow, this is such pointless information. Let's skip forward again. I don't know why we're not getting into the conversation straight away.
Become a YouTuber, because that wasn't a thing. There weren't influencers. It was just
still not in the conversation.
I don't like how you pronounced this word, and so I mess up how I pronounce words more moving forward. I tried to.
Okay,
I would do it more, because I was like, who sits and just writes like these are strangers to me. I don't know these people. And again, this is when it was all new. Like, this is brand new.
Sorry,
Colleen. Yeah, they thought it was so funny that people couldn't tell if she was real or not, and so people thought it was real, and
meaning they thought
Miranda was a real person.
Like, that was you.
Yeah, they thought it was. So for a while, that was it. Like, people thought Miranda was a real person, and so
this is such a mess already. Like, we're 10 minutes into this episode, and nothing has been said in Colleen Ballinger's actual apology video.
Whatever people said they didn't like in the comments, I would do it more, because I was like, who sits and just writes like, these are strangers to me. I don't know these people. And again, this is when it was all new. Like, this is brand new.
Sorry, Colleen, it's still happening.
Oh yeah, but I'm a little aware that it's happening.
These comments are crazy.
It's a lot different now. It's much different now than it was. But
so I guess what they're talking about here is the early era of cancellations and criticism on the internet of, with her character Miranda Sings, people couldn't tell if it was her or a fake person, just a persona. At the end of the day, I don't really care about this. Miranda Sings is like probably one of the most unfunny things I think that's ever, blessed the timeline of YouTube. I think honestly, like, if you go back and watch a Miranda Sings video, if you're a former fan, you will look at the content and you may feel a little bit of shame, thinking to yourself, what was going on? What was going on at that point in my life? Right? Well, I know what was going on. You were 10 years old and Colleen Ballinger was probably messaging you. That's a joke, by the way.
When they started trickling in, it was like, they'd say, oh, I don't like how you pronounced this word. And so I'd mess up how I pronounce words more moving forward. I tried to egg on the comments a little bit in the beginning, because I thought it was funny that people thought it was a real character.
Yeah, but it sounds like you were doing it sounds like you were doing performance art and having the
performance art. Like, oh God, is it really performance art? We have seen some of the videos of Colleen Ballinger playing Miranda Sings. It was actually one of the things I criticized in my series about Colleen Ballinger. I found some of the old videos of where she was in the character of Miranda Sings with Jojo Siwa, and she was saying really inappropriate things to a very young Jojo Siwa on camera, and it was uploaded to her YouTube channel. I don't really know if I can call that art. To me, it's more just puke. But yes, let's continue.
Audience inform you of where to go next, knowing that a little tinge of under the note is very appealing at times, right? And that's how you kind of gained your following, by just a little bit of irritation to where people could hate and could love at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I think the appeal in the beginning was that people couldn't tell if it was real or not. And then when people figured out that it wasn't real, they felt like they were in on a joke or something. They were in on it, and that was fun for them. And like I said in the beginning, it was an older audience for the first few years of my career, and I was doing a lot of nightclubs and stuff like that.
Like, how old do you think?
I just graduated college, so there were people my age, but it was the gay theater community. It was like a lot of like older gay men that would like come to my shows, and
this is an era I didn't know about, the gay community embracing Colleen Ballinger and her having an older audience. I feel like if it maybe stayed like that, maybe the timeline would be completely different, but it didn't stay like that. So why are we still talking about this?
So, my comedy was it was crass and over the top and whatever, but they liked that they were in on.
Crass and over the top is definitely a way to describe some of the things that she was saying to Jojo Siwa when she was 13 years old.
This joke. And Miranda was a lot more subtle at the beginning too. Over time it became this like really dramatic, more cartoony, like intense character, but like in the beginning it was much more subtle. And over time, as people commented what they did and didn't like, I would do things more. So in the beginning, people I think were drawn to the fact of, is this an actor or not? And then once they figured that out, and then the audience kind of grew and changed over the years.
Why are we talking about this? I'm going to skip ahead. I'm going to pause, and I'm going to try and find an actual relevant piece of information to talk about here, because I'm not going to lie to you. Again, I don't care about the origin form of Colleen Ballinger's character Miranda Sings. Like, it's not an art piece. It's just unfunny stuff that happened on YouTube 20 years ago. I don't need to know about it. I'm here for your apology. So let's get into it. Okay, so this is where the conversation, I believe, starts. I clicked forward, and this is where they start to get into it, around 15 minutes in. So at this point, I imagine Colleen is a little bit more comfortable. Maybe you can use that as the reason to why they got into, like, you know, her background, her story, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of laughter, maybe to loosen her up and then get into the actual conversation. If that's true, then maybe I can understand it.
You had the rug pulled out from underneath you. We will get into those and kind of talk a little bit about some of the comments people have made and how certain situations have made watchers and viewers feel. But I first want to ask you, when you first got that ting about, oh no, something is going astray, what happened personally?
Okay, let's go off 2 times here. Let's actually fully listen to this.
Internally to you.
You know, it was kind of a slow build. And I feel like I felt it brewing for a little bit first, you know. It was a very jarring experience. And first, I think I should say, you know, when my audience kind of grew and it went from this older audience to, you know, it spread and there was now a lot more teens watching me. I didn't adjust my comedy very much because I was like, well, they found me doing this.
But didn't she just say that over time her comedy changed? I'm pretty sure we just heard her in her introduction state that when she was doing, you know, content for adults, it was a lot more, I guess, on the nose. It was a lot less what it became. So I feel like she's already lying here. We just 10 minutes ago heard her explain that when she used to make content right at the beginning, it was for an older audience and it was a lot less exaggerated and it was just, you know, more for adults. And then it changed as time went on, which is effectively changing as the younger audience come in. So what you're saying here, based on your own words in this exact same conversation, is not true.
This is what they like and this is what I like. So I'm going to keep doing the comedy they like. And I did adjust it a little bit over time.
I don't get it. Did you adjust it or didn't you adjust it? Because you've said 3 different things now. At the beginning, you said you had completely. Then you said you hadn't. And now you said you slightly have. What's the story here? It's not a good start, to be honest with you.
One thing that I didn't do, and I should have been much more careful about, is I didn't adjust my interactions with my fans. And that's something I regret a lot because, like I said earlier, the difference between me and
Were you sending underwear to adult fans as well? Is that something you did?
A mainstream celebrity, at least in the beginning, was that I was attainable and look, she'll talk to us. She'll interact with us and she's talking to us from her living room. She'll talk about anything. And she's so open and she'll talk one-on-one with us. She meets us in person at her shows and whatnot. And we know her, you know, and I didn't think about when I was interacting with my fans, I didn't think about a power dynamic that could have been there. I didn't think about a parasocial.
Now, this is immediately complete bollocks. I'm sorry, but I cannot take what she's saying here seriously. Like, you do not need a growing, like, block in your life, a bad thing to happen to you, something that really makes you think and learn. You don't need that to happen to realize that inappropriately conversing with your child fans is bad. Like, that sounds crazy. Like, my neighbor's probably going to hear me saying that and be like, what is that man talking about? Like, it's so ridiculous what she is doing here. But again, I know what she's doing here. I've just done multiple videos, again, as I said earlier, about Ned Former. And this is the Ned Former, you know, like, party trick of being like, oh, there are all these bad things that I did. But now in hindsight, I've realized that those things were bad. And I would have done it differently if I had, you know, the brain power and, you know, thoughts that I have now after this big learning experience. And it's like, that's great, buddy. That's really cool. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really change anything. Like, you've done the things that you've done, but also, as I was just originally saying, you should not need these life lessons to teach you to not converse with minors in the way you are conversing with them. You are highly inappropriate to a monumental degree in these group chats, but also sending certain pieces of clothing to your young fans. Do you really believe that you genuinely just need to go through life lessons to realize that these things are bad? I don't know why she's talking about boundaries. Obviously, we all have our personal boundaries in life, but I feel like they're instinctual. You just have a level of instinctual morality in your brain. One of them being, don't inappropriately converse with minors. So immediately I think she's being manipulative here. Immediately I'm getting the PR team coming out here, which again happened with Ned Fulmer. Different situations, cheating on the wife, conversing with my, obviously different things, but I'm just getting the very Hollywood LA influencer talk here of, oh, I've now learned to install barriers in my life between me and my fans. And it's like, great. We were all doing that before any controversy ever happened to any of us. It's not starting.
Relationship. And I should have been more responsible in thinking about that, but I didn't even think of myself that way. I was like, yeah, we are friends. Like, I think
you were talking to children. You knew their age. You were conversing with children. On the regular, by the way. You were pretty close with a lot of these kids. Like that, again, kids. Hear what I'm saying here. Kids. There is no justification, but she is doing that here. She is trying to justify her actions here by stating, oh, I just thought they were my friends, and yes, obviously I should have installed barriers, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. But that's how you say it. That's how you say it. I'm sorry. But if you're truly sorry, you should just say, guys, you know what? I messed up. And I'm really sorry. There should be no 15-minute section it took to get to this. It should straight out be, I'm sorry, I did all these bad things, and I messed up. It shouldn't be, oh, I thought you were my friends. I thought you were this. I thought you were that. I should have put barriers in place. No, because now you're trying to limit the damage. You're trying to make it sound much better than it actually is. You're trying to turn it into this learning experience when it's not a learning experience. Because these are things the average human being just has in their brain already. Whereas for some reason with you, that wasn't in your brain. Is that what you're telling us? To be honest, that makes me even more concerned.
Felt the same way. And so for me, I was like, well, I'm just talking to my friends. I talk to all of them like they're my friends, my sisters, all the fans. And
they're not your sisters, though. They are children. You've admitted that you were getting a younger audience. Why would like, I don't understand I get why she's doing it. It's PR and she's trying to manipulate everyone into thinking that she's changed, learned and grown from the situation. But if I'm being honest, I don't think that there is a resolution to this situation. It's happened and she needs to accept it. But what this is her desperately doing damage control 2 years later when the things have died down, no one cares about Colleen anymore, and she's hoping that she can resurrect some of her previous audience by manipulating them. And it's probably going to work.
I definitely should have been more careful with the way I was joking with them and the things I was saying to them.
Were you joking when you sent underwear? That's a weird joke to make.
Do you feel like not having a team earlier in your career hindered you from making better decisions?
What are you talking about? A team? I don't have a team. Every YouTuber I know doesn't have a team. You might have an editor, but it's not really a team. We don't have PR teams to say, by the way, boys, by the way, can I give you $35,000 a year? No, actually, that's the UK, national average wage. Can I give you $70,000 a year to tell me not to message children? Can you tell me not to message people inappropriately in group chats? Can you do that? Because I need that, because I'm Colleen Ballinger. Makes no sense. It is weird that we're even suggesting, did Colleen need a team to not message kids? Like, let's be real. That's exactly what they're saying here. And I'm starting to get the vibe that these people aren't going to be as critical as I kind of hoped they were. And that is a damn shame. It is a damn shame that these people are the people taking Colleen to task, and they're absolutely not taking her to task. It's asking silly questions like this.
I definitely wish I had someone to give me advice.
What advice do you need? Oh, Colleen, yeah, don't message kids. Don't message, that's a bad thing. It's like, oh my God, what are we doing? Why are we doing? Why are we really saying this?
You know, I was with that group of like the first YouTubers that kind of like rose to any.
Yeah, and the problem is a lot of those first YouTubers actually all did message kids. Now, obviously, in different contexts and different stories, but I just think these original YouTubers have not learned. How are we 2 years on? She's had 2 years to contemplate, and she is still not learning and changing. She is still trying to twist the narrative, even though the narrative it's set in stone. The ink is dry. It cannot be rewritten. You cannot change this in front of us. We were all there. I have like 9 hours of videos on Colleen Ballinger. Nothing has changed, and it will not change. And for some reason, you thought it was a good idea to come on this podcast and try and manipulate everybody into believing that it's actually not what it was, and you're different now.
Sort of stardom or fame.
And if you are different now, by the way, it doesn't change that these things have happened.
You know, in the beginning. So it's not like there were people before me doing this that I could look to and ask questions about. This was a new thing.
Yeah.
And so...
Message your peers saying, by the way, guys, is messaging kids bad? They'll probably say, yeah, it is bad. Well, YouTube back in the day, maybe not all of them, but a good 75% of them will say, you know what? Yeah, Colleen, that is bad. And I'm a little bit concerned you even need to ask that question. Because again, you don't need teams to tell you to not message your young fans or to not send them underwear. You don't need a team to say that's a really bad idea. Why are you even thinking that in the first place?
And I'm not saying that as an excuse. You know,
you are.
There's
Yes, you
plenty of
are.
other people who rose to fame who didn't interact with their fans. And
you can interact with your fans. You can converse with your fans. You can do that, but you weren't just doing that. Let's be real. You were not just doing that.
Was something that I felt was...
Again, it kind of says to me, by the way, of her saying like, oh, they weren't interacting with the fans. That kind of says to me she doesn't even know why we're actually angry at her. We're not mad at you for conversing with fans. We're mad at you for inappropriately conversing with fans.
An appeal to why people were watching me at all. And I felt such pressure to like make sure I made my...
Are you gonna seriously tell us that you felt pressure to inappropriately inappropriately message children? Are you mental? Is that actually what you're doing right now? Good God, woman, have some shame. Genuinely, what are you saying?
Fans happy because I wanted to do anything that they wanted, and I wanted to write back to every letter and respond to every message, and whatever they asked for, I wanted to give them and do, because they were the reason I had the career that I have. If it weren't for them...
You are approaching your 30s. You are 38 years old, and to me it's clear that you haven't actually took any accountability in this situation. You should realize that, if you're... Like Colleen, think about this, man. There are rock stars out there, pop stars out there, K-pop stars out there with billions of followers, man. Billions. People love them. They adore them. But, you know, they don't just say, I've got to appease every fan I've got. I've got to message my underage fans. You know, I've got to do that inappropriately. They don't do that. They realize, I've got fans, young fans, and obviously they may want interactions, but you're the grown adult. You're the one approaching 30. You're the one that has to take the responsibility to realize that is inappropriate and you are not to do that. I don't even know why I need to spell it out like this.
I wouldn't have the life that I have and the amazing career that I had.
She's genuinely saying that she was worried that she'd lose her career if she didn't inappropriately message her children. I'm sorry if I keep on pausing this, by the way, but it's like every word she says is mental.
And it sounds like everything you were doing online was from a place of trying to please your fans and connect with your fans
so annoying.
And
not lose them.
Oh God. My brain's going to explode. Why are you doing this? What is going on? Why have you sat down with the person dubbed as an internet creep and you've decided to say that you think she did it because she was worried about losing her fans? Do you hear your English language coming out of your mouth right now? It's not a good thing to say what you're saying. You're making excuses. You may not think you are. You may say you're not doing that, but I'm hearing you make excuses for Colleen Ballinger, and that's probably the only reason she decided to come onto this podcast, because she knew she was going to be allowed to make excuses and they were going to make some for her.
That's pressure.
But
no, it's not. There is no pressure in not messaging your underage fans.
Even with all of that, I wish first that there was someone there to help guide me and say, like...
You do not need somebody to guide you into not messaging your underage fans when you are approaching the grown age of a 30-year-old woman.
Hey, this could look bad taken out of context.
You do not need somebody to say, hey, I don't think you should do that because it would look bad in context of messaging your underage fans inappropriately.
This could look like... this could make someone uncomfortable, or, you know...
You do not need somebody to say to you, messaging your underage fans would make them uncomfortable.
I wish there was someone there to kind of help guide me.
You do not need to wish that somebody was there to guide you to not message your underage fans inappropriately. These are all things that every human being on the planet just does naturally. Well, I say 99.99% of humans on the planet does naturally. All of us just realize that, oh yeah, there are these natural boundaries in law, but also natural boundaries that say to you, don't do those inappropriate things. They don't even say it. You just know not to. You don't even have any inclination to even want to do that. Obviously, I'm more concerned about why you didn't have those boundaries set in your brain in the first place, but also why you wanted to message them in the ways that you did. You could say that you were lonely or whatever, but at the end of the day, I know plenty of lonely people, but they're not messaging underage fans.
But at the same time, I'm also disappointed in myself that I didn't know better because other people did. So why did I? You know, so that's something that I've had to work through is like...
Yeah, you needed 2 years to work on the fact that not messaging underage fans is probably the best way to go about your career. Oh, God, Jesus.
Why didn't I think more about this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, but you're making excuses.
Didn't I think more about, you know, a parasocial relationship? But
no, it's not. Oh God, stop. The buzzwords are out again. Ned Former-esque technique here of getting all the buzzwords out. Oh guys, I realized that I was in a parasocial relationship. No, you were in an incredibly inappropriate parasocial relationship. Add in the key words there. You were so parasocially involved. I hate... My dog is sniffing on the floor. I apologize. I hate the word parasocial because these influencers, when they get caught out, love to use it like it's some get out of jail free kind of, oh guys, I've realized and understood now what the context of a parasocial relationship is, and I just didn't get it before, but now I do. Well, congratulations, buddy. Doesn't really change anything though. It just makes me think you're even more of a weirdo for not knowing about these things.
Answers to those questions?
You know, I think it all boils down to me just really wanting to make them the people pleasing tendency of like, I want to do this because this will make they're begging me to.
You wanted them.
Yeah, I'm sure Jimmy Savile said the same thing. Obviously, I know, different sort of case. I know, but come on, stop using this excuse of I wanted to please. It sounds weird. It's because it is weird.
To love you.
I wanted them to love me. I wanted them to like my content. I wanted them to be happy with what I was putting out there because, like I said, everything that I had was because they supported me. And
guys, I can assure you, you are the reason that I have everything that I have, but I am not going to send you my underwear. All right? I'm not going to do it. I just don't think it's the thing that I really want to do. I've just realized, guys. I was so tempted to send my underwear to my fans, but God, my neighbors heard me say that. I was so tempted. I was so close to do it. I went to the Royal Mail and I said, "Fucking 24-hour, please, mate. 24-hour express delivery. I need to send my underwear to my fans." But then God sent down His lightning, and it went into my heart, and it went into my brain, and I realized. Parasocial relationships are bad, guys. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord for His life lessons. Oh wow, I was so close to sending my underwear out that it was almost a tragedy. But thankfully, because of my beliefs and Colleen Ballinger, I have now realized that sending underwear to fans is bad. Thanks, Colleen. Because if I didn't ever watch this podcast, I would have went down to Calvin Klein and I would have bought a load of underwear and I would have just sent it out to everyone. Million people take my... I'm not going to continue this now.
So, you know, that's what I was trying to do, but it would have been so much better for me to think about their well-being and if this would affect anyone in a negative way. Like, that's what I wish I had done.
When did you realize?
Did it really, like, did you need to have some, like, discussion in your brain to really realize that, oh, it's bad to do the things that you were doing? Like, is that some, like, really, you were in your late 20s, man. Come on. I'm 28. I know all of these things. Any 28-year-old does. Stop with this absolute nonsense.
Is that
Also, why are these two not pressing her? Why are they not pressing her on this? It's actually quite shameful what's going on here. I understand letting, the person speak, but they're not even pressing her, in my opinion.
People were starting to be negatively impacted.
Oh, man.
They were negatively impacted the moment she sent the messages.
There's multiple moments. Because I said, it was a slow build, but like it was... I'd see people who had been fans for a long time would come to every show, were commenting on everything that I, at this point, I'd recognize because I would talk to them and I knew them. And to see them slowly drop off one at a time was like, oh, they're very upset. That was painful and really sad. And I wish I had listened more.
You don't need to listen to anyone to know that it's bad to message. And I'm sorry to keep on harping on this line, but as long as she keeps on saying, I wish I did this, I wish I had somebody to tell me to do this, I wish I said sorry, until she stops saying this and just says, right now, guys, I completely messed up, I'm going to keep on saying, you don't need all of this stuff that you've been saying you wish you had in your life at the time to realize that messaging kids inappropriately is bad.
And all of it happened. I was so caught up in the things that weren't true that were being said about me that I feel like I wasn't listening to the things that were true and the things that I did make mistakes.
Absolute bollocks. What she is saying here is just a complete load of nonsense. You did not... it's actually frustrating. I saw Adam McIntyre getting frustrated at this exact clip yesterday, and I completely get why. I'm not directly implicated in this story whatsoever, but hearing what she is doing here is genuinely disgusting. It's shameful, and she needs to be called out on it. What do you mean that you were so focused on all of the lies that you couldn't focus on the truth? Bearing in mind, the truth was she was in group chats inappropriately messaging her fans. She was saying inappropriate things to Jojo Siwa's face when Jojo Siwa was a child. She was sending out her underwear to her fans. This is what she was doing, and I don't think any lies or false rumors out there distracts from those horrible, horrible truths. But the reason she's saying it, it's a James Charles tactic now. We'll move on from Ned for now. We'll go on to James Charles. James Charles loves to be like, there's 40 different fake allegations out there about me. And there is. Fake allegations are bad even if the person has real allegations against them, mainly due to the fact that it dilutes the original story. And now she is using the technique that James Charles loves to use of where he's like, guys, there are all of these fake stories out there, and he loves to point into that direction of the fake stories, but he rarely ever speaks about the real stories. And the reason for that is because it puts a thought into their fans' mind of, oh, there are all of these false stories out there, then maybe all of the ones that people think are true are also false, And I think that's what she's doing here, in my opinion. There is no need to bring up fake stories. And by the way, in all of the videos that I made about Colleen, the majority of the stories that I went through, I believe, were true.
And take responsibility for those things.
You've not taken any responsibility. It's been 2 years. We're 21 minutes into this new podcast with your first appearance speaking about this in 2 years, and you have not taken an ounce of responsibility. If anything, in my opinion, you have regressed. This shows that you haven't even learned to the point of where you were at when you were in your ukulele video.
I was like, well, they're saying all these other things about me that are lies, and that's not true. And I was angry about those things, and I wish that I had just paused and listened for a second.
There's a lot of things that were said about you. There's been allegations.
No questions on any of the things that you just said there. No, going a little bit combative against her. Just that. That's all we're going to get. Absolute joke.
Grooming. Behavior. Or how do you, what do you think they're talking about?
Go on.
That one is, that's the one that got me the hardest. When that allegation came up, that's when I was out. I was done. Because
what do you mean you were out? What do you mean you were done? What does that mean?
It was devastating and shocking. It was very shocking because I know that my intention and my actions have...
I don't care about your intentions and actions. You were in group chats with children, inappropriately sending them messages. The intention you speak of doesn't change what you did.
Never been...
The behavior you normalized to those children doesn't get changed. You can't change that. You can't go back and change the past of what you did. You can't. I'm sorry, but you can't. And also, Adam McIntyre was harassed for years because he was called a liar in your community. Adam spoke up about this for years. I remember it was the first video I ever saw of his. He spoke up about it, and Colleen never said anything. Because when he first spoke up, he was called a liar. Colleen never did anything. Throughout this podcast so far, she spoke about how these things gradually built up over time. She could have, if she really wanted to, if she truly realized how bad things were, she could have took accountability for her actions years ago. But she allowed Adam McIntyre to be called a liar by her community, and she did nothing about it. And that's how I know this is all bollocks, this is all nonsense, because she could have corrected the timeline 4 years ago, but she did nothing, and only 4 years later is she saying anything, because 2 years ago the internet actually woke up and realized, whoa, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence here. This person is clearly a wrong'un, and that guy who was speaking about it 2 years ago or 3 years ago was actually in the right, despite we called him a liar for years on end. So no, I don't believe anything Colleen is saying here.
Fueled with the desire to manipulate or groom anybody ever. That has never been something I have done or will ever do.
You can say that, but your messages and your interactions and your actions reflect of that description. Now, I don't know if she directly is that, but I can understand why people have called her that over the years. I believe in my video, I called her a creep, something on those lines, but I can also see why people call her a groomer, because her actions, she was in inappropriate she was in regular group chats, making them inappropriate. She was a grown woman speaking to her underage fans in very bizarre ways, sending out things that she shouldn't have sent out. The way she acted with Jojo Siwa, she can say that it wasn't her intent, but unfortunately, I don't really think that matters. Your actions were incredibly inappropriate, and what you're doing now is just making excuses.
And it's a very serious accusation.
Very serious.
Mm-hmm. So when those kind of words started being thrown around, that's when I kind of
when you got the ukulele out.
I kind of shut down, and it really was, that was devastating to hear. And, you know, you asked, what does that mean to other people? That's why this was a hard thing for me to know how to navigate, because it wasn't about what did she do or what didn't she do. It
was. What are you doing? Yes, it was. This whole thing was about what you did. This wasn't about a word. I think some people out there might say that she isn't a groomer. Some people might say she deserves to, you know, face all these consequences for what she did, but they may not think she fits into that category. But everyone agrees that Colleen Ballinger did something extremely wrong for a long period of time. So no, this is exactly to do with what you did. This isn't to do with just a word. And I think what she's doing here, again, is she's trying to manipulate people into thinking that what she did was actually not perfectly fine, but not as bad as you originally thought.
More about what was her intention behind some of these actions, I think. And my intention was being decided for me by people talking.
Exactly. This is what I mean. She's trying to make it sound better than it actually is. She'll probably say sorry in this. She'll probably say, I shouldn't have done that. But she's talking about how things have been rewritten, how her intention has been rewritten by other individuals out there. And now she's going to tell us what her intention is. Well, I don't care about what your intention is. The reality is I am focusing on your actions. In this case, I don't need to focus on your intentions because you did inappropriate things multiple times that the average human being knows from a base setting human being level is wrong and inappropriate. If anyone else did this, we would say it's wrong and inappropriate. We came after people like James Charles for being wrong and inappropriate. We've come after other content creators for it. And sure, the context is different every single time. Sometimes people are being far more predatory than the others, but at the end of the day, you did something. You did a certain action as a grown adult to young minors, and that cannot be changed regardless of what you say your intention is.
About it. My intention wasn't to hurt or do anything negative ever. Now that doesn't...
Again, this is a terrible argument because how many actual predators out there have used this argument? In my years of where I've seen people come out with their apologies for messaging their fans in that way, underage fans, when I've heard certain apologies, they always love to say, I didn't intend to hurt them. I didn't intend to cause them trauma. That's great, buddy. I don't care about what you intended or didn't intend to do. People have been traumatized in this story for multiple different reasons. So no, I'm not going to care about what your intentions were, because the reality is we need to focus on your actions, not your intentions. Because I don't know what you were intending to do in 2020 or 2016 or 2017, but I know what your actions were. I've seen the screenshots. I've seen the receipts.
I mean that people weren't hurt.
Right.
And that's the part that I wish I had paid more attention to. But I obviously didn't handle the situation the way that I should have. And it's really embarrassing. I wish that I could handle it a lot differently than I did.
When you say that, are you talking about like the apology
Talking
videos?
about a musical instrument that I should
So
have.
is she not even talking about her actions here? Is she just saying, I wish I handled the apology differently? Again, I don't know what's like going on with Colleen's brain. So she's saying that she wished in hindsight she could have navigated the apology differently. Colleen, you were facing, as you've said, predatory allegations, and your first thought was to get on camera with a ukulele and sing a sing-song. That was your thought. I genuinely think you need to realize that something is wrong, because you didn't realize that what you were doing previously with your underage fans was bad, and you still seem to not realize it when you pulled out a ukulele, and you also didn't realize that singing a song to an audience that are absolutely angry with you because of your horrible actions is going to go down terribly. Are you telling me that you really didn't realize that the ukulele was going to be this astronomically hilarious thing that you get mocked for the rest of your life?
Not picked up. Yes, I mean, I should have listened to what people were saying, and I should have...
I think people want an apology.
Yes, they do want an apology. And finally, we've had a bit of like combative nature against Colleen here. But also, I'm sorry. Let's just go back to what Colleen just said there. That is utterly hilarious.
I mean, I should have listened to what people were saying.
Nobody out there was saying, Colleen, I think it's probably best you don't get on camera with a ukulele. No one out there was saying to you, Colleen Ballinger, when you are facing these predatory allegations, for the love of God, don't get on camera and start singing a song about how you're not a groomer. Nobody said to do that. Literally no one, because it was one of those things that it wouldn't even come into my mind. I remember exactly where I was when she dropped that ukulele response. I was walking home. I'd just gone out to hang out with some friends. I was near the O2 in London, and I was just about to go into the tube station, and I see a message. Somebody says to me, Colleen Ballinger has responded, and you won't believe it. And I click on the link and I see it, and I am just, I don't think we'll ever get a moment like this ever again. I don't think we will ever get a moment like this ukulele moment ever again, because it's one of those things where you just think to yourself, how are you, I don't even know, this silly, this dumb, this stupid, this low IQ, it doesn't make sense. Her response was one of the most confusing things, and I still haven't wrapped my head around it to this day. Who on God's green earth thought that it would be a good idea to get on camera and respond in the way she did? I am genuinely concerned about this individual, because it seems that she doesn't understand anything.
And I should have...
I think people want an apology. I think people want for you to acknowledge the things that happened on stage. I hope that you give that to them.
Fair play. Fair play. I will say, I believe this is Raven. She's done, I think she's done a lot better than this person. Miranda, not really contributed in any way, hasn't really actually asked any big questions in my opinion, but I can appreciate that she's actually asked that question. I'll take back some of the criticisms I made earlier. That's a good question. Well, statement.
I agree with you. I think that they do want an apology, and I am sorry. And here's the thing, is when you...
What? What? Did it just glitch?
An apology, and I am sorry. And here's the thing, is when you...
You can't just cut on an apology. You can't just have a cut there. What? So, what was removed there? I want to know that what did they just take out of this section? I am so confused right now. Who thought that this would be a good idea? I would absolutely love to know what she said between that jump cut and this jump cut. Is the apology going to continue? I imagine so.
Mess up, but when you make a mistake and do something wrong, sometimes you got to keep apologizing for it.
Yes.
And that's what I should have done.
Yes.
Like, and people keep saying it's an apology.
Wait, so are we just not going to hear her apology? She just said sorry and she was about to say something else, maybe actually go into some detail. The one thing that she's done right, say sorry, was cut short and we're not getting anything else? What?
Song. I didn't apologize in that thing.
You did not.
I did not.
You know what?
There
You are
was
correct.
no
You did not
sorry
apologize.
in that.
Yes, it was the worst response I've ever seen.
You did not. I was actually laughing. Just letting you know.
All right, I actually don't mind Raven. I felt a bit bad for being a bit mean earlier. I think the introduction to this podcast was terrible, and I think they should have just jumped into it straight away. But I don't mind Raven. I think she's done a good job here.
That was some crazy penmanship.
We also wouldn't, in watching it, I remember one of the things that we talked about was it felt like you were angry.
Yeah,
and,
I was.
And burnt out and just...
Why is Miranda giving so many excuses here? That's what this is, no? By saying, oh, we felt that you were... I mean, maybe I'm over deep in it, but it's just a weird thing to say.
Fed up.
Yeah, fed up.
I was.
Yeah.
And it's very clear.
I think it's clear that you weren't taking any accountability or responsibility for your actions, and there was this bizarre thing in your brain that convinced you that this was the route to go down. Absolutely the worst decision that you've ever made in your entire career, by the way. But I don't think that there's anything here that excuses or makes me, most importantly, understand your actions that day. There's a difference between being angry and getting on camera and saying, I'm going to sing a song about me being called this horrible thing. Like, are you thinking right? Like, genuinely, are you really saying to me that there was the excuse of being angry is why you did what you did? It's why you got on camera and sung a song? I have seen people go through controversy behind the scenes, and their thought wasn't when they were angry at people, let me jump on camera and start doing a drum solo. That would be an insane thing to do. So I think this is even more insane that she still doesn't understand the insanity of it.
I was angry, and that's why I keep saying I wish that I had just paused for a second and...
What do you mean? Again, she's acting like this happened in real time. There was an entire month of investigation. 2 months. I remember thinking that I was late to the story, and I still managed to make 2 3-hour videos and I believe 1 5-hour video about the entire story. I covered it from back to front, and then there was still time for Colleen to say something, and then one day, like a week after it, she decided to get on camera and release an apology. I may be wrong with my timelines and upload dates there, but she had a lot of time. She had a lot of time to process her thoughts. There was the entire internet criticizing her. If she wanted to understand what she had done wrong, she could have just looked at Twitter, she could have looked at YouTube, she could have looked at TikTok and Instagram, but no, she decided to bide her time and come back with a sing-song. The argument of, I wish I took more time or something like that, or just took a pause, is hilarious, because you took a pause for weeks and then you uploaded a video and manually chose to post it with a title and thumbnail. I don't care what anyone says, this is absolute nonsense designed to manipulate you into feeling bad for her and to kind of change the storyline here and make it seem like this all happened in one day. That absolutely is not the case. This was a long story that was drawn out over 4 to 5 to 6 years.
Listened to my fans,
If there's anyone you need to not to speak to, Colleen, if there's anyone you need to not to speak to, it's your fans. Have you not learned anything?
Supporters.
And process.
Because while there were things being said about me that weren't true,
Again, the James Charles technique there, get that right in there, subtly put that through and people might believe it.
People who would support me for so many years that I'm up here saying, like, I just wanted them to be happy, I wanted to make them happy. Well, they wanted an explanation. They wanted to understand what's going on. And they deserved that. And I didn't give it to them. Instead, I was angry.
So she's not even basically saying here that she should have said sorry. She's just saying that she should have just got onto her YouTube channel and explained it to her fans in hopes that they stayed. That's kind of what I'm taking from this. I'm taking her saying here, that she should have explained everything in her way to make her fans feel better. Not an apology for what she has done, not saying sorry because her actions are just completely terrible, but just, I should have, I don't know, made my fans feel better.
Sang a song, and which is crazy.
It blew shit up.
Yeah. It was crazy.
It was.
I'm aware.
Okay, just letting you know, that was crazy, bro.
Absolutely crazy. And I think, you know,
I think even Raven's like I get the feeling that Miranda likes Colleen more than Raven likes Colleen, because it is one of the most insane things that I think I've ever seen on the internet, and it will be inexplainable for the rest of history.
The dust did settle, because I like you were saying, I did want to address it, and I was being told, I got a lot of advice from a lot of people, and the majority of the advice was don't say anything. And I'm sure you know from being in the industry for so long.
I tell her all the time, don't say nothing.
Right.
Yeah, but that's different. Your friend, if they get into a controversy for making a tweet that's a bad opinion or something like that, that is different. And that's kind of what I'm sick and tired about when it comes to these situations. People love to conflate serious allegations that have happened in these types of situations with just regular YouTube drama. I'm sorry, but this isn't that. This is a very serious situation where a lot of people have been affected. This isn't, oh, ignore the people who are mad at you for your latest tweet. This is, no, you should address these things because these are life altering and you have affected other people out there, other children out there. You have altered the trajectories of their lives. So no, this isn't anything like what she's saying here and isn't comparable to whatever Miranda got into, I don't know, in her controversies in the past.
Don't address it. Don't say anything. It will just make it worse. Don't address it. Don't say anything. It'll just make it worse. But I'm a different position than a traditional celebrity because people watch me because I was so open and I talked about everything. I mean, I've talked about everything like that. I've been through my mental health and my.
I don't care. I'm saying, like, she can deal with those things and good for her, but I don't care about this. I don't.
Births and my pregnancies and my journey to fame. Like, I mean, everything I've been through, I've talked about online very openly.
Yes, but you didn't get a ukulele out and start singing a song about your mental health, as far as I know, at least.
And so, you know, my audience, that was one of the reasons they liked watching me. And so then to suddenly be like...
Again, this is what I'm saying. Do you hear... This is what I said earlier about her lack of understanding of the world. And by the way, I know she understands it. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to go off this bait that she's putting out there of, oh, I just didn't understand it. I just thought this was how I do things. And the thing of she was saying earlier of, oh, I wish I had somebody there to tell me that it's bad to inappropriately message my fans. You know, these are all things that are just a complete load of lies. She knows that she should have never done what she did. She knew that all the things that she did was bad. And back when Adam McIntyre was originally calling her out in like 2021 or whenever it was, she knew then that it was bad and she chose to stay silent. She didn't say anything then. She just allowed him to be slandered, to be called a liar, and to be pretty much traumatized. And now she's getting onto her podcast or whatever to tell us that actually now she realizes that all this is bad, and she's just trying to rewrite history. As we keep on going through this, it's getting worse and worse and worse, and it's more turning into a thing of, please just feel bad for me, guys. I've always been like this on my channel, and that's why it's completely normal. I've always spoke to my fans in this degenerate way. It's just how I worked, and I just thought that's why I'll get on camera and start singing a song about not being a predator. It's mental. Do you hear yourself?
Not only am I not going to talk about this, I'm going to sing this song about it. And it was such a choice. It was such a...
I mean, she's not wrong.
Choice.
I very much.
Such a choice, bro.
Yes. And so I think, you know, I was like getting so frustrated because I was just like, let me just address this. Like, please let me just talk. I just want to talk about it.
You didn't address it. You got on camera and started singing a song.
This. And so finally after I posted the video, it was shortly after I posted it, I was talking to someone on the phone from my team. And I was like, oh.
Wait, let me get this straight. Earlier you were saying to us you needed a team to tell you to not do things. You said to us you needed a team to tell you to not do certain things because you just didn't really have the brain comprehension to understand that certain bad things wouldn't fly well on the internet. But now you have a team. You still uploaded this. This was your first response to everything. Do you hear yourself? You're only digging yourself a bigger hole.
Huge mistake.
Because what you're saying here indicates that you wouldn't have even listened to your team in the first place. Say theoretically like 8 years ago, whenever these actions all took place originally, if you had a team then, you probably would have just ignored them in the first place, like you've clearly ignored your team here, who would have said to you, yes, Colleen Ballinger, don't get on camera and sing a song about not being a predator.
That was really stupid. It was like there was so much, I have to say something, and finally I let it out.
What does regret feel like?
Oh, it's horrible.
I mean, you're regretting the fact that you've lost your entire career and you're probably not having millions come in the bank every single month anymore. You're not regretting the fact that you did something bad. You're not regretting the fact that you've traumatized somebody. You're not regretting any of that. In my opinion, you just regret the fact that you were caught.
Horrible. It's horrible. Because because you want to fix it. You can't fix it. And that's the worst. Like, I wanted to fix it so bad, and there was no fixing it. There was nothing I could do to fix it. And that was so awful. That was because not only did I not address anything that I wanted to address, not only did I not, dispute the lies that I wanted to dispute. And
again, she's bringing up the lies. She's trying to make this seem less worse than it actually is. This is such a bad response, by the way. Like, I genuinely argue that this is worse than the ukulele response, because at least in that response, all we saw was somebody just completely losing their mind. But in this is calculated. This is manipulative. This is PR written all over it, man. This is genuinely an abomination of a response. And again, it shows she hasn't learned and changed, because did she really think getting into this podcast would change anything? Did she really think that going onto a podcast and speaking in the way that she is in this podcast was going to win back the fans, was going to convince the internet, oh yeah, actually guys, her sending underwear to fans, that's perfectly fine? No one was ever going to say that, and I genuinely cannot believe after 2 years of being cancelled, you thought this was the best way to go about things.
I just made things worse. It was so bad.
By the way, her only ever apology so far was literally cut. She said, I'm sorry, they cut it, and it moved on to something else. That is how bad this is.
So where do you think your mind went during that time? That you were so unable, I guess, to have the perspective you have now?
Were you trying to save a character? Were you trying to save yourself? Were you trying to...
Were you just like completely
blacked out in
kind
anger?
Of disconnected from it, and you're like, I'm just going to do this because I'm pissed?
I feel like it was a little bit of all of it. I mean, it was really overwhelming to...
Sorry, I've got to speed it up. This is taking too long.
Have these words thrown around in connection to me and my name that are really horrible. I mean, that's a horrible thing to be.
There's a reason that they've been thrown around, though. There's a reason that these allegations have come out about you. It's not like these are just baseless allegations with no proof or evidence whatsoever. There is a reason to why all of your fan base completely abandoned you. You literally said before this that you were devastated that your fans had left. You were devastated realizing that fans were going because they were mad and upset at you for the things that you had done.
And to be accused of when you know that you are not that, especially because, in my opinion, that's one of the worst things a person can be. It probably is. And so to be accused of that, knowing that I'm not that.
Are you speaking of grooming?
Grooming. Grooming and in any way harming children. Yeah. Is the opposite of something or someone I am or ever would want to be.
That's not true. Unfortunately, that's not true for your sake. You have harmed children. You have. With your actions, you have. Now, you can say that you're not a G-word or whatever you want to call it, a groomer. You're not that. You can say that if you really want to say that. But at the end of the day, people are going to call you it for your actions. People have seen what you have done in the past. And unfortunately, to a lot of people out there, for your sake at least, unfortunately, that fits their textbook definition. Now, we can debate, the semantics of it. We can debate the semantics of the word. I am personally here just to say that what she did in 2018 or whenever it was absolutely heinous, and there is no excuse for it. And her saying it wasn't her intent to hurt anyone, it wasn't her intent to do this, to do that, she was just trying to be a good YouTuber to her fans, it doesn't change anything. We're judging you by your actions, not your supposed intentions. And by the way, she should have known these things were bad 7, 8, 9 years ago. She should have known it, but she's trying to pretend that she didn't, which is absolutely bollocks.
And so to be connected to those words was devastating. It still is. And that's something that will,
it'll follow you around.
It will.
It will follow you around.
It will.
And rightly so.
Moments in your live shows where there were children brought up on stage and you were as showbiz says, going for the funny in a lot of moments. However, looking back at moments, there is another person on the internet who is saying that when she went up on stage for your live show, she was a part of the yoga challenge section of your show. And it made them feel gross. Later in life, they were essayed. And when they look back at that moment with you, they feel similar feelings. Can you dive a little bit deeper into what happened at the yoga challenge?
So it was a challenge on YouTube for a while for people to try out different yoga poses. Like couples would do it together because if you're not experienced in yoga, it's difficult to do. And so since I'm a YouTuber on my live show, sometimes I would do challenges from YouTube. So I did that challenge and I'd have people come up on stage and we would try out different yoga poses that popped up on the screen. And obviously we could never do them and I would be, flailing about as Miranda. And there was one pose where there are two people and both legs are spread up and you're holding each other's legs. And I genuinely never thought of it as a sexual or inappropriate thing. To me, the joke was that when the legs were open to do the pose.
I have not seen the clip she's describing for a while, but I remember it happening. I remember the clip going viral and the people speaking about it. I spoke about it in previous videos, and I remember it being incredibly inappropriate. So once again, what we have here is her trying to change the narrative of the situation. She's admitting, obviously, these things happened. She's admitting that this person had her feelings, but she's trying to divert the situation and people's beliefs about what actually happened by, again, stating what her intention was her. And again, unfortunately, Colleen, that's not going to work because we're not judging on intention, we're judging on actions.
The fart sound effect came on screen. So it was like once the legs opened up, there was a fart sound. And to me, that was all I thought that joke was. I never knew that was something that would make someone feel uncomfortable and trigger emotions and feelings. I feel terrible about that. Genuinely, when I heard about that, I felt so bad because that is something I'd never want to do.
Are you going to say sorry then?
Trigger anyone, but especially a girl who's been through horrible things in that manner. Like that, it feels so terrible that me doing this silly yoga joke, in my mind, was a silly yoga joke, could be something that could trigger her in such a negative way and affect her in such a negative way. And it's awful. And I'm really proud of anyone who's been able to come forward and
is this just going to be excuses for the rest of the entire podcast? Let's try and see if they go any further into the actual details, because we've gotten through the main part now. I don't want to watch pretty much every single minute of this podcast. I mainly wanted to see if she actually says sorry. So let's skip a bit forward.
How it seemed to me, I didn't think more about how that could be affecting the younger people in the audience.
Do you feel like you have a different perspective now between, let's say, like bad judgment and harmful behavior?
I definitely do. Yeah, I certainly think that and especially now, now that I'm a mom, obviously every choice I make, I think about how it could affect my children. And I wish that I went into my interactions with my fans with that same mindset.
Again, this is what I mentioned earlier towards the beginning of the podcast. She's doing the Ned Former tactic, and it's genuinely disgusting. She's saying, oh, well, now I've done this. Now I've got this. Now it's past what those events that have actually taken place and, have traumatized people. Now that's happened. I've realized, guys, that, messaging kids is actually a bad thing. Now I've got kids. I've realized that actually that's bad. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't resurrect this situation. That doesn't change anything. And to me, what I'm hearing here is just more excuses. I'm hearing somebody trying to make this all seem a lot less worse. I'm hearing somebody manipulate their audience that's remaining, or trying to manipulate people like us into thinking, oh, she's grown and she's changed. Well, unfortunately, my friends, that doesn't work in the context of what we're talking about today. That type of argument of growing and change is, oh, this person used to have terrible political opinions and now they've grown and changed and become a better person. I can accept that, for that type of argument. But this, I can't accept it. I don't care that you've got children. I don't care that that's made you realize that, oh, messaging kids is a bad thing. That's just something that most human beings know is a bad thing. I don't have kids and I know that's a bad thing. So it's worrying that you in your 20s didn't know that that was a bad thing.
Everything I say can affect them, and think about how this can affect these people that you're interacting with.
Did parents ever confront you after? Did you ever get any kind of interaction with an adult who said, this didn't feel good for me and my child?
No, I never did personally. I don't know if someone got that message and I never received it. The only complaint I ever remember receiving in that way, in person from a live show or anything, was at the beginning of my shows, I used to do a ukulele song. Where I would,
damn ukulele.
Jesus.
I know. Where I would sing the hate comments that I received. And there was hate comments, so there was a lot of bad language, and the comments were on the screen, and I would sing them.
Don't care, let's skip forward.
People were laughing with you and quote unquote at you because of the character. It must feel so like two-faced for you, for all these people who were laughing with you. And then all of a sudden,
have them turn against you.
I don't, yes, it's painful to see people who support.
Well, they've turned against her because she messaged kids. Like, I don't understand the argument we're making here. They turned against her for a pretty valid reason, in my humble opinion. I don't get why we're even asking that question. And this is kind of why I don't even want to go through the rest of this podcast. We're going to get through a bit more, don't get me wrong, but I just know this is just going to be nonsense from here on out. We're 35 minutes in. We haven't necessarily had a proper apology. We've had an I'm sorry, but it got cut off. That was the main reason we were here, and it got cut off. But let's hear what she has to say. Does she feel betrayed by her fans?
Me and laughed with me and all this stuff. Suddenly turn and change their mind about it.
Uh-huh.
But I don't blame anyone but me for. I completely blame myself, especially because I know that people do make mistakes and people can.
I clapped you and I regret it instantly, man. Jesus, I thought you were about to say something that actually makes sense. But no, it's, oh, guys, people make mistakes. What you did isn't a mistake. You traumatized people. I'm sorry, but you absolutely did that. So no, this isn't just, oh, I made a little mistake, guys. A little mistake is, oh, guys, sorry, I said something dumb. I got a fact wrong in my commentary video. It's not, oh, guys, sorry, I mistakenly sent my underwear to somebody. Guys, sorry, I sent my Calvin Kleins to somebody again. Royal Mail, Express 24 hours delivery, and they sent it to their address. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. That's not a valid excuse because it's not an excuse.
Learn and grow and change. And one of my biggest mistakes was not listening and addressing things and taking responsibility.
Oh, God, it's just more of what we've gone through. Is this going to be...
I just want you to forget that. I will never...
Is this just going to be a repeat of everything they've said so far? I've got to learn, grow, and change. I wish I had people there to tell me not to do it before. I wish I was the person that I am now. That doesn't change anything. Is that going to be anything of, like, value here?
Joke you what?
Cut it. I stopped doing it because it was... my fans were... A lot of them were younger at this point, so I was like, I'm not... Obviously, this joke is not... I'm not going to do this anymore. It's not working. It's not appropriate. And so I cut that. I regret doing that. I should have never brought kids up on stage, even though the joke was that...
Okay, so you regret bringing up kids on stage. Okay, you regret it because you were caught. That's basically it. Like, I feel like the vibe I'm getting from all of this is she just regrets that she was caught in pretty much every aspect. I'm not getting an I'm sorry. So I am going to just skip through it. There's still nothing of value.
Everyone is saying kind of the same thing.
Something of value.
Everyone seems to know the joke. Everyone seems to understand it. Everyone is saying, send it. And then you have this person not dropping it after that, but continuing the conversation weeks after this has happened. I can see where you don't think about potential negative consequence because in that moment it feels pure.
And you're not sending it in a sexual manner.
No. Well, I appreciate that. But at the same time, it was my responsibility to know.
Okay, they're talking about the messages. Let's go back.
In there somewhere. That was maybe not, because I hesitated. But then I was like, and I didn't send it. I didn't. Something like that. I was doing a live stream and I always loved giving away gifts to my fans.
Oh, here we go.
Send them a body paint of Miranda's or a lipstick or an old shirt, Usually it was to encourage them to donate to a charity event that I would do every year. But I loved giving out stuff. And so I was doing a live stream like I did pretty often, and I was opening up a box of
Let's talk about Adam
clothes that I bought.
Here.
And in it was this underwear bra set that I didn't order. And it was we were all laughing about it. So everyone in the chat was laughing about it, me and my friend, and he actually put it on over his clothes. I was like,
recontextualizing the situation here, by the way. The recontextualizing the situation. It was still yours. It was still your underwear. Even if you didn't order it or whatever, it's still yours. And I think it is still inappropriate to send it to a kid. That is very weird. Why would you even be in communication with that kid in the first place? And we know they had direct communication. She's recontextualizing the situation to benefit her. And do not accept this. This is insane.
Yes, and we were laughing about it. And there are people in the comments saying, oh, send that to me. Send that one to me. And we were like, we're not going to do that. That's crazy. But then there's one fan in particular who kept asking us to send it.
Adam,
and I was like, obviously you can tell in the live, I'm hesitant about it because there is a little bit of brains in there somewhere.
Oh, there's a little thing in there that makes you think, oh yeah, this would be an incredibly inappropriate thing. And just because if they are consistent with asking you for something, it doesn't mean you then reward them with that something, right? Does that make sense, guys? Like if somebody is saying, if a kid's going up to you and saying, oh, I don't know, can I hang out with you? You're 25 years old. Can I hang out with you? You say no. You keep saying no, or you just ignore them and they keep on asking. You don't just cave in. You don't just cave in and send them your underwear, obviously. So what argument is this?
That was maybe not, because I hesitated. But then I was like, and I didn't send it. I didn't. But then it just became an inside joke with the fandom, and everyone was telling me to send it, and he kept asking for it. It was months of this. And so finally I did, and it was very public.
She's basically blaming the fans here. She's basically stating it became a joke in the fandom. It just kept on happening, and I just ended up doing it. I just ended up sending it. You clearly knew that it was bad, by the way. But the fact that you didn't send it originally, and you also just said there was hesitation in your mind, you knew it was bad, and yet you still admit to doing it. But despite that, you're still still trying to change the narrative of what actually happened here by your intentionality of everything.
As a joke. And it was like a part of my brain was missing an action of like, hey, this is not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a really bad idea. And now you're acting like you have suddenly realized that and it changes anything.
It's bad. It wasn't a pair of my...
Are you going to say sorry?
Something that I sent to a young fan in an inappropriate way, but it was inappropriate. Like, why would I, what part of me thought like, everyone will know this is a silly joke in the fandom. Like that was, I wish I'd never done that. That was so inappropriate. And if he...
Say sorry?
...was made to feel uncomfortable because of that, like, I feel terrible.
If he was made to feel uncomfortable about that, this is the same individual who we're talking about here that has spoken about Colleen and the actions that she has done for years now, was called a liar about it originally. She did nothing to dismiss that. She did nothing to say sorry to him until, and even then she's barely, I don't even think she's made an apology directly to him. And still, she is still changing the narrative on it to this day. She is still not owning up to it. She's still not taking any accountability, in my opinion. She's just trying to change what people think happened. She's trying to make people think her intentionality was different.
So sorry, because that was not my intention with that. I thought it was like a silly inside joke with the whole fandom. It was all very public, and it was
the inside joke of sending your 13-year-old fan underwear. Great joke, mate.
I thought it was a silly thing, and it was so stupid.
It's also difficult, I think, in that specific situation when you feel like
Are you going to make... Please don't make excuses. Please don't make excuses. I will turn this podcast off right now if you make an excuse.
Given permission, if you will, because everyone is saying kind of the same thing. Everyone seems in on the joke. Everyone seems to understand it. Everyone is saying, send it. And then you have this person not dropping it after that, but continuing the conversation.
Yeah, you don't just cave. You don't cave. They're a kid. Of course they're going to be acting this way. They're a kid speaking to their favorite influencer.
After this has happened, I can see where you don't...
No, you can't see it. What are you saying? It almost sounds like you're agreeing with it.
About potential negative consequence, because in that moment it feels pure.
And you're not sending it in a sexual manner.
No.
Oh God, what are these excuses? It doesn't matter. The intentionality of it. You did it. You sent it. The action has happened. Oh my God. Again, change the gender. If I sent out my underwear, my lovely Calvin Klein, I don't even own Calvin Klein's. It's just the only underwear brand I know. If I send them to a 13-year-old girl in my audience, send me to jail, lock away the jail cell, throw away the key. That's obviously an insane thing. Why are we making this argument here? This is genuinely disgusting, and I really do feel bad for Adam McIntyre in this situation. Even years on, his story is being demolished by this horrible load of nonsense. People are still trying to doubt him, recontextualize him, change the narrative on what happened, and it is just disgusting.
Well, I appreciate that, but at the same time, like, it was my responsibility to know.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I shouldn't send this. This could look really bad.
Say
This
sorry.
could make people uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yes.
That's where, even though it doesn't matter how many people are egging it on or asking for it, begging for it, and thinking it was so funny, and everyone, seems like this joke, I should have taken a second and been like, maybe send a bobby pin.
Maybe don't send anything to the 13-year-old fan.
Yeah. Like, this is not the thing to send to someone. This is not something
a silver one or a black one?
Well, I think I usually use the black ones.
Yeah,
somewhere in
the
there.
brown and
Black
that's
threads.
Something else.
Oh, that's great. We're joking. We're making little funny jokes, little quirky jokes about her sending underwear to fans. That's definitely not weird and odd.
That has come up and been discussed is the fact that you would participate in group chats with
your
fans, and there were minors in those chats, and there would be questions regarding their virginity and sex positions.
Right.
Inappropriate questions are being asked to underage people. What was going on?
That's true. It's completely inappropriate. And I used to do this weekly question and answer thing with my audience. And
God, she says, yeah, that was true, and we used to do it weekly. Is that what she's about to say?
that particular group chat was full of a bunch of different fans of all ages, but they were crass and funny and ridiculous, and they would, whenever I asked for questions for my channel, they would
recontextualizing the situation, not really admitting to a fault other than saying that yes, that happened, they were crass, they were funny. She's trying to put it into your mind that she thought that this was a funny group chat and she could say anything in it. You're a grown adult, you're a YouTuber, already a power dynamic there are children in that group chat, there is no excuse for it being crass and funny.
Asking me questions like that. They would ask me questions they knew I wouldn't answer, that were over the top, inappropriate. So when one of them, which this part of the conversation is now deleted, those parts of the conversations are deleted or gone or somehow, I don't know. But when they asked for questions for theirs, I was trying to do the same jokes that they had just previously been doing with me. Stupid and inappropriate.
Why were you in a chat where they were doing it with you in the first place? Why were you in a chat where you were experiencing that type of humor with your underage fans? It's not stupid what you just said. You just said stupid. It wasn't stupid. It was wrong. It was disgusting, and it should have never happened. And you're still trying to alter what happened, even though you're on this podcast, which is apparently your actual apology.
Rich shouldn't have done it. I feel really embarrassed and stupid. And
did you know they were underage at the time?
I knew that there were teenagers in the chat. Yeah.
Oh God, Jesus! And she still hasn't gone into the apology. Said, "I'm sorry" 30 minutes ago, and that was that on a cut, by the way.
I did know that, and I also thought, well, they all know I'm not serious.
Are they going to make any more jokes after this? By the way, she's just admitted to inappropriately conversing with 13-year-olds about seriously disturbing things. Are they going to make any more jokes? Because if they do make jokes, that is absolutely disgusting. Look at who you're talking to. For this entire podcast, they've been trying to say that this person isn't a predator, pretty much. I can understand why somebody would say that's predatory. Being in group chats, in approaching your 30s, acting in the way she did, I can get why people would say that she is predatory.
Answers these questions.
Because again, if it was a man with a bunch of 13-year-olds girls, we would say 100% that's predatory. Why is it any different here?
They all know that I'm just joking around like they do this to me. They know I'm not going to answer the questions. I know they don't want to answer. Like I thought like this was, it was clear between all of us that like I was joking. I didn't actually want.
Again, recontextualizing it. She's not taking any responsibility. I was joking, guys. It was clear. It wasn't clear. They were 13-year-old. They were teenagers. They were kids. They were children. Probably wasn't clear to them. They probably thought they had a bit of a chance with you. They probably thought that, maybe I can become really close with Colleen. Maybe I can become besties with Colleen. So no, this isn't just this was a clear thing. It might have been clear to you, which personally I don't believe. I don't believe that you set any boundaries in your brain whatsoever, because you've basically told us that in this same podcast. You said to us that you need a team to tell you to do things before you do them in regards to boundaries with children. So no, I don't think there were any boundaries there. I don't think it was clear, especially to how kids are. Young children who are fans of somebody, if their adult superstar celebrity is speaking to them in a certain way that you were, they're not going to know if that's clear or not, because they're kids. They don't understand the boundaries. They don't understand what's clear and what's real and what's not real.
From this person, I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny to ask a really absurd, crazy question. And there were a bunch of questions I asked. Those were just
definitely normal for the 30-year-old woman or approaching 30 to think it was funny to speak inappropriately to minors.
A few of the awful ones that I did, and I should have never done that. That was crazy of me.
It wasn't in a grooming fashion.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
it
God.
was in.
It wasn't in this fashion. Again, speaking about intentionality, trying to change the narrative here by saying, it wasn't my intention to do this. Let's focus on the action. Let's focus on the actions of what she did. I don't care about the intentionality here. She did what she did. And again, I'm sorry to keep on saying the gender thing, because it does make me feel like I'm this conservative, anti-woke YouTuber. I'm as woke as it gets, baby. But what I'm saying is, though, I feel like there is a genuine thing with young boys, young victims who are boys, not being taken seriously, and their stories are just dismissed so much. And I feel that's exactly what is happening here with Adam McIntyre and all of the other fans that were involved. It's genuinely disgraceful that it's still happening, and they've got onto a podcast 2 years after everything and believed that this was the right way to do it.
A stupid fashion. It was like I shouldn't.
For the laugh?
A stupid fashion. Are we hearing this?
For the laugh. I thought it would make them laugh. I thought they'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. Ha ha ha. Like how they did with me often. They were very funny. That group chat of all these different guys. They were very funny, very dedicated, wonderful.
They were kids. They were children.
So you were being one of the kids.
Yeah, right.
And you had forgotten.
No, she was again, what are these excuses for Miranda here? You were being one of the kids. She was a grown woman.
Yeah,
so
right.
Imagine if this argument was used in a courtroom, for example. Oh, sorry, I was just being one of the kids when I did these incredibly inappropriate things. That's insane.
Acting more like one of your kid viewers versus remembering that you were actually the adult in the chat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my God. We're not in Split here. She doesn't just become another human being. She's not doing that. She is still Colleen Ballinger. What am I listening to here?
Lends itself to the power dynamic that you had referenced earlier, where you kind of had lost the awareness of that relationship.
Stop. Do you hear yourself?
Dynamic.
There was no part of me that was wanting that information truly from them. I wasn't trying to get anything out of them. I was just trying to be like one of them, which is embarrassing to admit, because that was not my responsibility in that time. I was trying to be silly like them and be their friend, when in reality I was the one who's supposed to be the responsible one. I was the adult there that should have never participated in that conversation and should have never joked with them about that kind of stuff. There's a power dynamic there, that parasocial relationship that I wasn't thinking about, which was irresponsible of me. Like I should have been thinking about that, and I should have removed myself from that chat immediately when they were joking about things that were inappropriate. I shouldn't have ever participated in those conversations.
By the way, she's recontextualizing things there too. She just said when they were joking about these things, you were the one that was joking about these things, and we've seen evidence that you initialized these conversations. I'm so tired. I'm tired of listening to this and the lies. This is so insane.
And it was rare that I was in there talking to them, but that is one of the moments where I did interact, and I wish that I hadn't.
Let's talk about JoJo for a second. So we know JoJo. You know
What up,
JoJo. You became friends with her when she was how old?
Let's just get to the juice and then call it a day, honestly.
Come over to our family gatherings and hang out with my family where we... Yes.
And within an industry of entertainment, which is what YouTube is now, people are going to interact of all different backgrounds and all different ages.
Yes.
And
we're
there
go
are
on
so many
speed,
YouTube
honestly.
kids
This is just too much.
that are not on YouTube because they're doing it themselves. They have their parents there with them. And we know Jess as well. We know the family.
I'm sorry if you're getting annoyed at how I'm handling this, by the way, but it's just so jarring to listen to.
There will never, ever be a time where Jess is not aware of what JoJo is doing. Yeah. And I want to keep people aware that we really do have to be careful in how we throw stones at people when we don't know the entire story. When there is a culture within the entertainment
Stop. Oh my God, please.
industry that not a lot of people understand.
So much has happened, and
Is that really it? Is that really all we're saying here?
I can only imagine that having to absorb and internalize all this, a lot of it must have made you have to change. I want to know about some of these changes you've gone through since I
I don't care. I do not care. So the next 10 minutes is basically just going to be, oh, I've changed. I've done all of these things to make me feel better about myself. Okay, now the comments are basically just her pretty much just these people are getting absolutely... I don't know what I'm saying here. These people are getting angry. They're getting very angry, and I can understand too. What is wrong with y'all for platforming someone who is still to this day claiming that her victims are lying? Exactly. She literally was doing it in this podcast. The gaslighting during this entire episode is insane. I feel so bad for all of Colleen's victims. Again, I completely agree. She hasn't apologized to the children she affected. Again, completely agree. All she did was say, I'm sorry, and then there was a jump cut. That literally was it. There was nothing else. It was just jump cut. We're going to move on from there. She said she's sorry. And they have the gall to say this the exclusive apology. No, it's not. No, it's not. She said, I'm sorry for 3 seconds and didn't really go into any detail about why she's sorry. And then the rest of the podcast was just her making excuses for the entire thing. So no, I don't think that this is going to exactly go down well with Colleen Ballinger. And if anyone's going to be making an apology, I imagine it's tea time with Raven and Miranda. Because as much as I think Raven did do good here and there, I think towards the ending, the level of excuses were genuinely insane. The level of just allowing Colleen to get away with what she was saying and also to back her in some of the situations that she was speaking about is genuinely wild. This is an hour and 4 minutes of Colleen dismissing her victims, saying that they were lies, and basically not apologizing to any of them directly. And that's how I'm going to kind of end this very messy video that isn't really it's not like a video that I usually do on this main channel. She should have apologized directly to her victims. But not just that, she should have said their names. She should have said, I am sorry, Adam McIntyre. But she never did that, because I genuinely believe that she still is resentful to all of these people. I don't think she's taken accountability. I believe that she probably still thinks that they're all liars and that they're all people that have just completely ruined her career out of, I don't know, being evil or something on those lines. Because if she had genuinely taken accountability, if she was genuinely sorry, she would get on camera, not in a podcast, but on camera for 5 minutes, said the victims' names, apologized to them directly, and ended the video there. So no, I don't think this is going to help Colleen Ballinger. If anything, this is just going to light another fire about how terrible she truly is. But yeah, with that, I'm going to end the video there. I genuinely cannot believe what I just watched for an hour and a half straight. I'm sorry if it wasn't very edited or what you would really expect from me, but I feel like stuff like this, sometimes you just need to do unscripted. I knew it was going to be bad based on some of the clips that I've already seen, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Genuinely, probably the worst podcast episode I've ever watched in my entire life. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out, and yeah, bye-bye. Hello everyone. Now, obviously, I'm in a different setting again. I'm in my computer setting where I react to things, because basically the other day I made a video where I reacted and responded to Colleen Ballinger's latest apology, response, and basically what I want to do here today is kind of like a part 2, because I didn't actually finish the entire podcast. I missed out the last 15 minutes, and I've had a lot of people say to me, Fraser, you need to go and watch this 15 minutes. There's a lot of stuff in it that you missed out, and it's a lot of stuff that I think you'd be interested in. There's conversations surrounding Jojo Siwa and just in general where Colleen Ballinger is at right now with life. But before we do that, I also want to speak about how this has gone down. So yeah, in my video originally, basically we just tore this thing apart. This was one of the worst apologies I think I've personally ever seen, and the fact that the title has changed is obviously like not a good sign, you know. When a title has changed on YouTube, it's either for algorithmic reasons or you're getting cooked. And yeah, as you can see, the original title is Exclusive Colleen Ballinger's Actual Apology, and then now it's exclusive Colleen Ballinger tells her side. And yeah, obviously this is because this apology, well, it wasn't an apology. As we went through in my video, it was just one of the worst and weirdest responses I think I've ever seen. I highly recommend watching my first video before watching this one, because you'll see the true extent of just how bad this was. I was genuinely dumbfounded, and I do not use the word dumbfounded often, at how weird and bizarre this was. The two hosts on the podcast were basically on her side for the majority of it. There was an occasional combative response, but overall, it was just a really, really bizarre thing. And yeah, obviously, not an apology, and now it's Colleen's telling her side, which she definitely is telling her side in this. That is definitely a way to put it, because it's not an apology. The only time she ever says sorry, she goes, "I'm sorry," and it looks like she's about to get into something, and then it just cuts. It cuts, and she carries on in this defensive format of where she's trying to recontextualize the situation. She's trying to make it look a lot better for herself, and yeah, I imagine you've all already watched my video, or other people's video, or Colleen's, well, whatever this is. So yeah, I just wanted to give you, you know, the gist of what was happening there if you haven't watched anything to do with this. But also, what I want to do today, I want to go through the facts, man. I want to go through the facts, because in my video, I was talking about my previous video I'd done in it, which was this one right here. Colleen Ballinger, the horrific truth behind YouTube's worst creep. Now, I uploaded this 2 years ago, but it did 4 million views. That's my most viewed video I think I've ever had. Thank you very much, by the way. And basically, I want to kind of skip through, after we get through the first 15 minutes, I want to skip through this, because especially this part here, where it goes through the original situation involving Adam McIntyre. So yes, I'm going to be reacting to myself, who is also giving reactions to Adam McIntyre, who's given reactions to Colleen Ballinger. We're getting meta today, people. We're getting very, very meta. And then, yeah, I also want to speak about this, because Colleen Ballinger, I forgot to mention, in 2020, she did somewhat address the situation. Now, this is a video which was... It was a mix of addressals on multiple things. A lot of criticism directed towards her Miranda Sings character and how she, you know, did the character in certain ways. And then I also want to briefly take a look at this, which, to be fair, most of it does come in my video, but that's all going to come after this. I just wanted to explain why we're here. But firstly, I mentioned this video that Colleen uploaded recently called Live Reaction to Taylor Swift's new album. And yeah, as you can see, I was searching for the word cancelled, because I have been told, and I remember seeing the clip, but I can't remember, that she basically compares herself to Taylor Swift, saying that the song that Taylor Swift made was about her. And I don't know, maybe she's joking, maybe she's not. Let's just quickly take a look at this.
Okay, that's Bob. It's Bob. He's my favorite song about a wiener. Oh no. Oh no, the next one's canceled. This one's about me. I don't want to hear this one. I'm scared. Okay.
Yes, so then she just reacts to the whole song, and throughout it, she just kind of looks like utterly like devastated at the lyrics, "Did you girl busk too close to the sun?" And it's like, Taylor, I don't think what you were doing when you were sending your underwear to minors was girl bossing too close to the sun. Either way, I found it very funny when I first saw it. It doesn't actually sound that funny when you first look at it. Now I feel like a bit of a mug, but alas, I just kind of wanted to bring it up because I mentioned it in my original video. But this is messy. This is what this whole format is. I promise you the next video is going to be a well-edited, scripted video. I've heard people say we prefer this live format. That makes me happy, but also sad, because it's like, spend 20 million hours working on a fully edited, scripted video, and then you make this, where it's just easy. It's nice. I like talking to you guys like this, but it's easy, and I don't know how to respond to these comics. But thank you very much. Please subscribe. And with that, let's get into her talking about JoJo Siwa, and then we'll get into everything else.
People will say that that was an inappropriate friendship for you two to develop.
Talking about JoJo Siwa here, because basically for the context, there is a lot of weird stuff in regards to Colleen Ballinger and JoJo Siwa. Well, I'm on the wrong screen. Basically, Jojo was about 13, 12 years old, around that age of when she was like first getting very successful. She was on Dance Moms, everybody was starting to know her. This was kind of before, well, she was an influencer, don't get me wrong, but not what she is nowadays, you know. This is a long, long time ago, very kid-friendly, very involved with Nickelodeon, and basically there was, I can't show it in this video because I don't want it to get age restricted, but I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. If you know the Colleen Ballinger story, she was making a lot of inappropriate 18 plus explicit comments, jokes around a 13-year-old Jojo Siwa. It was very, very weird. And I've seen some people, in particular on this video what she uploaded about the Miranda Sings character. And it's interesting to look back on now, where somebody here says, I'm guessing a lot of people don't realize how different our world even was 15 years ago. And in a way, it's kind of true. And I think it kind of worries me that 15 years ago it was like acceptable. Not even 15 years ago, the Jojo Siwa stuff was 9 years ago, but the fact that like even 9 years ago on YouTube it was acceptable to make like really gross explicit comments directed towards a young kid like Jojo Siwa when you're a 30-year-old adult. And the same goes for like when Shane Dawson, a lot more clips came out about Shane Dawson in 2020, and a lot of people made the argument of, oh, it was a different time. I don't know if that really justifies it. Like, sure, it can make sense of how it happened back then, but I look back on the people in 2010 to 2016 and get confused by how it was acceptable, and therefore in mind it's still not acceptable based on these justifications. But either way, sorry, let's get back into this. And by the way, this is going to be messy. It's going to be me chatting, because if I was just to sit here and watch it and say nothing, what would be the point in making this video?
Since she was 11 and you were an adult. What thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look at it as a friendship at first. She was 11.
Yeah.
And I looked at it as a sweet young girl. I loved the show she was on, and she liked my videos and looked up to me, and she wanted to meet me. And to me, I wasn't looking at it as like becoming best friends with her when I met her. It was just a sweet meeting. And then
I'm pretty sure they did a lot of content together, though. I may be wrong in that. If I search it right now, hold on, let me just pull it up. Okay, yeah, as you can see, there is a lot of content. There is dancing tutorial, Jojo Siwa and Miranda Sings, Why We're Not Friends Anymore, Miranda Sings, 24 Hours in Jojo Siwa's Merch Room, Slime War with Jojo Siwa, Hilarious Fails of Miranda and Jojo, Destroying Jojo Siwa is Emotional, there's a video of Jojo there, there's another video of Jojo there, there's another video of Jojo there, there's an entire playlist dedicated to Jojo Siwa. Oh my god! There's 29 videos in that playlist, and as you just scroll, there's more and more and more. So let's just listen to that description here.
I mean, I wasn't looking at it as like becoming best friends with her when I met her. It was just a sweet meeting. And then she's a hustler. You guys know JoJo? She immediately was like, well, I want to do, I had a video called Colleen's Corner that I answered questions every week. So she did JoJo's Juice to do the same kind of, she kind of looked at me as like a...
It feels like she's downplaying her connection to Jojo Siwa at the time. You have over 25 videos with this girl. And look, I don't necessarily have anything wrong find anything wrong in particular with a young person making videos with an adult content creator. That is something that happens in the space. You could say it happens in Hollywood with like actors working with younger actors and stuff like that. Maybe it's different in the terms of the YouTube video setting, but like it's a thing that's happened. And I think we'd be hypocrites if we were to say, oh, I'm completely against the idea of it. I'm sure there are people out there that are completely against it, but for the most part, we've seen, in particular, it's gonna be a really bad example, but I say this, in particular in the Minecraft community, oh Jesus, God, we all know what's happened there, but there's been some good examples of like adults in the Minecraft community who have worked with younger content creators. I remember in 2020, I haven't, again, still not really the best example, but there have been good examples. I promise you, not all Minecrafters are predators, okay? Can't say that word I was about to say, demonetization or age restriction. But either way, yes, there's been a lot of bad people in the Minecraft scene, but there's also been a lot of good people in the Minecraft scene. So I don't necessarily object to this style of content in terms of kids working with adults on YouTube, as long as they're in a protected environment, as long as it is just for content, and as long as parents are there on scene consistently, I'm okay with that. But the difference is this content isn't We've seen the videos. Again, I can't play them, but there are some very inappropriate things going on in these videos. And I don't think there's 11 videos are hidden here. So she's actually, I believe, removed videos of her and JoJo from her channel. And it's probably because, well, some of those videos were the ones that we picked up and criticized, where she was making a lot of explicit comments when JoJo Siwa was around. And in some cases, just directed at JoJo Siwa. So what we're getting here, in my opinion, is a downplay. I'm sure she's going to go further into her business relationship. That it absolutely is, once again, what she was doing with what I spoke about in my first video, recontextualizing things, trying to downplay things, trying to change the narrative on things, because there is really no defense. And that's kind of why I'm confused by us. And you can see why they've changed the title again here, because this isn't an apology. This is just you making excuses. Even if she goes on to say, I'm sorry about this, it doesn't change anything, because you've made your excuses here, which when somebody says to me, oh, I'm sorry for doing this thing, end it there, bro. End it there. Like, say sorry and move on, and maybe I can accept it. Maybe I can. But don't say, I'm sorry, but there's this reason, there's this reason. Well, you're not sorry then, are you? In any context, if somebody says, I'm sorry, but, usually they're not actually sorry. They're just saying sorry because they were sorry that they were caught and there was consequences that happened. And that's what's happening here. This is a woman who, in my opinion, isn't actually sorry about what happened,
Mentor, someone she looked up to. And, I'm...
Also, why have I got a Tucker Carlson video in my recommended? I think it came up and I clicked on it and was like, what's going on here? Ignore that. I promise you. It's not my usual style of content. I was just staring at it for a second. We've got Tucker Carlson, Harry Potter, H3 members. I'm not even a member. And then we've got the one I have watched as Demon Slayer. What is going on with the recommended section right now? Even in shorts. Why have I got Daniel Radcliffe? I don't know. My recommend on YouTube is messed up right now.
I don't want to speak for JoJo, though.
I was just looking at me like, please, guys. I don't watch Tucker Carlson. I don't watch any political videos on YouTube. I don't. I've got better things to be doing in my life.
We were talking about this without her here, but she can say this herself if she wants. But so over time we became friends because she was such a hustler. She'd want to collaborate. And so we'd get together and make videos together.
Which was also very common for YouTubers and fellow people in the world to want to collaborate.
I just kind of get a feeling about the what she's saying here. Every single time Colleen's like going through her arc, I can't speak English, her arc of where she's like trying to change the narrative, trying to recontextualize things, these two kind of jump in with like not like a defense, but comments which can normalize or make what Colleen's saying more acceptable. These two really confuse me. Like, I think her name Miranda. She has very much been on Colleen's side throughout all of this, in my opinion. Raven has made comments here and there where she's called Colleen crazy, in particular the ukulele apology. She was basically roasting her on that. But even with that, like thinking about it after a few days, roasting Colleen to her face about the ukulele thing, it's very like tame, because I think even Colleen knows that was an absolutely insane thing to do, at least now, And I think like it's like when you're trying to like, I don't know how to describe it. You're trying to make it look like you're criticizing, but you're going for the easiest criticism. When it comes to the conversation surrounding inappropriate discussions with JoJo Siwa, the immediate response to Colleen's defense or excuses is to almost back her excuses by being like, oh, it was a normal thing back then. It was a normal thing back then. And it was like, yes, it's always been a normal thing in the entertainment industry for people to work with children, for adults to work with children. But what's never been a thing that's acceptable in a public scale, it's definitely, behind the scenes a massive issue in Hollywood, but what's never going to be acceptable in society is inappropriately interacting with those kids, That's never going to be acceptable, and the context we're talking about here with Colleen and JoJo is inappropriate interactions between a grown adult who's almost or may have even been 30 years old and a 13-year-old girl who may have even been younger than 13 at one point, So like, no, this isn't a normal thing what we're describing here. What's normal is, again, I just can't really think of many. Go to the comments and let me know adults who work with kids who have been absolutely fine, Like, there is examples out there. I was going to say Minecraft. Even in Hollywood, for example, I can think of, like, Jerry Traynor, the guy who plays, I think, Spencer in iCarly. He was very protective of the children. He was always making sure that they were comfortable and stuff like that. There's a lot of good stories there from as far as I know. And that's, like, an example in Hollywood of a good adult working with kids. And no one has a problem with that because that is a normal example. But what's going on here isn't normal.
And get to know each other, feed off each other's videos.
Right. So yes,
Again, and even with like the working with Miranda Sings as in the character, when you really think about it, is it exactly appropriate for a 13-year-old to be working with a character who, as we've seen, Colleen has described it as a very explicit character? You don't need to look further than the books that Colleen wrote under the character and guise of Miranda Sings to see that there is a lot of inappropriate content that comes out from the Miranda Sings character, and it does make you think, maybe it isn't normal for a kid to be working with that type of content and that type of character, you know? I would be a bit uncomfortable if I was watching, I don't know, an 18-plus show where there is a lot of like explicit things going on and a kid's on set. It would be, I don't know, it just doesn't work in my opinion.
Became friends, but it always felt more like a family thing because I'm a big family person.
So you weren't friends, but now you are friends and now you're family. I don't think things are lining up here.
I love my family. I'm always with my family. We're always hanging out. We're always having family gatherings. And I think that, again, I don't want to speak for her, but, you know, she liked to come over to our family gatherings and hang out with my family where we'd be playing.
Wait, did you not just say that they weren't friends? We're at 48:17. Just note that in there. I swear she said that they weren't friends.
What thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, for dinner because JoJo was a fan. And so she and another girl from the Dance Moms show wanted to meet me, so I went to dinner with them.
Some people will say that that was an inappropriate friendship for you two to develop since she was 11 and you were an adult.
What thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look at it as a friendship at first.
She just said, I didn't look at it as a friendship ever. And then a minute later, she is saying this.
Like, I love my family. I'm always with my family. We're always hanging out. We're always having family gatherings. And I think that, again, I don't want to speak for her, but, you know, she liked to come over to our family gatherings. And
you weren't friends ever, but she was coming over to your family gatherings.
Hang out with my family where we'd be playing.
You weren't friends, but this 13-year-old girl was hanging out with your family.
Games.
You were not friends, but you were playing games with this 13-year-old girl.
And, you know, eating pizza with
You were not friends, but you were eating pizza with this 13-year-old girl.
my parents, and sometimes her mom and her brother would come, and her dad.
Your entire families were mingling, but you weren't friends.
Like, it was a very
They're a
family.
big family. The Seawars are a big
and,
family.
you know, and my brother and
too.
all his kids were there, so he's got.
It's like she's stumbling over her lies so much that even within a minute, she has managed to make such a glaring lie. And by the way, as I mentioned before, I don't even have a problem with necessarily this. If you take away the context of what happened with Miranda Sings, let's just say like she was making videos as Colleen Ballinger with JoJo Siwa, and then they became friends off camera, the family became friends and stuff like that. I don't have a problem with that. I genuinely don't think that that's like a wrong thing to happen if they were working in a business thing and then naturally, because there were families on both sets, they mingled, they realized they really liked each other. That's perfectly fine. That's, if anything, the most normal thing she's even suggested here. But she's managed to lie about it. She's managed to lie about something which didn't need to be lied about here. She said, we were never friends, but now she's saying all of these things. Oh no, we were a family. We were doing all these things together. My family met her family. We were eating pizza together. We were playing games together. It's like, why are you still lying to me about this? There is no need to lie about this. And it shows how desperate she is to recontextualize everything, change the narrative and everything, where she's almost willing to sacrifice friendship in order to make us think that everything that was going on there, it wasn't weird, it wasn't friendship, it was just business, and that was that, and it was just a character, and that was that. But it's like, clearly not. You've admitted that it wasn't that, so why are you lying about it?
6 kids, and they'd all be there, and we'd all be playing. The kids would be putting on performances, and we'd all be laughing and playing it. So it always felt very like sisterly friends.
You weren't friends, but you were. Did she just about to say she's friends as well? Is that what she's about to say here? You weren't friends, but you were sisters.
Performances, and we'd all be laughing and playing it. So it always felt very like sisterly friends, and yeah.
It's like, I'm so confused why you're so easy at lying. Why are you lying about this? And also, why are these co-hosts not picking up on this? Why are they not just sat there saying, by the way, 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes, 2 minutes ago, you said that you never saw it as a friendship. Now, she could say, oh, well, when she became 18, then we became friends and stuff like that. But it's like, come on, you literally just spent another 2 minutes describing your family interactions. You knew each other. You were eating pizza together, playing games together. Why would you lie about not being friends and then a minute later saying you were friends? Because when you were asked, the reason she's done that, by the way, is she was asked by the person on the left here, Miranda, people saying, is it appropriate about your friendship with, Jojo Siwa? What do you have to say about that? Immediately, we're not friends. But then as she can get her excuses in, as she can get her like redirections in, recontextualizing everything, then she starts to say, oh, it was just a lovely friendship environment. And, she's made everyone comfortable, recontextualizing everything, and then she adds in the friendship part after, when the direct question comes, denying the friendship. It's smart, but at the same time, it's actually the most idiotic thing you could possibly do. If you're going to lie like this, at least make the lie and then change the lie a few weeks down the line or months down the line. Don't lie to me 2 minutes in. I'm going to spot that like anyone else is. That's the thing which I find really funny about this. Is like, I'm a commentary channel who, I make videos about a lot of negative things. I break things down. I criticize things. I do a lot of research. But I don't think you need to be someone in the internet zeitgeist. It's a fun word to use, so I had to get it out there somehow. But I don't think if you're not in the internet zeitgeist, you could see this and still know what she is saying is complete bollocks. You could still know that this is all just a complete joke, and it is somebody clearly lying, and she's clearly using a lot of PR tactics.
Yes, now that she's older, and I would definitely consider her one of my close friends, and I love her dearly. And
again, what did I just say? She was going to do the thing. I literally just called this. I just said she's probably going to say when she gets older and becomes 18 plus, then it's a friendship. But again, you're lying again, because you just spent 2 minutes telling me that you're friends with this girl, you've been family with this girl for a long time, since you started making content pretty much. It built into this lovely, amazing thing. And now you're saying, actually, no, 30 seconds later, no, sorry, it was when she became an adult. That's interesting that you're only adding that right now. Let's get that back in there.
Sisterly friends. And yes, now that she's older, and I would definitely consider her one of my close friends, and I love her dearly.
So what are we saying here? You were friends when she was a kid, but you're also not friends? Because now she's saying, oh, now she's an adult. Now she's an adult. We're best friends, or we're very close friends. But it's like, you just said to us that she was like family. She was like a sister. What world is that not like closeness? What world is being on a friendship where they feel like a family member to you, not a very close bond of friendship? When I say my best friends are like my brothers and sisters, I'm saying that in a very close way. I don't just be like, oh yeah, I don't know, Bob, my friend Bob. I don't have any friends called Bob. Let's just pretend in a world I've got a friend called Bob, right? And I say, oh yeah, spend all my time with this person, love them to bits, know their family, our families meet up. We spend Christmas together, New Year's, Bob got the fireworks out, we have some marshmallows on the fire. That's what Americans do, right? Marshmallows on the fire, a little whipped cream and stuff like that, it's an American thing to do, I guess. It's what I do in The Simpsons anyway. But yeah, Bob and me, it's like brothers, we're like brothers. We're just so close, man. But I wouldn't say we're exactly friends. I wouldn't say we're friends. Me and Bob are like brothers. Our families know each other by the name. We hang out on Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Thanksgiving. Love a bit of Thanksgiving because we're American, of course. We do that, but I wouldn't say we're friends. It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, I'm talking absolute codswallop. I'm talking absolute codswallop there. By the way, I love when I use the word codswallop because a lot of Americans don't know what that means, and I think it is just a British phrase to just mean like nonsense, lies, bollocks. Again, bollocks is another British phrase. Sorry, I do suffer with the disease of being British. It sometimes comes out. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, she's so obviously caught up in a spider web of her own lies here. She's basically, every minute she speaks, saying something contradictory to the previous minute.
And I admire her so much. I think she's incredible. I was very involved with talking with her mother all the time and making sure her mom knew when we were hanging out, and her mom was like, I'm friends with
Yeah, the infamous great mother of Jesselyn Siwa, who didn't definitely exploit her daughter for fame and revenue for basically her entire life. When we're going to use mothers and parents as an excuse in defense in situations like this, it's probably not a good thing for that mother to be Jesselyn Siwa, someone who herself has a lot of serious accusations directed towards her in regards to exploiting children and treating children terribly on sets and just putting them in very inappropriate environments. It's probably not the best to use that as your excuse when you yourself are also very different accusations, but you yourself are facing or have faced very different accusations and things you've admitted to. It's probably best not use Jesselyn Siwa. It's like if I saw a YouTuber get accused of something predatory, right? And they're like, oh, I didn't do these things, guys. Well, maybe we did, but it was out of context. I didn't know what was going on. And by the way, here's James Charles to kind of back me up that he thinks that I'm a great guy. It's like, well, I don't think James Charles is the person we need to use here. Just like I don't think, again, very different situation. Jesselyn Siwa didn't face predatory allegations, just lots of serious allegations of harm towards children on a set. You know, different, but still very serious. And I think using that person here, not exactly the best move to go. It's just not hitting. It's just not hitting. Now, if it was a loving parent, sure, but Jesselyn Siwa, probably the worst parent you could use.
with her mom. I love Jess.
Yeah.
That's all very shocking to me that people look at us being friends as. I mean, I guess it makes sense considering the allegations that have come up against me.
Yeah, it does make sense. Like, this is what she's saying. She's like making lies up, and then she's like, well, actually, when you think about it for longer than a microsecond, it does make complete sense. You were on camera making very explicit comments directed towards her at points. You were saying very weird things about this girl. So, yes, I think it is a little bit different. I think this situation is a little bit different to your average YouTuber who's a Minecraft YouTuber, friends with a 13-year-old Minecraft YouTuber. Again, it's never really, well, it has worked out, but in a lot of situations it hasn't. But again, what I'm saying here, there is some normalities. This isn't one of them.
But I think JoJo's amazing, and she's like a sister to me, and I'll stand by that forever.
But you said to us, I'm sorry, but a minute ago, you said that you were sisters, but now you're friends. So that made me think the sisterhood has gone. So now you are still sisters. So that must have mean you were friends when she was a kid, right?
There's nothing
get your facts right.
weird or inappropriate about our friendship or our relationship.
You can say that. This is what I'm saying. She's not sorry. She is not sorry. Your friendship, regardless if you think of it not in that way, everyone can see that it was inappropriate. Again, let's do the uncomfortable thing here of stating, if this was a male YouTuber with a 13-year-old girl, I think that there would be a bit of a different sort of response to it. Again, like I said in my first video, it's not looking good that I've, for some reason, got Tucker Carlson in my recommended. It's not looking good when I say things like that. I'm not trying to be the next anti-woke YouTuber. Bring back woke. That's what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, I think in society, we have this very weird thing, which I think a lot of people have admitted to, and I think it's not really an unpopular opinion, but when there is like a woman YouTuber like this who has been very inappropriate in the past, for some reason, I don't know if it's because it's less common, it's more taboo, not taboo, but it's just less common because, you know, men are usually the ones that take out these crimes, and, you know, that's why the focus naturally is on that. But when it is a woman, I feel like there is a lot of excuses that are made, or just it's not taken as seriously, as we've seen with Adam McIntyre, you know, with Adam in particular. When it's a young boys for some reason don't get that stood up for. I don't get it. I've seen it so many times in YouTube, in society. It's like in that South Park episode, isn't it? Let me pull the clip up. Okay, so in this scene, pretty much Kyle finds out that his brother was in a very, very, very inappropriate relationship with the teacher that is a woman. And I can't play like the audio and stuff like that because I don't want to get copyrighted. But the police run over to him thinking that it was like a man in the situation. And they're like, what's going on? What's the problem? We need to report this and stuff like that. But then like the moment they find out it's a woman teacher, they're just like, nice. Yeah, they're like, nice, pretty much, because they don't take it seriously, because for some reason in society, I guess because it is less common, it's just not seen as a thing, or it's like it's a very, like, the reason I say it's like not like an anti-woke thing here is because it's like, I think it is very ingrained in toxic masculinity about, oh, boys will be boys and stuff like that. And therefore it's not taken as seriously, which is obviously a really bad thing. But I thought I just needed to make my point there. Promise you, I'm not watching that video. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
She is amazing. She's my sister, and I have a sister, and she's like a sister to her as well.
The sister that apparently, I think, maybe I'm not going to make comments there actually, because I don't want to get my facts wrong. Continue.
And Jojo doesn't have a sister, and she's excited that now she calls us her sister.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly have been calling her sister too for like 10 years. And, you know, as I said, that could be normal, but you got to think about the context of their inappropriate business relationship.
So yeah, it's never been a weird or inappropriate thing.
Yes, it has. You can say that it hasn't, but we've seen the clips. Everyone saw the clips in 2023. It was inappropriate, and there's no denial here, which just shows to me she hasn't learned. And I'm kind of shocked that she's getting on camera and saying, you know what, there was no inappropriate behavior. It's incredibly bizarre to me, because I feel like the easier route would be of being like, oh, you know, it was 10 years ago, it was a different time on YouTube, and I just wasn't thinking about it back then. It's not necessarily going to rectify or change anything, but if she said something like that, it was a different time, and I regret it, and I am very sorry for it, but like, then she confirms there isn't, you know, behind the scenes any inappropriate stuff like that, and she like goes further into it and says sorry, then that would make sense. But she's coming on here and doing the opposite of almost doubling down and being like, no, there was nothing inappropriate going on. And I'm kind of surprised by that, because at least in the past, she somewhat says that she regrets some of the previous things of like Adam McIntyre and stuff like that. Doesn't say his name, by the way, but either way, you know, she does good with no, she doesn't do good. She does terrible with the PR, but she tries to stick to PR points. But interestingly, with Jojo Siwa, it's straight out denial.
Though YouTube is a community of non-celebrity and celebrity people coming together and
Hey. Am I a celebrity? No, I'm not a celebrity. I wish I was a celebrity. Actually, no, I don't think I would want to be a celebrity. But can you guys call me a celebrity in the comment section to make me feel better? Boost the ego a little bit?
Videos. It has become an industry of its very own.
Totally. Yes.
And
I love the response there. The moment it's like, you know what? The industry has kind of become a little bit of an industry of hysteria. And Colleen's like, totally! Let's talk about this, baby! She's like excited to talk about this. And obviously, the reason she thinks it's an industry of hysteria is because the hysteria has been directed towards her. And by the way, I don't deny that we live in an industry of hysteria. There is so much stuff that is blown up out of proportion. So many lies, so many mistruths, so much just recontextualizing situations to make them, you know, seem different to what they actually are. Ironically, that's exactly what's going on in this situation right here. But I don't deny that this is an industry of hysteria, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the hysteria is wrong. The hysteria that happened in 2023 with Colleen was hysteria because people were shocked that this person that they'd loved for years and years, grew up watching, they found out that she was having inappropriate conversations in group chats with minors. They found out that she was inappropriately, saying things on actual videos with Jojo Siwa that when they were a kid, that was normal. Again, that's another problem there, by the way, that we can get into maybe later, of where she was almost normal. Like, the reason that back 10 years ago, so many audiences accepted the inappropriate jokes surrounding like Shane Dawson and in Colleen Ballinger a few years after that, it's because the audience were kids, by the way. They didn't have the moral compass in their heads. The majority of, not all, but the majority were kids. I'm sure I have people in my comments who could say they were kids that used to watch Colleen and Shane and, anyone else in that like category of influencers. And back then, the moral compass isn't exactly there because you are a kid and you look up to these influencers as a kid. So again, I thought I'd just say that. But yeah, with the hysteria made sense because it was a pretty hysterical thing that happened. There was such a massive expose. I did about 3 hours. I think one of my videos in Colleen was like 5 hours long. There was a lot to talk about. And I think naturally so, the hysteria is justified. But I imagine what they're going to get into here is more being like, oh yeah, people just want to make money off it. It's just like clickbait. People are just doing things for attention and stuff like that. But there is that, of course. But with that, I don't think that's what this is.
Industry of entertainment, which is what YouTube is now.
It's always been that. YouTube has always been entertainment.
People are going to interact of all different backgrounds and all different ages.
Mm-hmm.
And there are so many YouTube kids that are not on YouTube because they're doing it themselves. They have their parents there with them.
Yes, but I'd argue not in the past. When I was on YouTube in 2006, just showed my age there. Painful thing to say. I had a YouTube account. I've been on YouTube since pretty much the creation of the site. I'm an OG. I was watching videos on the internet before YouTube, like the whole badger mushroom era, stuff like that. Sorry, I don't need to give my own stories out there. But either way, I don't think YouTube has always been a thing of where parents have been on your side being like, what are you watching, little Fraser? Are you watching a horrible thing that you probably shouldn't be watching at the age of 10? It's not always been like that. I think it's now only becoming more of a thing as parents and adults are more understanding and tech savvy. I think that with a new generation of parents who grew up with YouTube, it's way easier to monitor what your kids do on the internet. So yeah, now that's happening. But I'd argue in Colleen's heyday in like 2016, 15, 14, I don't necessarily think it was as much like that. There definitely was monitoring, but I think, just for the context here, I'm not, saying anything else other than this. I'm just trying to make people understand that YouTube now is very handholdy, but it hasn't always been that. For the majority of the site's, lifespan, in fact, it hasn't been like that.
And we know Jess as well. We know the family. There will never, ever be a time where Jess is not aware of what JoJo is doing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really change anything. We've seen Jessalyn, let's be real here, people. Jessalyn Siwa is not the person to use. Let me just put up a certain article. As you can see here, JoJo promised them pop stardom. They say they were thrown in the trash. With Momager, Jessalyn Siwa, the star, put together a new girl group, XOMG Pop, but after 4 members left, fans had questioned about what really happened. And I don't think it's... Oh no, it will allow us to go through it. God bless. It will allow us to go through it. Basically, if you don't know, I've done plenty of videos on this if you want to know more details, but the crux of it was, in particular, there was one person, I believe her name was Leah Sanderson, very young girl, I think she was 14 years old. She had a very, very rough time on this show, horrific on this show. We can read a quote here to really summarize Jessalyn Siwa. Okay, here it goes. They also alleged Sanderson was forced to work under intense physical duress, with Jessalyn Siwa, the mother, encouraging her to attend a video shoot just weeks after she underwent spinal cord surgery. In one instance, just days before the surgery, they allege Leah started bleeding through her belly button during a rehearsal for a performance at the Children's and Family Emmys, which was hosted by JoJo Siwa. Rather than encourage her to take a break, the Sandersons say Jessalyn Siwa told her to put a maxi pad on it so it wouldn't leak onto her costume. So no, I don't exactly think that this is the person that we should be using here as a way to justify what Colleen Ballinger has done. Some of the allegations and accusations, that's pretty much the same word, that Jessalyn Siwa has faced, it's horrific. It's awful, and I think she is probably one of the worst mums in the industry. How she's exploited her own child, but now how she's trying to shape JoJo Siwa into becoming what she was in the 2010s era with Dance Mums, with shows like this. It's horrific. It's terrible. So no, unfortunately, Colleen, and to Raven and Miranda, I'm not going to accept this excuse.
And I want to keep people aware that we really do have to be careful in how we throw stones at people when we don't know the entire story.
Well, we know the entire story that happened here. Look at Colleen's looking, by the way. She's like, please feel sorry for me. I look really sad. But I'm sure you are sad because you're not making millions every month anymore. But either way, what she's saying there, by the way, another deflection, another excuse. And I think I've gone through 5 minutes in 40 minutes. I'm surprised. I did not realize. This is why people said to me, you need to go back through this. You need to go through this. There is a lot going on here. And yeah, there is. I didn't realize how bad it was in this last 15. And with quotes like that, it's very clear to me that these people are on the side of Colleen Ballinger. They may deny it. They can change the title all they want. They can even bring down the podcast episode due to backlash. But at the end of the day, it's not going to change the fact that on this podcast, you basically defended her by stating that people don't know the story, people throw stones at glass windows, whatever the phrase is, way too easily. You are inadvertently or just directly defending this person.
When there is a culture within the entertainment industry.
Good. There should be a culture of people that look after children that are blatantly exploited or being inappropriately interacted with, whether it's Jessalyn, Colleen, any other person in the industry. I'm not just talking predatory, by the way. I'm talking over amount of hours, being just forced into being in horrible working conditions as a child. These are all inappropriate things, and we should have a culture that protect these kids. I don't know why it's being portrayed in a negative way to have a culture of people that do get hysterical when they find out that kids are being inappropriately interacted with. It's very weird that we're actually saying that it's almost like a negative thing that we live in this culture of people holding celebrities and influencers now to a standard that they have never actually been held to previously. Up until, I don't know, 2020, maybe a bit before that, 2018, there was this weird era of where people could get away with so much stuff when it came to kid influencers and celebrities. Go look at like old TV contracts with how kids had insane hours, how they were basically never in school, how they were completely taken advantage of in every single situation in the industry of Hollywood. And again, that happens in YouTube as well, in different contexts, of course. So no, I don't think it's bad to have this culture of hysteria personally.
That not a lot of people understand.
So much has happened, and I can only imagine that having to absorb and internalize all of this, a lot of it must have made you have to change.
Okay, so this is kind of where we got to at the ending of the last video. I kind of skipped through the literally all of the... I don't know how I skipped through the Jojo Siwa bit, but either way, I wasn't going to go into this, but apparently there is quite a lot here, quite a lot I'll be interested in, so let's get into it.
About some of these changes you've gone through since the height of the controversy.
Well, I'm much more anxious now. And
I mean, I think that is just what is going to happen in a situation like this, unfortunately. Like, I don't wish anxiety on anyone, but at the end of the day, you were caught doing something very inappropriate and you responded to it in a terrible way and you made a terrible apology, and even 2 years later, you still haven't made a correct apology. You made a statement in 2020, which wasn't really a good statement at all. It just completely deflected from everything, and you basically lied and recontextualized and redirected everyone in the situation, which worked for 3 years. But now, because of that, it was like you were building logs, like just on top of each other, loads of firewood, and then one day the fire just got started and it just blew up into flames. What were you really expecting? You have been inappropriately acting with kids in a certain way for a while. I don't really get what you thought. The anxiety, unfortunately, well, I mean, it's just it's a consequence of what happened. Like, I don't want to wish that on anyone, of course, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't have been doing the things that you were doing.
I've been through so much therapy.
I'd really love to know what they'd say. Okay, Colleen, we understand why you're feeling anxious. The entire internet's been after you. But realistically, it's probably going to get a little bit better if you just don't send kids your underwear. I think that's probably going to be the best way to deal with the anxiety. Just make sure that you don't get onto a live stream and send a 13-year-old your underwear. Just make sure you do that, and I think things will be okay.
And I also just think I go into kind of everything with a different perspective than I did before.
With the perspective of not sending kids your underwear. That's a good perspective to have, I'd say.
I mean, when I responded to
By the way, again, she's doing the Ned Former tactic here of being like, I now do these completely normal human functions that everyone else does. After the controversy, I've learned, guys, I've changed. I've realized that, you know, sending my underwear to kids, not a good idea. I'm going clothes shopping later, by the way, guys. If I accidentally buy some underwear and send it to you, I humbly apologize, but this is just a learning lesson for me. I'm trying to go through God's life lessons of not sending underwear to kids. You know, I'm just trying to go through it. Please accept it. I'm not going to do that, by the way. Obviously, just a joke. Please.
Thing. I was really thinking about the whole situation from my perspective, obviously.
Oh, well, I don't think you should be thinking it from your perspective, Colleen. You've probably arguably been thinking it from your perspective way too much. I can't lie.
Like, these people have shifted their opinion who were laughing with me, and now they're not. And
yes. Obviously, like there's no grand, methodical, mathematical equation to why that's happened. It's you were caught interacting very inappropriately with your young fans. There's no... Is there need to go to therapy over that of like working out why these things happened? Because it's very obvious. I get going to therapy to deal with your anxiety and depression and coping mechanisms and stuff like that. That makes sense. But I mean, I guess talking about it is always, you're going to have to, but it does just sound a little bit weird that you're saying all these things, but to me, it's very clear you actually haven't accepted what you've done. It seems that you're actually more defensive than you were 2 years ago.
Instead of thinking about like, well, why? I was like, that's not fair, And
Wait, I'll let her speak. Maybe I'm missing something here.
which was the wrong reaction.
Good thing I let her spoke.
And so now I look at things a lot differently, just in general in life, even if I feel I have been wronged in any way or whatever.
You haven't been wronged in any way. I would argue that you've actually got off pretty scot-free. I mean, right, you're doing like Taylor Swift live reactions on your main channel, and you've still got 3 million subs. Like, let's be real. I mean, she's not exactly that relevant. She's getting 30k views a video in the scope of things in comparison to what she used to be doing. It's not good, But at the end of the day, like, she's still got somewhat of an audience here. Like, if we go to her comment section, look at this. Look at these comments. Proud of you for going on that podcast and for your growth. I still see you growing and healing, and that's okay. Haters be hating. Haters be hating. What? Sorry, but I don't think I've made a video on Colleen Ballinger in 2 years, by the way. And I feel like I could have. I planned to, but I didn't, There were times where I could have made video on her, like, school trip, which was incredibly funny. It was funny to see, There was times where her sister was saying things on certain podcasts. It was times where Colleen went on, she had Jojo Siwa on her podcast, and I could have made a whole direct video on it. But I didn't. I covered the JoJo one a little bit in a JoJo Siwa video, but I didn't. So I wouldn't say the haters are being hating, personally. I'd say that we are fairly criticizing a god-awful response video, and that's absolutely fine. Like, am I meant to see this response and think, oh, this is really bad, but I'm going to be the mature guy. I'm going to sit on the sidelines and just say nothing, guys. I'm going to be the mature one here. No, what are you talking about? People on the internet are genuinely hilarious, man. I've lost the tab again. I've got too many tabs open. Okay, let's continue. Haters be hating. Don't let them discourage you from the progress you've made, and don't let them get you down about this channel. This channel is for you. That's almost the problem, mate. We're just happy you share it with us. Well, I feel like oversharing has been Colleen's problem for a very long time now, but either way, yeah. Some people who are not involved but seem to know everything will never shut up. Again, it doesn't, like, what is this argument that people on the internet love to make of, oh, you don't know these people, you weren't involved. Yes, but I've seen a million screenshots. I have made 9 hours, 12 hours of videos and content about this. Do you think that I don't know the facts and the ins and the outs? In this very response, she somewhat fleetingly admits that it was wrong what she did, but then just defends herself for an hour long and just completely goes back on everything else she said that was somewhat positive, So no, I know what's happened. Everyone else knows what happened. And by the way, you don't need to know someone's life story to understand that messaging kids in an inappropriate way is bad. Groundbreaking stuff, guys. I don't know Prince Andrew, by the way. Bit of a crazy comparison, I know. I mean, Prince Andrew's done a lot worse stuff, I should say, allegedly, of course, don't sue me. But, I don't know Prince Andrew, but I know he's a bad bloke. All right? I know he's a bad bloke. I don't need to know the man's life story. I don't need to know where he shoves the crown jewels. I don't need to know that. But I know he's a bad bloke. And again, not on the same level of Colleen. Just like I mentioned earlier with Jesselyn, she's not on the same level of Colleen. But what I'm saying here is, bad people, I don't need to know their life story. I don't need to know this person's life story to know that what they've done is bad. I don't. Let me give it a non-inappropriate person. Well, it's inappropriate, but not in this type of context. In like 15 years ago, there was like a video, this just comes to my head for no reason. There was like a video of an old lady getting a cat and throwing it in a bin in the UK. And it was left there for like 2 days. Survived, by the way. It's fine. But either way, I saw that and the rest of the British public saw it, turned into outrage. Went even over to the America. People on websites, forums, they were trying to find out who this person was. They were going to task. They didn't know her life story, but the action of throwing a cat into a bin is obviously inappropriate. So long story short, I know that the inappropriate actions that this woman was doing in group chats is bad, and I don't need to know the ins and outs of her life story to know that that's bad. Okay? Sorry that took a while to get to.
My go-to now isn't like, that person's wronged me. It's, what are they going through? Why did they say that? What's the root here? Because I think...
Oh, I had coffee in my mouth. It's like 11 a.m., people. Let me live. That is an insane thing to say on a video that was originally titled Colleen Ballinger's Apology, because what she is saying there, is she doesn't exactly believe anything that people are saying, and it's just, oh, I'm going to be the morally virtuous person of saying, hey, my haters are going through something. And whilst I don't agree with what they're saying or believe anything that they're saying, and I think they're complete lying, terrible people who I hate, and I, would like to see them removed from the platform, I am coming at this from a place of empathy and understanding. I'm not going to argue against them, even though I'm doing that right now, and I'm going to accept them and wonder, what are they going through? Why are they doing this? That's an argument I love to hear from people that don't actually have an argument. When someone is so stubborn that they can't admit they're wrong and they get on the moral high horse of, I'm coming at this from a place of empathy. Suddenly, I've done 16 Pilates classes and 8 yoga sessions in the space of a day, and I've been open to the cosmic universe of meditation. I am now just Zen. And because of that, I'm not going to answer any of your questions and take any responsibility for my actions. And instead, I'm going to ask the question of, why do you do this? Why are you such a piece of... Sorry. But yeah, this is terrible. It's just an excuse. She has no arguments to make here, and she doesn't want to admit anything or take responsibility. And she is just going to continue making excuses, even though she has no excuses. It's gotten to the point of where she's now being like, I have nothing to say other than, why are they like this? What are they going through? How can... It's so boring.
With everything that I went through and everything that I was canceled for, I was so caught up in the things that weren't true, and, well, they're missing the context of this. So, well, and that was...
The context of you sending underwear to a kid, or inappropriately interacting with group chats, which even you admit in this podcast, whatever this video is, was bad. What's the context? I'd love to know.
Taken out of context there, and this was deleted from this. And, I wanted to explain everything and prove that I wasn't this horrible person, this monster. But, like, in my response, I kind of proved I was kind of like...
dismissive.
Yeah, dismissive.
Again, I love this. Like, the easy criticism. The one time these two podcast hosts, Raven and Miranda, jump on it, they're like, we can criticize this. We can criticize the thing that everyone on the internet universally agrees is a bad thing. Everything else, we're kind of going to take a sit back. We may even throw in a few, inadvertent defenses here and there. But with the easy one, with the slam dunk, which, we all agree was a bit insane, the ukulele, or even the first response in 2020, we could all agree that sucked. And it kind of sets the foundations that these guys are critical of Colleen. But trust me, they're not. I was way nicer in my first video, but this second half, boy oh boy, are these two putting on a show, a really bad show that I would give a really low score on my letterbox. Follow me on letterbox, by the way. iNabber, please. I need someone to care about my opinions.
And so, I've learned to take a beat and try to hear what people are actually saying.
No, you haven't. What are you lying to me for? There's no need to lie to me, Colleen. You've already done it 50 times in this response. I don't need your lies anymore, man. Please stop. I've got better things to be doing than to be lied to by you.
Yes, there's going to be all the noise. And even when you're just having a little tiff with your partner, they're going to say they're mad about things they're not really. And it's important to try to sift through the...
Wait, did she just compare her allegations towards a tiff with your partner?
Noise. And even when you're just having a little tiff with your partner, I wanted to explain everything and prove that I wasn't this horrible person, this monster, but in my response, I kind of proved I was kind of
dismissive.
Yeah, dismissive. And so, I've learned to take a beat and try to hear what people are actually saying. Because yes, there's going to be all the noise. And even when you're just having a little tiff with your partner, they're going to say they're mad about things.
It sounds like to me, in regards to the context of her saying you're going to hear all of the noise, she's basically stating, oh, all of the actual real criticism I'm going to avoid, and I'm just going to go and speak to people that I can handle and accept, which translates to people that aren't exactly critical of her.
They're not really, and it's important to try to sift through the...
Yeah.
the crazy and get to like, what's the root here? Why is this person hurt?
Yeah.
And
Well, that's absolute bollocks, by the way. This woman has I don't believe she's ever referenced Adam McIntyre in any of her response ever. She's like indirectly done it, I'm pretty sure. Referred to him as this person or something on those lines. But she's never made a direct response to him by name. So no, I don't think you're ever trying to get to the root cause. And I think what she's saying here is, oh, I speak to my most dedicated fans who still support me to this day about these things in hope that I can kind of keep them around as they're the only things that are still bringing me money on a monthly basis.
how can I help them to feel better? And how can I explain this in the right way to help
Also,
them?
she's saying this like she's done any of this. She's done 3 responses, the original one in 2020, the ukulele, and now this. And in every single one, she has not done what she's saying here. She's not tried to help people. She's not tried to narrow it down to the root cause and come to an empathetic understanding because she's in a place of zen right now. She's not done any of that. She is just made excuses, half of it. Even in her ukulele, she was like, I'm not a thing, whatever she said, like a guru, I don't want to say the word, I'm just a weirdo, or something along those lines. Like, she's been making excuses for 5 years now. So, sorry, mate, I don't accept this.
Feel safe and okay when they're not feeling good.
Well, that mindset definitely comes with maturity. You know, that's something that we all have to learn.
Is it like what, having empathy and understanding for people? Is that really that big of a thing of maturity? Like, maybe it is, you know. I thought, well, obviously we all do get a bit more empathetic when you're older. I feel like teen boys are like satanic demons, like teenage boys. Like, I think there's a genuine thing of like a lot of teenage boys have no empathy. Like, I think it's just something you experience even if you are a teen boy and in like high school and stuff like that. So like, I get kids becoming older and, you know, developing and learning empathy, but we're talking about Colleen when she was 30 years old. That's why I'm kind of confused by the wordings and description. And I'm not saying you can't learn after 30 years old, but I think having empathy and understanding to the point of knowing that not sending underwear to kids is probably the right way to go about it. Sending the underwear is not a good thing to do. And I feel like most 30-year-olds understand that. That's why I'm kind of confused by this. They're speaking like Colleen was a 16-year-old. They're speaking about how like she's this person that came out with onto YouTube with no life experience, but she was a grown adult. Like, she had life experience. So yeah, I searched up the ages and I searched up the facts, okay? So Colleen Ballinger is 40 years old next year. And that's like, I'm not age shaming here, but I am saying that how she speaks on this podcast. And by the way, I did not know she was near 40. I should just say, like, she does not look 40. If there's one thing we can like give credit for, drop the skincare routine, man. You do not. I mean, I'd argue that I don't look 28. I'd argue. I'm almost 29 in 3 months. But what I'm saying here, she's 40 years old, and we're having conversations like she's a 20-year-old or an 18-year-old. She went to therapy and learned that she shouldn't do the things that she was doing. It just comes off very weird why it took 40 years to get to that point. And yeah, as we can see here, Adam McIntyre alleged that he first formed a relationship with Ballinger, a YouTuber and performer who is now 33, in 2016 when he was 13 years old. By the way, this is a very old article, I should just say. So yeah, he was 13 when these things were taking place. That is the facts there. She was in her 30s. 29/30, right? So at that age, I think I just said I'm almost 29. I am not even at the age that Colleen was at when she was first interacting with a 13-year-old Adam McIntyre. And I can promise, like I've confirmed multiple times, I will not be sending out my Calvin Kleins to a member of my audience other than Obese to Beast. That's it. And he just wants them because it's like a fan reward? That sounds weird. No, Obese to Beast is older than me. He's ancient. Don't go to his comments and tell him I said that. He's an old man. Happy birthday to John because it was his birthday yesterday. Either way, I'm just saying, when you get to 30 years old, you should know not to do these things. Sorry, it's a bit all over the place right now. Losing my head. Where's the audio?
Trial and error that comes from.
Are we really doing the trial and error argument here? Are we really saying this?
Mindset definitely comes with maturity. You know, that's something that we all have to learn. That's something that people aren't born with. That comes from trial and error.
There is no need for trial and error to not inappropriately message young fans. Because if there was a need to trial and error that sort of thing, we'd all be in jail. Like, come on, people. Use the brains that we have been gifted with. It's not... Well, I say that. I know what's going on here. These people know. Like, Miranda knows... Raven knows, these guys know. They know what's happened here is bad, but they're trying their best to defend their friend. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Because if it's not that, holy God, what are you doing? What are these arguments? She is 40 years old next year. There's no like learning thing that happens at 40 where you realize suddenly one day, oh, don't send your underwear out to kids. Jesus.
That comes from trauma, and that comes from...
Again, you don't need to be traumatized into knowing to not do these things. I probably have at least one member of my audience that isn't mentally ill, that has no trauma, and I'm sure that they know that it's bad to do what Colleen Ballinger has done. Maybe it's a stretch to say I have one in my audience, but maybe someone out there doesn't have trauma, and maybe they have the understanding that you don't need to do the things or you shouldn't do the things that Colleen Ballinger has done, you know? You don't need trauma to teach you these lessons. Also, this whole excuse is actually, when you really think about it, genuinely quite disgusting to anyone that's ever faced trauma in their life or a form of mental illness, you know? Because comparing trauma to what's happened in this situation, it's like hilariously despicable. I cannot believe we're using almost like a mental health argument here of, yeah, you go for your trauma and you learn to not do these horrible things. Good Lord, what are we doing?
Situation like what you have been through. Knowing that this lives online forever. How are you going to explain this to your children?
Yeah. How are you going to explain to your kids? Look at a face. That is the face of a woman, a person, a human being that just realized, oh God, my kids are going to get on the internet one day, and the first thing they're going to see is that she sent underwear to a 13-year-old. That is crazy. And look, there is no way to really rectify that or help kids understand that, because maybe when they're kids, they will, you love your mum. You're like, well, you guys probably, some of you might have bad relationships with your mums. I love my mum, but some of you might not, But what I'm saying here is, as a kid, you may look past it because you don't have a moral compass in your mind, which is this is the irony here. She is going to go to her children and explain to them and justify it to them over what happened. Like, when that kid goes to school for the first time and somebody goes, Mommy, this person at school was bullying me because they said that you sent underwear to somebody who was 13. Did you do that? She's gonna, lie to them and, manipulate them into thinking that it was actually this accident, this normal thing where she had to go through all these life lessons. And the kid's gonna be like, okay. And then, 8 years later, when they're 18 years old, they're going to start to realize they're a young adult. They're a young adult at that point, and they'll start to realize, oh, I was manipulated. I was lied to by my mum. And that's what I believe is going to happen here, because as we've seen, she hasn't learned, she hasn't changed in any way. And it's like Adam McIntyre, for example. When he was 13, he thought it was normal because he didn't have the life experience to know. When you're a victim, obviously at that age, you just don't know. Some points you will know. Some people do know, but what was going on there? He clearly got a bit older and realized, and then it really, over time, hit him more and more and more, as we've seen in his first video in 2020, his videos in 2023, and his videos this year, how much it's impacted him and impacted other people who went on stage with Colleen. And as you get older, you realize, and that's going to happen again. Just a different realization, of course, in a different situation and circumstances, but it's going to happen. And she's clearly realized that right here.
That's part of the reason why I'm here now. I kind of was
I don't know if that's a good thing, mate. I think if your daughter watches this in 10 years' time, she's going to be very disappointed.
The mindset for so long, I just don't want to talk about it. I'm extremely non-confrontational, and I'm very anxious, and I will do absolutely anything to avoid a confrontation or avoid someone being upset with me.
We know.
Or to a fault. It's not something I love about myself. It's something that gets me in trouble.
I don't think it does. I don't, again, the excuses and the lies and the recontextualizing things, again, you're not in trouble because you're non-confrontational. I know so many non-confrontational people, and they're lovely and they're nice, and they've never been involved in any drama or hysterical situations ever because they didn't send their underwear to children. They didn't go in group chats with children and have inappropriate conversations. They didn't make inappropriate comments directed towards Jojo Siwa. They didn't bring up fans on stage and acted inappropriate with them. Like that, they didn't do these things, and therefore they were fine. Again, it's the trying to make very basic points of, there's hysteria on the internet or something on those lines. She's very much trying to make things seem almost like normal when they're really not.
And so I don't want to continue to, bring it up for people that they don't, it might hurt them, or, I just feel like, people have said how they feel about me, and I'm just going to back away because that's
you certainly have backed away, but on this podcast you've basically said that it was hysteria, basically said people taking things out of context and stuff like that, and it's like you're clearly not backing off completely, and you've clearly got your thoughts, and you clearly don't believe a lot of people out there.
I think that people want at this point, it's kind of how I felt.
You are coming back around to...
Did we... What is with these cuts? Every single time Colleen Ballinger starts to go, I know it's ironic because I keep pausing, but every single time Colleen Ballinger gets into something interesting where she's actually speaking about her serious situations, for example, how are you going to speak to your daughter about this? She starts to speak and then there's a jump cut because she's clearly said something which they realized on the editing panel, there's going to be someone that picks up on that. There's going to be someone that picks up on that, and they're going to criticize it like how it's going to get clipped on TikTok, Twitter, it's going to go viral, and it's going to make you look even worse. And that's what, but in my opinion anyway, that's what's happened, because when you see a jump cut in a situation like that, that's the only logic I can really take. I've cut things out of videos before where I've been like, that's maybe not appropriate in a video, that's maybe not the right thing to say in a video, maybe I've got something wrong and it would look bad. That's when you cut things out and have a jump cut. And I think here we've got the worst example of that, in my opinion. And what makes it hilarious is that means that this hour and 4 minute long podcast is the best version of it. This is the best cut down and edited version of what they could get from this conversation. That is genuinely quite insane.
Not say, take me in again.
No.
But you're coming back around to say, I know what I did. I know what I need to change. I'm changing. You don't have to love me.
Again, this is very disingenuous. I am so sorry to keep on pausing. I know it's annoying for you. If you want to go watch it, you can go watch it yourself. But what they're saying here is just so disingenuous. Let's listen to that one more time.
Me in again.
No.
But you're coming back around to say, I know what I did. I know what I need to change. I'm changing. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me.
The changing thing is so key here, because I don't know. Obviously she needs to change, but what is the context of change here? What? Stop messaging people in group chats? Because the reality is we're not mad at Colleen Ballinger for her personality or the overarching style of her content in general. There are very inappropriate things that happened in her content. But let's say we remove the Jojo Siwa stuff. And, okay, maybe Miranda Sings is a bad example. But Colleen as a person and her regular content, I don't have a problem with that per se. I have a problem with the fact that she's messaged kids inappropriately from her audience, So it is weird to hear the whole changing argument and learning, because for one, I feel like that's something you should have already known at 30 years old, You shouldn't have to go to therapy and go through life lessons and changes to know that what Colleen has done is bad. But that's the argument they're making here. And I think the reason they're doing it, it's like the Ned Former thing of they're trying to make them seem a lot, trying to make their issues be a lot more humanized. They're trying to make people empathize with Colleen Ballinger more by making it sound like it's more of a regular issue that all human beings go through. When they see people throw rocks at glass houses and stuff like that, people go crazy, people are hysterical, they're trying to almost, in my opinion, make it an argument of cancel culture, which is a big conversation that a lot of people are empathetic to, when the reality is this is a very serious thing that happened, and I don't think they're taking it seriously.
Right.
But you recognize what happened, and that takes a lot of...
I don't think she does. She's about to swear. Let's pause it. There we go.
I obviously wish I could go back and do everything differently in my reactions to this whole situation. I feel terrible that I made anyone feel anything other than happy and safe in our little community online. That's all I ever wanted.
Again, she's being like, it was a little community online. It was so cute and sweet. But it wasn't. The community was clearly not that. Maybe in parts where you weren't a part of it, it was that. But you were in these incredibly inappropriate group chats talking about people's virginities and stuff like that. Obviously, that isn't a very wholesome, sweet community. So stop recontextualizing things and trying to make people think, oh, it wasn't that bad.
And I feel so terrible that I disappointed so many people. And I'm genuine. Can't even talk.
You're okay. Take a beat.
Stressed.
She's probably stressed because she's been lying for an hour straight. Is she going to say sorry again? Are we going to get a sorry without a jump cut? What do we think she's drinking? Green tea? Chamomile tea? Chamomile tea, sorry. I don't know how to pronounce it. Maybe a bit of cocoa? Let us know in the comments section. But it's riveting content and analysis. Say sorry. Go on. You can do it. You can get it out there, Colleen. You can do it. Jump cut?
I should have thought a lot more about my interaction.
We got the jump cut. Maybe that wasn't a jump cut. Maybe it was just a camera cut. Okay, let's do that.
With my fans and how it could affect them. I should have been more responsible and thought about.
Are these jump cuts? Are we jump cutting here?
Been more responsible.
Wait,
and
let's do that again. Let's go back. That's not a jump cut. That's a jump cut. I'm pretty convinced that's a jump cut. Does her head... Let me just... Okay, so her head's down here. And then it goes up. So that is a jump cut. Now, I don't know if they've just cut because she had a long, awkward pause. Maybe we've got the little script out, starting to read. I don't think she's probably looked at a script. I think she's really trying to think what like the best PR-related thing is that she can say here. So let's listen.
I should have thought a lot more about my interactions with my fans and how...
You just shouldn't have done... You should not... See what the problem is? Like, the first thing she says after her long-drawn PR4 is still wrong. Just say, I'm sorry, I should not have done it. You shouldn't have thought more about it. You should not have done it. That's what you need to say, Colleen. It's been 5 years and you're still not getting it.
Could affect them. I should have been more responsible and thought about how
you should have just not done it. Say you shouldn't have done it.
Things could affect people, especially, the teenagers that were interacting with me. And I'm so now, in hindsight, like grateful and proud of these people for coming forward and saying, like, hey.
No, you're not. Stop lying. That's one of the craziest lies. You're not grateful that these people have come forward and spoken about you in these terms of these accusations. I'm sorry, you're not. Because if you were grateful, you would have said their names directly by now. Maybe she does in a bit, but in 5 years, she hasn't said their names. I mentioned we were going to go through this here. Let's quickly take a look at this right here, right? Let's just go to this bit.
Frustration that they were
This is her response 5 years ago, by the way. This is how she first addressed the situation. The first 4 minutes is to do with other stuff, but this is onwards is about the situation.
Trying to bring my shocked and confused. They were upset. I responded immediately. I was very shocked and confused. I expressed I didn't know what they were talking about, and I also expressed frustration that they were trying to bring my son's name into their drama. Then I received...
They're talking about Adam McIntyre here. Basically, in context, I'm pretty sure Adam said something like, you would be disgusted if someone spoke to your son the way you speak to me. Something on those lines. Again, go watch my original video about the situation. This is why I prefer to do the edited scripted format, so I can just bring the receipts up. I feel bad not bringing them up. But yeah, she was basically referring to Adam there, not saying the name, also called it drama, by the way. Listen to that again. What Adam McIntyre said was about the inappropriate interactions that she was having with her fans, in particular Adam. He said, you would not be happy if this happened to your son. Also, in something on those lines. And she calls it drama in her first response in 2020.
Expressed I didn't know what they were talking about, and I also expressed frustration that they were trying to bring my son's name into their drama. Then I received...
Drama. So we've got the drama bit there, but despite that, she says here that she's been proud of them for coming forward with their accusations. Now, obviously this is... Adam, sorry. Obviously, this is 5 years ago. Maybe she's changed, but let's just listen again.
Received a message from this person's mother asking me to not
As you say, Adam's mum.
speak his name. So I was trying to respect the mother's wishes and the parents' wishes of this 17-year-old. But it has gotten to a point...
they were 13 when you started interacting. But yeah, of course, at this point, they were 17.
Where there are so many rumors and lies and speculations going
Again,
around.
rumors and lies and speculations. She clearly isn't that proud about the people coming forward with their story. For someone that's proud, she clearly isn't that proud about it.
I feel like I need to address it. I do have receipts proving the things that I'm about to tell you. However, I feel uncomfortable sharing them because he is a minor. So I'm only going to...
So yeah, basically the rest of this is just her taking a lot of things out of context, making things look way better in her favor. And that's kind of what my first video is all about, just going through everything here. Like, let's just go, like I said we were going to go through these towards... I've disliked my own video. Why have I done that? 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I disliked my own video. Either way, sorry. So this is like an example, okay, of we're going to see old me. So this is me now. All right, look at the jawline. There's Mog. And then... sorry, this is so inappropriate. And then
thought it was funny, and then they said,
"Oh God, no! I shouldn't be making jokes like that in the context of what's going on here. I'm sorry. That's how you apologize. I'm sorry. That I just realized what the context of this clip is. I'm sorry. That's really bad. Jesus Christ, I'm such a dick. Sorry.
They had to send me the bra and panties.
So yes, God, sorry. I completely forgot the context of what this is on. I thought this was just going to get into Colleen's clip here. Sorry. So yeah, serious mode back on here. What's going on here is Adam is talking about how he was sent underwear, lingerie, from Colleen when he was 13 to his address. And this is going through the context.
Here are some clips from that live stream.
That outfit, screaming, homeschooled Christian
When do I give my
University.
commentary? I'm waiting for my commentary here. Because I go through the context. That's why we're here.
Colleen Ballinger said, "Hi, you are such a fashion icon," and tweeted the ugliest picture of me. This is honestly the worst outfit.
So this is 13-year-old Adam in Colleen's chat in like 2016, I think? Between 2016 and 2018.
He's so rude. What made you order these ugly clothes?
Adam!
Those clothes are nasty. He's so rude. Oh my God, he's so sassy. Your Twitter account is making me laugh so much. Oh my God, that makes me laugh. I want to send him something.
So that was her like first like thing there. She was the one that brought up, I want to send him something. That's the key thing to take here. There's been a lot of like context of like sharing things around, making things seem like Adam was like begging for it constantly from the very beginning. But the reason for that was because she said, I want to send him something in regards to what they're wearing in this scene right here, which as you can see on him, he's wearing the clothes that she is getting rid of. The whole thing is she's getting rid of clothes that she doesn't like, I'm pretty sure.
Do you want the bra, Adam?
See what I mean? There's like...
Do you want the bra and panties?
Yeah, let's skip forward here to
to send me her lingerie. I'm not lying, she did. Trust me, she hugged me and we were talking and she was like, I'm so sorry I didn't bring your lingerie.
So this became a thing of where she was like meeting him. Look how young he looks here, by the way. This is how young Adam was at this point. This is crazy to look at now and just think back on. Like I was crazy back then too, but just like I haven't looked at this in 2 years. This was a very young kid who was a fan. And look, he's like at this point very happy. He's very like enamored by Colleen, and that's because he's young. He doesn't know better, you know? And
my parents were right behind me, so thanks for that, Colleen.
You know what I find the most disturbing about this is that Adam as a teenager, I feel like I look really different now. That's kind of what I was joking about before. Jesus, the hair. I've got black hair at the moment. Don't ask why. Young teenager, not just about to become 18-year-old. Even that's still young, but a 13-year-old Adam realized that what was going on here was wrong. It was inappropriate, and he knew that this was best kept away from his parents. If a 13-year-old knows that, why is a 30-year-old still complying in this? By acknowledging that his parents were there, he clearly knew that this was weird, and he didn't want other grown adults to know about this. But yeah, sorry for like the jumping across the videos and stuff like that. Basically what I'm trying to say here is like, it's clear it was really bad. It's clear that Colleen over the years has lied about the context of this situation. Like in her, she's basically like in her response, I can't have lost it now. In her response and in a lot of things she's spoken about, I believe even in this and in other stuff where she's spoken about this whole situation, the whole thing is like she's made it out like Adam was like this begging fan who was constantly asking for these things. And even if he does, that doesn't justify justify what you've done by sending it. You were a 30-year-old adult, and now you're trying to get on camera and say that you care about these people and you acknowledge them, when the reality is even now, like, I know Adam's mum before said don't say his name, but he's a grown adult now. It's the most known about situation involving you, but you still can't say his name. And not just with Adam, but with all the other people involved too. You still haven't said their names, but you're going to pretend that you care about them, despite for years you have basically slandered these people and made them seem out to be liars.
Hey, this is not okay behavior. Because even though I know that I never wanted to hurt anyone, and my intentions and my desire.
Yeah, I'm sure that defense has worked in court cases where people have been, arrested for very serious crimes. They've been like, oh, sorry, judge, I didn't mean to hurt them. Because again, I think I mentioned that in my first video. It's something that is so hilarious when somebody gets exposed for some heinous things and their first response is, I didn't mean to hurt them. That wasn't my intention. Her biggest argument throughout this entire podcast that we went through in the first one is intentionality rather than actions, which is just a great way to win people over, because by being like, oh, I didn't intend to do this, your biggest fans would be like, oh, well, that's great then. You didn't intend to do it and it was just all an accident. And yeah, it was a mistake, but now you've said sorry, we can move on. But it's like, no, it's not about intentionality. It's about committing fraud in the action. And also, you can speak to me about intentionality, but it makes me more concerned and more worried that at 30 years old, you didn't realize that the things that you were doing were inappropriate. But yeah, that's
There's were nothing negative in my interactions with these people.
Yes, there was. Every interaction you had was negative. Stop. This is how I know she hasn't changed. In saying there was no negativity, you have not learned and you've not changed. Your interactions were directly negative. How were they not? You're on an hour podcast. For the last 5 years, your career has been in flames, constant controversy, constant videos about you, and you're saying that these interactions weren't negative? What do you think the entire internet is in hysteria about, like you like to bring up earlier? Why do you think there is this hysterical culture around? Because obviously your interactions were negative.
That needed to be said. They needed to say, like, hey, this isn't okay, because there are people out there who they do have the intentions to hurt them, and they need to be able to say, like, this isn't okay, and I'm not standing for this, and like, my heart was in the right place. It doesn't matter if people felt uncomfortable. I'm proud of them for saying, like, this wasn't okay and this made me uncomfortable, or this is not an okay thing to joke about, or whatever. That needed to happen. And I hope that anyone interacting with anyone online, whether it be a celebrity or a new friend or anyone, goes into it with that caution up of, like, what are these person's intentions?
I'm so done. I am so done. This shows again how a minute ago she was saying that she's like grateful for the people coming forward about their stories and stuff like that. And now she's being like, before you inappropriately interact with minors on the internet, just make sure you learn about their intentions. It's like, what are you saying here? Are you trying to be like, trying to give like creators like a textbook, a guide on how to get away with being inappropriate with your fans? Is that what you're trying to do here? What argument is this? I'm so confused.
And assuming they're negative going into it, I feel like is a good thing to protect them from
real predators.
Real predators who actually do.
What? Am I missing something? Let's replay that. Let's just fully listen to that without cutting in.
Say, like, this isn't okay, and I'm not standing for this, and like, my heart was in the right place. It doesn't matter if people felt uncomfortable. I'm proud of them for saying, like, this wasn't okay and this made me uncomfortable, or this is not an okay thing to joke about, or whatever. That needed to happen. And I hope that anyone interacting with anyone online, whether it be a celebrity or a new friend or anyone, goes into it with that caution up of, like, what are these person's intentions? And assuming they're negative going into it, I feel like is a good thing.
I genuinely don't know what she's saying here. Maybe I'm just going a bit crazy, but I feel like she's just spewing out buzzwords to try and seem right and righteous, and almost to seem like she's learned and changed. It feels like she's just saying things for the sake of saying it, to the point of where it doesn't really make sense. Is she saying that if you speak to a celebrity, you should assume they're being negative, or vice versa? I don't really know what she's saying here. My only advice to you, Colleen, would be just don't message your underage fans. Just don't at this point. Like, don't do that. That's that. And the same goes for your peers as well. Just don't do that. It's pretty simple. There shouldn't be this whole methodical thought process behind it. It should just be, yeah, yeah, don't do that. It's not difficult, but it's clear she hasn't learned and changed, and it's got to the point of where she's just saying things for no reason, by the way.
Protect them from
Real predators.
Real
Yeah,
predators
real
who actually do
predators.
want to hurt them.
So do you acknowledge that is she acknowledging that her actions were predatory there? Because you're speaking in the context of yourself. You were saying you're glad people have come forward because they were inappropriate, and now you're saying in the future to protect kids, and we should do this to protect them from predators. So you've effectively just called yourself a predator there. Great apology. I mean, I'm glad you've acknowledged your predatory actions.
I'd be curious to know your thoughts
Another
on
jump cut, by the way.
what you think your spirit is here to learn. Because what you've had to endure
It's a big learning lesson.
is it's a masterclass beyond. And
I was joking earlier about the spirituality conversation, guys. We don't actually need to speak about Colleen going to a place of Zen. We don't need to do that for these last 8 minutes of this podcast. We don't need to do that.
it has, I think, brought you to your knees. It has made you, as you said, more anxious. It's shifted your perspective. You had to take 2 years away. You haven't been online. I mean, it really kind of changed your life. So what do you think the lesson is for your soul?
Don't message kids. That's it. Oh my God. What do you mean? The message to yourself. Jesus. What's going on in the California water supply, man? What's been pumped in there? Where people have been like, let's do this. Colleen. They call up Colleen. They're like, oh, Colleen, do you want to... Oh, Colleen calls up them. Oh, can I go on your podcast? You're like, oh, yeah, we can talk about your horrible interactions with kids. I said, we can do that. And they're like, oh, okay. You know, they lock it in. Great conversation topic. Gonna bang on the internet. It actually hasn't. It's got 99,000 views. But alas, it's going to go great. We're going to speak about it. We're going to get to the end of this whole debacle. We're going to put it to rest. How do we have this conversation planned about the interactions that she's had with minors, and have led it to, how can we make this about spirituality? I'm sorry, but there's no conversation that needs to happen about the soul here. The conversation that needs to happen is, are you not going to message your young kids fans anymore? Are you not going to do that? Oh, my brain is like on fire right now. And I know why they're doing this, by the way. I know they're not done. Contrary to belief, I don't necessarily believe these people are stupid. I believe people like Colleen, Miranda, who just asked that question, I think they're doing this in a way to make her seem relatable. I think they're doing this in a way to make her relate to their audience more, of making it into a spirituality thing, because I guess in spirituality, a lot of the things it's like letting go of attachments and letting go of your pain and suffering and learning and growing and changing from it and becoming a better human being. And that's fine. That's fine. I've got no issues with spirituality whatsoever. It's overall probably a good thing. You know, I'm not the most spiritual guy myself, but it's probably a good thing. But it doesn't need to be coming into this conversation here, but it is. And I don't know why. Well, I do, as I said, I know why. It's obviously to cause the relatable stuff, but it's insane to hear what they're saying. It is insane.
You're being on Earth right now.
Just shut up. What are we doing? We're talking about earthly tethers. Earthly tethers to sending underwear to kids. What? Stop. How is this worse? How is it going? The first half was bad, but these last 20 minutes, Jesus Christ.
There are so many lessons. I mean, the things that...
No, there's one. Don't message your young fans.
That I've learned and reflected on and thought about over the last couple of years is... I mean, I'm a completely different person now in so many different ways. One is, I mean, thinking about things from other people's perspectives is important, because while, you know, I might have been like, I can't believe people would say this, I'm sure everyone watching was like, why? I can't believe she's not addressing this properly. I can't believe she's, you know, they felt betrayed by me.
I didn't feel betrayed. I just thought you were mental, to be honest with you. I just thought this person's lost their mind. That's what I thought. I wasn't betrayed. Maybe your audience were betrayed, maybe, but I don't think of it as that deep, to be honest with you.
My fans and supporters, that I wasn't addressing this the appropriate way and explaining what was going on. And so I've learned to try to look at conflict from the other person's perspective. I've also, everything that I do and everything.
Love the jump cut, by the way. What did she say in between that first sentence and the new sentence? What did she say that had to be cut?
That I say, especially as a person of influence, is I'm impacting people.
Fuck, no, you're not. No, you're not. Come on. It's 2025, Colleen Ballinger. You are not impacting anyone anymore.
And is that impact necessary, and is it good? Because
I was gonna make a snarky comment, but I just can't be bothered. This is so stupid.
sometimes you don't need to make them laugh if it's going to hurt someone along the way. Like, you don't need to, it's not worth it.
Again, she's recontextualizing things there by being like, she's trying to make it out like all of this was like in her content by being like, sometimes you don't need to make people laugh. And it's like, half your interactions that you're being exposed and called out for were in private group chats and also in delivery services. Like that's where your interactions came mostly that you were called out for. Obviously there was the Miranda Singh stuff, but mostly it wasn't at the attempt of making people laugh. So again, recontextualizing the situation here on purpose, in my opinion.
Thinking about the long term, as someone who thinks in the here, right now, what will make people happy right now and make people like me right now, that doesn't always result in good things. You know, thinking in the long term and how is this going to snowball and affect people in the future it's a way I've never thought before, and it's something I'm still learning and working on, because it is my go-to to be like, how can I make this person happy right now? I just want, you know, and that causes problems. You really need to be thinking about.
Again, she's trying to make herself seem so much more awesome. Like, she's trying to be like, oh, I'm so nice. I just want to make people happy. And that's why I sent my underwear to Adam, because he kept asking for it, even though in the video we just saw, it was her that suggested it. I mean, are you trying to make your fans happy there when you do that? Is that what you're trying to do? Meet up with them in person, have a little conversation, being like, sorry, 13-year-old. By the way, let's get that photo of Adam up again. Let's go back to Adam's video. Where is it? This kid right here, you were trying to make happy in person by being like, hey, I'm sorry I didn't bring my underwear. Is that the level of happiness you're talking about here? Because that's very weird.
About the other person's well-being and how it will affect them in the future.
If you cared about that, you would not have spoke about rumors, speculation, and lies like we saw in your video from 2020. Because what you said there absolutely put Adam's world upside down. You sent him into a place of where so many people were coming after him. You did not do anything to defend him. You did not anything to look after him. You don't care about the people that called you out's well-being. I'm sorry, you just don't. It's a lie, and you're again trying to make yourself look more understandable and reasonable so the audience, take this better. It's absolute lies. It's absolute lies.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so that's something I've learned and I'm working on a lot.
It's apparent that you want to make amends, that you are taking responsibility for the things that you have done in the past that were not okay. And you've said, I'm sorry now, many, many times before being on this show, and now many times today on the show. But I want to know, have you been able to / will you forgive yourself?
Oh my God. She hasn't even, she's not even said sorry properly to the victims at the end of the day. She said sorry once and there was a jump cut, and now they're being like, okay, well, we didn't get a proper apology from you, but can we get a proper apology from you to yourself? What are we doing? What, even she looks like confused by this. I need to take a screenshot of that. Let me get my screenshot thing up, because that might be a thumbnail right there, because this is a person, even she looks a bit confused by this statement. Good God.
For some things, I think. But I also think I'm one of those people that, like, whatever hate comments or hate I receive, I've already thought it about myself at some point in my life. So, I'm my biggest hater.
I don't know if that's true. I see a lot of negative comments about Colleen Ballinger. I don't know if that's true.
They ain't got nothing on me. So
I don't know if that's true, Colleen. I don't know if that's true.
Like, it's hard for me to have grace with myself and forgiveness. And I think that's why it's taken me so long to even say anything is...
No, the reason it's taken you so long to say anything is because you've had nothing to say, because you knew your actions were bad. And the only moment you've actually tried to say something is when you're in a room with two people that are basically defending you for an hour straight.
It's like, oh, okay, I'll just back away, because I just, and that's one of the things I've learned in the last 2 years is so much of my self-worth was based in the validation from my fans and making sure I was being entertaining and I was giving them what they wanted. And that was who I was as a person.
Oh, God, stop.
So when that was taken away, I was like...
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're going to get into tears. Oh, is she about to cry? I didn't know she cries in this. We're about to get into tears. Please don't do this. Please don't. It's the one thing you haven't done. It's the one wrong thing that you haven't done. And we were so proud of you, Colleen. We were so proud that you were making it an hour long without crying in a response. Please. Even Ned Fulmer, he tried. He did try in his recent response. He did try to cry. But I think you're about to cry. I'm going to keep on taking screenshots, by the way, for thumbnails, because we're getting some good screenshots for thumbnails here.
Then I'm nothing.
Oh, God, don't
So that was a really hard lesson for me to learn, to find peace and happiness and validation and be okay with myself with that not there. Because you can't put your entire person and your whole validation in like what others think of you. And that's what
I think she's not going to cry. There are tears in her eyes, but I think she's managed to get by it. I think she's managed to get by it.
Doing with my fans. I wasn't anything without that.
Do you remember earlier when I asked you what your lesson was for your soul? That, to me, is actually the answer.
Oh, stop. Just stop, man. We're an hour in. Just stop.
The person that you are, because you've struggled with your worth, because you've struggled with your confidence, it's like when...
This isn't a... Oh, she's crying. She's crying. This isn't a conversation about self-worth. Can we stop trying to make this into a relatable argument so the audience accept this better? This isn't an argument of relatability. This is an argument about not messaging kids. It's actually really simple. This could have been a 5-minute podcast where she says sorry, maybe explains a few things here and there, why she's been gone and stuff like that and what she's been doing. That could be it. We don't need to do this.
You have those questions of, am I worthy enough to be here?
Of course she is, obviously. Like, she's on it now. She's on this podcast. You've invited her on, so obviously she's worth being here.
If you're in this industry and you show weakness, that will be eaten alive.
There is nothing... She's crying. She's still crying. There's nothing about the argument of weakness here. And it's not... And also, they're making this sound like, oh, the industry is so evil, it will eat you alive if you show weakness and emotion. It's like, no, we're not doing that. We encourage emotion and weakness. We do. We like it when people show their moments of weakness because it shows they're actually a human being, you know? We get that and we like that. But that's not the conversation we're asking for here. We're asking, why did you message your fans inappropriately? This is so funny because it's so off the route of discussion that we need to be on. We were going down it for a little bit in the first episode. Now we've just reared off course and they're trying to end it in a very positive note. But I'm sorry, we can't end it this way. But when for an hour straight, you've just made this whole thing into a load of bollocks.
Because people prey on that. Right. And I think your soul...
Is that another screenshot? It might be. It might be, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, Colleen, to do this to you, but these tears are crazy, man. Are these tears of sadness because you feel bad about what you've done? Or are these tears of, I don't know, just pure YouTube nonsense?
Journey
Get them
here
out.
is
Get
to
the tears
learn
out.
that
Get the
you're
tears
worthy
out. Get them up.
and to really find
Oh God, there's so many screenshots. Look, I need this for my thumbnail, man. Jeez, good
peace in
God.
yourself and love yourself, because I tell you,
well,
we could jump cut everything else, but we can't jump cut Colleen Ballinger getting her tears out. My Lord,
it's brutal.
I'm still working on that one.
I know.
I think you know,
there's not even tears there. She's almost pretending now. There wasn't enough tears that she thought was going to come out, and she's like pretending. Like, she's doing the Laura Leah where the jump cuts to the bit. You know when Laura like cut to the bit where she's like speaking like this, and then she like and it cuts, and she's just like that, and there's like a tear on her face. And she's blatantly squirt water on, or squeezed out one tear.
Not a woe is me thing at all, but like there was, with everything that happened, I was about to do another Broadway show, and I was writing my next book.
The books were the problem as well. I don't know if you guys remember the books, but there was so much inappropriate stuff written in those books that kids were reading.
And I was in the middle of a big tour, and everything was one by one like plucked from me. Everything that I'd been working on and worked for decades, was gone, and it sucked. But like honestly, like what really struck me was who am I without this validation from these people? So it took me a while to
Come on, get the tears out.
Wake up and not be disappointed,
I mean, I get that, but at the end of the day, I just don't know why we're talking about it.
Yeah, I definitely worked really hard to get there, and realized one day, like, oh, I'm not getting any validation from
audience, and I'm okay. Like, and obviously I have the most important things in the world to me, which is my children and my family, and that's all that I need.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm at now. I think I needed to get to that point before coming out and saying anything, because I need to have everything that I need before I
you need this.
Make sure this is because I'm just want to clear the air and say my side of things without any like expectations or, you know.
Or ukulele.
Or ukulele.
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, overall, it is just such a mess. I feel like she has shown more empathy towards herself than any other victim in this. I say other, she's not a victim, but any victim in this situation. Like, I feel like the most emotional, real part of this was speaking about her own emotions, and I don't think that's a good sign when this is meant to be a YouTuber apology, supposedly at first.
Can I say that word?
You can say that word.
Thank you so much, Colleen, for coming and bearing your soul.
Okay, well, I guess that's that. And yeah, it is unbelievably worse than I thought. I don't know why I didn't watch the last 20 or 25 minutes. I guess I just thought it was going to be more about her personal feelings. I didn't think it was going to just be her deflecting even more to more of an insane extent. Getting to a conversation of spirituality and almost like earthly tethers is just genuinely insanity. It's genuine insanity. I don't know what I expected, but it was not that. And overall, yes, this response is one of the worst responses I think I've ever seen. And to top it off with the crying at the end there, forcing out tears, it's just unbelievable. And I don't know if Colleen ever has a way of getting back. No, she doesn't. I'm not going to lie. She has no way of getting back to where she ever was on YouTube. Because just look at the response to this. Asking her if she forgives herself before she's probably apologized to her victims is crazy work. Yeah, it's insane. This discussion really shows you how extremely filtered Colleen's comments are. Again, we saw that earlier when we went through her comments. Not bringing up the Trisha situation is crazy. I love how the original title was Colleen's actual apology, and then looked back at it, realized she never apologized until asked to do so, and then changed the title to Colleen telling her side of the story is diabolical. An underage man. I don't know if that was said. I'm going to do a search here. I can't remember underage man being said. And I think they're misconstruing it to an underage fan. It wasn't an underage man, and I think I should just clear up on that. Underage, were they underage? Underage fan, underage people, underage at the time, yeah. And as you saw, she knew that they were underage. This is like the big thing here. We've had all these tears, we've had everything, but at the end of the day, this is where the tears
Did you
are coming
know they
from.
were underage at the time?
I knew that there were teenagers in the chat. Yeah, I did know that. And
that's where we're at. That's the reality of the situation. She knew what she was doing. She probably knew that it was wrong, and she spent an hour lying to us and trying to make things seem a lot more relatable, when overall, to kind of conclude everything, this is just a horrible, horrible situation, and I truly feel bad for the victims in this situation. I really do. Colleen, for the first few years of this situation and scandal, did everything she could to swipe everything under the carpet, like we've seen in my original video that we went through briefly, and like we've seen in her original response video. She allowed Adam to just get basically cooked by the entire internet, by all of her fans for years now. Now, unfortunately, that's not happening anymore, but it did happen for a very long time, and that will lead to trauma. So to hear her speak about her own trauma in the situation is almost ironic. I know it sounds mean, but it really is ironic. And to hear her apologize to herself before she gives an actual real apology to anyone is insane. But the worst part of it is when she basically said she's glad that people spoke up. Because what we've seen in this, she's not glad. She doesn't care. And overall, I don't think she's sorry, in my opinion. And with that, yeah, I'll end the video there, because if I don't, I'll just keep on repeating myself, which I know I've done throughout this thing. It's very unscripted, and I'm sorry for that. If you want me to do more videos like this now and again, the next video is probably definitely going to be a scripted one. I have 2 pre-recorded, scripted, researched videos. But when I'm away in Japan, I probably will do a few more videos like this, maybe. Depends on how thin the walls are in my hotel and Airbnb. But yeah, thanks for watching this, everybody, and I'll see you in the next one. Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. Genuinely interested to hear what you got. In 2023, Colleen Ballinger faced backlash from the entire internet after being exposed for some of the most heinous things an influencer could be exposed for. And since this situation took place, Colleen basically faded off into obscurity, and no one had really heard of her since. Sure, she was uploading, but in terms of the public consciousness, she had basically become irrelevant and nobody was paying attention to her. Until recently, when Colleen Ballinger made waves after appearing on a podcast where she seemed to respond respond to that situation from 2023 for the first time ever since her infamous ukulele video. And yes, I think we've all seen it at this point. The response went down just absolutely the worst possible way it could have ever gone down. Basically, every single commentary YouTuber under the sun got together and said, yes, this response, it's god-awful, it's absolutely trash, she's not taking accountability, and yes, it's just a big old mess. I made 2 videos on it, everybody laughed, everybody moved on, and that basically was that. People just thought this was going to be a case of Colleen being mocked, but then her just falling into obscurity once again. But no, that's not the case, because recently I was just doing a little bit of research. I remembered that Colleen Ballinger actually runs a podcast with her sister. Yes, this thing right here, it's something they upload on every single week. They've been doing it for like over a year now. It's something, I guess, that's probably quite popular in whatever remains of Colleen's audience. And I thought to myself, well, given that, you know, she does this podcast, maybe she's briefly spoke about this situation on her podcast. And yes, I actually made the discovery that Colleen Ballinger basically has made an entire second response to everything that took place on that podcast, the reception to that podcast, why it took her so long to respond to everything, and just in general everything to do with the situation. And I've sat down through the whole thing and listened to it a few times now, and yeah, honestly, it's not very good. It again only paints Colleen in the worst possible light. But on top of that, after watching these podcasts, I then made another discovery. And that discovery being that Colleen Ballinger is actually going on a live tour, which you can buy tickets for right now. And when you start to add everything up here, obviously things do start to look very suspicious. The first response, the second response, and now the live tour announcement. Now, I should say that this live tour, or this live show, is an individual single live show that is for charity, but I think it is a little bit coincidental that it comes at the same time as her 2 responses. It's almost like she wanted to do this thing, but she knew that she could not do it without actually getting around the awkward question of, well, why have you not said anything about this situation for 3 years? It looks very suspicious, and whilst this show is a good deed, to me, it isn't exactly a good look for Colleen Ballinger, because it just looks like she's only responded so she can do this show. So what I want to do today is go through this new response that I don't think basically anyone has heard, because I don't think anyone outside of Colleen's audience even knows that this podcast exists. I want to react to it, break it down, but also I do just want to clarify this is an audio-only podcast, so if you're a little bit confused what the footage is and why it's not syncing with the audio, it's just an old podcast I found that I thought I would play over this audio so you don't just have a blank screen of nothingness. But before we get into any of that, I just want to talk to you guys about today's sponsor, because oh, look at that. Look at that. Coincidentally, I just managed to have a Christmas stocking, and look at that. It is one of Extra's finest products, because yes, this video is indeed sponsored by Extra. And yes, it's that time of the year again. It's Christmas, and we all know how Christmas goes. You're working loads, you've got loads of things to do with your friends and family, and time just kind of comes out of nowhere, and then suddenly it's 5 days until Christmas, and you have no idea what you're doing, and you've got to make some last-minute gift purchases, but you also want them to be meaningful. Well, that's why Extra is here to save the day. Now, what I'm holding right here, my friends, is something known as a smart card holder. And this is something that Extra specialize in. As you can see here, this is the amazing card holder designed specifically for AirTags. And that's exactly what this beautiful thing is right here. I have been using this thing recently, and no, my cards are not in it right now because I don't want you guys to steal my bank details, but I've been using this recently. And not only is it useful because I'm somebody that loses my wallet all the time, and now I can just track it and press the little beep button and it just beeps out of nowhere and I know where it is, but also this baby can hold 12 cards. As you can see there, you pop it out and it is just wonderful. This product is genuinely so nice to have. It's sleek, it fits in your back pocket, your front pocket, any pocket you may have anywhere. And in general, as somebody that's clumsy and loses everything, Extra have just been a bit of a lifesaver for me recently. But the thing is if you're not interested by that, there's plenty of other alternatives to go through, such as the Extra Card Holder Pro, which holds up to 14 cards. It's made out of 100% recycled aluminum, but you can also add on customizable add-ons such as an actual tracker, which will make this thing impossible to lose. Which is somebody who is just absolutely useless and loses everything, that is very, very helpful. But on top of that, recently Extra have also got into the travel game with, as you can see here, the Travel Pack Vacuum Kit that allows you to have 3 times more packing space in any bag, whilst having the ability to compress these vacuum kits anywhere on the go. And again, as I said, I'm a clumsy guy. I'm somebody that packs bad and just doesn't do everything to a concise manner. But with Extra and these travel vacuum kits, it just makes life so much easier. So if you're struggling with Christmas presents right now, because I know half of you have probably not done your Christmas shopping, I would really recommend Extra for not just a last minute gift, but for a very thoughtful gift that can just upgrade somebody's life from a dingy massive wallet to something sleek and that can just fit into your pocket and hold more cards than the average wallet by a mile. So yeah, if you want any of these deals, go click on the link in the description and use code iNabber to get up to 64% off on products available, on top of also other deals available on Extra's website right now. Again, use code iNabber for up to 64% off. I highly recommend Extra. I've used their products before and they are genuinely very, very good, and also are a great gift to give to any of your loved ones. Thank you very much, and with that, let's continue. But yes, with that, let's get into Colleen Ballinger addressing why she stayed quiet about all of this for so many years.
I feel like I should address that that's what's going on. But yeah, I haven't talked about any of that stuff. I haven't wanted to for a bajillion reasons.
The bajillion reasons being that no matter what she would say, no matter how many justifications, no matter what manipulation she put out there, it's never going to resurrect this situation. Let's be real here, people. The only reason Colleen Ballinger never responded to the situation since the ukulele incident up until these podcast responses, it's because she knew there was nothing she could do, because at the end of the day, she is guilty of basically not everything, but most of the major things she's been accused of. I don't doubt that there are fake things out there about Colleen Ballinger, but at the end of the day, we can't look away from the fact that this woman sent underwear to her fans. This woman was in group chats having inappropriate conversations. We can never look past that.
I haven't wanted to for a bajillion reasons, but I've also wanted to for a bajillion reasons.
Yes.
But Rachel she went with me to do the podcast, and she's kind of been by my side.
Raven and Miranda were the loveliest.
They were so nice.
They were so kind.
So nice.
Now, if you don't know who Raven and Miranda are, basically they are the 2 individuals from the podcast that Colleen originally appeared on, that we reacted to in my last videos about Colleen Ballinger. And these 2 individuals have faced a lot of controversy due to this appearance on their podcast for 2 particular reasons. Firstly, the main reason being the original podcast was titled Exclusive Colleen Ballinger's Actual Apology Video. And yeah, obviously this wasn't an actual apology video. If anything, it was just deflections for an hour straight where these 2 individuals would support her no matter what. And after getting loads of backlash and being called out for this, they sneakily changed the title to Exclusive Colleen Ballinger Tells Her Side. It's a little bit different from she gives an apology. There was no real, authentic apology given. I remember watching the podcast where Colleen actually seems like she's going to get into an apology, and it just goes to a jump cut where she's no longer making the apology. The whole video, the whole response, it was a complete mess. And that moves us into the second reason to why so many people were mad at Raven and Miranda, and that is because these 2 basically just allowed Colleen to get away with absolutely everything whilst barely criticizing her. In fact, they just seemed to pretty much comfort her during the entire podcast. So yeah, it's not really a shock to me that Colleen Ballinger and Rachel, her sister, think that Miranda and Raven were really nice individuals, because they were basically doing as much PR as they possibly could to support Colleen Ballinger. But yeah, moving on, Colleen then starts to get into about how she was just really happy that she could finally talk about all of these things.
And yeah, so anyway, I'm a little frazzled today because of it.
Rightfully so. I was frazzled last night.
I was too.
Yeah.
But I'm happy I was finally able to talk about it at all.
I like that she says this like she couldn't have talked about this for any of the time period of the last 3 years. Colleen Ballinger, you have a platform with millions of subscribers. You have an Instagram, a Twitter, a TikTok, a YouTube channel. You have every platform under the sun. If you wanted to speak about this at any moment I can't speak English. At any moment, you absolutely could have. but you decided not to until you went on tour. Colleen Ballinger uploads onto her YouTube channel basically every single day. It wasn't like she was out of the content loop. It wasn't like she stopped making content on her YouTube channel. She, if anything, has amped up her content production this year. But I think the reality is what Colleen actually needed wasn't just an individual video by herself addressing things. She needed somebody who would help her. She needed a controlled environment where she would have people around her who would support her on camera, and eventually she found Raven and Miranda, who were the two individuals that would do that. It's clear she didn't want to be challenged, it's clear that she didn't want to be criticized, and the further you go into this and other podcasts later on, you will discover that being challenged is something that Colleen Ballinger just does not want.
I'm happy I was finally able to like talk about it at all, even though I was really nervous to, just because I don't want it to be, I just don't want to upset anyone or make it cause waves, or
you don't want another headline.
I mean, if she doesn't want another headline, then she probably shouldn't have sent her underwear to underage fans and then tried to continue a career of content creation. I know that sounds maybe a little bit snarky, but it's not a little bit snarky. It's actually pretty fair in my opinion. I feel like if you can do the things Colleen Ballinger has done and still continue to make content on the internet and still have an audience to some extent, I think it's a clear indication that this whole idea of cancel culture, let's be real, people, it's not a thing anymore. Maybe 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, but in 2025, it's not a thing. I think what they're talking about here, it's very self-victimizing. I really feel like they're trying to push Colleen as a victim. We didn't want to create headlines or waves. It's like, well, you know that it's going to create headlines. You know that it's going to create waves because you've admitted to some of the worst things that you could have possibly admitted to. I mean, you literally admitted it on the podcast that we originally went through. So no, sorry, but this is going to cause waves because no one really believes you've actually taken any accountability for your actions, and nobody believes that you've actually changed whatsoever.
You're just trying to say your piece for the people that need to hear it.
Yeah, who deserve to hear it, who want to hear it, and then I want to move forward, and I felt like I couldn't because I never said anything.
You needed to say something.
To me, the vibe I get from this is major downplaying in this situation. They're speaking about this like it's a random bit of YouTube drama that Colleen Ballinger was involved in, but no, this was a very, very serious situation that was far above YouTube drama. I feel like how they're speaking about this just seems like how somebody would address, I don't know, a bit of beef that they'd have with another content creator or something like that. The reality is these were very, very serious allegations, and I still don't think it's being treated seriously enough by Colleen and by her sister. But also, I'm confused about the fact that she said she can't move forward. I don't know what she means by that, because as I showed you previously, Colleen Ballinger has been uploading many, many videos this year. More videos than I upload. And I don't know if that's because they want to promote this new individual show that they're selling tickets for, again, charity, but maybe it is to do with the fact that they couldn't do it without addressing the situation, and maybe that's what they mean by moving on. But even if that is for charity, I still think that's a really bad way to handle this, considering it's been 3 years of opportunity of where you could have spoke up in this situation, but you chose not to.
You needed to say something.
But I didn't say everything I wanted to say, but I don't think there's ever going to be a time where I've said everything that I want to say, because like there's so much to say. There's so much to not say.
What I don't understand here is she's basically implying that there's so much bits of misinformation that could be out there. And it's like, if you genuinely believe that, if you think that there are things out there that could change the story, that could flip the story on its head, why would you not have shared that with the world in the last 3 years? In my opinion, all Colleen is doing here is just being extremely manipulative. She knows that the only people that actually listen to this podcast is her very dedicated audience. And how do I know they're dedicated? Well, you've got to be a pretty dedicated person to continue to support somebody who was exposed for sending underwear to an underage fan. I think you've got to be a very dedicated fan to stand by that content creator after a scandal like that. So Colleen knows she can basically say anything and spew words to this audience and they'll accept it like it's gospel. And here what she's basically saying, well, she's trying to imply that there is a story out there that the world just don't know. It's just too sensitive, it could never get out there, and she's never had the chance to release this story to the world, and all the fake news is just going around everywhere, whilst this real story, which Colleen could have released at any point over the last 3 years, that is her truth, and she will maybe one day get it out there. It's an absolute load of manipulation. To me, she clearly doesn't have anything. She doesn't have receipts. She doesn't have screenshots. Because if she did, why would she not come out about it? I'm so sick and tired of hearing content creators that get exposed claim that there is a bigger story that people just don't know, but they're the bigger person because they won't expose it. They don't want to upset anybody or cause waves. In my opinion, this is just a load of bollocks I've heard from a million other influencers that have been exposed in the past. Maybe there is a few key bits of missing information here and there. Maybe some things might have been taken out of context here and there. But overall, in terms of the major story, if anything was going to be flipped, it would have been flipped 5 years ago, 3 years ago. Because bearing in mind, this whole story isn't something that just originated in 2023. It originated years before then, and Colleen did nothing to flip the story. All she's ever done is manipulate her audience in the best possible way that she could.
But anyway, I'm a little bit of a airhead today because of it, because I'm just trying to survive.
It's just so dramatic, man. I'm trying to survive. Oh, I'm sure you're trying to survive in your multi-million-dollar house with your massive YouTube channel, which, by the way, as I said, she still uploads on, like, again, with this whole, like, cancel. I know she's not brought up cancel culture here, but I've seen a lot of her fans say that she was cancelled and stuff like that. But it's like, she's got her massive platform still. She's still rich. She's still got everything. She's going on a live tour. I'd say, considering everything that happened, she's actually doing pretty peachy. She's actually probably doing better than most of us. And that sounds insane to say, but I think it's just the reality of it. So when I hear, oh, I was just trying to survive, it's just embarrassing. When we're talking about the context of what she's speaking about here, of getting onto a podcast and finally actually responding to these things 3 years later, it's so embarrassing. And throughout this podcast, Colleen likes to say how stressed she is, how she basically is falling asleep because her body's just shutting down out of stress. And, you know, I can understand why she's stressed, because every podcast that she's been getting on to speak about this, she's just been lying, she's just been manipulating, and she has just been taking advantage of her audience by manipulating them. And I think she's just worried that, oh, there's going to be people out there that will realize that and call her out for it, and that's why she's so stressed. But because she's got a tour coming, she needs to say something. This is genuinely one of the most disingenuous ways to make a comeback after serious allegations. But even after this, it only continues to get worse.
Yeah, the day. Not that I'm like, oh my god, it's so hard for me, but just because, like, it feels like
it's nerve-wracking.
It's nerve-wracking to feel like the world is gonna hate you again.
Yeah, look, I'm not trying to be rude here, but I don't think the world perspective of Colleen Ballinger has necessarily changed at all over the last 3 years. Like, I'm not saying send hate or anything like that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Outside of whatever weirdos remain in her audience, I really feel like the general opinion of Colleen Ballinger has very much remained consistent from 2023. If anything, it's probably gotten even worse after recent events.
You went in knowing that this is going to cause another wave of mass hate. Like, even if, you know, some people do listen with an open heart, it is going to stir things up again.
Again, mixing everything in together here as hate. The reality is I don't think in my last video I have been hateful. Yes, I don't like Colleen Ballinger, that's obvious, but in terms of what I'm saying about Colleen Ballinger, I don't necessarily believe that's hate. I believe it's fair, constructive criticism of me calling somebody out for being incredibly manipulative, not taking accountability, and just in general giving a god-awful response. I don't think anything anyone's saying out there really, bar obviously a few hateful comments here and there, but the main crux of all the top comments is just general criticism of how badly Colleen has handled this situation and the lack of responsibility she's taken. But again, it's just the manipulative nature of this podcast, that in a very comfortable setting, the only people listening to this podcast by myself are her audience, who are going to agree with her, being like, oh yeah, Colleen, everything you're saying is definitely right. All the people criticizing you, they're just haters. And again, you get these people on board even further if you convince them that everything said about Colleen Ballinger is just pure hatred. It's manipulative, but at the end of the day, it's smart, and I know what these people are doing. There's a reason that this podcast is only being uploaded in a video format onto Patreon, because it's a private little club where all of the fans can kind of, get together and just like create a bit of an echo chamber. This is exactly actually what Onision does. Basically, if you ever wonder what Onision's up to nowadays on the internet, he's just in his own echo chamber in his Discord and on his Patreon. I actually am going to be doing a video about this soon, my general yearly update to Onision. And yeah, it's a very similar thing of what a lot of content creators do when they lose their careers, of basically they just try to create a very niche, small echo chamber that will continue a bit of a cash flow.
Even if some people do listen with an open heart, it is going to stir things up again.
Yeah, I didn't go into it thinking like, I'm going to change everyone's mind.
No,
like,
you're like, this is going to solve everything. That was never a thought.
No.
So what did you think was going to happen? Did you think that we were just going to be mad at you? Because at the end of the day, I don't really understand what the process is here. Because this is my biggest confusion about Colleen Ballinger right now. Why are you doing any of this? You're not making yourself look better. I really don't understand why you're still trying to continue this story 3 years later. She knows, she word for word just said there, she's not going to win back people. So to me, all I really am getting from this is I don't actually believe she thinks she's exactly 100% in the wrong in this situation, and that's why she's saying that. Because as we saw in the original podcast, she doesn't take accountability. She tries to argue against things, and here, I feel like what we're getting is her basically saying that, yeah, she was never going to win people back, because they can clearly see that, no, she hasn't changed her opinion or just hasn't taken accountability or isn't just sorry.
No, it was more just like, I need to say something.
And you guys deserve to hear something. You guys deserve to hear you talk about it. Everyone that's still
stood
watches
by
and
me and
supports
like, yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Again, looping everyone in, being like, we care about you guys, we love you guys, and that's why we kept you in the dark on this for 3 years. The logic isn't really logicking, in my opinion. You can't say you guys deserve to know about this whilst keeping them in the dark on it for 3 years. And when you only tell them about it, it's when you're saying, hey, it's time to go on tour, baby. Pay for my $50 to $80 tickets. But who are you fooling here? Obviously, you're fooling your audience because they eat this up, but you're not fooling us. You're not fooling us. And look, I get it. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh about a charity show. Maybe I am, and that's a valid criticism you can have. But I do just think it is a bit coincidental that this show is coming at the same time as all of these podcast responses. I mean, I feel like they just kind of realized, hey, if Colleen's getting back on stage, she probably needs to actually talk about these things, because it will be very awkward if someone in the audience actually asks her during the live show. So why not get onto all of these podcasts and just start lying through your teeth and manipulating whatever remains of your audience to be even more on your side, and so they don't ask any questions during your big old charity show.
You guys deserve to hear you talk about it. Everyone that's still
stood
watches
by
and
me and
supports
like,
and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons we made this Patreon, because we knew you guys still were here.
Yeah.
And wanted a safe place where you guys wouldn't be attacked if you commented positive things.
Yeah, even they acknowledge the fact that their fans are a little bit weird, because they word for word know that they need to create a safe space for their audience who are still willing to support a content creator that was exposed for sending underwear to an underage fan. Yes, they know that they need to protect the audience that stand by that person. And yeah, honestly, it makes sense, because if I saw my friend was supporting somebody like Colleen Ballinger, I'd think, mate, what are you doing, you weird guy? Are you really spending your hard-earned cash on supporting this individual? And look, by the way, I've got friends that, I don't know, they like controversial people and stuff like that, but I think there's a line. There's a line you draw, right? And that is, have they sent underwear to Adam McIntyre? Yes? Oh, well, let's not financially support them. It's pretty simple stuff, really, isn't it? It's actually not that hard to comprehend. It's not cancel culture. It's just, I'd say, general human morals. But also, let's talk about this whole Patreon thing that they're mentioning here, of how they, yes, wanted to have a Patreon just to protect their fans. Again, they're so smart. They're so smart with how they kind of cozy up to the fans of, we just wanted to do things for you. We just wanted to protect you. We just want to be honest with you. You deserve to know about this, guys. It's such bollocks. By the way, I think it's fine when a creator is like, oh, I love my audience, I love my fans and stuff like that. I think that's fine. I know some people get a little bit like, oh, it's a bit, whatever the word is, when there's a word where your fans think they're like friends of you. I don't think it's that. I think it's just a general case of you can have a love for your audience. You're not in love with your audience. I think that's fine to be very grateful for your audience and to be personally connected to your audience. I hate my audience. You guys suck. But in general, I think it's fine. To have a love for your audience. But what I think what Colleen and Rachel are doing here is just manipulative in my opinion. I think they're just trying to convince the audience as much as possible that they've made this Patreon out of this love. But it's like, no, you've made it to make money. Come on, who are we lying to here? It's like if I said, by the way, guys, I'm releasing merchandise because I really love you. It's like, no, I'm trying to make money. It's like, oh, there's a sponsor on this video. I love you guys and I'm trying to get a sponsor to you because of that. It's like, no, I'm trying to make money, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. But if I was to say, I just love you guys so much, and that's what I've got a VPN sponsor on this video, it's like, no, come on. I need to pay the bills. I've got an editor to pay. I've got dog to feed. Yeah, I've got to pay my bills somehow, man. The videos have to be sponsored sometimes. It's just how it is. You know, that's fine. That's fine. But don't get onto your podcast and lie and say, I'm doing this out of love. No, you're doing this because your YouTube channel is completely failing. There's basically no one over there. And Patreon is probably more financially incentive to you because it creates a echo chamber and a niche audience who are probably going to be willing to contribute in ways outside of the Patreon because they feel personally connected to you, such as a live tour. I've seen this stuff a million times, people. I find it boring sometimes. It's quite funny to hear, but just to keep on hearing it, influencers just desperately just pretend that everything they do is about loving the audience. It's like, it's refreshing when an influencer says, yeah, I want to make money. I like making my videos, but I want to make money. That's fine. Just say it. But after this, they do continue to more get into the hate that their fans would receive for supporting Colleen Ballinger. And as I said earlier, don't go and send any hate. If you want to hate on anyone, just go into my comment section.
Because we knew you guys still were here.
Yeah.
And wanted a safe place where you guys wouldn't be attacked if you commented positive things.
Because that was happening a lot. It's like there was people who would support and they would get attacked just for supporting. And so we were like, where can we go where like people can be supportive if they want to be?
You say just for supporting. I think it's a bit understandable to be criticized for supporting someone like Colleen Ballinger. Just like I'd say you're a bit of a weird, well, you're not a weirdo, you're a dangerous individual if you support James Charles, Onision, Jeffree Star, a lot of content creators. I would say if they've done some extremely immoral things, I'm going to have a bit of a question to your support for these individuals. Now, don't get me wrong. I think individuals can change. I think they can get better. But James and Colleen are in that category of, oh, sorry, you've broken some of the rules that you just can't really come back from. And it's interesting because you're not in a jail. You've got your platform still. You can still make money on these platforms, but you're still complaining. It's like, my God, you've literally, you've been in jail. You've been in any criminal court case. There were none. In the eyes of the law, you are an innocent individual. Surely just embrace that. Think, I've gotten away with it. Just embrace it and just enjoy your life. But no, I just keep getting lectures from Colleen Ballinger about why, I don't know, people are bad for criticizing her fans for supporting a weird individual like Colleen Ballinger. And it's like, who are you to morally grandstand right now about how people treat your fans when you yourself have done some heinous things and you still seem to not be able to understand that? And it's only proven further in you not being able to understand why people have a problem with your fans.
People who would support and they would get attacked just for supporting. And so we were like, where can we go where like people can be supportive if they want to be and not, you know, be attacked for it?
Again, we're very much trying to paint this in some militaristic way of, oh yeah, there's like a war between my fans and the people that hate me. And it's like, no, I think if just somebody hears, oh yeah, I pay for the Colleen Ballinger Patreon, you're going to probably say, mate, you need to have your hard drive checked.
But I think like there was a few things I wanted to talk about surrounding the whole situation that are like more lighthearted. Not that that situation is lighthearted, but just things that people told me back when I was going through it, like the team that I was working with at the time.
Oh, yes.
I was like, oh, maybe I should bring some of those things up. So I feel like this is the place, this Patreon account is like the place where I can like feel a little bit more comfortable talking about stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, she's comfortable because she knows that she's not going to receive any criticism because it has her most dedicated part of her audience because they pay money to listen to this podcast. It's hilarious because she's basically saying, yes, I need an echo chamber. Yes, I'm not willing to listen to criticism whatsoever. And I know I mentioned earlier that I think all of these podcast responses have just come because she's just basically trying to rebuild her career and so she can do these shows without any problems. But I also think that maybe, even though she said that, you know, she didn't expect it to go down exactly amazingly, I think that there was a part of her that definitely didn't think it would go down as badly as it did. And I think that probably comes down to the fact that, well, she is in such an echo chamber and has been for 3 years. And that honestly explains a lot of the things that we got from that first episode.
But I think like the main thing that made me go like, I have to talk about it if the opportunity presents itself, like, and just be honest.
What do you mean if the opportunity presents itself? You could have done this at any point of time. She's implying that she doesn't have a YouTube channel with millions upon millions of subscribers. If you wanted to address this situation, you could have. The only response you ever really put out there was you playing the ukulele in this insanely bizarre video. I genuinely don't know what you mean here by if the opportunity presented itself. We have been asking you for 3 years to explain yourself, and the only time you choose to is when you've got a big old tour coming up.
I have to talk about it if the opportunity presents itself, like, and just be honest. Is one, I wanted to address things without a ukulele.
Whoa, 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 whoa! We don't swear here. We do that on this channel. Colleen Ballinger. I know this might be a bit ironic, but let's try and keep it PG.
But also, I thought about, like, you know, no one wants to hear from me. No one wants to hear me talk about it. Like, everyone just says, just like, don't talk about it. Don't address it. It'll just make things worse, which it will, I'm sure.
I mean, no, we've been asking you to address this for about 3 years. We've been asking you to actually give your opinion on the things that happened for the last 3 years. Obviously, it would not go down well if in your response you pretty much doubled down or just didn't take accountability or didn't make a genuine apology, which, as we saw in the first video, yes, that's exactly what happened. How it may have gone down a little bit better is if you just said, you know what? I have done something really, really bad. There's nothing more I can say on that other than I'm just really, really sorry about it and I just want to try and take accountability. I think if you said something like that and just explored why you did, I think maybe that would have done a lot better. But no, you didn't do that.
But the one thing that has been, and I'm gonna cry, sorry, but I held it together for most of that podcast.
Oh my God, just stop. Are we really getting the tears out? We're about 5 minutes. I mean, for you guys, we're about 40 minutes in, but we're about 5 minutes in and you're already crying.
You did so good. I was so proud of you.
It was so hard.
I was so proud of you.
I'm such a disaster crybaby. And the last thing I wanted to come across as was like a victim in that.
That's the only thing that you came across as. You literally were trying to portray yourself as a victim for the majority of it, as you've been doing here, and also with your fans trying to make them victims in this story as well. What do you mean that you didn't want to try and come off like a victim in this situation? You've been self-victimizing from the very beginning. You literally did a ukulele response video where you cried and said you're not a groomer. You're what, just a bit of a weirdo, something on those lines? You are nothing but just embarrassing.
So I was like, I cannot cry. Like, do not cry.
You went there to take accountability for what you had actually
done.
And apologize for things you had actually done and deny the terrible allegations you had not done.
I love the words here of you went to take accountability for the things you had actually done. You went to say sorry for the things that you had actually done and also to deny the terrible things that you didn't do. Can you list those terrible things that she didn't do? Because Colleen Ballinger has denied being a groomer. That's I think, honestly, like a subjective opinion at this point of time. You were in group chats conversing with people very, very inappropriately. We've seen all the actions that you've done. We've seen everything. I don't need to go into vivid descriptions about all of it. And it's led a lot of people to the conclusion that you are that. You can deny it all you want, but at the same time, you did on that podcast admit to very inappropriate things. And that is why people are calling you these words. So I'm sorry, you can't just say, oh, you denied the terrible allegations, but also did actually admit to the things that she's done, because those terrible allegations are intertwined with the bad things that she admitted to doing. And this is what I mean about the lack of responsibility and the lack of taking any form of accountability here. They can tell their audience all they like that they've taken accountability, but they've absolutely not done that. And in this podcast setting, in my opinion, this is worse than the original response, because she's now comfortable and they're just outright saying, yeah, there are things to deny. Colleen didn't do all of these terrible things. And it's like, well, from the main allegations, she's basically admitted to nearly every single one of them.
Something else, Colleen, that has come up and been discussed is the fact that you would participate in group chats with your fans, and there were minors in those chats, and there would be questions regarding their virginity and positions.
Right.
Inappropriate questions are being asked to underage people. What was going on?
That's true. It's completely inappropriate.
Deny the terrible allegations you had not done.
So what is it? Do Rachel and Colleen Ballinger not believe that this is a terrible thing that Colleen has done? Or is there just something else that I'm missing here?
And so, but the one thing that was like really making me go like, I have to say something at some point, was the thought of, if I didn't have kids, I feel like I could have either addressed it more head on and just taken the backlash.
Yeah.
But I've wanted to protect my kids.
Oh God, it's so ironic that in a debate of where Colleen Ballinger has been inappropriate around kids, she is now using her own kid as a shield. Which, by the way, she did this in 2020 in her original response that allowed her to get away with everything. Just take a look at this clip.
I didn't address it not because I was just ignoring it and hoping it would go away, but because when this person messaged me letting me know they were upset, I responded immediately. I was very shocked and confused. I expressed I didn't know what they were talking about, and I also expressed frustration that they were trying to bring my son's name into their drama.
Now, what she's actually referring to here is basically in a DM Adam sent to Colleen, he said, you would feel something on the lines of, you would feel disgusted if what happened to me that you did to me happened with your own son, which is an absolutely fair argument to make, but Colleen then tried to flip that on Adam and use it as her son is being attacked and brought into this. But no, it's a very, very valid criticism. So to see that 5 years later, she is still using her child as a shield in this situation, it's just utterly despicable, and once again shows to me this individual has not changed, has not learned, and is basically the exact same human being as she was when all of this took place in the first place.
But then also the idea of, I have this like, what's it called? Intrusive thought? I guess it's not the right term, but like this thought over and over replaying in my mind of like my kids someday. Sorry, I'll stop being weepy in a second. But my kids someday, like seeing this stuff, like seeing headlines about me that are so awful.
And not true.
No, they are true. Like most of the headlines out there, if not all of the headlines out there, are true. Especially coming from news sites. I feel like a lot of these news sites, if they were to be lying about Colleen Ballinger in very serious allegations, she would have the right to sue them, which she has not done so. Colleen Ballinger has admitted to a lot of terrible things. And if you think that when her kid grows up, she's not going, or he's not going to look at the headlines in disgust that their mother sent underwear to Adam McIntyre, if you're gonna say that that's not true, are you trying to say that's a lie? Because the kid will be disgusted by that and will be disgusted by all of the other things. So at least when they get older, I imagine they will. They're probably as a kid going to be fed a bunch of lies about this situation, but maybe when they get older, they'll see the truth. So to firstly say that this is a lie, once again just says they have not learned whatsoever, but also this is sadly, Colleen, just the consequence of your own actions. I imagine it is a very horrible thought to think that, wow, my kid may see these awful headlines about me, but you should have thought about that. I know that sounds horrible, but you should have thought about that when you were conversing with your fans in the way that you did. I think that's really all I can say about that.
And looking at me and saying, Mommy, why didn't you say anything? And so that's like, thanks.
You're welcome. She had a fuzz on her nose.
My biggest motivator has been to protect them and show them what's like the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And I didn't. So for so long, I felt like the right thing to do was like not fight fire with fire.
Again, it's just sickening how much she is using her children as a shield here. Like, it is genuinely so embarrassing. Why can you not just take this head on? Why can you not just admit to things without having to bring your children into this like you did in 2020? Again, it's a clear indicator you have not taken responsibility. And bringing out the tears, I mean, you can say you're a crybaby, but this is a podcast. This isn't a live stream. You could just pause the recording, then stop crying, and then continue once again, but you didn't, because you're trying to manipulate your audience in the best possible way to shape yourself out to be the victim in this story, which, by the way, you're not. And yes, again, it's gonna sound cruel, but I imagine one day your child will get older and probably will question you about this situation.
Fire with fire and not get into. I didn't want to show, like, if someone goes low, like, you keep your head high and you don't listen to the things that aren't true.
Again, they're not true. Don't listen to the things that aren't true. The people that go low. This is such a load of bollocks, man. And this is why I said this is worse than the original response, because basically the majority of this is them saying things aren't true. People are going low. They're trying to protect their kids, trying to protect their fans. And it's just such a load of lies, manipulation, and deceit. I genuinely can't believe what I'm listening to here, especially considering the original response was called Colleen Ballinger's apology. And what's this? Colleen Ballinger doing a complete 180? Like, genuinely, I'm kind of shocked by this. Did she think that this wasn't going to be picked up by a general audience out there? Did she think that somebody wouldn't listen to this because it's only for her core audience? And by the way, if you are so desperate to protect your children in this situation, you would not be recording this and uploading it to the internet. You would not be using your child as a shield to deflect against a very serious allegations. But no, you're not. You don't care about anyone other than yourself.
Whatever, and you know, don't let that affect you, even though it obviously is affecting me greatly. But then I was like, oh no, I need to show them, like, to take accountability for when you mess up in a mature way, in a kind way, and stand up for yourself and say when things aren't true. And
again, the downplaying, the things not being true. It's genuinely sickening. Like, I feel like I should be a lot meaner than I'm being here, but it's utterly despicable. Firstly, she describes this as messing up and then says things that aren't true. It's frustrating. It is frustrating, and I'm trying to give critical commentary without just spewing out word salad. But yeah, again, the lack of responsibility here is just absolutely mind-blowing. If she genuinely believes things aren't true, tell us what isn't true. List the things out and come with your evidence. Because I believe I have around 10 hours, if not more, of videos about you, Colleen Ballinger, documenting everything in this situation from start to finish, as do plenty of other content creators, and I implore you to come onto your YouTube channel in an edited, scripted video where you debunk everything. I've been asking you to do that for 3 years, as has the rest of the audience on the internet. If you could do that, that would be amazing. But the reality is you can't do that, and this is the best possible response that you could put out, which is just you it's not just not taking accountability. In my opinion, it's just a denial of everything.
To take accountability for when you mess up in a mature way, in a kind way, and stand up for yourself and say when things aren't true. And, you know, that was really important to me, because that was the one thing I feel like that was like my block of like moving forward and trying to move forward in life, was like, I need to do something for them. Because just the idea of them someday when they're older, seeing everything that happened and going like, why did you give up? Like, why didn't you do something? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you try?
Colleen, I'm not going to lie to you. Your kids aren't going to be saying, why did you give up? Why did you not respond in this situation? They're going to say to you, Why did you send your underwear to Adam Mac? What were you doing? Why were you conversing in group chats with your underwear? What were you doing that for? I don't want to be anything to do with you. That's honestly more likely what's going to happen. I can't lie to you. I don't know who she's lying to here other than herself, to be honest with you. I don't know if this is just like some fan fiction canon that she's put into her head about what's going to happen between her and a kid in the future. Maybe this is a way for her to comfort herself over the fact that, yes, there are going to be a lot of uncomfortable conversations in around 10 to 15 years time for her. But overall, I just think this is hilarious to listen to. It's just like a woman lying to herself for about an hour straight, but it only continues.
Yeah.
And yeah. So anyway, sorry to be so weepy about it, but I feel like this is a place where I can be. I think about that, like, this is gonna sound so ridiculous, but you know the movie Hook?
Yeah.
With oh my God, why is my brain...
Robin Williams.
Thank you, my God. One of the most brilliant comedians of all time.
I know no one's name, but I know Robin Williams'
I do too,
name.
but I'm just not...
No, I know, but I was just surprised I know.
There is this scene in Hook, and I haven't told anyone this yet, but that has been replaying in my mind whenever I'm like depressed in bed, or like where he's forgotten he's Peter Pan.
Yes.
And he's trying to save his kid.
Oh God, just stop. If there's any like thing you should be using to comfort yourself, it's not Peter Pan, the boy that comes in the night to take away the children. we shouldn't be using that analogy, my friend. I'm sorry. If there's an analogy to any other one, I don't know. You listened to Harry Potter, the audiobooks when you were younger, and you liked what Dumbledore had to say. Fair enough. Peter Pan. It's not a good analogy to use right now.
Like, Hook has captured the kids. Sorry, there's gonna be spoiler alerts if you haven't seen Hook.
Guys, it's from the 90s. You should have seen it by now.
But he's trying to save his kids, and he's like, they're in a net. Like,
yeah.
Floating in a net, and the daughter's like reaching out to her daddy, and
you're gonna make me cry because I know this scene and relating it to you. God damn it, woman.
Again, I don't really know what the relatability is here. What is she trying to shape her out as a hero in this situation? That's kind of what I'm hearing here. She has basically written headcanon that she is saving her children from the entire big nasty internet. Good God. What are we talking about here? Why are we even saying this? It's such a point of delusion that I'm genuinely surprised that we've even got to this. I honestly didn't think it would get to something like this, but it has. And I think that just summarizes how much Colleen Ballinger is still in denial about absolutely everything, where she sees herself as a hero in this situation pretty much. She's got to overcome everything and save her children. But the reality is this is just a bit of a mix of delusion and, once again, her using her children as a shield in this situation.
And I have to look at your Miranda cutout to compose
and
myself.
Robin Williams, or Peter Pan, I guess. Peter is like crawling on this mask, I don't know what you'd call it, pole of the pirate ship, and he's like trying to climb it, and he's trying to reach, and he's out of shape, and he doesn't remember that he's Peter Pan,
and he's scared of heights.
He's terrified of heights, so scared of heights, and he's reaching out to his kids, and he gives up. And the daughter's reaching out to him, is like, Daddy, please, like, please. And it never made me cry as a kid, and I haven't watched that movie in a million years, but that scene has flashed in my mind so many times in the last 2 years.
Give me strength. Give me strength. You need to watch more movies. That's my conclusion from this, Colleen Ballinger. You need to watch more movies. What on earth has this transpired into? She is Peter Pan, and she is saving her kids from Hook, who is the internet in this. Oh God, it's such an embarrassment. I just can't believe that you've somehow topped your previous response. This is just so good. It is good. Like, it is good. It's insanely good. It's so good at how insanely bad it is. That makes no sense, but if you get me, you get me.
And there's this like tiniest bit of, hope that I know is my children, like, inside of me, like, going like, hold on, hold on, like, come on, just keep trying. So even though I know that me talking about it is probably just going to make people upset, and I know that's not going to change anything, and I know that people are not going to believe anything I say or say that I'm being manipulative or playing a victim or...
Tactic number one of somebody that isn't taking accountability is say all of the things that you know you're going to be criticized for because you know that you're doing it yourself. She knows that she's playing the victim in this situation. She knows that she's being manipulative in this situation. And she also knows that there's no proof that will absolutely disprove everything said about her because she doesn't have this proof. And if she did, she would have released it 3 years ago. Do you truly believe that Colleen Ballinger is doing it out of the goodness of her heart to not expose her victims in this situation? Of course not. The only reason she's not doing that is because she cannot do that because there's no proof.
You know, they're going to say all these things. That's fine. They're allowed to feel that way and think those things. I can't change what anyone else thinks. I can't change what anyone else believes. It's not my job in life. I could only, you know, change my own actions and my own behavior and my own words and thoughts. And so even though it might cause a big scene or whatever and make things worse on the internet for me, at least now, like, I feel like I've tried harder to, like, reach out to my kids dangling in the net, you know? Like, I've, like, really tried my hardest to, like...
You stated your truth.
No, she didn't. She's lied in basically every single aspect of the story. Colleen is so far from the truth at this point that she is making fan fiction about Captain Hook and Peter Pan. What are we talking about? Stating your truth. I have never heard anything more untrue in my entire life than this response. It just continuously gets more and more embarrassing as we get through this.
Yeah, and I've tried my hardest to be something that they can be proud of, and yeah,
I think one of the people that support you, the only issue that have understood that the headlines weren't true, their only issue is that you hadn't said anything.
What headlines weren't true? Again, they're saying this thing isn't true, that thing isn't true, but they're not being specific here. They're just dubbing everything as not true and fake news. I feel I'm getting genuine Trump vibes from this, being like, this is fake news. When somebody brings up any valid points or any valid facts, it's, if you don't like it, if it goes against you, it's not true. It's fake news. That's what they're doing here. They're taking the same sort of thing out of Trump's playbook of just dubbing everything as fake news. It's insane. Again, if you think things aren't true, tell us what isn't true. And if you think they're not true, explain and prove why they're not true.
Their only issue is that you hadn't said anything level-headedly.
Yeah.
And so I'm really proud of you for doing that. And I know it was very outside your comfort zone to go onto someone else's podcast and not know how they were going to come at it.
Yeah.
Luckily, they asked you hard-hitting questions, but
I love that. There was a little pause there. She goes, luckily they were. They asked hard-hitting questions. It's like she knew what she was about to say there probably wouldn't have actually gone down well even with their audience. And instead now she's gone to, oh, well, they asked a few challenging questions.
Hard-hitting questions, but gave you the chance to speak, and they didn't try and do a gotcha.
What would be a gotcha in a situation? Saying, why did you send your underwear to a fan? Or any of the other things that you did? They asked a few things here and there, sure, but they never really pressed her on anything. Colleen was not questioned, in my opinion, in the way that she should have been. She was comforted and looked after, in my opinion. I think if she genuinely wanted to take some level of accountability, she would have sat down with a mutual party in this situation who would have called out her manipulation, who would have called out Colleen's just deceit in general, and would have said, why did you do this? Why did you do that? No, don't cry. And most importantly, they wouldn't have made a jump cut when she was about to make some form of apology.
Yeah, and I didn't know that they were gonna ask the questions that they did. It wasn't like, you know, I got from like some general idea of maybe some things we would talk about, but like basically none of that was what it ended up being, just because like the conversation just like flowed and they asked what they wanted to ask, and I wanted that. I wanted to like just be able to be honest. And
this was your moment to just lay it all out.
Again, it's like they're gassing each other up here, being like, oh wow, you were so truthful, Colleen, you did so amazing on this podcast. But it's like, did she really? The podcast went down absolutely terribly. Every single person under the sun agrees that it was an absolutely awful episode, to the point of where the episode title got changed due to backlash. But no, everyone else is in the wrong and Colleen and Rachel are in the right in this situation. To me, it's all a little bit too coincidental once again. What? The entire internet is wrong about this person as actually admitted to the things that we've criticized them for. The logic doesn't make any sense because, again, they keep on saying, oh, there are all these lies, all these things that you denied and stuff like that. But it's like, well, we've criticized her for the Adam stuff that she's admitted to. She's admitted to the group chat situation. She's admitted to pretty much everything. And I'm confused what else is a lie in this situation. But no, there's never going to be an explanation for that. They're just going to keep on vaguely denying things because they know if they go into specifics, it could be disproven like that.
But, yeah, it's, you know, do I think I said everything perfectly? No, there's like plenty of things that I, you know, feel like
you can nitpick anything anyone says and take it however you want.
Oh God, Rachel's denial of pretty much everything here. I get having sisterly love and looking after your family members. I truly do. But surely, even if you love your sister and want to stand by her, your family, I can get it, maybe. But, you know, even then, surely you understand what Colleen did was really bad. Surely you can understand that maybe, just maybe, just allowing everyone to get their criticism out there without saying it's nitpicking, lies, deceit, manipulation, whatever you want to call it, surely you can understand that denying what people are saying is only going to make things a million times worse for your sister. Because just denying things and saying it's not true, but we're coming with no evidence whatsoever, it's not going to help your case. It's only going to make people like me be even more critical, because all it shows is that your sister, Colleen Ballinger, has not changed and has just surrounded herself with a bunch of yes men and an echo chamber of an audience.
You can nitpick anything anyone says and take it however you want.
And I'm sure everyone will.
I think you were well spoken.
But yeah, I feel like at least now my kids can't look at me and say like, why didn't you do anything?
Yeah.
Because now at least I've said something. And
again, it's such bollocks, this kid thing here of being like, oh, I'm just glad that my kids will look at me in the future and say, oh, well, yeah, at least you said something. No, firstly, they're going to call you out for your weird, insane behavior. But secondly, stop doing this whole kid argument here. If that was true, you would have said something 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, last month. You would have said something at an appropriate period of time, but it took you 3 years and coincidentally at the same time of you going on tour to say something. This isn't about protecting your kids. This isn't about wanting to earn your kids' trust or love or anything like that, or Peter Pan or Hook, whatever. It's nothing to do with that. And all this is Colleen and Rachel desperately trying to manipulate their audience as much as possible so they gain more subscribers on their Patreon and probably get more money in the bank.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I think that like anyway, we can move on to like more silly things, because in this last few weeks, like leading up to knowing that this was coming out, I've had a lot of like flashbacks and memories of like a couple years ago when everything initially went down, and thinking about things that how it was handled on the back end, like, and I don't blame anyone but me, like truly, I don't.
Well, that's not true whatsoever. We've literally seen everything that you said in this podcast. You've basically been denying things throughout this entire thing. Your sister clearly doesn't believe anything that's ever been said about you. And also you've surrounded yourself with an echo chamber of an audience who support you no matter what. It's very clear that you think you're in the right in this situation. You can say that you don't think that, but your actions speak louder. Your words, even then, they speak louder, because throughout this podcast, you've basically been denying so much.
And I don't blame anyone but me. Like, truly, I don't. Like, I for how I reacted and my response, like, I'm a grown woman. I could have done whatever I wanted. If I wanted to say something in a mature, kind way, I could have. If I wanted to, like, I could have, and I didn't. And I listened to what other people said. But just remembering the way that, like, before anything got online, because everything online is nitpicked, obviously.
Again, 20 seconds ago, she was saying that she basically accepts responsibility.
I don't blame anyone but me.
But then 20 seconds later, she's like, everyone on the internet's such a nitpicker.
Because everything online is nitpicked.
It's like, what what are we doing here? You can't just say that you take responsibility and accountability, but then attack people on the internet who are criticizing you for the things that you've just apparently took accountability for. It just doesn't make much sense.
I remember them like everything I did, everything I said was like, no. The amount of times I tried to make videos addressing everything, and they told me, no, you cannot do that. You cannot post that. You can't say that. You can't do this. I remember one time I made a vlog to post to like come back online, like address things, and I was wearing a shirt that said Barbie on it. It was just like one of my t-shirts.
Yeah.
And I was told like, you can't wear that because everyone's going to think that you're saying that you're like Barbie and like you're perfect. And I was like, what?
Why are we getting the blame for this? Like, at the end of the day, this wasn't the internet saying this. This were people in your circle saying this. It's not my fault that you have morally irresponsible people in your circle. But again, this just sounds like she's blaming other individuals once more. It sounds like to me, she's just basically saying, oh, I wanted to actually respond, but people in my circle didn't let me. It's such a load of bollocks. 50 seconds ago, you were telling us how you're a grown woman, but you didn't respond to serious allegations out there about you other than a ukulele response because what? People were saying to not. Again, if that's true, then why would you post the ukulele video? Why is it still on your YouTube channel to this day? I refuse to believe what she's saying here because at the end of the day, she has responded to the situation once before in 2023 and it happened to be the worst possible response ever. And if these people were really around being so like specific with their, you don't want to say this, you don't want to say that, you don't want to do this, I'm sure they would have said, yeah, maybe don't sing a song in a response to allegations.
And I was like, what? It's a t-shirt.
What?
Like, well, also it's like a logo and you can't be associating yourself with a brand. It's like a brand. I was like,
that would have never, ever, ever crossed my mind.
Well, and the reason that these things cross my mind is because in the last couple of weeks, I've like getting dressed. I'm like, oh, I have to think about what I'm putting on. Is there a logo on it? Like, am I going to associate myself with a brand? They're going to be upset.
It's just such bollocks. It's such a load of waffle. It's just excuses upon excuses upon excuses. The only reason you didn't respond for the last 3 years is probably because it wasn't financially viable for you to do so. But now you have a tour, you probably decided, well, maybe now I need to say something because it would be a little bit awkward getting on stage after not addressing anything for 3 years.
That would have never, ever, ever crossed my mind.
Well, and the reason that these things cross my mind is because in the last couple of weeks, I've like getting dressed. I'm like, oh, I have to think about what I'm putting on. Is there a logo on it? Like, am I going to associate myself with a brand? They're going to be upset. Like, like it's like, so that's these things.
Oh man,
but like
exhausting.
I'm trying to think of other things. I was outside filming because I'm always outside. Like I don't do anything. I go hang out with my chickens. I look at rocks and I edit videos and I play with my kids. Like that's all I do. And this is in the backyard. And I was in my mind flashed this one time where someone on my team was like, oh, well, you're in your backyard. That's good, but like, don't show too much because then it's like, oh, look at me and look at my big backyard and it looks like you're bragging.
I mean, it just looks like you're surrounding yourself with terrible people at the end of the day. Like, it feels like you've bought a PR team and they're doing way too much. But again, I don't understand why that's my problem. I don't understand why this is a justification for not responding to allegations for the last 3 years. Again, this is just Colleen Ballinger making excuses and not taking any accountability. This is her pinning the blame on a PR team that she herself paid to hire. It's not my fault you can't take any responsibility for your actions to the point of where you need to hire a PR team. So no, I'm not going to accept the blame of other individuals who are just doing their job because yes, even they acknowledge that you are in a terrible position and are probably thinking to themselves, in my opinion, that you're very lucky to not be in a worse position. But then after this, I realized why Colleen is saying all of this. Why is she pinning this all randomly after 3 years later on a PR team? And it's because this whole thing has been designed to make an excuse for the ukulele video. Because yes, after this, she naturally gets into the conversation surrounding, well, if they told you not to make very, very basic videos here and there and to not feature certain things in your videos because it could upset people, well, the big question obviously is, well, how did the ukulele video go? How did that get uploaded and go past your team and be approved? And yes, she gets into that and gives an answer, which in my opinion is just more lies and manipulation designed to pin the blame on other individuals and just kind of exempt herself from all of this.
Then I filmed something in my in the podcast room.
Yeah.
With Eric, and they're like, no, you can see too much of the background of the room. It looks like you're just like, look how big this room is that I'm in. And I'm like, but I don't say that. I'm not trying to show any. I'm just trying to like. There's none of these thoughts are in my mind, but like they're letting me know what they think other people are gonna think. And it was like, it made it so it was like, but I'm actually saying words. So you can hear the words I'm saying instead of like looking at the background and then deciding what I said based on what you look at in the background or what's on my shirt. Like, what about like what my words are that I'm saying out of my mouth? And there was no appropriate place to film. There was no appropriate thing to say. There was
to your team.
It was like to the people who are quote unquote helping me through it. And then eventually after like so many tries of trying to post something, and I was getting so frustrated, like I eventually did get to the ukulele.
You snapped.
And somehow that wasn't like that. Hey, this one's not a good idea. That one's like, yeah.
They're like, all right.
A Barbie shirt, bad. Backyard, bad. Your own house, bad. Couch, bad. Sitting on floor, bad. Wearing a little bit of makeup, bad. No makeup, bad. Crying, bad. Not crying, bad. Ukulele, yes.
I mean, if I've ever heard the biggest load of bollocks in my entire life, it's that. Not just once, but a million times here has she put the blame on other individuals. But now she's getting to the point of where she's blaming people for the ukulele response. She's actually trying to say that, oh, this was the fault of my PR team telling me not to do so. Again, a few minutes ago, you were saying to us you're a grown woman who is basically responsible for her own actions. So how are you going to get on here and say, oh, actually, yeah, that wasn't my fault. That was my PR team's fault for not thinking for me. You have a brain. You have brain cells. You should probably realize that, oh, singing a song in response to serious allegations is probably going to get you in serious trouble. The lack of responsibility here is genuinely baffling, and it's like as you progress through this response further and further and further, it only gets worse. It's like Colleen is getting more and more comfortable about what she's saying, and just more and more worse things come out because of that. I can't believe that 3 years later, she's actually going to try and blame the ukulele response on other people. If that isn't just a perfect representation that Colleen hasn't changed whatsoever, I don't know what is. But Colleen loves to do this thing on this podcast where she'll seem to take responsibility for something. She'll be like, oh, yeah, I take responsibility for that. That was my fault. But at the same time, she will then layer a load of excuses on top of that, indirectly saying why it's not her fault. Because yeah, she just listed all of those reasons to like why the ukulele response happened and how the team just didn't prevent it despite them preventing everything else. But then after all those excuses, she says, oh, but actually it was my fault.
Again,
no longer.
No, well, but I do not. It is not their fault. Like 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, you're
my fault. My fault.
But you literally just spent the last 2 minutes blaming them. You can't just be like, yeah, they did this, they did that. I'm blaming them for this, I'm blaming them for that. But then you suddenly say, oh no, I'm not actually blaming them. So why are you telling us? Why are you basically pinning it on them? Why are you making them sound like villains in this situation? Again, it reminds me of them being like, oh yeah, I admit to all of these terrible things, but I'm not this really bad thing. It's like, none of these things make sense. Your words are just contradicting each other, and it's because you have no argument to make. You have no valid way that is going to resurrect your career and make everyone think that you're a wonderful person. It's just not going to happen, so you just keep on desperately scrambling like this. But it only continuously gets worse when Colleen basically starts to baby herself, where she starts to say that she's not smart enough to manipulate people.
I've never, prior to a few years ago, I never thought about like, the shirt that I'm wearing today, what am I talking about? Is this going to clash with what I'm wearing black? That's not good for this. I'm wearing white. Does it look like I'm trying to look pure? Like, I don't think about these things. Like I have 3 outfits. Like I don't think about these things. And
most of them have cats on them.
I'm not that, I'm against popular belief. What's the phrase?
Against popular belief.
No, is that it?
Yeah. That's it.
Contrary
to popular belief. Sorry.
I I'm not that manipulative. I'm not smart enough to be that manipulative.
That's something that the most manipulative person on planet Earth would say. Oh, yeah, I'm not smart enough to be manipulative, guys. It's like, come on, mate. Everyone is able to be manipulative. We've all been manipulative in our lives. It's literally a part of human nature. But the level of manipulative that you've gotten to over the last 4 years is just absolutely ridiculous. And now to say you're not intelligent enough to be manipulative is just genuinely baffling. And I know she said that she's not smart enough to be that manipulative, but let's be real here, people. We've seen what she's been doing in this video. We've seen the sheer level of manipulation that this woman is actually able to perform. And it's actually quite wild and worrying. And for her to now go and baby herself being like, oh, I'm just not that smart enough to be that manipulative. It's just utterly pathetic. But her audience are going to eat this up. And that's why she is saying these things. Because at the end of the day, I truly believe most people out there are capable of being very manipulative. It's just whether you choose to do that or not. And Colleen Ballinger has definitely chosen that path. But now she's trying to baby herself and make it seem like, oh, she could never do something like that. She's just too not intelligent enough. She just walks around her life and stumbles into problems. It's all a big accident. And it's like, who are you lying to here, man? We can hear your own words. We've seen you on the original podcast and then come to this new podcast where you've basically contradicted everything you said on that original podcast. And even that original podcast was full of lies, deceit, and manipulation. So this is just a million times worse, and it is so sick and tiring of hearing someone just so unable to take any forms of responsibility. But then it just continues after this when she starts to just say that she has sensory issues, and I guess that's an excuse for everything.
I'm not smart enough to be that manipulative. To think about, like, this shirt will imply that I am godly. You know, like I'm not that smart. I have sensory issues.
You have sensory issues. So do I. My senses have just blown up in my eardrums have just self-destructed listening to this podcast. What do you mean you have sensory issues? What level of excuse is that? To the people that are listening to this right now who actually have sensory issues, are you capable of being manipulative? Because I'm not one to be like, oh yeah, this is ableist and stuff like that. But like, it's a pretty mad thing to say, almost be like, oh, I can't do bad things because I've got sensory issues. Again, you're just babying yourself here. What are you doing? It's like she has absolutely no response to anything or no rebuttals whatsoever that are actually valid. So she's just like throwing words at a wall, and it's just so mad.
To me, I'm like, does it have a tag in it that's going to be itchy? I'm not thinking like, does this shirt imply this or that?
For half a second?
Diss me every day.
You've seen her red carpet looks. She doesn't put much thought into her outfits.
And you've seen me on this podcast. I usually wear a big t-shirt that has like, who farted written on it. Like, I'm not thinking about that kind of stuff. And when I film, like, it's usually like an under angle of like my chin wrinkles.
Even this is just complete manipulation right here. They're basically trying to spin this whole thing into everybody is criticizing Colleen Ballinger for invalid reasons of, oh, she's wearing a t-shirt which is, I don't know, branded, or oh, she's trying to appear to be pure or godly. Nobody is criticizing Colleen Ballinger for that. Absolutely nobody is criticizing her for that. We are criticizing her for extremely, extremely valid reasons. And what they're trying to do here is, once again, basically spin things for their audience. They're trying to make it look like everybody is being completely unfair to Colleen Ballinger and that she's once again just another victim of cancel culture. But the reality is she is being fairly criticized. No one is saying anything about her house, the size of her podcast room, the size of her garden. Nobody cares about these things, but she is just trying to get out as many excuses as possible. And I'm genuinely shocked. I didn't think it could get this bad, but it's gotten to levels of where I'm shocked. And I don't usually get shocked, but the first response was bad. But in my opinion, this is far, far worse.
I should have written more stuff down because there was like a bunch of stuff I was like, oh, I should talk about this and that. Because, you know, I've never talked about any of this stuff before. And who knows how much I'll talk about it moving forward. Probably not too much. But if I am going to talk about it, this is a place I probably would.
Yeah. It's we like to make sure this is a safe space.
Yeah.
So let's go. And now you guys can actually hear not your side, but yeah, your side of things.
Not your side, but your side of things.
We've been tight-lipped, closed-lipped, zipped-lipped. Our lips have not moved much regarding the matter, and hopefully it doesn't have to be like that.
Well, yeah, speaking on it at all, like, it's just going to cause a little bit of, it's going to cause some waves, but then also it's like you don't want to give validity to things that aren't true by addressing them.
But you haven't addressed things that aren't true. You just vaguely say this thing isn't true without saying what thing isn't true. But in the previous podcast, you actually did admit to things that at the end of the day is going to have people describe you as a groomer. You can deny that all you want, but the actions of what you've admitted to has led to that conclusion that people have come to. So no, I cannot take anything they're taking here seriously. There aren't any lies, in my opinion, being said about you at this point. There are just opinions people have about you based on your own actions. But also, when they say they don't want to give validity to things that aren't true, what does that actually mean? Because how do you give validity to something that isn't true by addressing it and responding to it? If you think it's not true and you think you can disprove it, then how are you giving validity to it? The only reason I think you could give validity to something that isn't true is if it actually is true and your response is so bad that everyone can obviously see that you're lying. And it just seems that Colleen and Rachel absolutely cannot handle that. But with that, let's just get into the final minute of this podcast. Well, the final minute of the section of where they address everything. I'm just going to let it play out, and then I'm going to give my conclusionary response opinion.
Even if you address things that, like, and I'm not talking about the stuff that, like, I need to take accountability for, and, like, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But if there are things that are, like, a half-truth or, like, out of context or whatever, even talking about those,
or
people are
put
just
intention to an innocent act.
Right, that even things like that, people can be like, well, she admitted that she did, so she is this, you know. So it's hard to, like, know when to say something and when not to. But I just felt, and maybe it was a mistake, but I don't know. I just feel like I had to say something so that I could get rid of those horrifying thoughts of my kids being like, why would you just be quiet that whole time and not say anything?
Yeah. But yeah, that basically takes us to the ending of the section of where they respond to everything. And overall, I think this response was absolutely horrible. This was worse than the original podcast, because at least in the original podcast, I feel like Colleen thought to herself that she needs to be smart in this interview. She needs to actually appear to take some level of responsibility. She very much struggles at doing so. But in this one, because she's in a confined, safe space, like she keeps on speaking about in this podcast, I feel like she thought she could get away with a lot more by airing out her true feelings. And in my opinion, Rachel, Colleen, everyone around Colleen, her audience, they all seem to believe that she is still in the right, and if anything, is a victim in this situation. This was just a terrible, terrible response, and I don't really know the logical reasoning behind any of this. Maybe it is because, as I said earlier, she's going to do a live show for charity and she needs to get something out there, so it's not awkward when she gets on stage and maybe somebody asks a question, or maybe it's just something ego-driven. Maybe she just got to a boiling point of where she could no longer handle the criticism, or maybe it's just financial related. Maybe she thought she could sway some heads and get some people on her side and subscribe to her Patreon where she can build her echo chamber. At the end of the day, we'll never really have a conclusionary answer behind what's going on in Colleen Ballinger's head, but I think what this all shows is that Colleen Ballinger has not taken responsibility, she's not taken accountability, she's not changed whatsoever, and we've seen that by the fact that she seems to blame everyone else for her own actions, but then at the same time contradicts herself by being like, I'm taking responsibility, even though throughout this, she is word for word not taking any responsibility whatsoever and is just victim blamed, lied, and manipulated. Thank you very much for watching this video. I would genuinely love to know what you guys have to say about this. Please let me know your thoughts in the comment section below, because yes, this is I wouldn't say complex situation, but more of an insane situation that I just need you guys to give me your thoughts on down below, so please do so. But yeah, with that, I'm going to end the video there. That's too much Colleen Ballinger for 1 month. Thank you very much, everybody, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye.